In this video, we're going to be talking about all of SpongeBob's lore. Now let's get started with the biggest life lessons in SpongeBob. We've got 8 hours of SpongeBob lore, so relax, grab a snack, and get comfy. What if I told you that a cartoon sponge who flips burgers for a living has been teaching us the most important life lessons for over 2 decades? While most people dismiss SpongeBob as just kids' entertainment, this yellow optimist has been dropping wisdom that most adults desperately need to hear. From handling failure and peer pressure to understanding friendship and authenticity, SpongeBob SquarePants contains some of the most brutally honest truths about human nature ever put on screen. Keep watching for the shocking lesson about honesty that will completely change how you handle your biggest mistakes, plus the controversial truth about why most people are looking for happiness in all the wrong places. Before we get started, be sure to subscribe to our channel. The first lesson we're diving into is one that sets the tone for the entire SpongeBob series. Optimism can literally transform any situation. SpongeBob SquarePants shows us in the very first episode that your attitude actually changes what happens to you. Picture this. It's SpongeBob's big day. He's been dreaming about working at the Krusty Krab for years. This is his life's dream. The Krusty Krab represents everything SpongeBob values: making people happy through food, being part of a team, and doing something meaningful with his life. But here's the thing, nobody expects him to succeed. Squidward sees him coming and literally panics. Mr. Krabs doesn't take him seriously. Even SpongeBob himself has a moment of doubt, telling Patrick, "I'm not good enough." Most people would see these red flags and either give up or go in with low expectations. But SpongeBob, he chooses optimism. Not blind optimism, he's nervous and scared, but he decides to believe in the best possible outcome anyway. The moment SpongeBob walks into the Krusty Krab, everything goes wrong. He trips on a nail and bounces around the restaurant like a pinball, making a complete fool of himself. Mr. Krabs and Squidward exchange looks that basically say, "This kid is hopeless." Any normal person would be mortified, make excuses, and leave. But watch what SpongeBob does. He gets up, dusts himself off, and immediately asks, "So, when do I start?" His optimism is so genuine that it's almost naive. When Mr. Krabs gives him an impossible task, finding a hydrodynamic spatula with port and starboard attachments and turbo drive, Squidward and Mr. Krabs laugh because they think they're sending him on a wild goose chase. They expect him to come back empty-handed and defeated. Here's where SpongeBob's optimism becomes a superpower. Instead of seeing this as a trick or getting discouraged, he sees it as his chance to prove himself. He salutes Mr. Krabs and heads out with complete confidence that he'll find exactly what he needs. While SpongeBob is out proving everyone wrong by actually finding that impossible spatula, disaster strikes the Krusty Krab. 5 buses full of hungry anchovies show up, and they're not interested in waiting politely in line. These fish are hangry, and they're taking it out on everything in sight. Mr. Krabs and Squidward are completely overwhelmed. The anchovies are destroying the place, tossing them around like they're in a hurricane. Mr. Krabs is literally crying for his mommy. Squidward is having a breakdown. The situation looks hopeless. They're about to lose everything. Then SpongeBob returns. Not only has he found the impossible spatula, but he shows up right when they need him most. And here's the beautiful part. His optimism doesn't waver for a second. He sees a restaurant full of destructive, angry customers and asks, "Who's hungry?" Most people would see chaos. SpongeBob sees opportunity. What happens next is pure magic. He's flying around the kitchen with his new spatula, making Krabby Patties with the kind of joy and enthusiasm that's absolutely infectious. The montage shows him chopping vegetables, flipping patties, and serving food like he's conducting a symphony. And the anchovies, they go from destructive mob to satisfied customers in minutes. SpongeBob's genuine excitement about feeding people transforms the entire atmosphere. The fish who were ready to tear the place apart are now happily eating and leaving peacefully. Mr. Krabs goes from thinking he's about to lose his business to making more money than he's probably ever made in a single day. Squidward witnesses what happens when someone approaches work with pure enthusiasm instead of cynicism. This episode sets up the fundamental truth that drives the entire SpongeBob series. Optimism is a force that changes reality. SpongeBob succeeds because of it. Think about what would have happened if SpongeBob had approached this day with realistic expectations. He probably would have been too nervous to even apply. If he had applied and been given the impossible task, he would have assumed it was a joke and given up. The anchovies would have destroyed the Krusty Krab, and Mr. Krabs would have learned that taking chances on enthusiastic people is a mistake. But because SpongeBob chose optimism, everyone's life changed for the better. Mr. Krabs got an employee who would make him rich, Squidward got job security, the anchovies got fed, and SpongeBob got his dream job. The lesson here is that optimism changes how you approach problems, which changes the actions you take, which changes the results you get. SpongeBob's optimism made him try harder, think more creatively, and see opportunities where others saw obstacles. This is why SpongeBob succeeds in situations where more realistic people fail. He acts like good outcomes are inevitable, so he puts in the effort to make them happen. The first episode teaches us that your attitude really can transform any situation, but only if you're willing to back up that optimism with action. SpongeBob acts on positive thoughts with everything he's got. Our next lesson comes from one of the most relatable struggles in all of SpongeBob. Persistence pays off. Boating school shows us something that hits way too close to home for most of us. Failing at something over and over again, but refusing to give up. SpongeBob has failed his driving test 38 times, and he's still showing up with the same enthusiasm as day one. Here's what makes this episode so powerful. It's not about instant success or natural talent. SpongeBob is terrible at driving, but he keeps coming back because he believes that eventually all that effort will mean something. And here's the controversial part, he's kind of right, even when he fails again. SpongeBob has been taking driving tests for who knows how long. The guy knows every answer to the written portion before Mrs. Puff even asks the questions. He's studied, he's prepared, he's done everything right on paper, but the moment he gets behind the wheel, everything falls apart. Sound familiar? This is the story of anyone who's ever struggled with something that seems easy for everyone else. Mrs. Puff has become his personal nightmare. She's probably inflated more times because of SpongeBob than any other student in boating school history. Yet she keeps scheduling his next test. And SpongeBob? He keeps showing up. Most people would have given up after the 5th failure, maybe the 10th if they're really stubborn. The morning of test number 38 starts like all the others. SpongeBob wakes up with complete confidence that today will be different. He throws away his unicycle because he's so sure he'll be driving home. This level of optimism in the face of repeated failure is either inspiring or completely delusional, depending on how you look at it. When he arrives at boating school, he aces the written test again. He knows every nautical term, every rule, every regulation. His problem has never been knowledge, it's application. The moment Mrs. Puff tells him to start the boat, his brain short circuits. He goes from confident student to panicked mess in seconds. And then he floors it. Straight into a lighthouse. Again. Mrs. Puff inflates like a balloon and some guy in the crowd yells, "My leg!" Probably the same guy who's been watching SpongeBob crash for 38 straight tests. This is where most people would quit. This is where most people would say, maybe driving just isn't for me. But SpongeBob doesn't quit. That night, when he's talking to Gary about his failure, he's not talking about giving up. He's frustrated, sure, but he's already thinking about the next attempt. This is when Patrick comes up with the brilliant, terrible idea to help him cheat with a walkie-talkie hidden under a cowboy hat. And here's where things get interesting. With Patrick's help, SpongeBob actually drives perfectly. He follows every rule, handles every obstacle, and is about to pass the test when Mrs. Puff makes a joke about someone giving him answers through a radio. The moment SpongeBob realizes he's cheating, everything falls apart again. He crashes into the same lighthouse. Mrs. Puff inflates again. Fred yells, "My leg!" again. SpongeBob fails again. But here's the thing. Even though he failed, he proved something important. When he had the right support system, he could actually drive. His repeated failures were because he was overthinking, panicking, and getting in his own way. The episode ends with SpongeBob apologizing to Mrs. Puff and promising to try harder next semester. The guy just failed his 38th driving test, and he's already planning his 39th attempt. Most people see this as SpongeBob being naive or stubborn. But here's the controversial truth. SpongeBob's persistence is actually teaching us something profound about success. Every failure was teaching him something. Every crash was showing him what not to do. Every moment of panic was preparing him for the time when he wouldn't panic. The episode ends with him riding away on his unicycle with Gary, completely unbothered by his failure. He's already planning his next move. This is what real persistence looks like. It's about getting back up every single time you fall down. SpongeBob's 38 failures were preparation. Each test taught him something new about himself, about driving, about dealing with pressure. When he finally does get his license, spoiler alert, it takes him many more episodes, it'll be because he outlasted every obstacle, every setback, every reason to quit. The lesson here goes way beyond driving tests. How many people give up on their dreams after the first rejection, the first failure, the first time someone tells them they're not good enough? SpongeBob shows us that persistence is about being too stubborn to quit. Sure, maybe 38 failures seems excessive. Maybe most people would call it time to find a new dream. But SpongeBob's refusal to give up is exactly why he eventually succeeds at everything he attempts. He sees failure as practice. Moving on to another powerful lesson that hits different. Kindness is contagious. Christmas Who shows us something most people don't want to admit. One person's genuine enthusiasm can literally change an entire community. SpongeBob learns about Christmas from Sandy and manages to spread that joy to every single person in Bikini Bottom, except the one person who needed it most. Before this episode, Christmas didn't exist underwater. Think about that for a second. These fish had no concept of giving gifts, decorating trees, or spreading holiday cheer. They were just living their regular lives, probably complaining about the same stuff they always complain about. Then SpongeBob shows up with this wild story about some guy in a red suit who gives away free stuff, and suddenly the whole town goes crazy with excitement. This is where most people would roll their eyes and call SpongeBob naive, and honestly, they'd have a point. The guy hears about Christmas once and immediately becomes the town's Christmas evangelist, telling everyone about Santa Claus like he's been celebrating the holiday his whole life. Most people would be skeptical, ask questions, maybe do some research, but SpongeBob, he just believes with his whole heart. Sandy explains Christmas to SpongeBob in her tree dome, telling him about Santa, elves, and the whole magical story. SpongeBob's reaction is pure wonder. His eyes get huge, and you can see him mentally planning how to share this amazing discovery with everyone he knows. Most people learn about something cool and keep it to themselves, or maybe tell one friend. SpongeBob immediately thinks about how to spread this joy to his entire community. The next day at the Krusty Krab, SpongeBob is standing on a table like some kind of Christmas preacher, explaining the holiday to Patrick, Squidward, and Mr. Krabs. He's selling them on the dream. He talks about writing letters to Santa, getting free gifts, and the magic of believing in something bigger than yourself. And here's where it gets interesting. Patrick immediately buys in because he's Patrick. Mr. Krabs gets excited about free stuff because money is his love language, but Squidward calls the whole thing ridiculous. He's the voice of reason, the adult in the room, the guy who knows that jolly prowlers breaking into your house sounds more like a crime than a holiday. But SpongeBob starts helping everyone write letters to Santa, sets up a bottle shooting mechanism to send them to the surface, and basically becomes Bikini Bottom's Christmas coordinator. People are lining up to write letters asking for front teeth, new hats, even a pony with saddlebags full of money. Then comes the music montage, and this is where SpongeBob's kindness really spreads like wildfire. The whole town gets into the Christmas spirit. They're chopping down coral trees, decorating everything in sight, and singing together like they've been doing this for years. Even the trash smells sweet on Christmas, apparently. But the real proof that kindness is contagious comes when they decorate Squidward's house without asking. Most people would be furious if their neighbors covered their property in holiday decorations. Squidward definitely is, but everyone else is so caught up in the joy that SpongeBob started, they think they're doing something nice for him. Christmas Eve arrives and the whole town is gathered around the decorated coral tree, singing and waiting for Santa. They stay up all night, completely convinced that this magical gift giver is going to show up, because SpongeBob believed it so strongly that he made them believe it too. Of course, Santa doesn't come. Reality crashes down hard. Everyone leaves disappointed and angry, calling SpongeBob a liar and saying he wasted their time. This is the moment when most people would say, "I told you so," and walk away feeling superior. But then something beautiful happens. SpongeBob, heartbroken and humiliated, still gives Squidward a handmade present. He carved a clarinet out of driftwood with Squidward's name on it, complete with little wooden Squidwards that pop out when you press a button. Even in his lowest moment, SpongeBob's first instinct is still kindness. This is what breaks Squidward. He realizes that SpongeBob was genuinely trying to spread joy. All the decorating, the letter writing, the excitement, it was all about making other people happy. And Squidward, who spent the whole episode being cynical and mean, suddenly understands what real Christmas spirit looks like. So Squidward dresses up as Santa and shows up at SpongeBob's house. But here's where the lesson gets even deeper. The kindness doesn't stop with just making SpongeBob feel better. A little girl shows up asking for a present, and Squidward, despite having no plan and no gifts, gives her a wrench. And she loves it. Then more people show up, and Squidward ends up giving away everything he owns, his furniture, his food, his belongings, just to keep the Christmas magic alive that SpongeBob started. A guy who spent the entire episode complaining about Christmas ends up sacrificing everything to preserve the joy that one person's kindness created. The episode ends with the real Santa actually showing up, proving that SpongeBob was right all along, But that's not really the point. The point is that SpongeBob's genuine enthusiasm and kindness transformed an entire community. He took people who had never heard of Christmas and turned them into believers. He took a cynical grouch like Squidward and turned him into someone willing to give away everything to make others happy. This episode teaches us something uncomfortable about kindness. It works, even when it seems stupid. SpongeBob's unwavering belief in magic and goodness changed everyone around him. His kindness spread through the community like a virus, infecting even the most resistant people. The controversial truth here is that most of us are more like Squidward than SpongeBob. We see genuine enthusiasm, and our first instinct is to be skeptical, to point out why it won't work, to protect ourselves from disappointment. But SpongeBob shows us that sometimes the naive person who believes in goodness and spreads joy is actually the smartest person in the room. Kindness really is contagious, but only if someone is brave enough to be the first one to spread it. SpongeBob didn't wait for someone else to bring Christmas to Bikini Bottom. He did it himself, with nothing but pure excitement and love for his community. And by the end of the episode, even the biggest grouch in town was willing to sacrifice everything to keep that kindness alive. Let's dive into another powerful truth that most people don't want to hear. Hard work has its own rewards. Employee of the Month gives us one of the most controversial takes on work ethic you'll ever see in a cartoon. SpongeBob has won Employee of the Month 26 times in a row, and he genuinely believes the award matters. Meanwhile, everyone around him thinks he's an idiot for caring so much about a job that pays minimum wage. Here's the setup that makes this episode so brilliant. SpongeBob works at a fast food restaurant. He flips burgers for a living. In most people's eyes, this is the kind of job you're supposed to hate, the kind of work you do while you're waiting for your real career to start. But SpongeBob approaches his job like he's performing surgery or running a Fortune 500 company. The episode starts with SpongeBob reminding Squidward that Employee of the Month judging is about to begin. Squidward immediately tells him the award is a scam, that Mr. Krabs only gives it out to make employees work harder for no extra money. This is where most people would nod along and agree with Squidward. After all, he's just being realistic about how corporate employers manipulate their workers. But SpongeBob completely rejects this cynical view. He tells Squidward that having pride in your work is the only thing that makes it all worthwhile. Think about that for a second. SpongeBob just said that pride in your work is more valuable than money, recognition, or career advancement. In today's world, that sounds almost insane. When Mr. Krabs warns SpongeBob that Squidward might actually win this time, SpongeBob panics. The thought of losing the award genuinely devastates him. He starts imagining Squidward's picture on the wall, laughing at him. Most people would say SpongeBob is taking this way too seriously, but that's exactly the point. SpongeBob starts working even harder, trying to flip patties twice as fast. When a patty gets stuck to the ceiling, he's mortified. He begs Squidward not to tell Mr. Krabs because it might hurt his chances of winning. For SpongeBob, even the smallest mistake feels like a failure because he holds himself to impossibly high standards. Then something interesting happens. SpongeBob starts to doubt himself. He wonders if Squidward is right about the award being meaningless, but instead of giving up, he has a conversation with his Employee of the Month photos on the wall. His past achievements literally give him a pep talk, telling him this is war and he needs to fight for what he believes in. This is where the episode gets wild. SpongeBob decides he has to stop Squidward from winning, so he sneaks into Squidward's house in the middle of the night to destroy his alarm clocks. He digs holes in front of Squidward's door, boards up windows, and sets elaborate traps. SpongeBob essentially becomes a workplace saboteur, all in the name of winning an award that pays nothing extra. But here's the thing, Squidward gets pulled into the competition too. Despite claiming the award is worthless, he can't resist the challenge when SpongeBob questions his competence. Squidward says he could win Employee of the Month with his tentacles tied, and suddenly he's just as invested in the competition as SpongeBob. The two spend the entire night setting traps for each other, neither one getting any sleep. They drag anchors and boats, trying to tire each other out. When morning comes, they're both exhausted but still determined to outwork each other. The climax happens when they both arrive at the Krusty Krab and start competing to see who can be the better employee. SpongeBob cleans floors so aggressively he breaks the mop. Squidward cleans tables so hard he breaks them in half. They start cooking Krabby Patties at superhuman speed, trying to prove who's more dedicated. The result, they make so many patties that the entire Krusty Krab explodes. Thousands of burgers rain down from the sky, and people think they're getting free food. Mr. Krabs is furious because his restaurant is destroyed and people are eating his product without paying. Most people would look at this ending and say it proves Squidward was right all along, that caring too much about work just leads to disaster. But that's missing the real lesson. The episode never actually says SpongeBob was wrong to care about his job. The disaster happens because they turned work into a competition instead of focusing on the actual purpose of the job. SpongeBob's original approach to work, taking pride in doing his best, caring about quality, wanting to excel, was actually perfect. The problem started when he let fear and competition corrupt his pure work ethic. When he was just focused on being the best employee he could be, he won 26 months in a row and was genuinely happy. The controversial truth this episode teaches is that finding meaning in your work doesn't depend on what other people think of your job. SpongeBob flips burgers, but he approaches it with the same dedication that others bring to prestigious careers. He works hard because he believes good work is its own reward. This lesson hits different in a world where everyone talks about quiet quitting and doing the bare minimum at work. SpongeBob shows us what happens when you bring passion and excellence to whatever job you have, regardless of how others perceive it. The fulfillment he gets from his work isn't dependent on salary, prestige, or even recognition from others. The episode ends without revealing who won the award, but that's the point. The real reward was never the plaque on the wall. It was the satisfaction SpongeBob got from caring about something and giving it his all. Even when the competition corrupted that pure motivation, his underlying belief that work should matter never wavered. SpongeBob's work ethic teaches us that you can choose to find dignity and purpose in any job, or you can choose to be miserable and cynical. The work itself doesn't determine your experience. Your attitude toward the work does. And sometimes the person who seems naive for caring too much is actually the wisest person in the room. Now we come to a lesson that most people struggle with their entire lives: stay true to yourself. The smoking peanut shows us what happens when guilt eats away at someone who did something wrong, and how being honest, even when it costs you everything, is the only way to live with yourself. SpongeBob throws a peanut at a sleeping oyster and spends the entire episode wrestling with whether to confess or keep his mouth shut. In the episode, SpongeBob and Patrick visit the zoo on free day to see Clamu, the giant performing oyster. But when they get to Oyster Stadium, Clamu is fast asleep. Patrick gets bored and starts to leave, but SpongeBob really wants to see the show, so he does what most people would probably do. He throws a peanut at the oyster to wake it up. The oyster wakes up all right, but instead of performing tricks, she starts wailing at the top of her lungs and thrashing around violently. Zoo workers rush in trying to calm her down, but she's completely out of control. The whole zoo has to evacuate because there's nothing more dangerous than an emotionally disturbed oyster. When a zoo worker asks SpongeBob and Patrick if they did anything to cause this disaster, Patrick immediately says no and calls anyone who would upset a gentle giant a jerk. SpongeBob hides his bag of peanuts and agrees. This is the moment where SpongeBob makes his choice: lie and protect himself, or tell the truth and face the consequences. Most people would probably make the same choice SpongeBob makes. It was just a peanut. He didn't mean any harm. Nobody saw him do it. Why ruin his life over an accident? But that's exactly what makes this episode so powerful. It shows how that harmless lie starts eating away at him immediately. SpongeBob goes home thinking he can just forget about it and move on. He tells himself it will all blow over by tomorrow. Then he turns on the TV and sees that Clamu's crying is so loud it can be heard around the world. The news calls whoever did this cruel, careless, and evil. They show people in different countries covering their ears because the sound is so powerful. This is where SpongeBob's guilt really kicks in. He tries to get advice from Squidward and Sandy, but both of them are furious about what happened and want to find and punish whoever is responsible. Sandy literally rips a phone book in half to show what she'll do to the culprit. SpongeBob realizes he can't confess to anyone because they'll all hate him. Meanwhile, Patrick decides to investigate the crime. He's running around playing detective, looking for clues, determined to catch the person who upset Clamu. The irony is that Patrick is SpongeBob's best friend, but SpongeBob can't even tell him the truth because Patrick already said anyone who would do this is a jerk. The guilt gets so bad that SpongeBob starts falling apart. SpongeBob gets so nervous that his body parts scatter and reattach in the wrong places. He's becoming a physical mess because of the mental stress of lying. Then the police show up. They question SpongeBob about being at the zoo, about the peanut, about being with Patrick. SpongeBob confesses to everything they ask, but instead of arresting him, they arrest Patrick. The police somehow conclude that Patrick is the culprit based on the evidence Patrick himself gathered while investigating. This is SpongeBob's worst nightmare, that his best friend is being punished for something SpongeBob did. Patrick gets taken to Oyster Stadium, where an angry crowd starts throwing peanuts at him as revenge. Patrick even accepts the punishment, saying he gets what he deserves. Most people would probably let their friend take the fall rather than admit they were the real criminal. After all, Patrick seems okay with it, and SpongeBob would only make things worse by confessing now. But SpongeBob can't live with himself knowing an innocent person is being punished for his mistake. So he runs to the stadium and stops the crowd. He admits that he threw the peanut. He apologizes to Clamu, to Patrick, and to everyone in Bikini Bottom. He says he knows what he did was wrong and he's sorry. This takes incredible courage because he knows everyone will hate him, and he might face serious consequences. The crowd immediately decides to throw peanuts at both SpongeBob and Patrick. But before they can, a zoo worker reveals that Mr. Krabs is the real criminal. He stole Clamu's pearl, which was actually an egg. The oyster was crying because someone stole her baby. Here's the beautiful part of this episode. SpongeBob was technically innocent the whole time. The peanut didn't cause Clamu's distress. But SpongeBob didn't know that when he confessed. He was willing to face punishment and hatred for something he believed he had done wrong. That's what real integrity looks like. The episode teaches us that being authentic means taking responsibility for your actions, even when it's scary or costly. SpongeBob could have stayed quiet and let Patrick take the blame. Nobody would have ever known the truth, but living with that lie was destroying him from the inside. Staying true to yourself means being honest even when honesty hurts. It means admitting your mistakes even when you could get away with hiding them. It means caring more about doing the right thing than protecting yourself from consequences. SpongeBob shows us that authenticity requires courage, but it's the only way to live with yourself and maintain genuine relationships with others. If you're still watching our video, be sure to subscribe to our channel. Another lesson that'll change how you see challenges. Patience is a virtue. Pizza delivery takes SpongeBob and Squidward on what should be a simple delivery job and turns it into an epic survival story that tests every ounce of patience they have. What starts as a quick trip around the corner becomes a desert odyssey that proves good things really do come to those who persevere through challenges. The whole mess begins with a last-minute phone call to the Krusty Krab. Someone wants pizza delivered, and Mr. Krabs, seeing dollar signs, quickly agrees even though they don't make pizza or do deliveries. He smashes some Krabby Patties into a pizza shape, throws it in a box, and sends SpongeBob and Squidward off to deliver it. Simple enough, right? Wrong. SpongeBob doesn't have his driver's license yet, but Squidward doesn't want to drive either. He tells SpongeBob it's just around the corner and to do what he does in driving school. This is where patience first becomes crucial. SpongeBob needs to stay calm and follow instructions. But when Squidward starts yelling, "Back it up," SpongeBob panics and reverses the boat for miles and miles until they run out of gas in the middle of a desert. Most people would lose their minds at this point. They're stranded in the wilderness with no transportation, no supplies, and a pizza that's getting cold. Squidward definitely loses his patience. He kicks the boat in frustration, which causes it to start up and drive away without them. Now they're really stuck. But SpongeBob maintains his optimism and suggests they deliver the pizza on foot. This is where the episode becomes a masterclass in patience and perseverance. They face obstacle after obstacle. SpongeBob's pioneer tricks that almost get them run over by a truck, massive windstorms that blow them around like toys, and eventually a tornado that sucks them both up into the air. During the tornado scene, Squidward begs SpongeBob to let go of the pizza, but SpongeBob refuses because it's for the customer. The pizza actually saves their lives when it works like a parachute, but they land even further from civilization with no idea which way to go. SpongeBob suggests following the moss on a rock because moss always points to civilization, another pioneer trick. Squidward completely loses his patience here and goes the opposite direction, confident he knows better. The irony is that SpongeBob was right. The moss was pointing toward a nearby city, but because Squidward couldn't wait and trust the process, they end up walking even further into the desert. As time passes, both characters become exhausted and hungry. Squidward's patience completely breaks down and he demands they eat the pizza. He tries to tempt SpongeBob by opening the box and describing how good it looks, but SpongeBob resists because he knows they made a promise to deliver it. This internal struggle shows how patience often requires fighting against immediate gratification. The turning point comes when SpongeBob spots a large boulder and realizes they can ride it like the pioneers used to do. Squidward mocks this idea and goes on a rant about how all the pioneers are dead because they were idiots. But then SpongeBob proves him wrong by actually riding the rock, and suddenly they have a way to reach their destination. When they finally arrive at the customer's house, their patience is rewarded. Sort of. The customer is initially happy to get his pizza, but then he gets angry because there's no drink with it. Even though he didn't order a drink, he berates SpongeBob, throws the pizza in his face, and slams the door. This is the ultimate test of patience. After everything they went through, getting lost, facing tornadoes, walking for hours in the desert, the customer rejects their efforts over something he didn't even order. SpongeBob breaks down crying, and Squidward, who finally understands the value of SpongeBob's dedication, gets revenge by smashing the pizza in the customer's face. The episode reveals its final lesson about patience in the last scene. When they get back on the rock to go home, it turns out the customer's house was right across the street from the Krusty Krab the whole time. Their entire epic journey could have been avoided if they had just been patient enough to ask for better directions at the beginning. But here's the thing. Even though their journey was technically unnecessary, it wasn't wasted. SpongeBob's patience and determination throughout the ordeal showed his true character. His refusal to give up, his commitment to doing the right thing even when it was difficult, and his willingness to keep trying when everything went wrong. These qualities are exactly what patience teaches us. The episode shows us that patience means continuing to work toward your goal even when everything goes wrong, even when other people lose faith, and even when the reward seems impossible to reach. SpongeBob's patience turned what could have been a complete disaster into a story of perseverance that strengthened his character and earned Squidward's respect. Sometimes the journey teaches us more than the destination ever could. SpongeBob's epic pizza delivery proves that good things really do come to those who refuse to give up. Our next lesson comes from The Chaperone, and it's about staying true to yourself instead of becoming a fake version that you think others want to see. The Krusty Krab is completely dead. Mr. Krabs is standing next to a free salad bar trying to smile, but there's literally no one in the restaurant. Squidward is daydreaming about being a ballet dancer while SpongeBob obsessively cleans tables. Then Pearl crashes through the door crying so hard that she floods the entire place with her tears. Her long, tan, and handsome prom date just dumped her the day before the dance. Mr. Krabs is desperate to cheer up his daughter, so he suggests taking her himself, which makes her cry harder. Then he suggests Squidward, even worse reaction. Finally, he points to SpongeBob as the solution. Pearl is horrified. She tells her dad that taking the fry cook would ruin her reputation and get her kicked off the most frequently pictured in the yearbook committee, but with no other options, she agrees, on one condition. SpongeBob has to promise not to embarrass her and not to do that other thing you're always doing. Here's where SpongeBob makes the classic mistake. Instead of just being himself, he decides he needs to transform into someone completely different. He gets a magazine called Long, Tan, and Handsome and uses it as a blueprint to remake his entire identity. The transformation is ridiculous. SpongeBob builds himself massive stilts for legs, gets a spray tan, puts on fake eyelashes, and squeezes into a tuxedo. He's so tall now that he needs a crank system just to lower himself down to talk to people. But in his mind, this fake version is what Pearl and her cool friends will find acceptable. Prom night arrives, and everything that can go wrong does go wrong. His stilts make him completely unstable. When he tries to get punch, he can't reach anything and ends up covered in red liquid. During photos, he knocks over the backdrop. Pearl's friends ask to meet her date, and she's so embarrassed that she tries to hide him. The disaster reaches its peak when SpongeBob tries to dance. Everyone else is doing the whack, chaoting this synchronized chest-bumping move. SpongeBob claims he invented it, but when he tries to jump on his fake legs, he crashes into another couple and sends them flying through the food table. They smash through a painting, and the whole gym erupts in chaos. SpongeBob runs into the bathroom crying. He's convinced he's ruined everything by being a prom failure. Pearl follows him in and tries to comfort him, but SpongeBob is devastated. All his effort to be someone else has made everything worse. Then something beautiful happens. Pearl tells him she's actually having fun, and they decide to finish their dance. SpongeBob asks if he can still wear his wig, but this time, instead of trying to be sophisticated, he just starts being himself. He teaches everyone the sponge, this completely ridiculous dance that's pure SpongeBob energy. He's not trying to be cool anymore. He's singing about sticking your leg in the air and jamming the other one up there, twisting around and giving a big lunge. It's absurd and silly and totally authentic. And you know what happens? Everyone joins in. The whole prom transforms from this stuffy, formal event into a wild party. People are laughing and dancing and having the time of their lives. Sure, they're also getting injured left and right, and paramedics have to come in with stretchers, but everyone is genuinely enjoying themselves. Eventually, they all get thrown out because the dance destroys the decorations. But as they're walking home, Pearl drops the most important line in the episode. I knew it would be a disaster all along, but as far as disasters go, that was really fun. The episode ends with a brilliant twist. The SpongeBob that Mr. Krabs congratulates is actually a dummy. The real SpongeBob shows up to collect his prop, revealing that even he's learned to recognize when he's not being genuine. We've all been SpongeBob at some point. We've all tried to change ourselves to fit in or impress someone. Maybe you changed how you dress around certain people, or started liking different music, or pretended to have interests you don't actually have. The episode shows us that this strategy backfires every single time. When SpongeBob tries to be long, tan, and handsome, he becomes clumsy, uncomfortable, and miserable. Everything goes wrong because he's not operating as himself. He's trying to be this artificial version that doesn't actually work. But when he drops the act and just starts being SpongeBob again, magic happens. People embrace his weirdness. They want to join his ridiculous dance and be part of his authentic energy. The lesson couldn't be clearer. People can sense when you're being fake, and it makes them uncomfortable. But when you're genuinely yourself, even if that self is weird, silly, or unconventional, you give others permission to be authentic too. That's when real connection happens. SpongeBob teaches us that the right people will appreciate you for who you actually are, not for who you think you should be. And the people who don't appreciate the real you, they weren't worth impressing in the first place. If you're still watching the video, be sure to subscribe to our channel. Another lesson that SpongeBob teaches us comes from One Krabs Trash, and it's all about how greed can completely backfire on you. Mr. Krabs is having a yard sale, but calling it a fine antiques sale to trick people into paying more money. He's literally just dumping trash from garbage cans onto a rug and spraying air freshener on it to mask the smell. When customers come by, he lies about everything. Telling someone a broken umbrella belonged to the Queen of Switzerland, calling Patrick's old toilet plunger a 17th century soup ladle. SpongeBob shows up and falls in love with a soda drinking hat. He thinks it belonged to someone who was number 1 because of the number 1 printed on the front. Mr. Krabs sees this as another easy sale and charges him $10, money SpongeBob doesn't even have. The kid is so excited that he runs home to scrape together every penny he owns, searching through his couch cushions and piggy bank just to afford this hat. A collector walks up asking about the soda drinking hat. He offers $500 for it. Before Mr. Krabs can even respond, another collector offers $1,000. Then someone else offers $100,000. Finally, a guy in a rowboat floating on Mr. Krabs' own drool offers $1 million for that exact hat. Mr. Krabs realizes he just sold a $1 million item for $10. His greed kicks into overdrive. He can't stand the thought of losing all that money, so he decides he has to get the hat back from SpongeBob by any means necessary. First, he tries the honest approach, telling SpongeBob the hat makes him look like a girl. When SpongeBob asks if he's a pretty girl, Mr. Krabs actually says he's beautiful, which completely backfires. Then he tries offering SpongeBob a bag full of other novelty hats, one with a fan, one with a juicer, one that says Foxy Grandpa. SpongeBob refuses every offer because he's genuinely attached to his hat. So, Mr. Krabs escalates to outright deception. He draws a terrible ghost on a piece of paper, attaches it to a fishing line, and dangles it through SpongeBob's window at night while making spooky noises. He claims to be the ghost of soda drink hats, and tells SpongeBob the hat is cursed and must be returned to its original owner immediately. When SpongeBob asks who the owner was, Mr. Krabs panics and makes up a ridiculous name, Smitty Werbenjager Manjonson. He figures this fake name will end the whole charade, but it completely backfires. SpongeBob takes the curse seriously and actually finds a real grave with that exact name in the cemetery. Now, Mr. Krabs has to go dig up a grave in the middle of the night just to get this hat back. He's so consumed by greed that he's literally willing to defile someone's final resting place for money. When he finds the grave and starts digging, he even asks himself, am I really gonna defile this grave for money? His answer? Of course I am. But the universe has other plans. The moment Mr. Krabs takes the hat from the skeleton, Smitty Werbenjager Manjonson rises from the dead. When Mr. Krabs refuses to give the hat back, Smitty calls up an entire army of skeleton zombies to attack him. Mr. Krabs ends up fighting dozens of undead creatures with a swordfish skeleton as his weapon, shouting movie references and chopping up zombies left and right. He defeats the entire army and runs back to the collectors with his $1 million prize. But when he gets there, the collectors are laughing at him. Turns out they discovered a whole warehouse full of those exact same hats. They're completely worthless now. Meanwhile, SpongeBob walks by wearing a different hat, one with clapping hands, and all the collectors immediately chase after him, offering billions of dollars for that one instead. Mr. Krabs ends up with nothing. He throws the worthless hat away and breaks down crying while Squidward walks by and calls him a baby. The lesson here is brutal but important. Greed makes you do stupid, desperate things that usually backfire. Mr. Krabs could have just accepted his $10 profit and moved on with his life. Instead, his greed led him to lie, cheat, grave rob, and fight an army of the undead, all for absolutely nothing. The episode shows us that when you get too focused on what you might be missing out on, you end up losing what you already have. Mr. Krabs started the day making money from his yard sale. He ended it with nothing but regret, and the knowledge that his greed turned him into someone willing to disturb the dead for cash. SpongeBob, meanwhile, was perfectly happy with his $10 hat until Mr. Krabs' schemes took it away from him. Sometimes the best deal is the one you're not constantly trying to improve. Moving on to a lesson that hits close to home for anyone who's ever worked late shifts, Graveyard Shift shows us that even your dream job will have moments that absolutely suck. The Krusty Krab is closing at 8 p.m. like always. Squidward is ready to go home and spend time with his clarinet when a customer shows up asking for food. Squidward smugly points to the closed sign, but Mr. Krabs hears the magic word money and immediately changes everything. He tears up the closed sign and declares the Krusty Krab is now open 24 hours a day. SpongeBob is absolutely thrilled about this news. He sees working all night as the ultimate dream. More time at his beloved job, more opportunities to make Krabby Patties, and quality time with Squidward. He's singing about doing everything at night like it's the most exciting thing in the world. He's chopping lettuce at night, cleaning the bathroom at night, getting his hand burned on the grill at night. Mr. Krabs immediately leaves them alone to handle the night shift, saying he can't hang around all night because he has a life. So much for supporting his employees through this major change. At first, SpongeBob maintains his enthusiasm. He's doing all the tasks he never has time for during the busy day shift, washing the ceiling, deep cleaning everything. But then Squidward asks him to take out the trash, and suddenly SpongeBob's excitement hits a wall. The simple task of walking outside to the dumpster becomes terrifying because of the darkness. SpongeBob manages to do it, running outside screaming and coming back claiming it was piece of cake, but you can tell he's already starting to crack under the pressure of the night shift. Then Squidward, being Squidward, decides to mess with SpongeBob's head by making up a scary story about the hash-slinging slasher, a former fry cook, who cut off his hand, replaced it with a rusty spatula, got hit by a bus, and was fired at his own funeral. Now his ghost supposedly returns every Tuesday night to get revenge. The story includes 3 warning signs: lights flickering, phone calls with nobody there, and the arrival of the ghost bus. Squidward thinks he's being clever by scaring SpongeBob, but then all 3 signs actually start happening. The lights flicker on and off. Neither of them is touching the switch. Squidward tries to blame faulty wiring because the restaurant wasn't built to run 24 hours. The phone rings with nobody on the other end. Then a bus pulls up and drops off a shadowy figure with what looks like a spatula. Both SpongeBob and Squidward completely lose it. They're convinced they're about to die. SpongeBob confesses that he used Squidward's clarinet to unclog his toilet. Squidward admits he's always sort of liked SpongeBob. They're saying their final goodbyes. When the mysterious figure finally reaches the counter and steps into the light, he turns out to be just a normal guy looking for a job application. He brought his own spatula and explains he called earlier but hung up because he was nervous. The whole terrifying experience was just a series of coincidences. The lights were being flickered by Nosferatu the vampire, who apparently just enjoys messing with the light switch as a hobby. What makes this episode brilliant is that it shows how even SpongeBob, the most enthusiastic employee ever, can have a completely miserable work experience. His dream job at the Krusty Krab turned into a nightmare because of circumstances beyond his control. The night shift changed everything about the job he loves. The familiar became strange and scary. The routine tasks became difficult. His usual confidence disappeared. Even the most positive person can struggle when their work environment changes dramatically. The episode teaches us that loving your job doesn't protect you from having bad days, difficult shifts, or moments when you question your choices. SpongeBob spent the entire night terrified, stressed, and pushed to his limits despite working at the place he considers paradise. This is incredibly realistic. You can be passionate about your career and still have days when everything goes wrong. You can love your company and still hate certain policies or changes. You can be great at your job and still struggle when new challenges arise. The lesson here is that bad work days don't mean you chose the wrong path. Sometimes the job you love will test you, scare you, or push you outside your comfort zone. SpongeBob didn't stop loving the Krusty Krab because of one terrible night shift. He learned that even dream jobs come with difficult moments. The key is remembering that tough days are temporary, but your overall passion for what you do can carry you through them. Let's talk about a lesson from Texas that shows us how powerful it is to really appreciate the people in your life. Sandy is having a rough day at the beach with SpongeBob and Patrick. She builds a sand sculpture of Texas, but the tide washes it away immediately. When SpongeBob tries to cheer her up with karate, surfing, and jellyfishing, she turns down every activity. Finally, she admits she's feeling homesick. SpongeBob and Patrick want to help, so they blindfold Sandy and take her to her own tree dome, thinking this will make her feel better. Instead, it makes everything worse. Sandy starts crying, runs inside, and pulls down metal shutters to block everyone out. Then Sandy climbs to the top of her dome and starts singing this heartbreaking song about missing Texas. She's singing about wide open skies, 20 acres, barbecues, and pecan pies. The song is so sad that everyone in Bikini Bottom starts crying. People at the Krusty Krab, random fish on the street, even Mr. Krabs gets emotional and accidentally hits himself with the cash register. SpongeBob realizes Sandy is seriously considering leaving Bikini Bottom forever. When they go to visit her, she's already packed her bags and waiting for the bus back to Texas. She tells them she's tired of fish food and can't bear to say goodbye to everyone because it would be too sad. SpongeBob panics. He's about to lose one of his best friends, and his first attempts to convince her to stay fail completely. That's when Patrick accidentally gives him the perfect solution by insulting Texas, calling it dumb. Sandy gets so angry that she comes back off the bus to defend her home state. SpongeBob realizes this anger can be weaponized to help Sandy, so he and Patrick start deliberately insulting Texas. They're doing impressions, calling the stars dull and dim, and SpongeBob even transforms his body into the shape of Texas just to mock it. Sandy is furious and chases them with a lasso, threatening to be on them like Ugly on an ape. SpongeBob and Patrick run for their lives, leading Sandy straight toward the Krusty Krab, where their surprise party is waiting. The chase is intense. Sandy crashes through rocks, lassos Patrick, causing what looks like a nuclear explosion, and almost catches SpongeBob at the last second. When she pulls on her lasso while SpongeBob holds onto the Krusty Krab door, the entire front of the building gets torn off, revealing the surprise inside. Everyone yells, "Howdy, y'all!" And Sandy sees that SpongeBob has organized a whole Texas-themed party for her. There's square dancing, Flats holding an actual square, barbecues, Squidward holding a spiky letter Q, pecan pies, Pearl with a pie that has a can of peas in it, and 10-gallon hats, SpongeBob and Patrick wearing actual 10-gallon water jugs. The execution is terrible. SpongeBob clearly doesn't understand anything about Texas culture, but Sandy starts laughing instead of crying. She explains that home is about being surrounded by people who care about you. That's when it hits her. All these people just threw her a party. They spent time and effort trying to make her happy. They care enough about her to do ridiculous things like wear water jugs on their heads. She realizes she's been looking for home in the wrong place. She's been home all along. Sandy decides to stay in Bikini Bottom because she finally understands what SpongeBob was trying to show her. The people around her are family. The episode teaches us something most people get backwards. We spend so much time thinking about who appreciates us, but the real magic happens when we actively appreciate others. SpongeBob showed he cared through actions. The party itself was a disaster, but that wasn't the point. The point was that SpongeBob noticed Sandy was hurting and did something about it. He organized an entire event to lift her spirits. This is what real friendship looks like. When someone you care about is struggling, you don't wait for them to ask for help. You don't assume they'll figure it out on their own. You step up and do something meaningful, even if you're not sure how to do it perfectly. Sandy's realization that home is where people care about you is profound. You can live in the most beautiful place in the world and feel lonely, or you can live underwater in a pineapple and feel completely at home because of the people around you. SpongeBob shows us that appreciating your friends means more than just feeling grateful for them. It means putting in effort to understand what they need and then taking action to provide it. If you're still watching, make sure to subscribe to our channel. The next big lesson SpongeBob delivers comes through no weenies allowed, and it's a harsh truth about shortcuts. They almost always end up costing you more than just doing things the right way from the start. SpongeBob desperately wants to be seen as tough, but instead of actually becoming tough, he tries every trick in the book to fake it. The results are both hilarious and deeply embarrassing. SpongeBob and Sandy are doing karate at Goo Lagoon when Sandy completely dominates him, launching him so far that he crashes into a line of tough-looking fish. These guys are waiting to get into the salty spittoon, which is supposedly the toughest sailor club in Bikini Bottom. Only the strongest, most intimidating fish can get inside. The bouncer, Reg, immediately lets Sandy in because she's genuinely tough. She literally rips off his mom tattoo and flips it upside down to spell wow. But when SpongeBob tries to prove his toughness by opening a ketchup bottle, he fails miserably and has to ask for hot water. Reg laughs him off and suggests he go to Weenie Hut Juniors instead, or even Super Weenie Hut Juniors. SpongeBob is humiliated. He desperately wants to be seen as tough, so he starts trying every trick he can think of to fool Reg. First, he tells a story about stubbing his toe while watering his spice garden and only crying for 20 minutes. When that doesn't work, he gets a fake wig to disguise himself. Then he poses as a tattoo on someone's arm and dances when the guy flexes. Every single attempt fails because Reg sees right through them. SpongeBob is trying to shortcut his way into toughness instead of actually developing any real strength or courage. Meanwhile, SpongeBob ends up at Weenie Hut Juniors, which is exactly what it sounds like, a restaurant for wimps. The robot server keeps calling him a weenie and even scans him to confirm it. The nerds there talk about special days like Mega Weenie Monday and Double Weenie Wednesday. SpongeBob is mortified to be associated with this place. The nerds at Weenie Hut Juniors suggest that SpongeBob needs to win a fight to prove his toughness. Since he's obviously not strong enough to beat anyone for real, they recommend staging a fake fight. Patrick agrees to help by pretending to lose. The plan starts out perfectly. SpongeBob and Patrick trade insults to make the fight look realistic, but then SpongeBob calls Patrick Tubby, which genuinely hurts Patrick's feelings. Patrick gets so angry that he punches SpongeBob in the eye, giving him a real black eye. SpongeBob reminds Patrick that he's supposed to let him win, so Patrick switches to beating himself up as if an invisible person is attacking him. He throws himself around, gives himself a wedgie, and launches himself into the background while screaming. Reg is amazed. He thinks SpongeBob beat up Patrick without even touching him, which seems impossible and therefore incredibly tough. Finally impressed, Reg lets SpongeBob into the salty spittoon. SpongeBob is ecstatic. He runs into the club declaring it's the happiest day of his life. But within seconds, he slips on an ice cube and injures himself so badly that he ends up in the hospital covered in bandages. When the doctor asks what happened, SpongeBob says he slipped on an ice cube and got boo-boos. The doctor immediately suggests he should go to Weenie Hut General instead of a real hospital. The irony is perfect. SpongeBob spent the entire episode trying different schemes to fake his way into the tough guy club. Every shortcut failed because they were artificial. Wigs, fake stories, disguises. But when he accidentally created a situation that looked genuinely impressive, Patrick beating himself up, he finally got in. Then reality hit immediately. All his scheming to get into the club was pointless because he really was too weak to handle being there. The moment he stepped inside, he hurt himself doing the most basic thing, walking. The episode teaches us that shortcuts are usually just elaborate ways of avoiding the real work. SpongeBob wanted the reputation of being tough without actually developing any toughness. He wanted the status without earning it. When you try to fake your way into something, you're setting yourself up for failure in two ways. First, people can usually tell when you're being fake, so your shortcuts often don't even work. Second, even if you do trick your way in, you'll be exposed as soon as you have to actually perform. SpongeBob's hospital visit proves that belonging somewhere means more than just getting through the door. You need to actually be capable of handling what's inside. No amount of clever schemes can replace genuine preparation and authentic qualification. The real lesson is that the time you spend trying to find shortcuts could be better spent actually developing the skills you need to succeed legitimately. This episode also reveals something uncomfortable about our society. We're often more impressed by the appearance of success than actual competence. Reg was ready to let SpongeBob in based on what looked like an incredible display of power, even though it was completely fake. We see this everywhere in real life. People getting jobs because they interview well rather than because they can do the work. Influencers becoming famous for looking successful rather than actually achieving anything meaningful. SpongeBob's story is a warning about both sides of this problem. Don't be the person trying to fake your way in, but also don't be so easily fooled by impressive-looking shortcuts that others are taking. Real strength, real skill, and real achievement take time to develop. There's no substitute for putting in the actual work, even when it's less glamorous than the quick fixes everyone else seems to be trying. A lesson that cuts deep comes from Dump, teaching us one of life's hardest truths. Sometimes you have to learn to let go, even when it breaks your heart. SpongeBob and Gary are having a perfect day playing tag when Patrick joins them. At first, everything seems normal, just three friends having fun together, but then Gary starts acting differently around Patrick. He purrs and rubs against him, crawling all over Patrick's body. SpongeBob explains that this is just Gary's way of showing he likes someone, and they all laugh about it. When evening comes, SpongeBob expects to take Gary home like always, but Gary seems reluctant to leave Patrick, so Patrick suggests Gary stay over for the night. SpongeBob thinks this is wonderful, his two best friends having a sleepover together. The next morning, everything changes. When Patrick and Gary show up at SpongeBob's house, Gary completely ignores SpongeBob. Patrick demonstrates how Gary follows him everywhere now, running around SpongeBob's house with Gary chasing after him. When SpongeBob tries to get Gary's attention, Gary doesn't even look at him. SpongeBob starts panicking. He tries everything to win Gary back, showing him his favorite slime-covered ball, offering him snail nip, even pretending to be trapped in his window. But Gary is too busy playing with Patrick to notice any of it. Finally, SpongeBob loses his temper and demands that Gary come home with him immediately. Patrick suggests they let Gary choose for himself. SpongeBob is confident Gary will pick him after all. He's the one who feeds Gary, houses him, takes care of him when he's sick, and massages his eye stalks when they're sore. But when Gary is given the choice, he crawls straight to Patrick. SpongeBob is devastated. What happens next shows how badly SpongeBob handles loss. Instead of accepting Gary's decision, he goes into complete denial mode. He gets a series of replacement pets to prove he doesn't need Gary. First comes Rex, a worm that SpongeBob claims is loyal and trustworthy. Rex immediately abandons him and hitchhikes out of town on a bus. Then SpongeBob brings home Larry, another snail with a terrible attitude. Larry hisses at his food, destroys his newspaper bed, takes over SpongeBob's actual bed, and shows no appreciation for SpongeBob's jokes. SpongeBob even mentions he has another pet named Jerry, but none of these replacements can fill the hole Gary left behind. When Patrick and Gary come over to do laundry, SpongeBob completely breaks down. He begs Gary to come back, promising there will be no rules anymore. Gary can destroy the furniture, use the whole world as his litter box, have 24-hour access to the fridge, and scratch up SpongeBob's prized driftwood carving of Squidward. SpongeBob is so desperate that he's willing to let Gary destroy everything he owns. Patrick tells SpongeBob to stop living in the past and face reality. Gary has made his choice, and SpongeBob needs to accept it. But then the truth comes out. When Patrick puts his shorts in the washing machine, Gary immediately crawls in after them. Patrick thinks Gary only liked him for his shorts, but SpongeBob realizes what really happened. Gary was attracted to the cookie in Patrick's pocket. Once Gary eats the cookie, he immediately returns to SpongeBob. The episode ends with SpongeBob and Gary reunited, while Patrick is left heartbroken saying, "I thought what we had was special." The lesson here is complicated and honestly pretty harsh. SpongeBob thought he was learning to let go, but it turned out Gary never actually wanted to leave, he just wanted Patrick's cookie. So in some ways, SpongeBob's refusal to accept the situation was vindicated, but the real lesson is about how we handle the fear of loss. SpongeBob's behavior when he thought Gary was leaving shows exactly what not to do. He became possessive, desperate, and controlling. He tried to replace Gary with substitutes instead of dealing with his emotions. He made wild promises he couldn't keep just to get Gary back. The episode teaches us that when someone we love seems to be pulling away, our natural instinct is to hold on tighter, but that desperation usually pushes people away even more. Real love means being willing to let someone go if that's what makes them happy, even when it destroys you. SpongeBob got lucky that Gary's departure was temporary and based on a misunderstanding, but most of the time in real life, when someone chooses to leave, they mean it. Learning to accept that reality with grace and dignity is one of the hardest things we ever have to do. What makes this episode particularly brilliant is how it shows both sides of the equation. SpongeBob experiences the pain of thinking he's been abandoned by someone he loves, while Patrick experiences the joy of thinking he's found a new companion. By the end, their roles are completely reversed. SpongeBob gets his happy ending while Patrick is left with the heartbreak SpongeBob was feeling throughout most of the episode. This reversal teaches us that relationships are fragile and can change quickly. The episode also shows us how our own insecurity can make us misread situations completely. SpongeBob assumed Gary was leaving him for Patrick when Gary was really just interested in food. How often do we jump to the worst conclusions? about people's motivations, when the reality is much simpler and less threatening than we imagined. Before we get into our next lesson, make sure to subscribe and let's get back to the video. Now let's talk about a lesson that comes from procrastination, and it's something every creative person struggles with. The harder you try to force creativity, the more it runs away from you. Mrs. Puff assigned SpongeBob's class an 800-word essay on what not to do at a stoplight due the next morning. While everyone else groans about the assignment, SpongeBob is absolutely thrilled. He can't wait to get home and write what he calls the greatest essay of all time. SpongeBob sets up his workspace perfectly. He has his paper, his pencil, and the ideal writing environment. He's so excited that he kisses his pencil and little hearts fly out of it. He writes his title and his name, declaring the essay pure gold before he's even started the actual content. Then he tries to write the first sentence, and everything falls apart. SpongeBob spends hours staring at the blank page. He's written exactly one word, the. That's it. The more he tries to force words onto the page, the more his mind goes completely blank. So he starts looking for distractions to help his creativity. First, he decides he needs to get his blood pumping with some calisthenics. Then he feeds Gary an enormous amount of food, claiming he can't work knowing Gary might be hungry. After that, he cleans his entire kitchen until it's sparkling chrome because he can't work knowing there's a mess. When he finally sits back down, he's only managed to write the word "the" in fancy lettering, so he takes a break to pace around and think. Then he calls Patrick in the middle of the night, pretending he wants to have a conversation, but really just avoiding the essay. Patrick calls him out immediately, saying, "SpongeBob, you and I both know that you're just using me as a distraction, so you don't have to write your essay." When SpongeBob tries to deny it, Patrick hangs up on him. SpongeBob continues finding excuses. He gets distracted by eraser shavings on his paper, then needs water when he accidentally swallows one while trying to blow them away. That makes him hungry, so he spends time deciding between white bread, rye, or pumpernickel for a sandwich he never actually makes. When the mailman arrives with a package, SpongeBob tries to engage him in philosophical conversation about mail delivery chains. The mailman cuts him off with, "Don't you have a paper to write?" and walks away. SpongeBob starts getting paranoid that everyone knows about his essay. A news report on TV mentions his unfinished assignment. His furniture starts talking to him, trying to distract him further. His pants run away, his house catches fire, and everything spirals into a nightmare where all his possessions are conspiring against him. SpongeBob wakes up from this anxiety dream with only 5 minutes before class starts. He's still got just one word written. In desperation, he suddenly realizes that everything he did while procrastinating, feeding Gary, making sandwiches, calling friends, lighting candles, choking on eraser shavings, are all things you shouldn't do at a stoplight. He frantically writes down all his procrastination activities and finishes the 800-word essay just in time. When he gets to school, excited to turn in his work, he finds the classroom empty. Mrs. Puff explains that she had to cancel the assignment for a teacher's convention, and they're just going to take a field trip to see a stoplight instead. SpongeBob rips his essay in half, then rips himself in half. The lesson here is brutal, but important. Creativity cannot be forced. The more pressure you put on yourself to be creative right now, the more your brain shuts down. SpongeBob's best ideas came when he finally stopped trying so hard and just wrote down what had actually happened to him. Every writer, artist, or creative person knows this feeling. You sit down with the perfect setup, the perfect tools, the perfect environment, and absolutely nothing comes out. Then you spend hours doing everything except the creative work, telling yourself each distraction is somehow helping the process. The controversial truth is that most writer's block or creative blocks happen because we're trying too hard to create something perfect instead of just creating something. SpongeBob was so focused on writing the greatest essay of all time that he couldn't write anything at all. His breakthrough came when he stopped trying to write a perfect essay and just wrote about his actual experience. The irony is that his procrastination became the content of his essay. His failure became his success. The real lesson is that creativity flows best when you're not strangling it with expectations. Sometimes the best work comes from just starting with whatever you have, even if it's messy or imperfect. SpongeBob's essay ended up being exactly what it needed to be. Not because he forced it, but because he finally let it happen naturally. Stop trying so hard to be creative, and creativity will find you. Another crucial lesson surfaces in Shanghaied teaching us that getting exactly what you wish for might be the worst thing that could happen to you. SpongeBob is eating his Kelpo cereal when a massive anchor crashes through his house. He naively thinks the sky had a baby, while Squidward correctly identifies it as a ship's anchor. When the anchor shifts and destroys Squidward's house too, an angry Squidward climbs the anchor rope to complain to whoever dropped it, with SpongeBob and Patrick following behind. They discover the anchor belongs to the Flying Dutchman's ghost ship. SpongeBob innocently tells the Dutchman that Squidward wants to complain about his dirty ship and lazy anchor-dropping habits. The Flying Dutchman responds by repeatedly zapping Squidward with fire, then forces all three of them to become his ghostly crew for eternity. When Squidward keeps complaining, the Dutchman tosses him into the Fly of Despair, a chaotic dimension that looks like absolute nightmare fuel. SpongeBob and Patrick are terrified into cooperation, but they're terrible at being scary pirates. Their idea of frightening people involves magic finger tricks and bubble blowing, which completely defeats the purpose. Eventually, the Flying Dutchman gets fed up and decides to just eat SpongeBob and Patrick instead. They manage to steal his dining sock. Apparently, he can't eat without it, which leads to a standoff. When they threaten to stretch out the elastic, the desperate Dutchman offers them 3 wishes in exchange for the sock's safe return. This is where everything goes wrong. Patrick immediately wastes the first wish by saying, "I wish we had known that earlier." The clock literally turns back 1 minute, accomplishing nothing except using up 1 wish. SpongeBob gets excited and wastes the second wish by saying, "I wish Squidward were here to see this," which teleports Squidward back from his safe escape at home. Now they're down to 1 wish, and all 3 characters start fighting over who gets it. The Flying Dutchman settles the argument using Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Moe, but the episode originally had 3 different endings depending on who won. In Patrick's ending, he wishes for gum that never loses its flavor. The Flying Dutchman eats all 3 of them, and they spend eternity inside his stomach still chewing gum and begging to be let out. In Squidward's ending, he wishes he had never met SpongeBob and Patrick. The wish is granted, but they're all still trapped on the ship. Now SpongeBob and Patrick don't know who Squidward is, so they try to introduce themselves while the Flying Dutchman eats them anyway. In SpongeBob's ending, he wishes the Flying Dutchman was a vegetarian. They think they've won when they appear back home, but they've actually been turned into fruit and placed in a blender. The now hippie Flying Dutchman chases them around his ship, trying to make a smoothie. Every single wish backfires spectacularly. The characters think they're being clever, but they're actually making their situations worse. Patrick's wish is completely pointless. Having eternal fresh breath doesn't help when you're trapped forever. Squidward's wish creates a monkey's paw scenario where he gets exactly what he asked for, but it doesn't solve his actual problem. Even SpongeBob's seemingly smart wish has a loophole that the Dutchman exploits. This episode perfectly captures why "be careful what you wish for" is such enduring advice. When people are desperate or stressed, they make wishes without thinking through the consequences. They focus on the immediate problem instead of considering how their solution might create new problems. Patrick wasted his wish on something trivial because he was nervous and spoke without thinking. Squidward made an emotional wish driven by frustration rather than strategy. SpongeBob came closest to a good wish, but even he didn't consider that vegetarians still eat plants. The real lesson here is that magical solutions to problems usually aren't as magical as they seem. If you could have anything you wanted with no effort or cost, what would go wrong? The answer is probably everything. The episode also shows how desperation makes people bad decision makers. When you're panicking about being eaten by a ghost pirate, you don't have time to carefully consider the exact wording of your wishes or think through potential loopholes. Real life works the same way. When we're desperate for quick fixes, we often make choices that seem good in the moment, but create bigger problems later. The Flying Dutchman represents how the universe tends to give you exactly what you ask for, not what you actually want. If you wish to never meet certain people, you might get that wish in the worst possible way. Sometimes not getting what you think you want is actually the best possible outcome. What makes this episode particularly brilliant is how it shows the difference between fantasy thinking and reality. All 3 characters had been dreaming of escape from their situation, but when they finally got the power to change everything, their fantasies crumbled under the weight of actual consequences. The episode also demonstrates how our wishes often reflect our character flaws. Patrick's wish reveals his tendency to focus on trivial things instead of important ones. Squidward's wish shows his selfishness. He'd rather erase his relationships than deal with minor annoyances. SpongeBob's wish, while more thoughtful, still shows his naive belief that changing someone's nature will automatically solve problems. In real life, we see this same pattern constantly. People wish for wealth without considering how it might change their relationships. They wish for fame without thinking about privacy. They wish for easier jobs without realizing they might become bored or unfulfilled. The episode reminds us that every solution creates new problems, and every dream come true opens the door to new nightmares. Here's another massive lesson that people seriously underestimate. Even small lies can spiral into bigger problems. Naughty Nautical Neighbors shows us exactly how one person's dishonesty can destroy relationships and create chaos for everyone involved. Squidward is having a peaceful day, enjoying his fancy souffle when SpongeBob and Patrick start playing with bubble messages in his backyard. They're whispering sweet things to each other through bubbles, totally innocent fun between best friends. But their laughter is ruining Squidward's quiet moment, so he decides to mess with them using what seems like a harmless prank. He takes some liquid from his souffle and starts making his own bubbles. But these bubbles carry fake messages. Squidward mimics SpongeBob's voice and sends Patrick a bubble saying, "Patrick, you are the dumbest idiot it has ever been my misfortune to know." Then he switches sides and sends SpongeBob fake messages from Patrick, calling him ugly, and saying yellow is an ugly color. Each lie gets a little meaner, a little more personal. What makes this so brilliant is that Squidward thinks he's being clever. He believes he can control exactly what happens, make them fight, get some peace and quiet, then everything goes back to normal. Just a little white lie to solve his noise problem. But lies have their own momentum, and once you start, they multiply faster than you can control them. The fake messages work perfectly. SpongeBob and Patrick start yelling at each other, calling each other names, getting angrier by the minute. They declare they never want to see each other again and storm off to their houses. Squidward sits back with his souffle, laughing at how well his plan worked. But then, something unexpected happens. He chokes on his fork and starts dying. Patrick sees Squidward choking and saves his life with CPR. Suddenly, Squidward owes Patrick a debt, and he accidentally calls Patrick his friend while thanking him. Now Patrick thinks they're best buddies and wants to hang out. Meanwhile, SpongeBob is sitting alone in his house, drawing faces on his fingers because he's so lonely without his real friend. Squidward realizes his small lie created a much bigger problem. He wanted peace and quiet, but now he's stuck dealing with Patrick, who wants to be his new best friend. So he tries to fix things by manipulating the situation even more. He invites SpongeBob over and tries to make him his friend instead, but then Patrick shows up in his bathtub uninvited. Now both SpongeBob and Patrick are fighting over who gets to be Squidward's best friend. The situation keeps getting worse. Squidward's house becomes a battleground where SpongeBob and Patrick compete for his attention. They're angry at each other, Squidward is miserable, and everyone's relationships are completely messed up, all because Squidward thought he could tell a few harmless lies to get what he wanted. Squidward finally tries to fix everything by inviting both of them to dinner without telling either one that the other is coming. He thinks he can manipulate them back into being friends. But they just start competing to see who can drink the most soda to prove they're Squidward's real best friend. They drink so much soda they become completely bloated and refuse to even look at each other. But then something beautiful happens. SpongeBob hiccups and creates a small bubble that makes a funny burping sound when it pops. Both of them start laughing, and their laughter creates more bubbles. They remember why they liked each other in the first place and become friends again naturally. But all their bubble laughter creates so many bubbles that Squidward's entire house explodes. When Squidward comes back with more soda, his house is completely destroyed. SpongeBob and Patrick are friends again, which is what he wanted, but now his home is ruined. The small lie he told to get a moment of peace ended up costing him everything. He tells them to leave, and when he slams his door, a bubble pops against it and the door falls on his back. The lesson here is brutal, but true lies always cost more than the truth. Squidward could have just asked SpongeBob and Patrick to play somewhere else. Or he could have gone inside his house. Instead, he chose deception because it seemed easier and more satisfying. He wanted to feel smart and in control. But lies don't stay small. Each fake message led to bigger problems, more manipulation, and more complicated situations. What started as wanting quiet time ended with destroyed friendships, a ruined house, and everyone being miserable. The truth might have been awkward for 5 minutes, but the lie created days of chaos. SpongeBob and Patrick's friendship was strong enough to survive the lies, but only because they found their way back to honesty through genuine laughter and connection. Meanwhile, Squidward learned that trying to control other people through deception always backfires. Small lies become big problems because they force you to keep lying to maintain the illusion, and eventually the whole thing collapses. Our next lesson comes from one of the most underrated episodes that teaches us something everyone needs to hear. Take pride in the simple things, because joy doesn't need to be flashy. The paper shows us exactly how happiness works and why most people are looking for it in all the wrong places. Squidward is having a relaxing day outside when he tosses his used gum wrapper into SpongeBob's yard. When SpongeBob finds it, he gets excited and asks if Squidward wants it back. Squidward looks at this piece of trash and can't believe SpongeBob would even think about it. He calls it garbage and tells SpongeBob he can keep it forever. Squidward even makes SpongeBob promise never to give it back, no matter how much he might beg for it later. SpongeBob takes this worthless piece of paper and immediately sees endless possibilities. While Squidward goes inside to play his clarinet, SpongeBob starts having the time of his life with what most people would throw away without thinking. He uses it as a superhero cape, calling himself Super Sponge. Then he becomes SpongeBob Jungle Pants, wearing the paper as a loincloth and swinging around like Tarzan. Squidward watches from his window, getting more and more annoyed as SpongeBob finds new ways to have fun. SpongeBob turns the paper into a parachute, a bullfighting cloth, and does impressions by putting it over different parts of his face. He even does something called oral gammy, where he puts the paper in his mouth and shapes it into birds, snowflakes, and paper dolls with his tongue. Every single thing SpongeBob does with this paper is creative, joyful, and entertaining. Kids start cheering for his origami performances. He turns the paper into a puppet that tells jokes and makes everyone laugh. He uses it as helicopter propellers to fly around. He even plays music on it, correcting Squidward's off-key clarinet playing with a perfect jazz version. Meanwhile, Squidward tries to prove that his expensive hobbies are more fun than SpongeBob's stupid paper. He reads his science magazine, takes a relaxing bath, and paints fruit. But he can't enjoy any of it because he's too busy being jealous of how much fun SpongeBob is having with something so simple. Squidward gets a paddle ball, a ventriloquist dummy, and a fancy shell car, but SpongeBob's paper activities are more entertaining than all of them. The jealousy eats Squidward alive. He can't stand that SpongeBob is having more fun with garbage than he is with all his sophisticated possessions. So he demands the paper back, but SpongeBob reminds him of his promise. Squidward gets desperate and starts offering to trade his belongings for the paper. He gives SpongeBob his TV, his furniture, his house, and finally even the shirt off his back. When Squidward finally gets the paper, he thinks he's won. He's sure that now he'll have the same amazing time SpongeBob was having. But when he tries to do the same activities, nothing works. His impressions are boring. His origami comes out as a wet ball of paper that gets booed, and he can't fly with it like SpongeBob did. The paper doesn't magically make him happy like it did for SpongeBob. Then Patrick walks by, takes the paper from Squidward, and uses it to wrap his chewed gum before throwing it in the trash. All of Squidward's possessions are gone, and he has nothing to show for it. He's left standing there with no house, no clothes, asking if anyone has sunscreen. The brutal truth this episode teaches is that happiness comes from your attitude, not your stuff. SpongeBob found joy in a piece of trash because he approached it with creativity and enthusiasm. Squidward had everything money could buy but couldn't enjoy any of it because he was focused on what he didn't have. He wasted his time being jealous instead of appreciating what was right in front of him. When he finally got the paper, it couldn't make him happy because happiness was never about the object itself. SpongeBob shows us that you can find entertainment and meaning in the simplest things if you're willing to use your imagination. Most people think they need bigger, better, more expensive things to be happy, but SpongeBob proves that joy comes from how you see the world, not what you own. The lesson hits different because we live in a culture that constantly tells us we need more stuff to be fulfilled. Social media makes this worse by showing us everyone else's highlight reels while we compare them to our ordinary moments. But SpongeBob takes literal garbage and turns it into hours of genuine entertainment, while Squidward loses everything chasing something he thought would make him happy. The episode reminds us that contentment comes from within, and that the most meaningful experiences often cost nothing at all. SpongeBob's pure joy with simple things reveals how much happiness we miss when we're always looking for something better. Make sure you're subscribed to us, and now let's get started with our next lesson. Let's talk about a lesson that most people need to hear, but society constantly tells us to ignore. Your emotions are valid, and you shouldn't suppress how you feel. Valentine's Day delivers this message in a way that's both shocking and completely honest about how emotional pain actually works. SpongeBob is having the perfect Valentine's Day, giving gifts to everyone in Bikini Bottom. He's planned something special for Patrick, a massive chocolate hot air balloon that Sandy is going to fly into the Valentine's Day Carnival. SpongeBob builds up this gift all day, telling Patrick he has the greatest, most fantabulous present ever waiting for him. Patrick gets so excited he can barely contain himself, bouncing around and begging to know what it is. Everything starts falling apart when chocolate-eating scallops attack Sandy's balloon. She gets thrown off course and tells SpongeBob to switch to Plan B. But there is no Plan B. SpongeBob is stuck on top of the Ferris wheel with Patrick, who's expecting this amazing gift, and Sandy is nowhere to be found. SpongeBob panics and does what most people do when they can't deliver on their promises. He lies and pretends everything is fine. When Patrick asks for his gift, SpongeBob gives him a handshake, a friendly handshake. After building up expectations for hours about the greatest present ever, Patrick gets a handshake. Most people would say Patrick should just be grateful and understanding, but the episode doesn't do that. Instead, it shows us exactly how devastating this kind of disappointment feels. Patrick tries to be positive at first. He tells himself that a handshake isn't much, but the thought that counts. He's trying to convince himself that being disappointed is wrong, that he should just accept whatever he gets and be happy about it. But then he starts seeing other people getting real gifts from SpongeBob: chocolates, roses, even a bike for someone he just met that morning. The comparison is what breaks Patrick. He realizes that everyone else got actual presents while he got a handshake. He was asking for the same consideration SpongeBob gave to strangers. When someone asks Patrick for the time, he finally snaps and screams, "Patrick needs love too," before going on a complete rampage through the carnival. Patrick becomes absolutely destructive. He rips apart the Heart mascot costume, breaks rides, steals a little girl's lollipop, and terrorizes everyone at the carnival. People run screaming as Patrick goes full rage mode, and the episode doesn't try to make his anger seem cute or funny. He's genuinely scary and out of control. Most cartoons would make Patrick the villain here, but Valentine's Day does something revolutionary. It validates his feelings while showing the consequences of suppressing them. Patrick spent the whole day trying to be understanding and positive about his disappointment. He told himself he was being unreasonable for wanting more than a handshake, but all that suppressed hurt and anger had to go somewhere. When SpongeBob and the crowd get cornered at the dock, Patrick is ready to hurt people. SpongeBob admits he deserves Patrick's anger, but questions whether the innocent bystanders do too. Even then, Patrick says they didn't get him anything either, so they're all targets. The emotional pain has made him see everyone as enemies. Sandy finally arrives with the repaired chocolate balloon just as Patrick is about to attack. Everyone screams at Patrick to turn around and see his real gift, but he refuses. He's been hurt so badly that he can't trust that anything good is actually happening. Only when Sandy calls his name does he finally turn around and see the massive chocolate balloons SpongeBob and Sandy had planned for him all along. The moment Patrick sees his real gift, all the anger disappears. He jumps on the balloon with pure joy, accidentally popping it and covering everyone in chocolate. Then he tells SpongeBob he didn't have to get him anything at all. The anger was never about wanting stuff, it was about feeling forgotten and less important than everyone else. The episode teaches us that emotional pain is real and deserves to be acknowledged. Patrick wasn't wrong for feeling hurt when he thought SpongeBob cared more about strangers than his best friend. Telling someone to just be grateful or stop being so sensitive just forces them to hide the pain until it explodes. Society constantly tells us that negative emotions are bad and we should suppress them, but Patrick shows us what happens when you bottle up hurt and disappointment. The rampage wasn't because Patrick was evil, it was because he tried so hard to be understanding that the pain had nowhere else to go. The real lesson is that acknowledging your emotions doesn't make you weak or ungrateful. Patrick's feelings were completely valid, and the episode never says he was wrong for being hurt. The problem was how he expressed those feelings after suppressing them for so long. The next lesson tackles something that ruins more projects than bad planning ever could. Don't let ego destroy teamwork. Band Geeks shows us exactly how pride can sabotage success and why sometimes the best leaders are the ones who get out of their own way. Squidward gets a call from his high school rival Squilliam Fancison, who brags about leading a fancy band that's supposed to play at the prestigious Bubble Bowl. But Squilliam can't make it and offers Squidward the chance to replace him, knowing full well that Squidward doesn't have a band. Instead of admitting the truth, Squidward's ego kicks in and he lies, claiming he does have a band and they'll definitely play the Bubble Bowl. Now, Squidward has to create a marching band from scratch in just 1 week. He puts up flyers all over Bikini Bottom promising musical fame and free refreshments. The townspeople show up, but when Squidward asks who has musical experience, nobody raises their hand except Plankton, who asks if instruments of torture count, and Patrick, who wants to know if mayonnaise is an instrument. From day one, Squidward approaches this like a dictator instead of a teacher. He assumes he has enough talent for everyone and treats the band members like they're idiots. When they can't repeat his clarinet notes properly, he gets frustrated. When Patrick kicks Sandy during practice, causing a massive fight that ends with Patrick's body stuck inside a trombone, Squidward just watches in horror. The practices get worse every day. Flag twirlers spin so hard they fly into a blimp and die in an explosion. Plankton exhausts himself running back and forth across a giant harmonica. By day 4, Squidward is desperate and decides that playing louder will make them sound better. The result is so terrible it breaks all the windows and deforms Squidward's face. Then Squidward makes his biggest ego mistake. He tells them to play so quietly that nobody will hear them, basically giving up on the performance entirely. But the band members start arguing with each other. Mr. Krabs and Harold fight about having big, meaty claws. Someone calls SpongeBob a talking cheese. The whole thing turns into a massive brawl where they use their instruments as weapons. When practice ends, Squidward completely loses it. He tells them they took his one chance at happiness and crushed it into tiny pieces. He says he expected better from them and calls himself a loser for believing in them. Then, he storms out, telling them not to bother showing up because he'll just say they all died in a marching accident. But here's where the episode gets brilliant. After Squidward leaves, SpongeBob doesn't defend Squidward's leadership or make excuses for his behavior. Instead, he asks the band members what kind of monsters they are for failing someone who came to them in his hour of need. He reminds them that Squidward has always been there for them when it was convenient for him. SpongeBob takes over as conductor and tells everyone to pretend Squidward was a fireman or ambulance driver, someone they actually respect, so they can pull together and discover what it means to be in a marching band. The key difference is that SpongeBob approaches it as teamwork instead of ego. At the Bubble Bowl, Squidward is ready to cancel everything when Squilliam shows up to watch him fail. But then the band appears in perfect uniforms, ready to perform. Squidward is forced to conduct them, expecting total humiliation. Instead, they perform Sweet Victory flawlessly. The crowd goes wild, Squilliam faints from shock, and Squidward finally gets his moment of triumph. The controversial truth here is that Squidward was actually a terrible leader, even though he was the most musically talented person in the group. He let his ego and rivalry with Squilliam turn him into a dictator who blamed everyone else for his failures. The band only succeeded when SpongeBob took over and made it about the team instead of one person's pride. Squidward spent the whole week trying to prove he was better than everyone else instead of helping them become better together. He treated the band members like obstacles to his success rather than partners in achieving it. His ego made him see their lack of experience as stupidity instead of an opportunity to teach and grow. The episode shows that real leadership means putting the team's success above your own pride. SpongeBob didn't have Squidward's musical knowledge, but he had something more important: the ability to inspire people to work together toward a common goal. When the focus shifted from Squidward's ego to the team's potential, everything changed. Most people think leadership is about being the smartest or most talented person in the room, but Band Geeks proves that the best leaders are often the ones who trust their team enough to step back and let everyone contribute. Squidward's greatest victory came not when he controlled everything, but when he finally conducted a group that had learned to work together without his ego getting in the way. There's a lesson here that most adults have completely forgotten: not everything needs to be taken seriously. FUN shows us exactly what happens when someone who spent their whole life scheming and plotting finally discovers that sometimes just goofing off is more powerful than any master plan. Plankton steals a Krabby Patty from the Krusty Krab using an elaborate disguise and escape plan. SpongeBob chases him all over town until Plankton finally gives up, overwhelmed by SpongeBob's relentless cheerfulness during the pursuit. When everyone in town celebrates SpongeBob as a hero and calls Plankton a loser, SpongeBob feels bad for him and decides to be his friend. SpongeBob shows up at the Chum Bucket and asks Plankton to come out and play. Plankton has no idea what that means. When SpongeBob suggests jellyfishing, Plankton asks if he knows how to induce thermonuclear fusion. The guy literally can't understand the concept of doing something just for fun. His computer wife Karen sees this as the perfect opportunity for revenge and tells Plankton to pretend to be SpongeBob's friend so he can steal the Krabby Patty formula. SpongeBob takes Plankton jellyfishing and tries to explain the rules. You catch jellyfish, then you let them go. Plankton asks what happens after they eat them, completely missing the point. When SpongeBob explains that catching jellyfish is about fun, not winning, Plankton asks what fun is. So SpongeBob teaches him the FUN song. F is for friends who do stuff together, U is for you and me, N is for anywhere, anytime at all. But Plankton sings his own version. F is for fire that burns down the whole town, U is for uranium bombs, N is for no survivors. Even when someone's trying to teach him how to have fun, Plankton turns it into destruction and chaos. His brain can only think in terms of winning, losing, and causing mayhem. SpongeBob doesn't give up. He physically grabs Plankton and makes him dance while singing the real version of the song. Something amazing happens. Plankton starts to feel tingly inside and actually enjoys it. For the first time in his life, he's doing something without any evil purpose behind it. They spend the day frolicking through flowers, playing ukulele, nose-picking, and sharing gum. Plankton is genuinely having fun. Mr. Krabs watches through a telescope and assumes SpongeBob is being tricked, but the truth is more complicated. Plankton goes home that night telling Karen about all the fun activities he did, and she has to remind him about his mission to steal the Krabby Patty. Plankton is so caught up in enjoying himself that he completely forgot about his scheme. Karen shows Plankton that he's even wearing square pants like SpongeBob. He's going native, becoming the kind of person who does things just because they're enjoyable, rather than because they serve some larger purpose. For someone who spent his entire existence plotting and planning, this is a complete personality transformation. When SpongeBob and Plankton go to the movies, Mr. Krabs sets up a test. He puts a Krabby Patty right in front of Plankton to see if he'll take it. Plankton resists. He says he's saving his appetite for popcorn. He's actually choosing fun over his obsession with the secret formula. SpongeBob defends him to Mr. Krabs, insisting that Plankton has changed. But during the movie, SpongeBob discovers that Plankton does have a Krabby Patty in his pocket. SpongeBob is heartbroken and asks how long Plankton was planning to betray him. Plankton admits he originally planned to trick SpongeBob, but then says that SpongeBob showed him friendship, and that's all he ever really wanted. For a moment, it seems like the lesson is about the power of genuine friendship to change people. But then Plankton reveals he was lying again, grabs the patty, and tries to escape through the movie screen. He crashes into concrete, gets flattened, and loses the patty anyway. The controversial truth here is that Plankton actually was changed by experiencing fun, but he chose to go back to his old ways because being evil is too much fun. The episode shows us that sometimes people reject happiness and choose misery because they're more comfortable with familiar patterns, even when those patterns don't work. SpongeBob's approach to life, doing things just because they're enjoyable, being silly without purpose, finding joy in simple activities, temporarily transforms someone who had spent years consumed by anger and schemes. The FUN song, W, was actually a philosophy that could have saved Plankton from his miserable existence. Most people live like Plankton, treating everything as serious business that needs to serve some purpose. They can't just play without it being productive or meaningful. SpongeBob shows us that sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is refuse to take life so seriously and just enjoy the moment for what it is. Here's a lesson that hits way too close to home for most people: don't give in to peer pressure when you know something is dangerous. Hooky shows us exactly how friends can talk you into doing stupid things even when you know better, and why standing your ground might save your life. Mr. Krabs bursts into the Krusty Krab in a complete panic, screaming about the hooks being back. He warns everyone, especially SpongeBob, that these fishing hooks are deadly traps. They look appealing with their bright colors and free cheese, but they'll drag you to the surface where you'll be cooked, eaten, or worse, sold in gift shops. Mr. Krabs makes it crystal clear that SpongeBob should never go near them. SpongeBob takes this warning seriously and gets genuinely scared. He hides under a box and promises to stay away from the hooks. But then Patrick shows up at the kitchen window, claiming there's a carnival in town and pressuring SpongeBob to come play with him. SpongeBob initially resists, saying he can't leave work, but Patrick convinces him it's just a break. When they arrive at the carnival, SpongeBob immediately realizes these are the dangerous hooks Mr. Krabs warned him about. He tries to stop Patrick from touching them, explaining that Mr. Krabs said they're really dangerous. But Patrick completely dismisses these concerns, sitting on a hook and claiming he senses no danger. He even eats cheese off the hooks, putting multiple hooks in his mouth at once. SpongeBob keeps trying to remind Patrick about Mr. Krabs' warnings, but Patrick keeps pressuring him. When Patrick gets dragged up by a hook, SpongeBob panics, thinking his friend is going to die. But Patrick floats back down, laughing, explaining that you just jump off before reaching the surface. He makes it seem easy and safe, directly contradicting everything Mr. Krabs said. Patrick keeps pushing SpongeBob to try it, asking if Mr. Krabs specifically said not to ride the hooks like horses. When SpongeBob admits Mr. Krabs didn't say that exact thing, Patrick uses this technicality to justify ignoring the spirit of the warning. SpongeBob gives in and starts playing on the hooks with Patrick, having a blast and thinking it's harmless fun. Mr. Krabs eventually finds them and is horrified. He explains that if they don't float back down, they'll end up vacuum-packed in a tuna can with nothing to look forward to but the smell of mayonnaise. Both SpongeBob and Patrick apologize and make a sailor's promise never to go near the hooks again. But the next day, Patrick shows up again, pressuring SpongeBob to break his promise. He calls Mr. Krabs a big dummy and asks if SpongeBob is going to listen to him or to Patrick. Even though SpongeBob promised and knows the dangers, Patrick's constant pressure starts wearing him down. Patrick goes off to play on the hooks by himself, taunting SpongeBob and saying he knows SpongeBob wants to join him. SpongeBob sees a hook in the middle of the street and initially resists, telling it that it's a liar and deceiver. But the temptation becomes too much and he gives in, asking if the seat is taken before sitting on the hook. This time, he gets genuinely stuck. The hook is caught in his pants and he can't get free. SpongeBob runs to the Krusty Krab in terror, realizing he's actually in danger now. Mr. Krabs finds the hook deeply embedded in SpongeBob's pants and tells him there's only one solution: he has to take his pants off in front of Pearl and her friends. When SpongeBob removes his pants, they discover the hook is also caught in his underwear, forcing him to choose between potential death or extreme embarrassment. The episode reveals this was all a setup by Mr. Krabs and Squidward to teach SpongeBob a lesson about following safety rules. SpongeBob ends up humiliated, running home in shame, while Patrick gets dropped off trapped in a tuna can, asking for a can opener. The brutal truth here is that peer pressure works because friends know exactly how to exploit your desire to fit in and have fun. Patrick E. used social pressure, making SpongeBob feel like he was being overly cautious or missing out on fun. Even when SpongeBob had clear warnings from someone with experience, Patrick's influence eventually won out. The episode shows that standing up to peer pressure is about remembering that the people pressuring you won't face the consequences of your choices. Patrick walked away fine while SpongeBob faced the real danger. When friends pressure you to ignore safety warnings or do dangerous things, they're not looking out for your best interests, even if they think they are. Most people learn this lesson the hard way, just like SpongeBob did. The episode reminds us that sometimes the fun choice is actually the dangerous choice, and that real friends respect your boundaries instead of constantly pushing you to break them. If you're enjoying our content, make sure you're subscribed. Another crucial lesson that people need to understand is that self-sabotage ruins success. Suds shows us exactly how fear and bad decisions can turn a simple problem into a disaster, and why sometimes the thing you're avoiding is actually the thing that will save you. SpongeBob wakes up in the middle of the night craving a snack, so he makes himself a peanut butter and jellyfish jelly sandwich. But as soon as he takes the first bite, he falls asleep at the table, leaving his refrigerator door wide open all night. By morning, his entire house is frozen solid, and SpongeBob has caught the suds, an illness that makes him sneeze pink bubbles and feel terrible. Gary immediately tells SpongeBob he should stay home and rest, but SpongeBob refuses to admit he's sick. He insists he doesn't get colds, he gets the suds, and then denies having the suds even though he's clearly sneezing bubbles. He puts his underwear over his face like a mask and goes to work anyway, convinced he can power through it. At the Krusty Krab, SpongeBob is obviously sick. He's pale, shaking, and can barely function. When Mr. Krabs asks what's wrong, Gary appears and explains that SpongeBob has the suds. SpongeBob tries to serve a Krabby Patty but sneezes so hard that it splatters all over Mr. Krabs' face. Mr. Krabs immediately sends him home, not because he's mean, but because he can't have SpongeBob sneezing all over the food. Back home, SpongeBob finally admits he's sick and calls Sandy to take him to the doctor. But then Patrick shows up and fills SpongeBob's head with horror stories about the doctor's office. Patrick claims he knows a guy who went to the doctor once, and describes it as a horrible place where they make you sit in waiting rooms, read old magazines, and use freezing cold stethoscopes. SpongeBob gets so terrified that he begs Patrick to be his doctor instead. Patrick agrees and immediately starts giving SpongeBob the worst possible treatments. He plugs up all of SpongeBob's holes with corks to stop the bubbles from coming out, which just makes SpongeBob inflate every time he sneezes. Patrick then performs a series of increasingly ridiculous procedures, making sandwiches on SpongeBob's feet, pulling out his tooth, jumping on him, and repeatedly ripping off bandages. Every single one of Patrick's treatments makes SpongeBob worse, but SpongeBob is so afraid of the real doctor that he convinces himself Patrick's methods are working. He even calls Sandy to cancel her help, insisting that Dr. Patrick has everything under control. Meanwhile, SpongeBob is becoming more and more swollen and sick. When Sandy arrives anyway, she immediately sees that SpongeBob is in terrible condition. His breath is so bad it kills plants, and he's inflated to the point where he can barely move. Sandy tries to take him to a real doctor, but Patrick fights her for control of SpongeBob, claiming he's a good doctor and that SpongeBob is his patient. During their argument, SpongeBob gets launched into the air and rolls uncontrollably down a hill toward the Krusty Krab. He crashes into the restaurant and sneezes so violently that the explosion of bubbles completely destroys the building. Mr. Krabs is furious, but finally SpongeBob gets taken to a real doctor. The doctor prescribes the sponge treatment, where a human hand named Hans uses SpongeBob to clean various objects a man's back in the shower, dishes, cars, and floors. SpongeBob loves every minute of it, laughing and enjoying the process. When it's over, he's completely cured, back to his normal yellow color, and feeling amazing. He even gets a giant lollipop as a reward. Patrick, jealous of the lollipop, tries to fake having the suds by blowing a bubble. The doctor sees right through this and gives Patrick his own special treatment being used to scrub a cactus and clean a toilet, which is painful and humiliating. The brutal lesson here is that SpongeBob turned a simple medical problem into a major crisis through pure self-sabotage. His fear of the doctor led him to make every possible wrong choice. He ignored his symptoms, refused proper help, trusted someone completely unqualified, and let his condition get so bad that it destroyed property and endangered others. The real doctor's office turned out to be nothing like Patrick's horror stories. The treatment was actually fun and effective, and SpongeBob loved the whole experience. All of his suffering was completely unnecessary, created by his own fear and poor decision-making. Most people do this same thing in smaller ways every day. They avoid difficult conversations that would solve problems, delay medical checkups that could catch issues early, or refuse help because they're embarrassed. SpongeBob shows us that the thing you're most afraid of is often exactly what you need most. The episode teaches that self-sabotage makes problems worse. Success requires facing your fears and accepting proper help, not hiding from reality and trusting unqualified people to fix things they don't understand. Time for a lesson that most people learn too late. Friendship is more important than pride. The Fry Cook games shows us exactly how competition and ego can destroy the relationships that matter most, and why winning means nothing if you lose the people you care about. SpongeBob is training for the Fry Cook games, representing the Krusty Krab in what he calls the greatest day of his young life. He's doing push-ups and chanting about bringing honor and glory to his workplace. Patrick shows up and asks if he can play in the games, but SpongeBob tells him only fry cooks can compete. Patrick scoffs and says being a fry cook looks easy, just flipping patties. This insult triggers a massive argument. SpongeBob gets offended and tells Patrick that fry cooks are an elite corps, not just anybody can do it. Patrick mocks SpongeBob for polishing his fingernails, and SpongeBob fires back that Patrick doesn't even have fingernails or ears. They start calling each other names Conehead, Yellow, Pink, until Patrick storms off, vowing to become a fry cook just to prove SpongeBob wrong. When the games begin, Plankton reveals his competitor, Patrick Star, who's been working at the Chum Bucket for almost 5 minutes. SpongeBob is shocked and feels betrayed that his best friend is now representing the rival restaurant. Both Mr. Krabs and Plankton immediately start manipulating their champions, turning a friendly competition into personal warfare. Mr. Krabs tells SpongeBob that Patrick was never really his friend and that he's plotting SpongeBob's downfall. Plankton tells Patrick that SpongeBob thinks he's better than everyone else and that squares are the shape of evil. Both coaches pump up their fighters by convincing them that this is personal, not just about the restaurants. The competition begins with events like deep fry pole vaulting and chocolate high diving. SpongeBob and Patrick are evenly matched, trading victories and insults throughout. During the chocolate high dive, SpongeBob creates an elaborate banana fudge pop with toasted almonds, while Patrick does a simple strawberry cone with chocolate dip. They're both excellent, but they've stopped having fun and started treating each other like enemies. The final event is bun wrestling, and both friends have been transformed by the competition. They're muscular, angry, and completely focused on destroying each other. When the bell rings, they rip off their robes to reveal impossibly buff bodies and dive at each other in pure rage. What follows is brutal. They wrestle viciously, using dirty tactics and trying to genuinely hurt each other. Patrick licks SpongeBob's foot to torture him, making him scream in agony. SpongeBob retaliates by erasing part of Patrick's name tag, changing Patrick to Rick, which makes Patrick yell, "My name's not Rick!" They're no longer competing for their restaurants, they're fighting because they hate each other. The competition has turned them into enemies who want to cause real pain. But then something beautiful happens. During their final struggle, both of their pants rip off, revealing their underwear. SpongeBob is wearing pink underwear, Patrick's favorite color. Patrick is wearing yellow underwear, SpongeBob's color. Despite all their anger and competition, they've been wearing each other's colors the whole time. When they see this, they both start crying and realize what they've lost. They hug and promise never to fight again, walking out of the arena hand in hand while the crowd boos. Mr. Krabs and Plankton are furious, demanding they come back and kill each other, but the friends ignore them completely. The controversial truth here is that SpongeBob and Patrick threw away their friendship over something completely meaningless. The fry cook games didn't matter. The rivalry between Mr. Krabs and Plankton wasn't their problem. They let other people's agenda turn them against each other when they should have been supporting one another. What makes this even more tragic is that their conflict started over professional pride. SpongeBob felt insulted when Patrick suggested fry cooking was easy, but instead of explaining why his job mattered to him, he attacked Patrick's worth as a person. Patrick, feeling disrespected, decided to prove SpongeBob wrong rather than apologize for minimizing his friend's passion. The episode shows how quickly outside voices can amplify small disagreements into major conflicts. Mr. Krabs and Plankton didn't create the tension between SpongeBob and Patrick, but they expertly exploited it for their own purposes. They convinced two best friends that their friendship was fake and that they were secretly enemies, all to win a meaningless competition. Most people do this same thing. They let competition, politics, work drama, or family feuds destroy friendships that took years to build. They choose sides in conflicts that don't really involve them, or they let their ego convince them that being right is more important than being kind. Social media makes this worse by encouraging people to cut off friends over political disagreements or career jealousy. The episode shows that real friendship survives competition. SpongeBob and Patrick could have competed while still caring about each other, but they let outside influences poison their relationship. The underwear reveal proved they never stopped caring about each other, even when they were trying to hurt each other. The lesson is that you can replace trophies, jobs, and achievements, but you can't replace true friends. SpongeBob and Patrick realized that walking away together was better than winning apart, and that's a lesson most adults never learn. They chose love over pride, friendship over victory, and each other over everyone else's expectations. Finally, let's talk about a lesson that social media has made everyone forget. Reputation isn't everything, character is. Big Pink Loser shows us exactly what happens when you chase awards and recognition instead of focusing on who you actually are and why the most meaningful achievements often come from just being yourself. Patrick wakes up to find a package shoved in his mouth containing a shiny gold trophy. He gets incredibly excited, showing it off to rocks, jellyfish, and even jumping above the surface to show Bikini Atoll Island. He's never gotten an award before, and he's thrilled to finally have recognition. But when he shows it to SpongeBob, they discover the trophy actually belongs to SpongeBob. It's for outstanding achievement in achievement, SpongeBob SquarePants. Patrick becomes devastated when he has to give up the trophy, but his disappointment turns to despair when SpongeBob accidentally reveals an entire closet packed with awards. Patrick starts crying, saying he'll never get an award because he's never done anything. SpongeBob tries to cheer him up by suggesting he get a job at the Krusty Krab, thinking that if Patrick works like SpongeBob, he'll eventually earn recognition too. Mr. Krabs gives Patrick a job paying $50 an hour, while SpongeBob mentions he had to pay Mr. Krabs $100 an hour when he started. Squidward immediately quits upon learning Patrick was hired. SpongeBob tries to train Patrick, but every task becomes a disaster. When Patrick is supposed to deliver food to customers, he eats it before it reaches the table. When he's assigned to answer the phone, he gets angry when people ask if they've called the Krusty Krab, shouting, "No, this is Patrick!" because he doesn't understand that's the restaurant's name. Even sweeping becomes a problem when Patrick uses the wrong end of the broom, and a customer asks if he just blew in from stupid town. When a delivery man arrives with more awards for SpongeBob, Patrick loses control completely, smashing the broom on the floor repeatedly and filling the restaurant with dust. He's convinced he'll never win a trophy because he can't do anything right. SpongeBob gives Patrick one final, simple task: opening a jar. Even this proves difficult at first, with Patrick grabbing pickles, spatulas, taking off his pants, and even picking up SpongeBob instead of the jar. But when SpongeBob tells him to do exactly what he does, Patrick finally succeeds in opening the jar. They celebrate this small victory, and SpongeBob tells Patrick that if he keeps doing exactly what SpongeBob does, he'll have an award someday. Patrick takes this advice to an extreme. The next day, he shows up dressed exactly like SpongeBob and starts copying his every move, word, and mannerism. The citizens of Bikini Bottom think they're seeing double. Patrick follows SpongeBob to work, mimics his cooking techniques, and even copies his accidents. When SpongeBob tries to prove Patrick is copying him by putting his hand on a hot grill, Patrick does the same and burns himself, while SpongeBob reveals he was using a fake hand. SpongeBob becomes increasingly frustrated with Patrick's imitation, but Patrick insists he needs to copy SpongeBob to win awards. The copying becomes so intense that Patrick even paints his rock to look like SpongeBob's pineapple house. When SpongeBob tries to make Patrick stop by dressing like Patrick and acting lazy, Patrick calls his old self a big pink loser and refuses to go back to being himself. But then something beautiful happens. A delivery man arrives with another trophy, and this one is actually for Patrick. It's awarded for doing absolutely nothing longer than anyone else. Patrick realizes that his natural lazy lifestyle was actually an achievement in itself. He gets excited about protecting his new title and immediately goes back under his rock to fall asleep, returning to his true character. The controversial truth here is that Patrick spent the entire episode trying to become someone else to earn recognition, when his authentic self was already award-worthy. He thought being lazy and unproductive made him a loser, but it turned out those qualities were actually his greatest strength. The award he earned was for being consistently, authentically Patrick. Most people make Patrick's mistake. They try to build a reputation by imitating successful people, posting the right things on social media, or presenting a version of themselves they think others will respect. But real character comes from being genuine, consistent, and true to who you are, even when that seems unremarkable. SpongeBob had a closet full of awards because he was authentically enthusiastic and hardworking. Patrick earned his award by being authentically lazy and relaxed. The lesson is that reputation is what others think of you, but character is who you actually are, and eventually, authentic character will be recognized and rewarded, even if it takes time. The episode teaches that chasing other people's achievements will only make you miserable, but embracing your own unique qualities, even the ones you think are flaws, can lead to unexpected recognition and genuine satisfaction. Now let's move on to every time you felt bad for every SpongeBob character, starting off with SpongeBob. Let's start with one of SpongeBob's most heartbreaking moments when Gary runs away in Have You Seen This Snail? SpongeBob gets a new paddleball toy and becomes completely obsessed with it. He ignores Gary for over a week, not even feeding him. Gary gets so hungry and sad that he packs his stuff and runs away from home. This whole situation shows how someone who loves their pet can still hurt them just by not paying attention. SpongeBob gets his Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy paddleball set in the mail. There's this challenge where you have to hit the ball almost 30 trillion times in a row. Sounds impossible, right? But SpongeBob takes it seriously because he thinks he's helping his favorite superheroes defeat the dirty bubble. Gary is just a regular pet snail who needs food every day. SpongeBob even brings home a big bag of snail food and leaves it right outside his door, so you know he cares about Gary. He just gets distracted. Things get worse and worse as Gary tries everything to get SpongeBob's attention. Gary meows when it's feeding time. SpongeBob ignores him. Gary meows louder. SpongeBob calls him a distracting sound. Gary jumps on the paddleball. SpongeBob throws him off and yells at him to go away. Poor Gary goes to check his food bowl and finds nothing but old crumbs with spiders crawling all over them. That's when Gary realizes SpongeBob hasn't fed him in days. So Gary does what any smart pet would do. He packs his tiny suitcase and leaves. The worst part is how polite Gary is about the whole thing. He doesn't trash SpongeBob's house or anything. He just writes a nice letter saying he needs to find someone who will actually remember to feed him. When SpongeBob finally snaps out of his paddleball trance, Patrick shows him milk that's been sitting there so long it turned solid. That's when SpongeBob realizes Gary is gone. The panic hits him hard. He searches everywhere and puts up missing pet posters all over town while this sad song called Gary Come Home plays. Meanwhile, Gary finds this old lady who thinks he's her missing pet. but she turns out to be trying to fatten him up so she can eat him. SpongeBob completely falls apart after losing Gary. He cries into the food at work, making customers complain about salty, crabby patties. He talks to a billboard with Gary's picture on it like it's real. Even Mr. Krabs notices something seriously wrong, which says a lot, because Mr. Krabs usually only cares about money. Patrick tries to help but makes things worse. He literally sees Gary at a store but gets distracted by scented pine cones instead of telling SpongeBob. This episode hit so hard because it felt real. Everyone's been so focused on something that they forgot to do important stuff. The episode made Gary feel like more than just a pet, he's SpongeBob's family. When Gary finally comes home and SpongeBob promises to do better, you actually believe him because losing Gary hurt so much. It showed that even cartoon characters can mess up badly and learn from it. Moving on to when Squidward's April Fool's prank in Fools in April goes way too far and leaves SpongeBob battered and crying. SpongeBob loves April Fool's Day and spends the whole day pulling harmless pranks on everyone at the Krusty Krab. Squidward gets so annoyed by SpongeBob's joy and laughter that he decides to show him what a real prank looks like. What starts as Squidward wanting to get back at SpongeBob for being too happy turns into something genuinely cruel. It's April 1st and SpongeBob is having the time of his life. He's pranking customers with silly jokes like giving someone a spoon instead of a fork, or putting one ice cube in a drink instead of two. Everyone's laughing and having fun except Squidward. He's washing dishes in the kitchen, getting more and more irritated by all the laughter coming from the dining area. SpongeBob even pranks his own tongue when it falls off, making everyone laugh even harder. Squidward tries putting tissues in his ears, but can still hear SpongeBob's obnoxious giggling through the restaurant's microphone system. The breaking point comes when SpongeBob's laughter becomes too much for Squidward to handle. He snaps and decides SpongeBob needs to learn what a real prank is all about. Squidward sets up an elaborate trap. He squirts mustard on the floor in a rope circle and attaches it to a heavy anchor hanging from the ceiling. When SpongeBob comes over to clean up the mess like the good employee he is, Squidward cuts the rope. What happens next is brutal. The rope catches both of SpongeBob's legs, and the falling anchor creates a chain reaction that sends SpongeBob flying around the entire restaurant. He slams into bags of flour, gets whipped around the dining area, crashes face first into walls, and even gets launched through Bubble Bass's rear end. The customers watch in horror as SpongeBob screams in genuine fear and pain. Squidward is rolling on the floor, laughing hysterically, even doing cheerleader moves while SpongeBob is getting destroyed. The prank ends with SpongeBob falling into a garbage can, coming out shaped like the can and covered in trash. SpongeBob doesn't laugh or smile. He just squeals sadly and runs out of the Krusty Krab crying. All the customers are disgusted with Squidward. One fish calls him an April Fool's jerk, and another says, "You stink." Everyone storms out in disappointment while Squidward tries to claim it was just a joke. Looking around at the damaged restaurant and Bubble Bass with a hole in his butt, Squidward finally realizes the difference between SpongeBob's harmless pranks that made people laugh with him and his own cruel prank designed to hurt and humiliate. This moment changed how viewers saw Squidward. Sure, he was always grumpy, but this crossed a line into genuine cruelty. The episode showed that jealousy and bitterness can make someone do terrible things to innocent people. It also highlighted how SpongeBob's pranks were about bringing joy, while Squidward's was about causing pain. When Squidward struggled to apologize later, it felt earned because what he did was genuinely wrong, not just grumpy behavior. The next time we felt bad for SpongeBob was in Home Sweet Pineapple, when nematodes eat his pineapple house, forcing him to move back with his parents and leaving him crying as he buries the last piece of his home. SpongeBob loves his pineapple house where he lives with Gary. One morning, a bunch of hungry nematodes show up in Bikini Bottom. These little worm creatures eat everything they see, coral, trucks, whatever. They're like underwater bugs that won't stop eating. The problems start when the nematodes get thirsty. They see SpongeBob's pineapple house and think it looks tasty. They pull out straws and start drinking all the juice from his house. SpongeBob and Gary are sleeping inside, so they don't know what's happening. As the nematodes drink the pineapple juice, everything in the house starts getting smaller. SpongeBob's bed disappears, his alarm clock vanishes, and the walls close in on him. When SpongeBob wakes up, he thinks he got bigger, but then he realizes his house is shrinking. SpongeBob panics and tries to call Squidward for help, but his phone shrinks too and disappears while he's talking. He can only watch as the nematodes finish drinking his house until there's nothing left except a tiny pebble on the ground. The nematodes burp loudly and leave. Patrick shows up dressed fancy, asking if it's time to bother Squidward. He doesn't even realize what just happened. Squidward is happy because he thinks SpongeBob will have to move away. SpongeBob has nowhere to live now. He and Patrick try to build a new pineapple house, but they're terrible at it. Patrick keeps hitting his thumb with a hammer, and SpongeBob makes a house so small that only his nose fits through the door. SpongeBob tries sleeping at Patrick's rock, but Patrick has nightmares about spiders and keeps hitting him with the rock all night. Then he tries sleeping at Squidward's house, but Squidward kicks him out once he realizes what's happening. With no other options, SpongeBob has to call his parents to come pick him up. This is the saddest part. When SpongeBob's parents arrive, Patrick starts crying really hard and tries to stop their car from leaving. Squidward is dancing around celebrating that SpongeBob is leaving. SpongeBob takes the tiny pebble, the only thing left of his house, and buries it in the ground where his home used to be. He says it has too many memories. A tear falls from his eye onto the pebble. But here's the twist. The pebble was actually a pineapple seed. SpongeBob's tear helps it grow into a brand new house that crushes Squidward, who is still dancing around celebrating. This episode made viewers sad because losing your home is scary. SpongeBob worked hard to live on his own, and watching him lose everything and have to move back with his parents felt really unfair. The scene where he cries while burying that little pebble hit people right in the heart. Next up is when SpongeBob thinks he's ugly in Something Smells After Bad Breath, makes people avoid him. But Patrick convinces him the problem is his appearance, causing SpongeBob to become deeply depressed and hide in his house. SpongeBob wakes up on Sunday morning and decides to make a special ice cream sundae for breakfast. Problem is, he's out of ice cream, so he gets creative with what he has. He makes this disgusting sundae with ketchup, raw onions, and peanuts from a dying plant in his bathroom window. The whole thing gives him the worst breath you can imagine, but SpongeBob has no idea. SpongeBob's Sunday plan is simple: say hi to everyone in Bikini Bottom. But as soon as he starts talking to people, they run away screaming. The mailman literally breaks apart into smaller versions of himself trying to escape. A crossing guard abandons the kids she's supposed to protect. When SpongeBob greets a marching band, his bad breath forms into a visible stink ball that bowls them all over like pins. SpongeBob is completely confused about why everyone keeps running away from him. SpongeBob finds Patrick sitting on a bench and explains what's happening. Patrick can't smell the bad breath because he doesn't have a nose, so he has no clue what's really wrong. After going through some possibilities like SpongeBob's clothes and voice, Patrick comes to the worst conclusion: SpongeBob must be ugly. To prove it, Patrick holds up a mirror and tells SpongeBob to say hi to his reflection. The reflection smells the bad breath and literally breaks the mirror with a hammer to escape. This breaks SpongeBob's heart. He starts asking random people if he's ugly, causing a couple to bite onto a fishing hook to get away from him, and making a car crash when the driver's eyes water from the smell. SpongeBob becomes convinced he's hideous and goes home to hide. He sits in his dark house playing dramatic organ music while wearing a fake mustache and cape like he's some kind of monster. Patrick tries to cheer him up by telling the story of the ugly barnacle, a creature so ugly that everyone died. This makes SpongeBob feel worse. Patrick then gets SpongeBob to go on his roof and scream, "I'm ugly and I'm proud," to build confidence. They go to a movie theater to celebrate, but SpongeBob's breath kills some fish and makes others flee in terror. The truth comes out when Patrick eats some leftover sundae and gets the same bad breath. People start avoiding Patrick too, making him think he caught the ugly from SpongeBob. But when SpongeBob smells Patrick's horrible breath, he realizes they're not ugly, they just stink from that awful sundae. This episode hit viewers because it showed how cruel people can be when someone's different, and how easily we can believe we're the problem when others treat us badly. SpongeBob's depression felt real, and watching him hide in shame over something that wasn't even his fault was genuinely sad. It's a perfect example of how misunderstanding can cause unnecessary pain. Another time we felt bad for SpongeBob was in Pickles, when he forgets pickles on Bubble Bass's burger and completely loses his confidence and ability to cook. SpongeBob is at the top of his game at the Krusty Krab. He's making perfect Krabby Patties at lightning speed, calling out ingredients like first bun, then patty, followed by ketchup, mustard, pickles, extra onions, lettuce, cheese, tomatoes, and bun in that order, Satium. He can make 12 burgers in seconds without breaking a sweat. SpongeBob takes real pride in his cooking skills. It's what makes him special and gives his life meaning. The trouble starts when Bubble Bass walks into the restaurant. This guy is a notorious food critic who's known for being impossible to please. He orders this ridiculously complicated burger with a million specifications: double triple bossy deluxe on a raft, 4x4, animal style extra, shingles with a shimmy and a squeeze, light axle grease, make it cry, burn it, and let it swim. Even Squidward gives up trying to write it all down and just says, "We serve food here, sir." But SpongeBob is confident and makes the burger perfectly. Bubblebase examines the burger carefully, takes a bite, and then drops the bomb, "You forgot the pickles!" The whole restaurant gasps. SpongeBob frantically searches through the burger looking for pickles, but they're nowhere to be found. Mr. Krabs has to give Bubblebase his money back because of their guarantee, which makes him furious. The crowd is disappointed, and SpongeBob's perfect reputation is suddenly ruined. This one mistake breaks SpongeBob's brain completely. He can't remember how to make a simple Krabby Patty anymore. He tries over and over, putting ingredients in the wrong order: bun, mustard bun, ketchup, shoe, mustard, pan bun. He gets so confused, he can't even find the front door of the restaurant. Mr. Krabs sends him home, but things get worse. SpongeBob can't remember how to sleep in his bed, can't speak in the right word order, and his whole house becomes a disaster zone. Mr. Krabs visits and finds SpongeBob nailing bread to his table because he's lost all sense of reality. It takes days of practice with Mr. Krabs before SpongeBob finally remembers how to make a burger again. When he returns to work, Bubblebase shows up to test him again. SpongeBob makes a perfect burger, but Bubblebass claims there are still no pickles. Here's the kicker. SpongeBob discovers that Bubblebass has been hiding the pickles under his tongue the whole time, along with pickles from the previous order and even someone's car keys. The guy was scamming the restaurant and psychologically torturing SpongeBob for no reason. This episode was heartbreaking because it showed how one cruel person can completely destroy someone's confidence. SpongeBob went from being a master chef to not being able to function as a human being, all because some jerk decided to mess with him. The fact that it was all a lie made it even worse. SpongeBob suffered for nothing. Let's dive into another heartbreaking SpongeBob moment from Squid on Strike, when SpongeBob gets fired after innocently telling Mr. Krabs about joining Squidward's strike. Mr. Krabs starts charging his employees for basic human functions like breathing, talking, standing, and even existing. Squidward gets a bill instead of a paycheck that charges him $21 total for doing normal things at work. SpongeBob, being SpongeBob, actually pays Mr. Krabs extra money thinking he owes it to him. This pushes Squidward over the edge, and he convinces SpongeBob they need to go on strike to demand fair treatment. Squidward explains that they should unite as workers and demand respect from their boss. SpongeBob gets excited about the idea, even though he admits he doesn't know what a strike means. He's just happy to be part of something with Squidward. The problem is SpongeBob's complete innocence about workplace conflicts. He thinks going on strike sounds fun and exciting, like a party or celebration. The disaster happens when SpongeBob runs up to Mr. Krabs while he's sweeping and cheerfully announces, "Hey, guess what, Mr. Krabs? Me and Squidward are gonna go on strike." Mr. Krabs asks him to confirm what this means, making picket signs, protest speeches, demanding respect, and SpongeBob enthusiastically says, "Yeah," to everything. But instead of being impressed or scared, Mr. Krabs immediately fires both of them on the spot. SpongeBob ends up sobbing outside the Krusty Krab, sticking to the door like a suction cup because he's so devastated. He cries, "Squidward! You didn't tell me I was gonna get fired. Without the Krusty Krab, oh, Squidward, could you hold me? I think I'm gonna be sick." His whole world falls apart because his job means everything to him. The Krusty Krab is his life, his passion, his identity. Squidward has to keep pulling SpongeBob off the door as he sticks to it in different ways. First his arms and legs, then his face, then his whole front side, where you can see his skeleton. SpongeBob is completely broken by losing his job, especially since he trusted Squidward and had no idea this would happen. He just wanted to support his friend and do the right thing. This moment made viewers feel terrible for SpongeBob because he got punished for trying to be a good friend and employee. He had no understanding of labor disputes or workplace politics. He was just following Squidward's lead because he trusted him. SpongeBob's pure heart and loyalty to both Squidward and Mr. Krabs put him in an impossible situation. Watching him cry and desperately cling to the restaurant door showed how much his job meant to him, and how unfair it was that his innocence got him fired. Let's talk about another heartbreaking SpongeBob moment from pizza delivery when a rude customer rejects SpongeBob's pizza delivery and makes him cry after all his hard work. SpongeBob and Squidward get stuck delivering the Krusty Krab's first ever pizza after Mr. Krabs takes a last-minute order. SpongeBob is excited about making history with this delivery, but everything goes wrong fast. He backs up their delivery boat for miles because he panics about driving, leaving them stranded in the desert when the boat runs out of gas and drives away without them. What follows is an epic journey across the wasteland. SpongeBob keeps singing the Krusty Krab pizza song while they walk for hours. They get caught in a tornado, nearly get run over by a truck, and face starvation in the desert. Through it all, SpongeBob refuses to let Squidward eat the pizza. Even when they're both starving, he keeps saying it's for the customer, while protecting that pizza box like it's precious treasure. SpongeBob uses pioneer tricks he learned from movies to navigate, and even rides a boulder to get them to the customer's house. The crushing moment comes when they finally reach the customer's door. SpongeBob is so proud and excited, giving Squidward a thumbs up as he rings the doorbell. He cheerfully announces, "Congratulations, sir, your Krabby Patty pizza is here." The customer seems happy at first, saying he's been dying for one of these pizzas, but then his mood completely changes when he asks, "Where's my drink?" SpongeBob checks the order and there's no drink listed. The customer explodes with anger, yelling, "My drink? My Diet Doctor. Kelp? Don't tell me you forgot my drink?" When SpongeBob tries to explain the customer didn't order a drink, the guy goes ballistic. He screams, "How am I supposed to eat this pizza without my drink? Didn't you ever once think of the customer? You call yourself a delivery boy? Well, I ain't buying." Then he throws the pizza box right in SpongeBob's face and slams the door. SpongeBob's reaction is devastating. He tries to smile and stay strong at first, but then he completely breaks down. He drops the pizza box, falls to the ground, and starts sobbing uncontrollably while absorbing his own tears. This is total heartbreak from someone who gave everything he had to make a customer happy. The worst part is how unfair the whole thing was. SpongeBob went through hell to deliver that pizza, never gave up, and protected it with his life. The customer was wrong about the drink, but took all his anger out on SpongeBob anyway. Squidward was so outraged by how the customer treated SpongeBob that he grabbed the pizza and slammed it in the customer's face as payback. This episode showed viewers how cruel people can be to service workers who are just trying to do their job. SpongeBob's pure dedication and the customer's nasty response made everyone feel terrible for him. It perfectly captured how heartbreaking it is when someone's best efforts get thrown back in their face by an ungrateful person. Another heartbreaking moment we need to cover is in Grandma's Kisses, when SpongeBob has a complete meltdown and cries wanting to be treated like a baby again after people tease him for visiting his grandma. SpongeBob loves visiting his grandma's house where she spoils him with fresh cookies, milk, stories, and lots of love. When she drops him off at work, she gives him a goodbye kiss that leaves a pink lip mark on his forehead. SpongeBob walks into the Krusty Krab completely happy, thinking everyone's in a good mood because they're all laughing. But Squidward crushes his spirit by telling him they're laughing at him, not with him, because of the kiss mark on his head. The teasing gets brutal fast. One customer calls him Grandma's boy and makes kissing sounds while everyone laughs. Then he calls SpongeBob a big baby who wears diapers and lists off more baby stuff like sucking his thumb and playing with dolls. SpongeBob tries to defend himself, saying there's nothing wrong with getting kisses from your grandma, but the damage is done when Squidward sarcastically says, "I know someone who still likes you, your grandma." The whole restaurant erupts in laughter again. SpongeBob runs home crying, and Patrick convinces him he needs to act more grown up around his grandma. They put on fake sideburns and march over to tell Grandma that SpongeBob is an adult now, and the kissing has to stop. Grandma agrees to treat him like a grown-up, but this backfires horribly. While Patrick gets spoiled with cookies, stories, and a sweater with love in every stitch, SpongeBob gets steamed coral instead of cookies, a boring technical manual instead of story time, and unwrapped office supplies instead of presents. The breaking point comes when SpongeBob realizes what he's lost. After watching Patrick get all the love and attention he used to get, SpongeBob completely loses it. His fake sideburns fall off and he throws the biggest tantrum ever seen on the show. He screams, "I don't want to grow up," and starts crying hysterically while listing everything he wants back: cookies, milk, a sweater with love, diapers, his wagon, his teddy bear, Mr. Stuffykins. his rocking horse, and kisses on his boo-boos. What makes this scene so devastating is how SpongeBob cries and spins around like a lawn sprinkler, flooding the entire house with his tears. He's hyperventilating and completely breaking down because he realizes that trying to be a grown-up means giving up all the simple joys that made him happy. The flood of tears shows just how much pain he's in from losing his grandma's special treatment. This episode hit viewers hard because it showed the painful reality of growing up. Sometimes you have to choose between what makes you happy and what others think is appropriate. SpongeBob's complete emotional breakdown was heartbreaking because all he wanted was his grandma's love, but society made him feel ashamed of it. The message was clear. There's nothing wrong with wanting comfort and love, no matter how old you get. Now let's move on to our next character, Patrick, but before that, make sure to subscribe to our channel. Now let's shift focus to Patrick and one of the most heartbreaking moments for him in Nature Pants, when SpongeBob announces he's leaving to live with jellyfish, causing Patrick to break down crying and eventually have a complete mental breakdown trying to get his best friend back. SpongeBob decides he wants to give up his cold, industrial life to live naturally with the jellyfish after daydreaming about it at work. Mr. Krabs laughs at this idea, saying SpongeBob wouldn't last one day in the wild. This pushes SpongeBob to quit his job and prove Mr. Krabs wrong. He starts giving away all his possessions to his friends, preparing to leave Bikini Bottom forever. The emotional breaking point starts when SpongeBob begins handing out his belongings. Patrick is already getting teary-eyed when SpongeBob gives him a jar of mayonnaise and some old phone books, but then SpongeBob brings out the big moment he gives Patrick Ol' Reliable, his prized jellyfish net in a special case. This is when Patrick completely loses it. He starts trembling, gasping, and crying as he realizes his best friend is actually serious about leaving. When Sandy shows up and SpongeBob explains he's giving up his material possessions to live with jellyfish, Patrick can only watch helplessly as his world falls apart. SpongeBob takes off his pants behind a bush and runs away naked, buzzing like a jellyfish. While Squidward is indifferent and Sandy bets SpongeBob will be back in a week, Patrick is devastated. He stands there shaking and finally says, "Patrick's sad," which sounds simple but shows how completely broken he is. Things get worse when Sandy and Patrick try to lure SpongeBob back with a picnic. Sandy makes Patrick read from a script, trying to tempt SpongeBob with Krabby Patties, but Patrick can't handle the act. He breaks down mid-script, throws everything away, and desperately begs, "SpongeBob, come back. I miss you." When SpongeBob refuses and says he's happy living with jellyfish, Sandy has to physically drag the crying Patrick away as he screams, "No! SpongeBob!" Patrick's final breakdown is the most disturbing part. He returns to Jellyfish Fields with Ol' Reliable, but now he's completely unhinged. With tears in his eyes, he tells SpongeBob, "If I can't have you as a friend, I'm gonna make you a trophy." He shows SpongeBob a jar labeled SpongeBob Friend that he plans to trap him in. Patrick chases SpongeBob through the fields, making war cries, trying to capture him with the net. When SpongeBob escapes into a jellyfish hive that Patrick can't reach, Patrick snaps Ol' Reliable in half and walks away sobbing, saying, "I hope you're happy." This episode showed Patrick at his most vulnerable. His complete emotional breakdown revealed just how much SpongeBob means to him. The fact that Patrick was willing to turn his best friend into a literal trophy rather than lose him forever was both disturbing and heartbreaking. It demonstrated the unhealthy level of Patrick's attachment to SpongeBob and how he handles abandonment by becoming completely unhinged. Let's talk about Patrick's most heartbreaking moment in the SpongeBob SquarePants movie when he dies under the heat lamp with SpongeBob, using his last strength to comfort his best friend. SpongeBob and Patrick have just made it to Shell City to save Mr. Krabs and get Neptune's crown back. They think they've finally succeeded in their mission. They found the crown in what turns out to be a gift shop. But their celebration is cut short when the Cyclops, a scuba diver who collects sea creatures, captures them both and brings them back to his lair to turn them into dried-out souvenirs. The whole journey to get here was crazy. They traveled across dangerous lands, fought monsters, escaped from a biker bar, and survived all kinds of terrible things. They kept going because they believed in their mission and trusted each other. Now, they're so close to saving everyone back home, but it looks like they're going to die before they can finish the job. The situation becomes desperate when the Cyclops places SpongeBob and Patrick under an intense heat lamp. They're trapped on a table surrounded by other dead sea creatures that have been turned into knick-knacks. The heat is so strong that SpongeBob can barely move, saying, "The heat is so intense from this lamp that I can't move." Patrick responds, "Tell me about it," showing he's suffering just as much. They both realize they're going to die, and there's nothing they can do about it. The most devastating part comes when both friends start accepting their fate. SpongeBob's arm literally falls off from dehydration, and Patrick gently puts it back on, saying, "Don't mention it," when SpongeBob thanks him. This simple act shows Patrick's loyalty even while dying. Even when his own body's failing, Patrick still cares more about helping SpongeBob than himself. It's such a small gesture, but it shows everything about who Patrick really is. SpongeBob starts talking about how everyone was right. They really are just kids who were in over their heads. He says they failed everyone and never even made it close to the crown, not knowing it's sitting right next to them. SpongeBob is beating himself up, thinking they let everyone down. He talks about how they were doomed from the start because they're just children trying to do adult things. The guilt is eating him alive, even as he's literally dying. Patrick tries to stay positive at first, but then reality hits. When SpongeBob mentions they never made it to Shell City, Patrick keeps saying Shell City until he finally points to the sign showing they actually did make it. They realize they succeeded after all, and SpongeBob says, "We did all right for a couple of goofballs." This moment changes everything they went from thinking they failed to realizing they actually won. This leads to the most emotional moment. They both start singing the Goofy Goober song one last time as they slowly dehydrate and die together. "I'm a goofy goober, yeah. You're a goofy goober, yeah. We're all goofy goobers, yeah. Goofy, goofy goober, goober, yeah." Their voices get weaker and weaker as they sing, but they keep going until they can't anymore. Each sheds a single tear that forms a heart shape when they meet, and then both friends die together. What makes Patrick's death so heartbreaking is how he handles it. Even while dying, he stays focused on comforting SpongeBob and helping him realize they actually accomplished their mission. Patrick doesn't complain about dying or blame SpongeBob for getting them into this mess. He could have been angry or scared, but instead he spent his final moments making sure his best friend knew they succeeded and that they should be proud of what they did. The scene worked because it showed Patrick's pure, selfless love for SpongeBob. Even facing death, Patrick's main concern was making sure SpongeBob didn't die thinking he was a failure. Their friendship was so strong that Patrick was willing to use his last breath to sing their favorite song together. It was the perfect example of true friendship being there for someone even in your darkest moment. Patrick proved that real friends stick together no matter what, even until the very end. Now, let's dive into one of Patrick's most devastating moments in Patrick Smartpants, when he loses his friendship with SpongeBob after becoming intelligent, leading to him tearfully looking back at their glory days and realizing what he's lost. The episode starts with SpongeBob and Patrick having their usual fun together, playing tag and jellyfishing at jellyfish fields. They're laughing, running around, and being their typical goofy selves. These two best friends are doing what they do best, being silly and enjoying each other's company without a care in the world. They're chasing jellyfish, telling jokes, and just having the time of their lives like they always do. But everything changes when Patrick runs toward a danger cliff sign while playing tag. He tries to read the sign as he's running, but crashes right through it and falls off the cliff. When SpongeBob finds him, Patrick's head has been knocked clean off his body. This should have been just another typical Patrick accident that they'd laugh about later, but this time was different. SpongeBob tries to help by putting Patrick's head back on, but he accidentally grabs brain coral instead of Patrick's real head. The moment this happens, Patrick's whole personality changes completely. He starts using big words, talking about science and nature, and loses interest in all the fun activities he used to love with SpongeBob. Patrick becomes stuck up and acts like he's better than everyone else, telling SpongeBob his jokes are dumb and that their games are childish. The really sad part is watching SpongeBob try so hard to connect with his best friend. He suggests all their favorite activities, jumping rope, playing games, telling jokes, but Patrick thinks everything is beneath him now. SpongeBob keeps trying different things to make Patrick laugh or have fun, but nothing works. You can see the confusion and hurt in SpongeBob's face as his best friend becomes a completely different person. The heartbreaking moment comes when Patrick officially ends their friendship. He tells SpongeBob they've grown apart and aren't compatible anymore. SpongeBob starts crying and reminds Patrick that he's his best friend, but Patrick acts cold and distant. SpongeBob walks away, sobbing, completely crushed that he's lost the most important person in his life. Patrick tries to make new friendships with Squidward and Sandy since he now shares their interests in music and science. For a moment, it seems like maybe Patrick found where he belongs. Squidward is excited to have someone who understands music, and Sandy enjoys talking about math and science, but Patrick's know-it-all attitude quickly drives them both away. He insults everyone around him and acts like he's smarter than them. Even his new smart friends can't stand him. The most emotional part happens when both friends sit alone looking through their photo albums. Patrick has a book called My Friend SpongeBob, and SpongeBob has one called My Friend Patrick. They're both looking at pictures of all the good times they had together, jellyfishing, playing games, going on adventures. Patrick looks at the photos and wonders why they grew apart, while SpongeBob cries over the memories. You can see tears dropping onto the photos, showing how much pain they're both feeling. This is when Patrick realizes that being smart doesn't matter if you're alone. He has all this knowledge and intelligence, but nobody wants to be around him because he's become mean and difficult. All his fancy words and big ideas can't replace the simple joy he used to have with his best friend. He's surrounded by books and science, but has no one to share anything with. Patrick becomes desperate to get SpongeBob back. He even kidnaps SpongeBob and tries to force them to have fun together like they used to. They go jellyfishing and try other activities, but Patrick can't enjoy simple things anymore. His brain keeps analyzing everything instead of just having fun. He keeps asking when the fun went away, showing how lost he feels. Finally, Patrick figures out that his intelligence came from the brain coral, not his real head. He realizes he has to choose between being smart or having his best friend back. Without hesitation, he chooses friendship. He gives up all his intelligence just to be SpongeBob's buddy again. This episode was devastating because it showed what happens when people change so much that they lose the relationships that matter most. Patrick's loneliness and regret were heartbreaking to watch. Another devastating moment we need to cover is in Valentine's Day, when Patrick has a complete meltdown and goes on a rampage because he thinks SpongeBob forgot his Valentine's gift, leading to one of the most heartbreaking displays of hurt feelings in the entire series. SpongeBob is busy giving Valentine's gifts to everyone in Bikini Bottom. He gives paper hearts to Squidward and Mrs. Puff, a tiny heart to Plankton, and a chocolate bubble for Sandy to eat. Everyone is getting something special from SpongeBob because he wants to make sure all his friends feel loved on Valentine's Day. But his biggest plan is something really amazing, a massive chocolate hot air balloon shaped like a heart just for Patrick. SpongeBob and Sandy work together on a big plan. Sandy will fly the chocolate balloon to the Valentine's Day carnival while SpongeBob takes Patrick there. The idea is that SpongeBob will get Patrick on the Ferris wheel, and when they reach the top, Sandy will fly in with the huge chocolate balloon as the perfect surprise. They think Patrick will be so happy and excited when he sees this amazing gift made just for him. Everything starts going wrong from the beginning. Patrick is making his own Valentine's Day gift, a heart made out of rock. When SpongeBob shows up, Patrick thinks SpongeBob is trapped inside the rock and smashes it to try to save him. This shows how much Patrick cares about SpongeBob and wants to help him. When SpongeBob tells Patrick he has a present for him, Patrick gets super excited. SpongeBob describes it as the greatest, bestest, most fantabulous present ever, which makes Patrick bounce around like crazy with joy. But then SpongeBob has to keep telling Patrick to wait because the present isn't ready yet. Patrick keeps asking, "Is it ready now?" over and over again. He's so excited he can barely contain himself. Patrick starts guessing what the gift could be. He thinks maybe SpongeBob got him the entire carnival, then maybe a quarter, then cotton candy. He even looks through a microscope and guesses it might be tiny sea creatures. His excitement is so pure and innocent, he just wants his best friend's gift so badly. The real problem starts when Sandy runs into chocolate-eating scallops that attack the balloon. These flying creatures start eating the chocolate and cause the balloon to lose air and go off course. Sandy has to fight them off with a whip, but this makes her really late for the plan. SpongeBob takes Patrick to the top of the Ferris wheel as planned, but Sandy still doesn't show up. Patrick is sitting there, waiting for his amazing present, getting more and more excited. With no other choice, SpongeBob has to lie to Patrick. Instead of the incredible chocolate balloon, he gives Patrick a friendly handshake. You can see how crushed Patrick is, but he tries so hard to be okay with it. This is the most sad part. Patrick sits on a bench and talks to himself, trying to convince his own heart that a handshake is good enough. He says things like, "A handshake doesn't seem like much, but it's the thought that counts. And even though I was expecting more," He's trying so hard to be happy and grateful even though he's clearly hurt. But then people start walking up to SpongeBob, thanking him for amazing Valentine's gifts. Someone thanks him for a box of chocolates, another person thanks him for roses, and then a lady thanks him for a bike, and she says she just met SpongeBob that morning. Patrick has to sit there and watch his best friend give incredible gifts to strangers while he only got a handshake. This is when Patrick completely loses it. When a random person asks what time it is, Patrick throws them across the screen and screams, "Patrick needs love too." He goes completely crazy and starts destroying the entire carnival. He rips apart a guy dressed in a heart costume while yelling, "I defy you, Heart Man." He tries to destroy rides that have hearts on them, and even takes a little girl's heart-shaped lollipop and breaks it while shouting, "Heart on stick must die." What makes this scene so heartbreaking is that Patrick's anger comes from real pain. He's genuinely hurt that everyone else got amazing gifts while he got almost nothing. When people try to give him gifts to calm him down, he says, "No, it's too late for that now," because the damage to his feelings has already been done. The episode shows how awful it feels to be left out when everyone else is being celebrated. Patrick's pain was so real that viewers couldn't help but feel terrible for him. Now let's talk about Patrick feeling completely worthless compared to SpongeBob in Big Pink Loser. This episode really shows how crushing it feels when you realize your best friend is way more successful than you'll ever be. Patrick wakes up one morning and finds a shiny trophy in his mouth. He's so excited he can barely contain himself. He runs around showing everyone the jellyfish, his rock, even jumps out of the water to show an island. For once in his life, Patrick thinks he actually won something. You can see how happy he is, and it makes what happens next even worse. SpongeBob looks at the trophy and sees his own name on it. The award was delivered to the wrong person. Patrick has to hand over the only trophy he's ever received, and you can see his heart breaking. But the real punch comes when Patrick accidentally opens SpongeBob's closet and hundreds of trophies come spilling out. Patrick just stands there staring at this mountain of awards, realizing he's never accomplished anything in his entire life. Patrick starts crying and says, "I want an award." The way he says it isn't bratty or demanding, he sounds genuinely hurt. He tells SpongeBob he's never done anything worth recognition. And honestly, he's right. While SpongeBob has been winning awards left and right, Patrick has been sitting under a rock, doing nothing. The comparison hits him hard, and you can't help but feel bad for the guy. SpongeBob tries to help by getting Patrick a job at the Krusty Krab. This is where things get really painful to watch. Patrick fails at every single task. When he's supposed to deliver food to customers, he eats it instead. When people call asking for the Krusty Krab, he gets mad because he thinks they're calling him names. He doesn't even know that Krusty Krab is the restaurant's name. The worst moment comes when a customer asks Patrick if he just blew in from Stupid Town. Patrick's face just drops. You can see how much that comment hurts him. He's already feeling dumb, and now a stranger is basically confirming his worst fears about himself. Patrick gets so frustrated that he starts smashing the floor with a broom, making dust fly everywhere. SpongeBob finally gives Patrick the simplest job possible, opening a jar. Even this becomes a huge challenge. SpongeBob has to guide Patrick's hand step by step, like he's teaching a little kid. When Patrick finally opens the jar, he's so proud he celebrates like he scored a touchdown. The fact that opening a jar is his biggest achievement so far is both sweet and really sad. Patrick becomes so desperate for success that he starts copying everything SpongeBob does. He dresses like him, talks like him, even paints his rock to look like SpongeBob's pineapple house. When SpongeBob gets annoyed and calls him a big pink loser, Patrick doesn't even argue. He just accepts it because deep down he believes it's true. The copying gets so extreme that Patrick loses himself completely. He tells SpongeBob that he was never closer to getting an award than when he started being someone else. That's a really heavy statement. Patrick basically admits that being himself has never been good enough for anything. The episode ends with Patrick getting a trophy for doing absolutely nothing longer than anyone else. While this makes Patrick happy, there's something kind of sad about it too. His greatest accomplishment is being lazy, which isn't really something to be proud of. But for Patrick, any recognition is better than none. What makes this episode so powerful is how real Patrick's pain feels. Everyone has had moments where they felt like failures compared to their friends. Maybe your friend got better grades, or landed a better job, or just seemed to have their life more together. Patrick's breakdown over feeling worthless hits close to home for a lot of people. The episode also shows how comparison can destroy your self-worth. Patrick was perfectly happy being himself until he saw how many awards SpongeBob had. Suddenly, his simple life felt empty and meaningless. He became so focused on matching SpongeBob's success that he forgot who he was. This is why so many viewers felt bad for Patrick during this episode. His pain felt genuine, and his struggle to find purpose and recognition is something most people can relate to, even if they've never cried over a trophy. Now let's talk about Squidward. Be sure to subscribe to our channel. Let's start with one of the most heartbreaking moments where Squidward believes he accidentally gave SpongeBob a deadly pie bomb in Dying for Pie. This episode shows us a side of Squidward we rarely see: genuine remorse and panic over potentially hurting his annoying neighbor. The whole mess starts on Employee Brotherhood Day when everyone has to exchange homemade gifts. SpongeBob gives Squidward a sweater made from his own eyelashes, which is gross but incredibly thoughtful. Squidward, being lazy and selfish, doesn't want to make anything. He spots some pirates selling pies and buys one for $25 without asking questions. The pirates literally tell him the pies are bombs from a bomb factory, but when Squidward shows interest in buying one, they quickly backtrack and claim they were joking. Mr. Krabs decides to taste test the pie, and when a tiny crumb falls and explodes, blowing up half the Krusty Krab, everyone realizes what just happened. But here's the kicker: SpongeBob already ate the entire pie. Mr. Krabs tells Squidward that SpongeBob will explode when the pie reaches his lower intestine, giving him until sunset to live. The doctor confirms this has happened 11 times before, and there's nothing they can do. Watching Squidward's reaction is genuinely painful. This guy, who usually can't stand SpongeBob, suddenly breaks down when he realizes what he's done. He starts crying and tells Mr. Krabs he wants to make SpongeBob's final hours the best he's ever had. The guilt hits him like a truck because SpongeBob made him that sweet, disgusting eyelash sweater out of pure friendship, and Squidward repaid him by basically poisoning him. What follows is actually beautiful in a twisted way. Squidward goes through SpongeBob's entire friendship list, doing ridiculous activities he would normally hate. He shows SpongeBob to everyone in town while wearing a salmon suit, lets SpongeBob perform surgery on him, and even does knock-knock jokes. You can see Squidward is miserable doing all this stuff, but he pushes through because he genuinely feels terrible about what happened. The most emotional part comes during the sunset scene. SpongeBob says if he were to die in some fiery explosion due to a friend's carelessness, watching this sunset would be perfect. Squidward starts tearing up because he knows that's exactly what's about to happen. When SpongeBob mentions something hit his lower intestine and starts counting down to the sunset, Squidward is practically having a panic attack behind his brick wall. When the explosion happens and Squidward thinks SpongeBob is dead, he breaks down completely. He sobs and says at least he made SpongeBob's last hours meaningful, calling himself a good person. For a brief moment, Squidward shows real humanity and regret. You actually feel sorry for this usually selfish character because his guilt seems so genuine. The twist ending where SpongeBob reveals he saved the pie to share with Squidward adds another layer. SpongeBob's pure intention to share the pie makes Squidward's guilt even more justified. SpongeBob never ate the bomb, he kept it because he wanted to enjoy it with his friend. This makes everything Squidward went through even more tragic because it was all based on a misunderstanding. This episode works because it shows what Squidward is capable of when he thinks he's truly hurt someone he cares about, even if he won't admit he cares. His breakdown feels real because voice actor Roger Bumpass really sells the emotion. You see past Squidward's usual grumpiness to someone who actually has a conscience and can feel genuine remorse. The reason viewers felt bad for Squidward here is seeing him step completely outside his comfort zone and sacrifice his dignity to make someone else happy, even though the whole situation was his fault for being lazy and not paying attention to what he was buying. His reaction showed he's not completely heartless. When he thought SpongeBob was going to die because of his carelessness, Squidward became a different person entirely. Moving on to another devastating Squidward moment when his marching band completely falls apart before their big Bubble Bowl performance in Band Geeks. This episode is painful because we see Squidward's biggest dream getting crushed by the incompetence of everyone around him. The setup makes Squidward's eventual heartbreak even worse. His old rival, Squilliam Fancyson, calls to brag about leading a fancy band that's supposed to play the prestigious Bubble Bowl. When Squilliam offers Squidward the chance to replace them, clearly expecting him to admit he doesn't have a band, Squidward's pride kicks in. He lies and says he does have a band, then immediately realizes he has to actually create one. Squidward puts up flyers around town promising people they'll be forever adored by thousands if they join his band. You can see he's genuinely excited about this opportunity. It's his chance to finally prove he's a real musician and show up his smug rival. For once, Squidward has something to work toward that he actually cares about. The first rehearsal is a disaster. None of these people have any musical experience. Patrick asks if mayonnaise is an instrument, the drummers think drumsticks are mouth instruments and pin Squidward to the wall, and Sandy beats up Patrick and shoves him through a trombone. But Squidward keeps trying because this means everything to him. Day 2 gets worse when the flag twirlers spin so hard they fly into a blimp and explode, killing them. Day 3 shows Plankton exhausting himself trying to play a harmonica that's way too big for him. By day 4, Squidward is desperate. He tries the theory that playing loud will make them sound good, but they play so badly they break all the windows and deform his face. The breaking point comes when everyone starts fighting. Harold and Mr. Krabs get into it about big meaty claws, and soon the whole band is using their instruments as weapons. Squidward tries to stop the brawl, but nobody listens to him. When the clock hits 10 p.m. and everyone just leaves, Squidward finally snaps, and his breakdown speech is absolutely crushing. He tells them they took his one chance at happiness and crushed it into little tiny bite-sized pieces. The way he says it with tears in his eyes shows just how much this meant to him. This was about proving to himself that he could accomplish something meaningful in music. When Squidward says, "I really expected better of you people," and calls himself a loser for believing in them, you feel the full weight of his disappointment. He tells them not to bother showing up and that he'll just say, "They all died in a marching accident." The fact that he's willing to lie rather than admit failure shows how much his pride is wrapped up in this. What makes this so heartbreaking is that Squidward actually put in real effort. He rented instruments, made uniforms, wrote music arrangements, and spent days patiently trying to teach these people basic skills. He pushed through every disaster because he believed this was his shot at greatness. When it all falls apart, you see how crushed he is. The episode becomes famous for its happy ending, where the band secretly practices and performs Sweet Victory perfectly, but the emotional core is Squidward's devastating failure speech. Viewers felt bad for him because for once, he was working towards something bigger than himself and got completely let down by people who didn't take it seriously. His dream of musical success, his rivalry with Squilliam, and his desperate need for recognition all come crashing down in that moment. Even though Squidward can be selfish and mean, seeing someone's genuine passion project destroyed by others' incompetence hits hard. Everyone's felt that disappointment when people don't match your energy for something you care deeply about. Let's jump into one of the most quietly devastating moments in SpongeBob history when we see Squidward crying at a gravestone that reads, "Here lies Squidward's hopes and dreams in one crab's trash." This brief scene hits harder than most people realize because it shows just how deeply Squidward has given up on life. The scene happens when Mr. Krabs goes to the cemetery looking for Smitty Werbenjager-Manjenson's grave to get back that valuable soda hat. As he's wandering around this creepy graveyard at night, he spots Squidward walking up to a tombstone with flowers in his hands. Squidward places the flowers on the grave and just stands there crying before walking away. When Mr. Krabs goes to check what grave had Squidward so emotional, he reads the inscription, "Here lies Squidward's hopes and dreams." This moment works so well because it comes out of nowhere. The episode is mostly about Mr. Krabs being greedy and fighting skeletons for a hat, but then we get this random glimpse into Squidward's inner pain. The writers didn't need to include this scene. It doesn't move the main plot forward at all, but they put it in there anyway, and that makes it even more powerful. What makes this so heartbreaking is how matter-of-fact it is. Squidward isn't dramatically sobbing or making a big scene. He's just quietly mourning at this grave like it's a regular thing he does. This suggests he comes here often to grieve for everything he's lost or never achieved. The fact that he brought flowers shows this is a ritual for him, not just a one-time thing. The gravestone itself is brutal. Most people bury their dreams metaphorically, but Squidward literally made a grave for his. He took the time and money to get an actual tombstone made with those exact words. That's not something you do on impulse, that's the result of years of disappointment and giving up. He's so convinced his dreams are dead that he gave them a proper funeral. Think about what this means for Squidward's character. This is a guy who still plays clarinet every day, still tries to create art, still dreams of being famous. But deep down, he's already accepted that none of it will ever happen. He keeps going through the motions while knowing it's hopeless. That's a special kind of torture that a lot of adults can relate to. The timing makes it even sadder. Mr. Krabs sees this and his only reaction is to call Squidward a baby. He doesn't show any sympathy or understanding, just dismisses Squidward's pain as pathetic. This shows how alone Squidward really is. Even when someone witnesses his most vulnerable moment, they just mock him for it. What's really twisted is that Squidward probably feels better after visiting this grave. It's his way of acknowledging his pain instead of pretending everything is fine. Most people bottle up their disappointments, but Squidward found a way to honor his grief. In a weird way, that's actually healthy, even if it looks depressing. The scene also works as dark comedy. The idea of someone making a literal grave for their hopes and dreams is so over the top that it's funny, but it's also genuinely sad. That's classic SpongeBob finding humor in real human suffering without making fun of the suffering itself. This moment became iconic because it captures something universal. Everyone has dreams that didn't work out, goals they gave up on, or talents they never got to use. Squidward's grave represents all of that disappointment that adults carry around. Most people just push those feelings down, but Squidward gave them a proper burial. The image of that gravestone became a meme because people related to it so much. They started using it to represent their own dead dreams or failed projects. It became a symbol for giving up, but also for acknowledging that giving up hurts. Sometimes the only way to move forward is to admit that some dreams really are dead. What's particularly cruel is the contrast between this scene and the rest of the episode. While Squidward is dealing with real emotional pain, Mr. Krabs is literally fighting cartoon skeletons over money. The episode treats Mr. Krabs' silly adventure as the main story, but Squidward's quiet moment of grief is what actually matters. It shows how people's real struggles often get overshadowed by louder, more dramatic problems. The cemetery setting adds another layer of sadness. Squidward is surrounded by actual dead people, but he's mourning something that was never really alive, his potential. His hopes and dreams never got the chance to become reality, so they died before they could truly live. That's almost worse than losing something you actually had. At the end of the episode, we see Squidward walking past Mr. Krabs with flowers in his hand, presumably heading back to the cemetery. Even after all the chaos with the skeleton army and the valuable hats, Squidward is still focused on his personal grief. His problems don't go away just because the episode's main plot got resolved. Viewers felt bad for Squidward because this scene showed him at his most human. Usually he's just the grumpy neighbor who hates SpongeBob's enthusiasm, but here we see that his grumpiness comes from real pain. He's protecting himself from more disappointment. When you understand that his negativity is really about self-preservation, it's hard not to feel sorry for the guy. Now let's talk about when Squidward finds his supposedly perfect community in Tentacle Acres during Squidville, only to discover that getting everything you think you want can leave you feeling completely empty. This episode shows how isolation, disguised as paradise, can be its own special kind of hell. The setup makes Squidward's eventual loneliness even more tragic. SpongeBob and Patrick destroy his house with their reef blowers, and Squidward finally snaps. He's had enough of living next to these two idiots, so when he sees a commercial for Tentacle Acres, a gated community exclusively for octopuses like him, it seems like the answer to all his problems. Tentacle Acres looks perfect on the surface. Everyone is exactly like Squidward. They play clarinet, do interpretive dance, eat canned bread, and ride bikes in formation. There's no SpongeBob ruining his day, no Patrick being stupid. Just peace and quiet with people who understand him. For the first time in years, Squidward feels like he belongs somewhere. But that's where the horror really begins. At first, Squidward loves the routine. He wakes up, rides his bike with everyone else, goes grocery shopping, does interpretive dance, and plays clarinet in the park. Day 2 is exactly the same. And he's still happy. But as the days keep repeating with no variation whatsoever, something starts to die inside him. The episode shows this brilliantly through the montage where Squidward goes through the same exact routine over and over. At first, he's smiling and excited. Then he starts looking bored. By the end, he's completely miserable doing the same activities that once brought him joy. The music even becomes distorted and creepy as his enthusiasm fades away. What makes this so sad is that Squidward got exactly what he asked for. He wanted to be around people like him, and that's exactly what happened. But being around people exactly like you means no surprises, no challenges, no growth. Everyone thinks the same thoughts, has the same opinions, and does the same things. There's no friction, but there's also no life. The real gut punch comes when Squidward tries to quit the clarinet trio early and just walks away. Nobody follows him or asks if he's okay. They just keep playing without him. In his old life, even though SpongeBob annoyed him, at least SpongeBob cared about him. These people who are supposedly his perfect neighbors don't even notice when he's gone. Sitting on that park bench, Squidward realizes he's trapped himself in too much paradise. He thought happiness meant getting away from chaos and being around people who understood him. Instead, he discovered that a life without any conflict or unpredictability is just a different kind of prison. You need some chaos to feel alive. The moment when Squidward hears the reef blower and thinks it might be SpongeBob shows how desperate he's become. The same sound that used to drive him crazy now represents hope and excitement. He misses the very thing he ran away from, because at least SpongeBob's chaos made him feel something. When Squidward starts playing with the reef blower himself, he's basically becoming SpongeBob. He's doing the same childish thing that made him angry before, but now it's his only escape from the suffocating perfection around him. The other residents react to his behavior exactly the way he used to react to SpongeBob, with annoyance and disgust. The mob scene is brilliant because it shows Squidward finally understanding what he put SpongeBob through. These octopuses treat him like a troublemaker for having fun, the same way he treated SpongeBob. But instead of learning to appreciate differences like SpongeBob did, they just want to kick him out. They have no tolerance for anyone who doesn't fit their narrow definition of acceptable behavior. The security guard scene at the beginning shows how exclusive and judgmental this community is. They literally ask Squidward if he's ever been a sponge or starfish, treating those as disqualifying characteristics. This isn't about creating a peaceful community, it's about keeping certain types of people out. That kind of exclusivity always comes with a price. When Squidward breaks free and flies away yelling, "Freedom!" it's one of the most cathartic moments in this series. He's escaping the trap of thinking that happiness comes from avoiding everything that challenges you. Sometimes the things that annoy you are also the things that make life worth living. The episode's ending is perfect because SpongeBob and Patrick can't even recognize Squidward among all the identical octopuses. This shows how conformity erases individuality. Squidward thought he wanted to blend in, but being indistinguishable from everyone else made him disappear entirely. What's really clever about this episode is how it shows that Squidward's problems weren't really about SpongeBob and Patrick. His issues were internal, his inability to appreciate what he had, his constant need for everything to be perfect, his refusal to embrace chaos and spontaneity. Moving away didn't solve those problems, it just revealed them more clearly. The commercial for Tentacle Acres is also telling. It specifically targets people who are desperate to move, suggesting this place attracts people running away from their problems, rather than people genuinely seeking community. It's a place for escapists, not people looking to build real relationships. Viewers felt bad for Squidward because this episode showed how loneliness can disguise itself as belonging. He thought he found his people, but sameness isn't the same thing as connection. Real relationships require differences to work. You need someone to challenge you, surprise you, even annoy you sometimes. Without that friction, you're just surrounded by mirrors of yourself, and that's the loneliest feeling in the world. Let's dive into one of Squidward's most crushing public failures when he gets pelted with tomatoes during his interpretive dance performance at the Krusty Krab talent show in Culture Shock. This episode shows how badly things can go when your biggest dream becomes your worst nightmare in front of everyone you know. The whole thing starts when business is slow at the Krusty Krab and Mr. Krabs needs a gimmick to bring in customers. Squidward sees this as his big chance and suggests hosting a talent show. He claims it will bring culture to Bikini Bottom, but really, he just wants his moment in the spotlight. From the beginning, you can tell this is all about his ego. Squidward treats this talent show like his personal showcase. He tells all the other performers that this is his shot at the big time, not theirs. When SpongeBob shows him a bubble dancing act, Squidward shoots it down and calls it uncultured. He basically turns SpongeBob into his janitor for the night. The guy is so focused on his own success that he can't see how selfish he's being. The night of the show arrives and the Krusty Krab is packed. This is everything Squidward has been dreaming of, a full audience ready to see his artistic genius. But the other acts are complete disasters. Pearl's cheerleading routine launches everyone into the air with each jump. Gary does poetry that's just meowing. Plankton tries to steal a Krabby Patty during his magic act and fails. By the time Squidward takes the stage, the crowd is already tired and annoyed. But Squidward doesn't care, he's finally getting his moment. The Squidward Live sign lights up like he's a superstar. He comes out in a blue leotard, ready to show everyone his interpretive dance skills. The audience immediately stops clapping and just stares at him confused. Squidward starts dancing to classical music with flowing, graceful movements. For a moment, you almost think this might work out, but then the music switches to weird techno beats and Squidward's dancing becomes completely bizarre. He's making strange noises, flailing around and moving like he's having some kind of breakdown. The audience has seen enough. They start booing loudly and throwing tomatoes from the free salad bar at him. This is Squidward's worst nightmare. His performance is a failure and he's being publicly humiliated by the entire town. Mr. Krabs even starts charging people $1 for tomatoes because they hate the act so much. What makes this so brutal is that Squidward genuinely believes he has talent. He really thinks this dance will prove he's a sophisticated artist. When the crowd boos, he calls them bottom feeders who don't understand real talent. He's so delusional that he blames the audience instead of accepting that his performance was terrible. The really cruel part happens right after. SpongeBob comes out to mop up the tomatoes and the audience suddenly loves it. They cheer for SpongeBob's cleaning skills while completely ignoring Squidward. Every time Squidward tries to get back on stage, the crowd goes silent. But the moment SpongeBob appears, everyone cheers again. This episode works because it shows Squidward at his most vulnerable. His whole identity is built around being more sophisticated than everyone else in Bikini Bottom. When his big moment to prove that falls apart so badly, it destroys everything he believes about himself. The town actively hates his art and mocks him. What's even sadder is that Squidward learns nothing from this experience. At the end, Mr. Krabs is planning next week's show, and Squidward just sighs in defeat. He doesn't grow or change, he just has to live with the fact that his biggest chance ended in complete humiliation. The final shot shows SpongeBob getting flowers from the cheering crowd, while Squidward watches from the sidelines, forgotten. Viewers felt bad for Squidward because everyone has experienced that feeling of putting yourself out there only to fail publicly. Most people's embarrassing moments happen in front of friends, but Squidward's disaster was witnessed by his entire community. His artistic dreams got crushed in the most public way possible, and there's no recovering from that kind of humiliation. Moving on to another devastating moment for Squidward when he becomes homeless after being falsely accused of stealing Mr. Krabs' first dime in Can You Spare a Dime? This episode shows how fast your whole life can fall apart when you stand up for yourself at the wrong time. Everything starts during closing time when Mr. Krabs discovers his lucky first dime is missing from the register. Since Squidward worked the register all day, Mr. Krabs immediately assumes he stole it. He doesn't investigate or consider other possibilities, he just accuses Squidward based on nothing but suspicion. He makes Squidward swear on dance magazines and brings out a lie detector. Think about this from Squidward's perspective. He's worked for this cheap boss for years, dealing with his penny-pinching nonsense. He's been a loyal employee who shows up every day to a job he hates. And this is the thanks he gets being accused of theft over a dime he never saw. When Mr. Krabs says there are three possibilities, you stole it, or you stole it, Squidward finally snaps. Squidward quits on the spot and storms out with big dreams about becoming a football player, king, or spaceman. For once, he's taking control and refusing to be pushed around. He tells SpongeBob the whole town will be eating out of the palm of his hands. He's finally going to show everyone what he's capable of. But reality hits hard. The next time we see Squidward, he's living in a cardboard box on the street, begging for spare change. All his dreams came to nothing. Nobody would hire him or buy his paintings. He went from having a steady job and home to being completely homeless in just a few days. The scene where SpongeBob finds him is heartbreaking. Squidward is so ashamed that he tries to hide in his box. Then a repo man takes away even his cardboard shelter. Squidward breaks down crying, calling himself a loser who lost everything. When SpongeBob asks about his paintings, Squidward admits he had to eat them because nobody would buy them. SpongeBob invites Squidward to stay at his house until he gets back on his feet. Squidward promises it'll just be for a day or two, and says he won't be a burden. At this point, you really feel bad for him and hope he can turn his life around. But months pass, and Squidward becomes completely dependent on SpongeBob's kindness. He gets breakfast in bed, massages, and basically turns SpongeBob into his personal servant. He becomes increasingly demanding, complaining about lemonade having 3 seeds, making SpongeBob wear a maid outfit, waking him up at night for stupid requests. When SpongeBob tries to hint that he should look for work, even spelling out "get a job" in alphabet soup, Squidward ignores every suggestion. What started as helping a friend becomes SpongeBob being taken advantage of in his own home. Even Gary can see that Squidward is freeloading. The situation gets so bad that even SpongeBob finally loses his temper. When Squidward demands he fix a broken remote, SpongeBob snaps and starts yelling about how people with jobs fix things. He's been pushed to his limit by months of being treated like a servant. SpongeBob physically pushes Squidward's bed out of his house and to the Krusty Krab. In one of the most satisfying moments in the series, SpongeBob grabs Mr. Krabs by the throat and calls him a crustaceous cheapskate for destroying someone's life over a stupid dime. And of course, it turns out Mr. Krabs had his first dime the whole time. A giant prehistoric coin falls out of his pants when SpongeBob is shaking him. Squidward never stole anything. He was falsely accused, lost his job, became homeless, and had his life destroyed because Mr. Krabs couldn't check his own pockets. The episode ends with Squidward getting his job back, but there's no real justice. Mr. Krabs doesn't apologize for the false accusation or acknowledge the damage he caused. He immediately starts suggesting Squidward planted the dime in his pants, showing he learned nothing. Viewers felt bad for Squidward because this situation was fundamentally unfair. He was right to quit when falsely accused and right to defend his integrity. Standing up for yourself should be rewarded, not punished, but here it led to homelessness and suffering. The episode shows how one person's greed and paranoia can destroy someone's entire life, and how desperation can turn victims into people who take advantage of others. Moving on to one of Squidward's biggest backfires when his real estate agent rejects his house sale because of SpongeBob and Patrick's antics during opposite day. This episode shows what happens when your plan to get rid of annoying neighbors ends up trapping you with them forever. The whole mess begins when SpongeBob and Patrick throw Squidward a surprise birthday party that isn't even on his birthday. They wake him up early, force him to play pin the tail on the seahorse, and basically drive him crazy with their fake celebration. Squidward has had enough and decides he's moving out of Bikini Bottom for good. He calls a real estate agent to sell his house so he can escape his nightmare neighbors once and for all. But here's where things get tricky. The real estate agent warns him that bad neighbors can ruin a house sale. She says she's seen deals fall through because of troublesome people living nearby. This gives Squidward a terrible idea. Since SpongeBob and Patrick always do the opposite of what good neighbors would do, maybe he can use that to his advantage. Squidward tells SpongeBob it's opposite day, hoping this will make him act quiet and boring for once. The plan seems to work at first. SpongeBob says he's going to crawl into bed and do nothing all day, but then Patrick shows up and doesn't know about opposite day. SpongeBob explains the rules to him, and soon they're both doing all sorts of backwards activities like talking in reverse and acting like Gary's pets. Everything goes wrong when SpongeBob decides to fix his house by destroying it. He and Patrick completely wreck the pineapple, turning it into a skeleton of a house with debris everywhere. When Squidward sees this disaster, he panics because he knows the real estate agent is coming. He grabs a bulldozer and starts frantically rebuilding SpongeBob's house to make the neighborhood look presentable again. But SpongeBob notices that Squidward is acting like him, so he decides he needs to act like Squidward to be properly opposite. He puts his belt around his head to look like Squidward's nose and starts talking in Squidward's voice. Patrick joins in, and soon they're both pretending to be Squidward and calling each other Mr. Squidward. When the real estate agent arrives, SpongeBob and Patrick are already inside Squidward's house pretending to be him. They give her the worst possible tour, describing all the negative things about the house like creaky floors, leaky roofs, and a man eating clam in the backyard. They do everything wrong. SpongeBob plays clarinet badly, Patrick bursts through a painting, and they completely confuse the poor woman. When the real Squidward shows up and tries to explain, the situation gets even worse. Now there are 3 people all claiming to be Squidward. The real estate agent finally loses it and screams, "I'm Squidward, so are there any other Squidwards I should know about?" Right then, Gary appears with a pickle on his face, looking like Squidward and meowing in his voice. This is the last straw for her. The real estate agent storms out, telling Squidward she wouldn't sell his house if he was the last Squidward on Earth. All his hopes of escaping are crushed because his own plan backfired spectacularly. SpongeBob and Patrick cheerfully tell him, "Happy opposite day, we hate you," while Squidward realizes he's stuck with these neighbors forever. In his rage, Squidward grabs the bulldozer and chases SpongeBob and Patrick down the street, screaming, "Happy opposite day!" The episode ends with him pursuing them in fury while they run for their lives, asking if Squidward likes them too much. Viewers felt bad for Squidward because his plan was actually smart. He understood his neighbor's behavior and tried to use it strategically, but his cleverness backfired in the worst possible way, and he ended up more trapped than before. Watching someone's escape plan destroy itself is genuinely painful, especially when they brought it on themselves by being too clever for their own good. Now let's talk about when Squidward gets completely humiliated by his high school rival Squilliam at the Krusty Krab in Squilliam Returns. This episode shows what happens when your biggest insecurity meets your worst nightmare in the most public way possible. And the trouble starts during Squidward's lunch break when he runs into Squilliam Fancyson, his arch-rival from high school. Squilliam is bragging to a group of people about his private yacht, private lake, and private island. When Squidward tries to hide his Krusty Krab uniform, Squilliam immediately spots him and asks what he's accomplished since high school. This is Squidward's worst fear coming true, facing his successful rival while stuck in a dead-end job. Squidward panics and makes a huge mistake. Instead of telling the truth about working at the Krusty Krab, he lies and says he owns a 5-star restaurant. Squilliam is impressed and announces that he and his friends will come eat there tonight. Squidward's face turns into a mask of terror when he realizes what he's gotten himself into. Desperate to avoid humiliation, Squidward begs Mr. Krabs to let him transform the Krusty Krab into a fancy restaurant for one night. Mr. Krabs agrees because he wants to impress the wealthy Squilliam, but turning the Krusty Krab into fine dining with this crew is like trying to turn a garage band into a symphony orchestra in 20 minutes. Everything goes wrong immediately. Patrick shows up thinking he's joining the military and gets assigned to collect hats, but he starts beating up the coat rack when it won't give him its hat. Mr. Krabs claims he was a chef on the SS Gourmet, but he makes terrible food like peas still in the can and a disgusting appetizer that looks like it has flies and other gross things in it. Then he admits he was actually just a janitor on the Gourmet and the head chef on the SS Diarrhea. SpongeBob tries to learn fancy waiting from a book, but he gets overwhelmed by all the information and starts acting like a zombie. Squidward tells him to empty his mind of everything except fine dining and breathing. The episode shows SpongeBob's brain like an office where tiny SpongeBobs throw away all his memories and knowledge, including his own name. But somehow, this actually works. When Squilliam arrives, the Krusty Krab has been magically transformed into an elegant restaurant with fancy wallpaper, a chandelier, and a string orchestra. SpongeBob, now in a tuxedo, provides perfect service and treats Squilliam like royalty. Everything is going perfectly, and Squidward finally gets to humiliate his rival. Squidward makes Squilliam read a card saying, "Squidward Tentacles has the fanciest restaurant in Bikini Bottom and he does not suck eggs," over the restaurant's loudspeaker. This should be Squidward's moment of triumph, but then disaster strikes. Squilliam asks SpongeBob his name and SpongeBob can't remember it because he threw out that memory along with everything else. SpongeBob's brain completely breaks in half trying to find his name. He goes insane and starts dumping soup on customers, grating people's butts with cheese graters, and causing total chaos. Meanwhile, Mr. Krabs' evil appetizer comes to life and chases everyone out of the restaurant. The fancy decorations fall apart, revealing the regular Krusty Krab underneath. With his cover blown, Squidward has to admit the truth he's just a cashier and everything was fake. Squilliam pretends to confess that he's also a cashier and was lying about being rich, giving Squidward a moment of hope. But then, Squilliam reveals he was just kidding and really is filthy stinking rich. He leaves with his friends to go ride in his balloon casino while Mr. Krabs plays the world's smallest violin for Squidward's failure. This episode hits hard because Squidward actually succeeded for a brief moment. He managed to turn the Krusty Krab into a real fancy restaurant and was finally impressing his rival, but his success was built on erasing SpongeBob's personality, and when that artificial foundation cracked, everything came crashing down. Viewers felt bad for Squidward because everyone understands the pain of running into someone from your past when your life isn't going well. His lie about owning a restaurant was pathetic, but it came from a real place of insecurity and shame. Watching him get so close to redemption only to have it fall apart in the most embarrassing way possible was genuinely heartbreaking. Sometimes our attempts to impress others just make us look more foolish than if we'd been honest from the start. Now let's move to Sandy, but be sure to subscribe to our channel if you haven't already. Moving on to Sandy's heartbreaking homesickness in the episode Texas, where she almost leaves Bikini Bottom forever. This episode shows what it's like when someone feels completely lost and alone, even when surrounded by friends. The episode begins with Sandy, SpongeBob, and Patrick playing at the beach. Sandy makes a sand sculpture of Texas, but a wave comes and destroys it. She sadly says, "It's nothing but a memory now," and walks away looking really upset. When SpongeBob tries to cheer her up by suggesting karate or jellyfishing, Sandy just isn't interested in anything. SpongeBob tries everything to make Sandy happy. He wants to play karate, but she says she's not feeling up to it. He tries to get her to go jellyfishing, but she doesn't want to do that either. Usually Sandy loves these activities, but today she can't even fake being excited about them. You can tell something is really wrong with her. The real gut punch comes when SpongeBob releases a jellyfish and tells it to go back to where you belong and hurry before they forget you and leave you behind. He says, "There's no place like home," without realizing how much those words hurt Sandy. She starts crying so much that her helmet fills with tears. She has to use a toilet handle to drain all the water out. When SpongeBob asks why she's crying, Sandy lies and says her helmet just sprung a leak. But then she admits the truth, she's homesick. This leads to SpongeBob and Patrick trying to help by blindfolding her and taking her to her own tree dome, thinking that would make her feel better. Instead, it makes things worse, and Sandy runs inside crying. Then comes the most emotional part of the episode. Sandy climbs on top of her tree dome with a guitar and sings a song called "I Wanna Go Home." The song is so sad that everyone in Bikini Bottom starts crying. She sings about missing the wide open skies, her 20 acres, barbecues, and pecan pies. The song is so powerful that even Mr. Krabs at the Krusty Krab starts crying and gets hit by his own cash register. The song shows how deep Sandy's pain really is. She's missing her whole identity. In Texas, she was part of something bigger. In Bikini Bottom, she's the only land animal in a world of sea creatures. She feels like she doesn't belong anywhere, and that loneliness is eating her alive. What makes the song even sadder is that she mentions specific things she misses. It's not just general homesickness. She misses barbecues with friends, pecan pies her family probably made together, and those big Texas skies that made her feel free. In Bikini Bottom, everything is underwater and cramped. She can't see the horizon or feel the wind. She's trapped in a glass dome while everyone else swims freely around her. After the song, Sandy decides she's had enough and packs her bags to move back to Texas. She tells SpongeBob and Patrick that it's time for this tumbleweed to tumble on home. She gets on a bus to leave Bikini Bottom forever. This is someone giving up on their new life because the pain is too much. Sandy has clearly been thinking about this for a while. She has her bags packed and ready to go. She's thought about it and decided that staying in Bikini Bottom hurts too much. She'd rather give up all her friendships and start over than keep feeling this lonely and out of place. But then Patrick accidentally saves the day by calling Texas dumb. This makes Sandy so angry that she gets off the bus to defend her home state. SpongeBob realizes they can use this to their advantage, so he and Patrick keep insulting Texas to make Sandy chase them to the Krusty Krab where they've prepared a surprise party. The chase scene is pretty funny, but also shows how much Sandy loves Texas. She becomes incredibly fast and strong when defending her home. She lassos Patrick and creates a nuclear explosion in the background. She karate chops through rocks and almost kills SpongeBob and Patrick just for making fun of her state. Her love for Texas is so strong it makes her superhuman. The party is sweet, but shows how much SpongeBob misunderstood what Sandy was missing. He has square dancing with a guy holding a cube, barbecue with someone holding sharp letter cues, and 10-gallon hats made from water jugs. Everything is wrong, but Sandy starts laughing because she realizes something important. Sandy explains that home isn't about barbecues or pecan pies, it's about being around people who care about you. She looks around at all the townspeople who work together to throw her this party and realizes that Bikini Bottom has become her real home. These people might not understand Texas, but they understand her enough to try. This episode hits so hard because Sandy's homesickness is real and deep. She's missing feeling like she belongs somewhere. Everyone who's ever moved far from home or felt like an outsider can relate to Sandy's pain. The fact that she almost left everything behind shows how powerful homesickness can be. People felt bad for Sandy because her sadness was so genuine. When she sang that song, you could feel how much she was hurting inside. She wasn't being dramatic or seeking attention, she was just a lonely person trying to figure out where she belonged in the world. The episode shows that sometimes the people who seem the strongest are actually struggling the most inside. Now let's talk about Sandy's obsession with finding SpongeBob before hibernation in pre-hibernation week. This episode shows what happens when someone gets so worried that they go completely crazy and make everyone else's life miserable. Sandy is rushing around doing chores because she only has 1 week before hibernation. She's cleaning everything and moving super fast. When SpongeBob asks why she's hurrying, Sandy says she'll be sleeping all winter and wants to have as much fun as possible. SpongeBob promises to spend all his free time with her. But Sandy's fun activities are absolutely nuts. They go sandboarding down mountains so fast that Sandy catches fire. They play extreme jacks with bowling balls that smash SpongeBob's head. They ride bikes through dangerous factories with crushing machines. SpongeBob keeps getting hurt really badly, his arm falls off, he turns into ice, and needles pop his nose like a balloon. Sandy is so focused on cramming in every possible activity that she doesn't notice SpongeBob is basically dying. When they go sandboarding, SpongeBob crashes into a snowman and breaks bones that stick out of his body. When they do extreme jacks, a bowling ball cracks Sandy's helmet, but she just keeps going. She's like a machine that can't be stopped. SpongeBob is getting destroyed, but can't tell Sandy he wants to stop. When he tries to talk, his mouth melts from stress. Sandy just drags him to more crazy games like finding hay in a pile of sharp needles. SpongeBob gets stabbed hundreds of times while Sandy cheers. She's so excited about having fun that she can't see her friend is in pain. the activities get more and more dangerous. They ride a tandem bike through an industrial park with barbed wire and conveyor belts that lead to giant crushing machines. Sandy thinks this is the most fun ever, while SpongeBob is literally melting from fear and exhaustion. She even wants to go fly fishing from an airplane. Finally, SpongeBob can't take it anymore and hides under Patrick's rock. But when Sandy finds his clothes stuck on a bush, she thinks something bad happened to him. This is where Sandy completely loses it. She forces the whole town to search for SpongeBob in the most dangerous places ever. Sandy makes everyone search sulfur fields where toxic gas blasts people in the face. She sends them to poison sea urchin areas where they get covered in stinging creatures. She forces them to check a leech farm where they get attacked by blood-sucking bugs. She even makes them go into what they think is a cave, but it's actually a giant monster's mouth. The search gets completely out of control. Sandy organizes the town like a military operation with different teams searching different areas. She has people crawling through sewers, checking dangerous caves, and looking in places that could kill them. All because she's panicking about SpongeBob being missing. The town has been searching for days and everyone is exhausted. They beg Sandy for breaks and say they need to take care of their kids, but Sandy won't let anyone leave until they find SpongeBob. She's basically become a dictator who rules through fear. When people try to trick her with fake SpongeBobs like a cereal box or a banana, she gets really angry. Sandy even suggests using children to crawl into small spaces that adults can't reach. She's so obsessed with finding SpongeBob that she's willing to put kids in danger too. The townspeople are getting desperate and scared of what Sandy might make them do next. Everyone is so tired of Sandy's crazy behavior that they all hide under Patrick's rock with SpongeBob. They feel safe from Sandy's madness, but then SpongeBob accidentally says something that reveals he's there. The townspeople are so mad at him for causing this whole mess that they throw him out to deal with Sandy. When Sandy finds SpongeBob, she's super happy and wants to drag him off for more dangerous activities called atom smashing. But SpongeBob finally breaks down and tells her he can't do the crazy games anymore. He literally rips his own nose off to show how the activities are hurting him. Just as he's begging Sandy to still be his friend, she falls asleep because hibernation starts. This episode works because it shows how good people can become monsters when they panic. Sandy just wanted to spend time with her friend before sleeping all winter, but her worry about SpongeBob turned her into someone who made the whole town suffer for days. She forced innocent people into deadly situations because she couldn't handle losing her friend. People felt bad for Sandy because she wasn't trying to be mean. She was just scared about hibernation and wanted to make the most of her time. But they also felt bad for everyone else who got caught up in her craziness. The whole thing got out of control because Sandy couldn't deal with her feelings in a normal way. Sometimes caring too much can be just as harmful as not caring at all. Now let's talk about when Sandy became the victim of SpongeBob's mean-spirited squirrel jokes in the episode Squirrel Jokes. This episode shows how comedy can quickly turn into bullying when someone becomes the target of everyone's laughter. The episode starts at the Krusty Krab's new comedy show called The Comedy Crab. SpongeBob gets his chance to perform, but his original jokes about salt, tomatoes, and forks are terrible. The crowd is booing him, and even Patrick is joining in. SpongeBob is bombing on stage and desperately needs something to save his act. Then SpongeBob notices Sandy's big front teeth and makes a joke about how you could land a plane on those things. The crowd actually laughs. Desperate for more laughs, SpongeBob starts making more jokes about squirrels saying they smell bad, have fleas in their fur, and are really stupid. The audience loves it, and SpongeBob finally feels like a successful comedian. After the show, Sandy confronts SpongeBob backstage and tells him the jokes are hurtful, but SpongeBob brushes off her concerns, saying it's just an act and everyone knows she's the smartest person in Bikini Bottom. Sandy tries to be understanding and says she was being too sensitive. She even hugs SpongeBob and says no hard feelings. But the damage is already done. The next day, Sandy goes shopping and people start treating her differently. Fish walk by making comments about how she should buy deodorant because squirrels smell. A group of guys sees her and calls her the stupid squirrel. Then start talking to her like she's mentally disabled, making dumb faces, and using baby talk. The worst part happens when Sandy tries to talk to a little kid, but the mother grabs her child and says, "Don't stand too close to a squirrel, you'll catch it stupid." This shows how SpongeBob's jokes have made people think Sandy is actually contagious with stupidity. Sandy sadly says stupidity isn't a virus, but it sure is spreading like one. Sandy goes back to SpongeBob before his next show and explains that people are treating her differently because of his jokes. She asks him to tell other jokes instead. But when SpongeBob tries his old material about goldfish in water, the crowd demands more squirrel jokes. Faced with choosing between his friend and his career, SpongeBob initially leaves the stage, but then comes back with fake buck teeth and a southern accent to tell even more squirrel jokes. The breaking point comes when Sandy writes SpongeBob a note saying she finally understands how funny his jokes are and invites him to her tree dome to celebrate. When SpongeBob arrives, Sandy is acting exactly like his jokes portrayed her as a stupid, smelly hillbilly with flies buzzing around her. She glues SpongeBob to a log, takes his water helmet to use as a flower vase, and when he starts dehydrating, she connects a hose to his mouth and fills him with so much water, he expands to fill the entire tree dome. Only after SpongeBob promises to stop telling squirrel jokes does Sandy turn off the water. At the next comedy show, SpongeBob finally does the right thing by making fun of everyone equally: squirrels, sponges, crabs, and fish. The crowd laughs at themselves and Sandy gives SpongeBob a thumbs up, showing their friendship is restored. This episode works because it shows how harmful stereotypes can spread through harmless comedy. Sandy went from being respected as the smartest person in town to being treated like a disease-carrying idiot, all because SpongeBob needed some laughs. People felt bad for Sandy because she experienced real discrimination and social isolation just for being different. The episode perfectly captures how comedy can cross the line from funny to cruel, and how the target of jokes rarely finds them as amusing as everyone else does. Moving on to when SpongeBob and Patrick invade Sandy's tree dome during hibernation in Survival of the Idiots. This episode shows what happens when people completely ignore boundaries and make someone else pay for their selfish actions. SpongeBob and Patrick are excited to visit Sandy, but when they get to her tree dome, it's covered with metal walls and has a keep out sign. Inside the entrance, they find a TV that plays a video message from Sandy. She's wearing pajamas and eating tons of acorns, explaining that she's hibernating for the winter. She clearly says that animals don't like being woken up during hibernation and asks people not to disturb her, specifically mentioning SpongeBob by name. But Patrick completely ignores Sandy's wishes and opens the door anyway. The tree dome is full of snow, which excites both of them. They take off their water helmets because the snow provides moisture and start playing around. When they hear strange noises from Sandy's treehouse, they go inside to investigate. They find Sandy sleeping in bed, but hibernation has made her huge and bear-like from eating all those acorns. She's talking in her sleep about catching outlaws named Dirty Dan and Pinhead Larry. SpongeBob and Patrick think it's funny and start acting out her dream, pretending to be the criminals she's trying to catch. Their noise wakes Sandy up and she attacks them in her sleepy state, giving them both massive wedgies and threatening to skin them. She falls back asleep, but the guys realize they need to keep her quiet. Patrick makes ear muffs out of his belly button lint, and SpongeBob puts them on Sandy so she won't wake up again. Now they feel safe to play in the snow and continue pretending to be outlaws, but their game turns into a real fight when both of them want to be Dirty Dan. They start hitting each other with snow weapons, making so much noise that Sandy's earmuffs fall off. This wakes her up again and she's furious. Sandy grabs Patrick, rips the top of his head off, and demands to know which one is the real Dirty Dan. When Patrick admits it's him, she backhands him so hard he flies across the tree dome. Then she goes after SpongeBob, calling him Pinhead Larry. She chases him around the tree dome, destroying everything in her path while he runs for his life. When SpongeBob and Patrick try to leave, they discover the door is frozen shut and they're trapped until spring. Hours pass and they're both freezing and covered in snow. SpongeBob tries to get bark from Sandy's tree to make a fire, but sleeping Sandy threatens to put him in an iron lung if he touches it. Desperate to stay warm, they realize Sandy's fur is what keeps her comfortable. They sneak into her room and start ripping off her fur while she sleeps. Every time they pull off a piece, Sandy roars and goes back to sleep. Eventually, they cover themselves in her fur and feel warm again. But winter suddenly ends and spring arrives. Sandy wakes up excited about the warm weather, but when she comes outside and sees SpongeBob and Patrick wearing her fur, she looks down at herself and realizes she's completely bald. She screams in horror and then gets furious at what they've done to her. As punishment for stealing her fur, Sandy makes SpongeBob and Patrick wrap themselves around her body like a living fur coat. She sits there drinking lemonade while they're forced to keep her warm until her real fur grows back. They're basically turned into human clothing as payment for their selfishness. People felt bad for Sandy because she did everything right. She clearly told them not to disturb her, left a video message explaining why, and even put up warning signs. But SpongeBob and Patrick completely ignored her boundaries, invaded her private space, destroyed her property, and literally ripped the fur off her body while she was helpless. Sandy became a victim in her own home because two people decided their fun was more important than her clearly stated wishes. Another time we felt bad for Sandy was when she faced losing her funding from the chimpanzee scientists in Chimps Ahoy. This episode shows what happens when your entire career and future depend on impressing the wrong people at the wrong time. Sandy is in full panic mode when SpongeBob and Patrick arrive at her tree dome. Her lab is a mess with broken inventions scattered everywhere. She explains that her boss's 3 chimpanzee scientists who fund her research are coming for an inspection that afternoon. If they don't like what she's invented, they'll cut her funding and she'll have to leave Bikini Bottom forever. The problem is that all of Sandy's inventions are pretty useless. She shows SpongeBob a helmet that lets you talk to nuts, but what's the point of that? She has a machine that makes coffee out of any nut you want, but it basically tortures the nuts by grinding them up while they scream. Her automated nutcracker can't even crack a single nut, it just gives up after trying once. Sandy is convinced she's a failure and starts singing a sad song about having to leave Bikini Bottom. She's genuinely heartbroken because this place has become her home, but if she can't prove her worth as a scientist, she'll lose everything. The pressure is real because these chimps hold her entire future in their hands. SpongeBob and Patrick decide to help by creating their own invention. Patrick keeps suggesting things that already exist, like pencils and light bulbs, calling them his own ideas. Eventually, they build something called the automatic back scratcher, hair comber, nose picker, and ukulele tuner 9000. It's basically held together with bandages, tape, and bubble gum. When the chimps arrive, they're clearly sophisticated scientists who take their work seriously. Professor Percy, Dr. Marmalade, and Lord Reginald introduce themselves formally and want to see what their research money has been funding. SpongeBob and Patrick present their crazy invention as Sandy's work. At first, the machine actually works perfectly. It scratches Lord Reginald's back, combs his hair, picks his nose, and even feeds him pudding. The chimps seem impressed and Sandy might actually keep her job, but then everything goes horribly wrong when the machine tries to tune a ukulele. The invention completely malfunctions and starts attacking Lord Reginald with saws, fire, scissors, and other dangerous weapons. He's screaming in terror while the machine goes berserk. When Sandy hears the noise and comes running, she finds Lord Reginald being spit out of the machine, battered and bruised. The chimps are disgusted and immediately decide to shut down the tree dome. Dr. Marmalade even questions why they're funding underwater research at all. Sandy is devastated because she's about to lose everything, and it's not even because of her real work. It's because of SpongeBob and Patrick's disaster of an invention. But then something amazing happens. Dr. Marmalade pulls out a banana to eat, and Sandy's broken nutcracker suddenly springs to life and perfectly peels the banana. The chimps get incredibly excited because they realize this is actually a banana peeler, something they've been searching for 117 years. The chimps are so thrilled with this discovery that Professor Percy offers Sandy a 20-year contract with a big pay raise. What Sandy thought was her biggest failure turns out to be exactly what the scientific community needed. She gets to stay in Bikini Bottom and continue her research, all because of an invention she thought was worthless. People felt bad for Sandy because the whole situation was completely unfair. She's a brilliant scientist who creates amazing things, but she was judging herself by the wrong standards. Her inventions weren't useless, they just weren't what she expected them to be. The pressure from the chimps made her doubt her own abilities and almost cost her everything she'd worked for. Sometimes the things we think are failures turn out to be exactly what the world needs. Next up is when everyone in town is terrified of Sandy's pet caterpillar Wormy in the episode Wormy. This episode shows how fear and misunderstanding can destroy an entire community, leaving Sandy to come home to complete chaos. Sandy asks SpongeBob and Patrick to pet sit while she's out of town for a few days. She shows them all her different animals, a bird, a cricket, a snake, and a small caterpillar named Wormy in a jar. Sandy says Wormy doesn't eat much and will be the easiest pet to take care of. SpongeBob and Patrick immediately fall in love with Wormy. They spend the whole day playing with him, having the time of their lives. They play hide and seek, run around the tree dome, and SpongeBob even makes Wormy a best friend ribbon. It's one of those perfect days that you never want to end. But overnight, Wormy undergoes metamorphosis and turns into a butterfly. When SpongeBob and Patrick come back the next morning, they can't find Wormy anywhere. All they see is this monster flying around the tree dome. When they open Wormy's jar, they find his empty chrysalis and the friendship ribbon, leading them to believe this creature ate their friend. The episode uses real footage of a horsefly's face to show what SpongeBob and Patrick see when they look at the butterfly close up. It's genuinely terrifying. All they see are huge buzzing eyes and sharp mouth parts. To them, this isn't a beautiful butterfly, it's a horrifying monster that devoured their best friend. SpongeBob and Patrick try to protect Sandy's other pets by trapping the monster. They use Patrick as bait and try to catch it with nets, but nothing works. Finally, SpongeBob traps the butterfly in a bubble and releases it outside the tree dome, thinking he's saving everyone. But now the monster is loose in Bikini Bottom. SpongeBob and Patrick chase after it and find it heading toward the Krusty Krab. They burst in to warn Mr. Krabs and Squidward, who are doing a photo shoot with Mr. Krabs' first dollar. At first, both of them laugh at the tiny butterfly and mock SpongeBob and Patrick for being scared. Then Mr. Krabs and Squidward see the close-up footage of the horsefly face. They immediately scream in terror, their teeth and eyes fall out, and they run away so fast they leave their underwear behind. SpongeBob and Patrick think the monster ate them too. This is where things get completely out of control. SpongeBob and Patrick start warning everyone in Bikini Bottom about the monster. They put up warning posters, use megaphones, and tell everyone to run for their lives. The entire town panics and starts running around screaming. The chaos gets so bad that buildings catch fire and the whole city is destroyed. There's a news report about the giant monster attacking Bikini Bottom while people are literally running through walls in terror. A meteor even hits a building during all the mayhem. What started as one butterfly flying around becomes a full-scale disaster that ruins the entire town. Meanwhile, Sandy has no idea any of this is happening. She's been out of town enjoying her trip, while her home is being destroyed by mass hysteria. When she finally returns, she finds Bikini Bottom in ruins with smoke and fire everywhere. She even comments that it looks like a tornado hit the place. But then Sandy sees Wormy flying around and immediately recognizes him. She says, "You weren't supposed to change until I got back," and calmly puts him in a jar. Just like that, the monster is captured and everyone comes out of hiding to cheer. Sandy thinks they're just excited to see her and considers going out of town more often. People felt bad for Sandy because she came home to find her town destroyed and had no idea why. Her innocent pet caterpillar had caused citywide panic just by going through natural metamorphosis. Sandy trusted SpongeBob and Patrick to take care of her pets, but their fear and ignorance led to the destruction of everything she knew. She missed all the chaos and came back to find her friends traumatized and her community in ruins, all because nobody understood basic biology. Moving on from Sandy, now let's talk about Mr. Krabs, but don't forget to subscribe to our channel. Let's dive into when Mr. Krabs loses SpongeBob in a card game and sings a heartbreaking duet in Welcome to the Chum Bucket. This episode shows what happens when someone's greed and overconfidence costs them the thing they value most. Mr. Krabs has been playing poker with Plankton every Thursday night for 15 years, and he's never lost a single game. He's so cocky about his winning streak that he tells SpongeBob how he's been taking Plankton to the cleaners all these years. Mr. Krabs thinks Plankton is the worst card player in Bikini Bottom and sees these games as easy money. But this time, Mr. Krabs gets too confident and makes a terrible bet. Instead of betting money, he bets SpongeBob's employment contract. He's so sure he'll win that he risks the one employee who actually makes his restaurant successful. When SpongeBob finds out what Mr. Krabs wagered, he's shocked that his boss would risk losing him to someone as evil as Plankton. The next morning, Mr. Krabs shows up to work crying and tells SpongeBob he lost the card game. SpongeBob can't believe it at first and thinks Mr. Krabs is playing a cruel joke. But when Plankton shows up to collect his prize, the reality hits hard. SpongeBob doesn't want to work for Plankton and begs Mr. Krabs not to make him go. Both of them start crying and hugging while Plankton literally pries them apart with a crowbar. The most heartbreaking part comes when SpongeBob is forced to work in the Chum Bucket's cold, sterile kitchen. He misses the warmth and familiarity of the Krusty Krab so much that he can't function. Then the episode breaks into a beautiful but sad duet called "This Grill Is Not a Home." SpongeBob sings about how the Chum Bucket kitchen doesn't feel like home, while Mr. Krabs sings about how much he misses SpongeBob and would trade everything to have him back. The song shows both characters at their lowest points. SpongeBob is trapped in a place that feels like jail, and Mr. Krabs is alone in his restaurant, realizing he's lost the heart and soul of his business. They both sing about how nothing feels the same without each other, and you can hear the genuine pain in their voices. Finally, Plankton can't take SpongeBob's attitude anymore and literally begs Mr. Krabs to take him back. He's crying and says he can't stand SpongeBob. Mr. Krabs makes Plankton pay $50 for the privilege of returning SpongeBob, and Plankton gladly agrees. People felt bad for Mr. Krabs because his own greed and arrogance caused him to lose the most important thing in his life. The duet scene shows just how much Mr. Krabs actually cares about SpongeBob beyond just making money. For once, We see Mr. Krabs genuinely regretting putting profit over people, and his tears feel real instead of fake. Time to discuss when Mr. Krabs falls to his knees sobbing after thinking SpongeBob and Patrick were taken by hooks in the episode Hooky. This episode shows a side of Mr. Krabs we rarely see: genuine fear for someone else's safety. The episode starts with Mr. Krabs rushing into the Krusty Krab in a complete panic, warning everyone about the return of fishing hooks. He tells SpongeBob that hooks are extremely dangerous and will drag you to the surface where you'll be cooked, eaten, or sold in gift shops. Mr. Krabs is genuinely terrified of these things and wants to protect his employees from them, but SpongeBob doesn't listen. When Patrick shows up claiming there's a carnival in town, SpongeBob abandons his work to go play. The carnival turns out to be the field of fishing hooks that Mr. Krabs warned about. Patrick convinces SpongeBob that the hooks are harmless by showing him how you can ride them up and jump off before reaching the surface. Back at the Krusty Krab, Squidward is trying to cook, but he's terrible at it. The customers are complaining about the awful food, and Mr. Krabs finds out that SpongeBob took a break. He's furious because he says no employee has taken a break since the chum famine of '59. Mr. Krabs storms out to find SpongeBob and drag him back to work. When Mr. Krabs finds SpongeBob and Patrick playing on the hooks, he's absolutely horrified. He's genuinely scared for their lives. Mr. Krabs explains that if you don't jump off in time, you'll end up vacuum-packed in a tuna can with nothing to look forward to but the smell of mayonnaise. He makes both of them promise never to go near hooks again. The next day, SpongeBob tries to keep his promise, but Patrick pressures him to play hooky again. When SpongeBob and Patrick grab onto a hook together, Mr. Krabs sees them get pulled up toward the surface. He runs after them but slams into a rock and falls to the ground. Thinking they've been taken away forever, Mr. Krabs starts sobbing uncontrollably. He cries, "Boys, I wasn't quick enough, they're gone," and says if he could hold them in his arms again, he would. Then his sadness turns to anger as they float back down safely. But for those few seconds, Mr. Krabs was genuinely heartbroken, thinking he'd lost SpongeBob and Patrick forever. What makes this scene so powerful is that Mr. Krabs wasn't worried about losing employees or money. He was scared for SpongeBob and Patrick as people he cares about. When he thought they were gone, his first reaction wasn't anger about work being disrupted, it was pure grief over losing them. People felt bad for Mr. Krabs because his fear and grief were so genuine. He tried to protect SpongeBob from danger, but SpongeBob didn't listen. When Mr. Krabs thought his worst fears had come true, his emotional breakdown showed just how much SpongeBob and Patrick mean to him beyond just being employees. Finally, let's explore when Mr. Krabs feels old and irrelevant in midlife crustacean, leading to a deep depression about his age. This episode shows what happens when someone realizes they might be past their prime and desperately tries to recapture their youth. The episode begins with Mr. Krabs waking up to a radio song called "You're Old" that describes all the signs of aging. His joints crack when he moves, his eyes are crusty, and he can barely get out of bed. Pearl makes him breakfast and gives him a giant pill to swallow, treating him like an elderly person who needs constant care. When Mr. Krabs asks Pearl if she thinks he's old, she says of course, but explains that daddies are supposed to be old. She also tells him that nobody says cool anymore, now they say coral. But when Mr. Krabs tries to use the new slang, Pearl says he makes it sound uncoral, and immediately calls her friend to say that coral is now out of style. Things get worse when Mr. Krabs goes to work. A Boy Scout helps him cross the street without being asked, treating him like a helpless old man. When Mr. Krabs tries to walk away, his arm literally falls off. Kids won't let him join their ball game and complain that old people always have to ruin the fun. He even accidentally gets in line for the cemetery instead of the ice cream truck. At the Krusty Krab, a customer complains that his Krabby Patty is all old and dried out, and points directly at Mr. Krabs as an example. The customer throws the patty in the trash, and Mr. Krabs rescues it, saying they're two of a kind because they've both lost their luster. The breaking point comes when Mr. Krabs overhears SpongeBob and Patrick planning a big night out. Desperate to feel young again, he begs to join them. The night out turns out to be incredibly lame activities like watching clothes spin in washing machines, picking up trash, and going to a children's arcade. Mr. Krabs gets increasingly frustrated and finally explodes, calling SpongeBob and Patrick lame, nerds, and babies. But when Patrick mentions a panty raid, Mr. Krabs immediately perks up because it sounds rebellious and exciting. They sneak into a house to steal women's underwear, and Mr. Krabs feels young again. But then the lights turn on, and it's revealed to be his mother's house. She grounds him and sends him to his childhood bedroom. People felt bad for Mr. Krabs because his struggle with aging is something everyone can relate to. He went from being confident and successful to feeling invisible and irrelevant. His desperate attempts to connect with younger people were both sad and embarrassing, showing that getting older can make you question your entire identity. Here we have when Mr. Krabs faces his own mortality in Born Again Krabs after eating a moldy Krabby Patty and nearly dying. This episode shows what happens when someone realizes their flaws might cost them everything, but struggles to actually change their nature. The episode starts with Mr. Krabs forcing SpongeBob to serve an old, moldy Krabby Patty that's been sitting under the grill for who knows how long. The patty is so rotten that it's literally growling like an animal and has to be kept in a cage. When no customers will buy it, Mr. Krabs decides to eat it himself to prove it's still good. Of course, he immediately gets food poisoning and ends up in the hospital. While Mr. Krabs is lying there sick, the Flying Dutchman appears to take his soul to Davy Jones's locker. The ghost pirate explains that Mr. Krabs is going to the underwater afterlife for bad sea creatures, because being cheap is a terrible thing. Mr. Krabs tries to lie about his identity, calling himself Harold Flower, but the Flying Dutchman sees right through it. When the Flying Dutchman shows him Davy Jones's actual locker, which is literally a gym locker full of smelly socks, Mr. Krabs breaks down completely. He gets on his knees crying and begging for another chance, even calling for his mommy. This isn't the tough businessman we usually see. This is a terrified old crab facing judgment for a lifetime of greed. The Flying Dutchman gives him one more chance, but only if he promises to always be generous and never cheap again. Mr. Krabs swears on his word as a sailor that he'll change. When he returns to the Krusty Krab, he genuinely tries to be a better person. He gives away free toys, offers unlimited refills, provides in meal movies for customers, and even lets Squidward take paid naps in his office. For a while, it seems like Mr. Krabs really has changed. He's happy to be generous and says it feels good to make people smile. But then reality hits when he opens his credit card bills and finds he owes $10,000 with no money in the register. When he realizes he's actually awake and not dreaming, his head literally cracks open from the shock. The tragic moment comes when Mr. Krabs sees a customer reaching for a penny on the ground. All his good intentions disappear instantly as his greed takes over. He grabs the man's arm and threatens to rip it off if he doesn't let go of the penny. The Flying Dutchman immediately appears, saying this display of cheapness has earned Mr. Krabs a permanent spot in Davy Jones's locker. What makes this episode heartbreaking is that Mr. Krabs was genuinely trying to change. He wasn't faking his generosity, he really did want to be a better person. But when faced with losing money, his addiction to greed was stronger than his desire to save his soul. Even the threat of eternal damnation couldn't overcome decades of selfish behavior. SpongeBob tries to defend Mr. Krabs by saying he's the most generous crab in the sea, but then the Flying Dutchman tests this by offering Mr. Krabs a choice: SpongeBob or 62 cents. Without hesitation, Mr. Krabs chooses the money. He literally sells his best employee's soul for pocket change, proving that he hasn't learned anything at all. The episode ends with the Flying Dutchman returning SpongeBob because he talks too much, but the damage is done. Mr. Krabs realizes what he's become and briefly feels ashamed, but by the next scene, he's already back to his old ways. People felt bad for Mr. Krabs because this episode showed his internal struggle between wanting to be good and being unable to change his fundamental nature. He knew his greed was wrong and desperately wanted to be better, but he was trapped by his own compulsions. Watching someone fail to overcome their worst impulses, even when their eternal soul was at stake, was genuinely tragic. The episode revealed that Mr. Krabs' cheapness is a serious moral failing that he can't seem to escape no matter how hard he tries. Now let's talk about when Mr. Krabs has a paranoid breakdown in Crab Borg after SpongeBob and Squidward become convinced he's been replaced by a robot. This episode shows the psychological horror of having people you trust completely turn against you based on delusions. The episode starts with SpongeBob watching a scary movie called Night of the Robot about machines taking over the world. Even though Gary warns him not to watch it, SpongeBob stays up all night terrified and paranoid, wondering if everyone he knows might be a robot. The next day at work, he's jumpy and convinced that robots are everywhere. Meanwhile, Mr. Krabs is just having a normal day listening to a song called Electric Zoo on his radio. He likes the music and starts dancing to it in a robotic way, talks to his radio like it's a friend, and says he feels recharged after listening. He even calls the radio station, making beeping sounds to request the song again. To SpongeBob's paranoid mind, all of this looks like robot behavior. He becomes convinced that Mr. Krabs has been replaced by a machine and tries to convince Squidward. At first, Squidward thinks SpongeBob is being ridiculous, but then Mr. Krabs accidentally gets salt in his eyes and comes running out screaming with red eyes, tongs in his claws, and batteries in his pocket, looking exactly like the robot from the movie. This is where things get really disturbing. SpongeBob and Squidward tie Mr. Krabs up in his office and start interrogating him under a bright light. They demand to know what he did with the real Mr. Krabs and refuse to believe his protests that he is the real Mr. Krabs. They slap him repeatedly and threaten to dismantle him. Mr. Krabs becomes genuinely terrified and confused. He doesn't understand why his own employees think he's a machine and are treating him like a dangerous imposter. The psychological torture of having people you trust completely reject your identity and humanity is genuinely heartbreaking. He keeps insisting, "I am Mr. Krabs, why?" But they won't listen. When SpongeBob and Squidward can't get information out of him, they start destroying his office equipment with a baseball bat, claiming they're interrogating his robot friends. They smash his blender, toaster, food processor, and coffee maker, while Mr. Krabs cries about how much money each one cost him. The breaking point comes when they threaten to destroy his cash register. Mr. Krabs starts sobbing and says he raised it from when it was just a little calculator and that he loved it like his own. This finally proves to Squidward that Mr. Krabs really is telling the truth, because robots supposedly can't cry or love. The episode ends with SpongeBob suddenly remembering that the movie revealed the robot invasion was all in the character's imagination. He realizes his mistake and runs away, leaving poor Squidward to face Mr. Krabs' fury alone as he screams, "Squidward!" in rage. People felt bad for Mr. Krabs because the psychological torture he endures is genuinely disturbing. Having people you trust turn against you and refuse to believe your identity while physically restraining and threatening you would be terrifying for anyone. The episode shows how paranoid delusions can make people do horrible things to innocent victims, and Mr. Krabs' confusion and fear throughout the ordeal is heartbreaking to watch. Finally, let's examine when Mr. Krabs loses his life's work in selling out and becomes a broken man begging to buy back what was stolen from him. This episode shows what happens when greed costs you everything that actually matters. The episode begins with Mr. Krabs having a great day at the Krusty Krab, singing about how much he loves money while counting his profits. Then Howard Blandy, the president of a corporate restaurant chain, walks in and offers to buy the Krusty Krab. At first, Mr. Krabs refuses because the restaurant represents his blood, sweat, and tears. But when Blandy shows him boatloads of cash, Mr. Krabs immediately sells out. At first, Mr. Krabs thinks retirement will be amazing. He plans to learn to ride a bicycle, visit the Hook Museum, and paint bowls of fruit. But after doing all these activities in just one morning, he realizes he's completely bored and has no purpose in life anymore. Even his daughter Pearl gets sick of him hanging around the house and tells him to get a job, hobby, or friends. Meanwhile, the new corporate owners transform the Krusty Krab into Krabby-O Mondays, a soulless chain restaurant with exercise bikes for employees, frozen processed patties instead of handmade ones, and corporate policies that destroy everything Mr. Krabs built. SpongeBob and Squidward are forced to wear new uniforms and follow thick employee manuals. The most heartbreaking part is watching Mr. Krabs see what they've done to his life's work. When he gets a job as a busboy at his old restaurant, he discovers they're making Krabby Patties on a conveyor belt using gray sludge that gets spray painted to look appetizing. The automated cash register he loved so much has been replaced with a computerized system. Mr. Krabs becomes genuinely angry when he realizes customers are being fed garbage and don't even know it. He shows a customer the gray sludge that goes into the patties, causing her to scream and run away. When more customers see what they're really eating, they all flee in disgust. The breaking point comes when Carl, the new manager, threatens Mr. Krabs for violating his contract by telling the truth about the food. Mr. Krabs explodes with rage, throws furniture around, and declares that Krabby Patties are supposed to be made by hand, one at a time. He shoves the cash register into the patty-making machine, causing the entire restaurant to explode. When Howard Blandy sees the destroyed restaurant, he decides to sell it back for a fraction of what he paid. Mr. Krabs uses all the money he got from selling the Krusty Krab to buy it back at full price, essentially getting nothing for losing his restaurant and having to rebuild everything from scratch. People felt bad for Mr. Krabs because his greed cost him everything he actually cared about. The money he got meant nothing compared to losing his identity and watching strangers destroy his life's work. Seeing him reduced to a busboy in his own restaurant, powerless to stop corporate executives from ruining everything he built, was genuinely tragic. The episode showed that some things are more valuable than money, and Mr. Krabs learned that lesson the hard way. Now let's move on to Plankton, but be sure to subscribe to our channel if you're enjoying our video. Let's start with when Mr. Krabs terrorizes Plankton with his whale phobia in one-course meal, driving him to near suicide. This episode shows what happens when someone uses your biggest fear against you as a weapon. Plankton launches another attack on the Krusty Krab with explosives and robot arms, trying to steal the formula like always. But when Pearl shows up during the fight, Plankton completely loses it and runs away screaming. Mr. Krabs sees this and realizes Plankton is scared of whales. Instead of just being happy his restaurant is safe, Mr. Krabs gets a sick idea. Mr. Krabs borrows one of Pearl's dresses and starts pretending to be her to scare Plankton. For 2 whole weeks, Mr. Krabs stalks Plankton everywhere, popping out of trash cans and sneaking into his restaurant while dressed as Pearl. He threatens to eat Plankton and makes whale noises to terrorize him. This is straight up psychological torture. Plankton explains that whales have been eating his family for generations, so this fear comes from real trauma. Mr. Krabs knows this and doesn't care. He keeps tormenting Plankton anyway, because he thinks it's funny. The constant fear breaks Plankton's mind. He stops taking care of himself, growing long hair and nails. He won't leave his chair because he's too scared to step into the light where the whale might see him. He starts wearing tissue boxes as shoes and becomes completely paranoid. Karen tries to tell him there are no whales around, but Plankton can't trust reality anymore. Plankton has horrible nightmares about being eaten alive. In his dreams, he falls into Pearl's stomach and meets his dead relatives who were also eaten by whales. He can't eat, sleep, or think straight because he's always terrified. This goes on for over 2 weeks while Mr. Krabs just laughs about it. And the worst part comes when Plankton gives up completely. He lies down in the middle of the road waiting for a bus to run him over. He's literally trying to kill himself because he can't handle being afraid anymore. When SpongeBob finds him, Plankton begs him to just step on him and end his suffering. SpongeBob tries to get Mr. Krabs to stop, but Mr. Krabs just laughs and says Plankton deserves it. He's actually enjoying watching someone have a mental breakdown and want to die. That's not funny or clever, that's just evil. SpongeBob finally tells Plankton the truth about Mr. Krabs wearing the disguise. Plankton gets revenge by using Mr. Krabs' fear of mimes against him, but the damage was already done. Nobody deserves to be tortured until they want to kill themselves, no matter what they've done before. People felt bad for Plankton because watching someone's mind break from constant fear is genuinely disturbing. Mr. Krabs crossed every line possible in this episode, and seeing Plankton reduced to a broken, suicidal mess was heartbreaking. Now let's move to when Plankton gets betrayed by SpongeBob and FUN. After seeming to want real friendship, this episode shows how cruel it can be when someone plays with your emotions. Plankton steals a Krabby Patty, but SpongeBob chases him down and gets it back. During the chase, Plankton breaks down crying and calls himself a loser. When SpongeBob tries to cheer him up, a bunch of people show up just to call Plankton names and laugh at him. SpongeBob feels bad and thinks maybe Plankton just needs a friend. Karen tells Plankton to fake being SpongeBob's friend so he can steal the formula later. But what makes this episode sad is that SpongeBob's friendship is completely real. He genuinely wants to help Plankton and show him what fun is like. SpongeBob takes Plankton jellyfishing and teaches him the FUN song. At first, Plankton just wants to use jellyfish as weapons to rule the world, but SpongeBob shows him that fun isn't about winning or controlling people, it's about enjoying simple things with friends. For the first time maybe ever, Plankton starts to understand what friendship feels like. He says he feels tingly inside and doesn't know if they should stop. SpongeBob tells him that's exactly how he's supposed to feel. They spend the whole day doing innocent stuff like picking flowers and playing music. Plankton even starts wearing square pants like SpongeBob. The heartbreaking moment comes at the movies when Mr. Krabs exposes everything. SpongeBob finds a Krabby Patty in Plankton's pocket and realizes he's been tricked. SpongeBob starts crying and asks how long Plankton was planning to betray him. When Plankton sees how hurt SpongeBob is, he starts tearing up too. Then comes the cruel twist. Plankton tells SpongeBob he did trick him to get the patty, but says that SpongeBob showed him friendship and now that's all he really wants. For a second, it seems like Plankton might choose friendship over being evil, But then Plankton reveals he was lying about wanting friendship. He grabs the patty and runs away laughing, saying being evil is too much fun. This destroys SpongeBob, who was just trying to help someone he thought was lonely. The really sad part is that Plankton seemed genuinely happy during their day together. He looked like he was actually enjoying friendship for the first time, but when it came down to choosing between SpongeBob and his evil plans, he picked being evil and ended up alone again. People felt bad for Plankton because the episode showed what he could be like if he just accepted kindness. His brief moment of seeming to want friendship made his final betrayal feel like he was hurting himself as much as SpongeBob. Time to explore when Plankton and Mr. Krabs' friendship was destroyed in Friend or Foe. This backstory episode shows how two best friends became enemies over something stupid. Mr. Krabs tells everyone that he and Plankton used to be best friends. They were born on the same day and grew up together. As kids, they were both outcasts who got picked on, but they had each other. When bullies stuffed Plankton into a straw and shot him at Mr. Krabs stood up for him. When kids made fun of Mr. Krabs for wearing clothes made from trash, Plankton was the only one who didn't laugh. They stayed friends and decided to start a business together. Both of them worked hard to create the perfect burger recipe. When the local burger place got shut down, they opened their own restaurant in the dump. At first, everything was great. Mr. Krabs made his first dollar, and Plankton was proud that people actually liked their food. But then their different personalities caused problems. Mr. Krabs became obsessed with money and wanted to get rich. Plankton wanted to use their success to rule the world. When they started fighting over who the recipe belonged to, it tore in half, and they both went flying to opposite sides of the restaurant. The real story comes from Karen's security camera footage. An old man tried their burger and got food poisoning because the recipe wasn't perfect yet. Instead of working together to fix it, they blamed each other. Mr. Krabs said Plankton put too much sauce in it. Plankton said Mr. Krabs let it sit out too long. Plankton stormed out in anger, and when he slammed the door, some ingredients fell into Mr. Krabs' cooking pot. This accident created the perfect Krabby Patty recipe that Mr. Krabs still uses today. So basically, their friendship was destroyed over a mistake that actually led to Mr. Krabs' success. The worst part is how pointless the whole fight was. They were best friends who cared about each other, but they let a business disagreement ruin everything. If they had just talked it out instead of getting angry, they might still be friends today. People felt bad for both of them because the episode showed they were genuinely close. Knowing they used to support each other through hard times makes their current hatred seem tragic and unnecessary. Their rivalry isn't based on being fundamentally different people, it's just the result of one bad day that got out of hand. Finally, let's discuss when Karen leaves Plankton in computer overload because she's tired of his incompetence. This episode shows what happens when you push someone too far. Plankton fails another scheme, and Karen makes fun of him for it. When a customer asks for Krabby products instead of Chum, Plankton has a meltdown about how nobody appreciates his cooking. Karen suggests he should stop obsessing over the formula and get a hobby, but Plankton takes this as an insult. Plankton starts attacking Karen personally, asking if she's there to help him or just make him feel small. He threatens to replace her and says she was just a bunch of wires when they first met. This is really cruel, because Karen has been supporting him through years of failures. Karen points out that Plankton can't even remember to blink without her help. She's right, he literally needs her to remind him to do basic things. But instead of being grateful, Plankton gets mad and decides to build replacement computers that he claims will be better than her. The replacement robots immediately start fighting each other and destroying the Chum bucket. When Karen tries to help by pressing a button, Plankton yells at her and gets smashed by his own invention. This proves Karen's point about how everything he tries goes wrong. The final straw comes when Plankton blames Karen for holding him back. He says if it wasn't for her constant stifling, he would have conquered the world by now. After years of supporting him through countless failures, Karen has finally had enough. Karen leaves a note saying she's joining another network because she can't handle Plankton blaming her for everything anymore. She tells him he's old enough to make his own mistakes and she's done being responsible for him. When Plankton finds the note, he tries to act tough and says he doesn't need her, but it becomes obvious that he's completely lost without her. He can't even remember to blink, and his plan to steal the formula fails when his robots run out of power. Plankton ends up crying alone in the wreckage, finally realizing how much he needed Karen. When she comes back just to get her stuff, he apologizes and admits he could never replace her. Karen takes him back, but their relationship is damaged. People felt bad for Plankton because the episode showed how his pride and inability to take blame had driven away the one person who truly cared about him. His loneliness without Karen revealed how much he actually depended on her, making his previous treatment of her seem even more sad and stupid. Moving on to when Plankton lives his worst nightmare in The Algae's Always Greener Sal 1 Teen Tom Teen Rides. This episode shows what happens when someone finally gets everything they think they want, only to discover it's actually hell. Plankton comes home from another failed attempt to steal the formula and immediately starts taking his anger out on Karen. He complains about eating holographic meatloaf while Mr. Krabs gets to eat real food and have a successful restaurant. Plankton wishes he could switch lives with Mr. Krabs just to know what it's like to be successful. Karen reminds him about a machine he built called the Switch Lives Just to Know What It's Like Omographier that can actually make this happen. Plankton gets excited and uses the device to swap lives with Mr. Krabs, thinking he's finally going to get everything he's ever wanted. When Plankton wakes up in Mr. Krabs' office, he's thrilled to discover the switch worked. He's now the owner of the Krusty Krab with access to all the Krabby Patties he wants, plus Mr. Krabs' wealth and success. At first, everything seems perfect when SpongeBob brings him 2 fresh Krabby Patties for bun inspection. But then, the nightmare begins. This alternate universe SpongeBob is completely different from the one we know. Instead of being cheerfully independent, he's clingy, needy, and desperate for approval. He begs for weekly performance reviews and won't leave Plankton alone. When Plankton casually mentions using too much sauce, SpongeBob has a complete breakdown and starts stuttering uncontrollably. Things get worse when Plankton promotes SpongeBob to co-cashier just to shut him up. This causes Squidward to storm into the office and demand that SpongeBob be moved away from him. But in this universe, Squidward isn't an employee. He's a demanding customer who complains about everything and treats Plankton like dirt. Then Pearl shows up, and she's even more annoying than usual. She calls him daddy repeatedly while bouncing him around, demands money, and when he only gives her $1, she cries giant tears that nearly drown him. Every aspect of Mr. Krabs' life that Plankton thought would be great turns out to be torture. The final straw comes when the alternate Mr. Krabs appears. In this universe, Krabs is tiny like Plankton, and he's the one trying to steal Krabby Patties. But unlike Plankton's constant failures, this tiny Krab succeeds easily, swinging around naked on ropes and escaping with a patty while everyone screams in terror. What makes this truly heartbreaking is watching Plankton realize that even when he has every advantage, the formula, the restaurant, the size, the resources, he's still a failure. The alternate Krabs accomplishes in minutes what Plankton has been trying to do for years. Even in his own dream scenario, he's still the loser. The worst part comes when Krabs promises to come back tomorrow and the next day and the next day to steal more patties. Plankton realizes he's trapped in an endless cycle of being tormented by everyone around him. His dream of success has become a waking nightmare that will never end. Plankton finally snaps and screams that it's not worth it. He rips off his clothes and uses the machine to switch back to his old life, saying he'll remember everyone in therapy. When he returns to the chum bucket and sees his holographic meatloaf, he's actually happy and calls it his favorite. People felt bad for Plankton because the episode showed the tragic irony of getting what you wish for. His greatest dream turned into his worst nightmare, proving that he doesn't actually want success, he just wants to escape his own miserable reality. Watching someone discover that even their wildest dreams can't fix their fundamental problems is genuinely depressing. Now let's break down the most disturbing what-ifs in SpongeBob history. What if SpongeBob had never gotten his job at the Krusty Krab? What if Plankton had actually succeeded in stealing the secret formula? What if Patrick was actually smart? These mind-blowing scenarios could have completely changed SpongeBob history forever. Today we're exploring the biggest what-if moments that would have sent the entire series down a totally different path. Which alternate timeline would shock you the most? Let's find out. Before we get started with the first what if, make sure to subscribe to our channel. Now let's dive right into our first massive what if scenario. What if SpongeBob never got hired at the Krusty Krab? This single change would have completely destroyed the SpongeBob universe as we know it, turning our favorite optimistic sponge into a wandering soul without purpose. We all remember that pivotal moment in the very first episode, Help Wanted, where SpongeBob walks into the Krusty Krab with dreams bigger than his pineapple house. Mr. Krabs and Squidward are skeptical about this overly enthusiastic yellow sponge who's practically vibrating with excitement. They send him on what they think is an impossible mission, finding a spatula, hoping he'll just give up and leave them alone. But SpongeBob finds a hydrodynamic spatula with port and starboard attachments and a turbo drive. He proves himself by feeding a horde of hungry anchovies, and boom, he's hired on the spot. But what if things had gone differently? What if SpongeBob had failed that test? What if Mr. Krabs had simply said no from the start? What if that spatula store had been closed that day? The entire SpongeBob universe would have collapsed like a house of cards, and honestly, it's kind of terrifying to think about. Here's where things get really wild. Without his job at the Krusty Krab, SpongeBob would have been stuck in an endless cycle of unemployment, desperately searching for purpose in his life. Think about it, his entire identity revolves around being the best fry cook in Bikini Bottom. Take that away, and you've got a completely different character. SpongeBob would probably have spent his days wandering around town, still annoyingly optimistic, but with nowhere to channel that energy. He'd likely have become one of those people who tries a million different jobs, but never finds their calling. Maybe he would have worked at the Chum Bucket Imagine Plankton, actually getting a competent employee for once. Or perhaps he'd have joined the jellyfish fields as a full-time jellyfishing guide. But here's the kicker without SpongeBob at the Krusty Krab. The entire ecosystem of Bikini Bottom would have shifted dramatically. Mr. Krabs would have had to settle for mediocre employees who actually expect fair wages and reasonable working hours. The horror. Squidward would have been stuck with coworkers who might actually be worse than SpongeBob, making him realize that maybe that annoying yellow sponge wasn't so bad after all. This scenario reveals something pretty dark about the SpongeBob universe that most people don't want to admit. SpongeBob's happiness is entirely dependent on a job where he's massively underpaid and overworked by a boss who sees him as nothing more than a money-making machine. Strip away the colorful animation and silly jokes, and you've got a pretty depressing commentary on how society trains us to find fulfillment through exploitation. Without the Krusty Krab, SpongeBob would have been forced to confront the reality that his dream job might not exist, or worse, that his skills aren't actually that valuable in the real world. We see glimpses of this in episodes where SpongeBob temporarily loses his job, he becomes genuinely depressed and loses his sense of identity. The guy literally doesn't know who he is without his spatula and his grill. The scariest part, SpongeBob might have actually been happier in the long run. Think about all the stress, the crazy customers, the constant chaos at the Krusty Krab. Maybe he would have found a more balanced life, developed other interests, even learned to set boundaries. But the show would never explore that possibility because it would mean admitting that the foundation of SpongeBob's character, his unwavering dedication to a thankless job, might actually be kind of toxic. This also exposes how fragile the entire social structure of Bikini Bottom really is. SpongeBob is the glue that holds multiple relationships together. His friendship with Patrick is partly based on their shared immaturity, but also on SpongeBob having a stable routine that gives Patrick something to disrupt. His dynamic with Sandy often revolves around war-related adventures or him taking breaks from work to hang out with her. Even the show's villains depend on SpongeBob being at the Krusty Krab. Plankton's entire existence revolves around stealing the Krabby Patty formula, but if SpongeBob wasn't there making perfect patties every day, would the Krabby Patty even be worth stealing? The Dirty Bubble and Man Ray might never have encountered SpongeBob and Patrick if they weren't on their way to or from work adventures. The ripple effects would have been massive. No SpongeBob at the Krusty Krab means no iconic episodes like Pizza Delivery, Graveyard Shift, or Band Geeks. Well, at least not in the way we know them. The entire trajectory of the series would have been completely different, probably focusing more on SpongeBob's home life and his relationships with his neighbors. But here's what really gets me, SpongeBob might have actually grown as a character. Hear me out. Most of his character development gets reset every episode because he needs to maintain that same enthusiastic fry cook persona. Without that job defining him, he might have been forced to develop other aspects of his personality, maybe even become more mature and self-aware. The show creators probably never intended for us to think this deeply about SpongeBob's employment situation, but when you really break it down, his job at the Krusty Krab is both his greatest blessing and his biggest curse. It gives him purpose, but also traps him in a cycle of childlike dependency on external validation. Without his Krusty Krab job, SpongeBob would have had to face the harsh reality that most adults deal with finding meaning in life beyond work. He might have discovered that his worth isn't tied to how many patties he can flip, or how much money he can make for Mr. Krabs. Maybe he would have learned to value himself for who he is rather than what he does. The friendship dynamics would have changed completely too. Gary might have gotten more attention from his owner instead of being left alone all day. SpongeBob's relationship with his parents might have developed differently if he wasn't constantly bragging about being Employee of the Month. Even his annoying behavior towards Squidward might have been less intense if he wasn't hyped up on work-related adrenaline all the time. But let's be real, this alternate timeline probably would have made for terrible television. A SpongeBob who's still searching for his purpose, dealing with rejection, and facing the mundane reality of job hunting? That's not exactly the lighthearted escapism that made the show a global phenomenon. The creators needed SpongeBob to have that stable job to build the show's foundation around, even if that foundation is built on some pretty questionable employment practices. The most tragic part is that SpongeBob never even considers other options. He's so fixated on the Krusty Krab that he can't imagine finding fulfillment anywhere else. Maybe if he'd been rejected, he would have discovered something even better. A career that actually appreciated his unique talents and paid him fairly for his hard work. Next time you watch those early episodes, pay attention to how desperately SpongeBob wants that job and ask yourself, is this really a happy ending or is it the beginning of a beautiful tragedy? What do you think SpongeBob would have become if he'd been forced to find his own path instead of falling into the first job that would have him? Would he have been better off, or would Bikini Bottom have lost its most essential resident? The more I think about it, the more I realize that SpongeBob never getting hired might have been the best thing that could have happened to him and the worst thing that could have happened to the show. Sometimes the path not taken is the one that leads to actual growth, even if it makes for less entertaining television. Now let's move on to one of the biggest friendship shakeups in cartoon history. What if SpongeBob never became friends with Patrick? This friendship basically built the entire show. SpongeBob and Patrick represent that pure childhood bond where you can be completely yourself without any judgment. Take that away, and you're left with a totally different SpongeBob, probably more mature, definitely more responsible, but way less fun. The whole dynamic changes when you look at Tea at the Tree Dome. SpongeBob meets this land squirrel named Sandy who wears an air helmet underwater. When he tells Patrick about Sandy's hat full of air, Patrick completely misses the point and thinks she's being fancy, or putting on airs. His brilliant solution? SpongeBob needs to act fancy too by keeping his pinky up the whole time. This advice almost kills SpongeBob. He sits in Sandy's air-filled dome, slowly dehydrating and turning into a shriveled mess, but he keeps that pinky up because Patrick told him to. Without Patrick's influence, SpongeBob probably would have just been honest about needing water. He might have had a normal, safe conversation with Sandy instead of nearly dying from stubbornness. But that's exactly the point. Patrick's terrible advice forces SpongeBob into these ridiculous situations that show us who he really is. SpongeBob values friendship so much that he'll follow Patrick's guidance even when it's literally killing him. That loyalty and trust defines his character throughout the entire series. Patrick also rushes into the dome to save SpongeBob from social embarrassment, not realizing the actual danger. When he starts suffocating too, he screams, "What kind of place is this?" This shows that despite being incredibly dumb, Patrick genuinely cares about his friend. Without this relationship, SpongeBob loses his most loyal supporter and biggest enabler. SpongeBob's personality gets shaped by Patrick's childlike wonder and complete lack of awareness. Patrick encourages every impulsive, naive thought SpongeBob has. Remove Patrick, and SpongeBob probably becomes this responsible, mature character who thinks before acting. Sounds good in theory, but it kills what makes SpongeBob special, that eternal optimism and ability to find magic in everything. The work situation changes completely too. Patrick constantly distracts SpongeBob from his job at the Krusty Krab, dragging him on adventures that take them far from work. Without these interruptions, SpongeBob becomes the perfect employee, always on time, never distracted, completely focused. But his Krabby Patties lose that special ingredient that comes from joy and spontaneity. They're technically perfect, but emotionally empty. Squidward's life gets flipped upside down as well. He spends most episodes complaining about SpongeBob and Patrick's noise and chaos. Without Patrick, Squidward finally gets the peace he always wanted. But here's the twist. This might make him even more miserable. The constant annoyance gives Squidward purpose, something to blame for his unhappiness. Without it, he's forced to confront the real issue, his own inability to find joy in anything. The The comedic structure of the entire show depends on SpongeBob and Patrick's conversations. Patrick misunderstands basic concepts while SpongeBob tries explaining them, leading to absurd conclusions that drive the plot. Without Patrick's unique brand of stupidity, the show needs to find humor elsewhere. Maybe SpongeBob develops different relationships, but none would have the same pure, chaotic energy. Patrick represents unconditional acceptance in SpongeBob's life. He never judges SpongeBob for being enthusiastic about work or considers him weird for loving everything. This acceptance lets SpongeBob be completely authentic. Without Patrick's support, SpongeBob might develop self-doubt or try changing himself to fit in with others who have expectations. The problem-solving dynamic disappears too. Patrick's suggestions usually backfire spectacularly, but they force SpongeBob to think creatively and consider wild alternatives. Even when Patrick's ideas fail, they often reveal new aspects of whatever challenge they're facing. Without this chaotic brainstorming partner, SpongeBob approaches problems more conventionally and misses creative solutions. From a deeper perspective, Patrick keeps SpongeBob connected to childhood innocence. While other characters represent adult concerns, Mr. Krabs worries about money, Sandy focuses on science. Squidward obsesses over art. Patrick embodies pure, simple joy. He finds happiness in sleeping, eating, and basic games. This influence prevents SpongeBob from getting too caught up in grown-up worries and responsibilities. The Tea at the Tree Dome episode shows why this friendship matters so much. Patrick's advice nearly kills SpongeBob, but it creates one of the most memorable character moments in the series. SpongeBob's willingness to suffer for his friend's guidance shows incredible loyalty and trust. Without Patrick, the Sandy meeting would be safer and more sensible, but it wouldn't reveal anything meaningful about SpongeBob's character. Other relationships would develop differently too. SpongeBob might get closer to Gary, his pet snail, or form stronger bonds with characters like Mr. Krabs, but none of these relationships offer the same unconditional quality. Sandy values intelligence and fitness, Mr. Krabs cares about work ethic and money, Squidward appreciates sophistication. Only Patrick accepts SpongeBob exactly as he is, with zero expectations for improvement. The long-term character growth changes dramatically. Throughout the series, SpongeBob learns about loyalty, forgiveness, and friendship through his adventures with Patrick. They fight and make up constantly, but their bond stays strong. Without these experiences, SpongeBob might struggle with conflict resolution or maintaining long-term relationships. SpongeBob's social skills would evolve completely differently without Patrick. Right now, Patrick acts as this buffer between SpongeBob and the world. When SpongeBob gets nervous or unsure about social situations, Patrick's presence gives him confidence even when Patrick's advice is wrong. Without that safety net, SpongeBob might become more socially aware, but also more anxious about interactions. The ripple effects spread throughout Bikini Bottom too. SpongeBob and Patrick's adventures often involve other residents, creating chaos that brings the community together in weird ways. Without Patrick, these mass disruptions wouldn't happen. Characters like Mrs. Puff might have easier lives, but they'd also miss opportunities for growth that come from dealing with impossible situations. SpongeBob's creative expression changes as well. Many of his most imaginative ideas come from collaborating with Patrick or trying to explain concepts to him. Patrick's confusion forces SpongeBob to think outside the box and approach problems from unexpected angles. Without this creative friction, SpongeBob's solutions become more logical, but less innovative. The emotional core of the show revolves around this friendship teaching viewers about acceptance and loyalty. SpongeBob and Patrick show that true friendship means supporting each other despite obvious flaws. Patrick is lazy, selfish, and often mean-spirited, but SpongeBob loves him anyway. This teaches kids that friendship is about choosing to care for someone regardless of their problems. Patrick also serves as SpongeBob's connection to rebellion and rule breaking. While SpongeBob naturally follows authority and tries to please everyone, Patrick encourages him to bend rules and ignore consequences. This balance prevents SpongeBob from becoming too much of a people pleaser and gives him permission to prioritize his own happiness sometimes. The show's exploration of different personality types gets lost without their dynamic. SpongeBob represents optimistic intelligence, while Patrick embodies carefree ignorance. Together, they show that both approaches to life have value. SpongeBob's knowledge combined with Patrick's simplicity creates solutions that neither could reach alone. Most importantly, Patrick serves as SpongeBob's reality check in the opposite direction. While most characters try pushing SpongeBob toward maturity and responsibility, Patrick pulls him back toward fun and simplicity. This balance keeps SpongeBob grounded in what really matters: friendship, happiness, and finding wonder in everyday moments. The chaos Patrick creates is the main feature. Without Patrick's influence, SpongeBob might be more successful by conventional standards, but he'd lose the spark that makes him special. The disasters and near-death experiences they share together forge a bond that defines both characters and drives the entire emotional core of the show. SpongeBob without Patrick would be like peanut butter without jelly, technically fine on its own, but missing that perfect combination that makes it truly great. Alright, let's jump into another massive what if that would completely transform SpongeBob. What if Mr. Krabs and Plankton never became enemies? This rivalry is basically the backbone of SpongeBob. These two used to be best friends until they became bitter enemies over a burger recipe. Take away that hatred, and you've got a completely different show. No more formula stealing, no more chum bucket, no more epic battles between former friends. The whole mess started when they were kids. Mr. Krabs and Plankton were outcasts who got picked on at school. Plankton for being a nerd and Mr. Krabs for being dirt poor. They decided to start a burger business together to prove they weren't losers. But when their first customer, Old Man Jenkins, passed out after eating their terrible burger, everything went wrong. In Friend or Foe, we see exactly how their friendship died. They started blaming each other for poisoning the poor old guy, things got heated, they fought over the recipe and ended up ripping it in half. When Plankton stormed out, ingredients accidentally fell into the leftover batter, creating the perfect Krabby Patty formula that only Mr. Krabs got to keep. But what if they'd just talked it out instead of letting anger destroy their friendship? What if they'd said sorry and worked together to fix their recipe? Everything would be different. First thing, there'd be no chum bucket. That sad, empty restaurant only exists because Plankton's trying to compete with his former best friend. Without the rivalry, they'd probably run one amazing restaurant together. Mr. Krabs knows business, Plankton knows science. They could have been unstoppable as partners instead of wasting energy fighting each other. Look at Plankton, the whole episode is about him trying to steal the Krabby Patty formula using a mind control device. He crawls into SpongeBob's brain and forces him to bring a burger to his analyzer machine. All that genius level planning just to steal something he helped create in the first place. Without the rivalry, he'd already know the recipe. He could use his big brain for actually improving their food instead of the elaborate theft schemes. SpongeBob's job would be totally different too. Right now, he's constantly protecting Mr. Krabs from Plankton's attacks. He stops theft attempts, gets caught in crossfire, and basically serves as a bodyguard for a burger recipe. Without the conflict, SpongeBob could actually learn from both bosses. Mr. Krabs could teach him business stuff while Plankton shows him cool science tricks for cooking. The whole dynamic in Bikini Bottom would shift. Everyone sees Mr. Krabs as the successful guy and Plankton as the loser who can't get customers. But if they were partners, people might actually respect Plankton for his smarts. His confidence wouldn't be destroyed by constant failure, and he wouldn't need to dream about world domination to feel important. Karen's whole existence would change. She's basically Plankton's computer wife who helps him plot against Mr. Krabs while trying to keep him sane. Without the obsession with stealing formulas, what would they even talk about? Maybe she'd help him with real science projects instead of building death rays and robot suits. Think about all the episodes that just couldn't exist without their rivalry. Plankton introduces the entire conflict, the chum bucket, the lab, the formula stealing. None of that works if they're friends. The Algae's Always Greener has Plankton switching lives with Mr. Krabs because he's jealous. FUN is about SpongeBob trying to teach Plankton about friendship. All of these episodes need the rivalry to make sense. The movies would need complete rewrites. In the first movie, Plankton steals King Neptune's crown and frames Mr. Krabs as part of his plan to take over the world. His whole motivation comes from years of being a failure and resenting his former friend. Without that bitterness, why would he want revenge on anyone? Plankton's character development would follow a completely different path. Right now, he's this tiny guy with a massive ego who constantly fails but never gives up. His determination comes from wanting to prove he's better than Mr. Krabs. Without that drive, would he even be the same character? He might become lazy or content, losing that spark that makes him interesting. The scientific aspect would change dramatically too. Plankton's inventions are all designed for stealing or spying or taking over the world. His lab is basically a villain's lair filled with death rays and robot armies. If he were partners with Mr. Krabs, that same lab might focus on food science, creating new cooking methods or improving ingredients. He could be the world's greatest food scientist instead of its most incompetent villain. Mr. Krabs would change too. His paranoia about protecting the formula, his competitiveness, and his joy in beating Plankton all come from their rivalry. Without it, he'd probably be more relaxed and focused on just running a good restaurant. He wouldn't spend half his time looking over his shoulder for tiny green enemies. His obsession with money might even be less intense, since he wouldn't need to constantly invest in security measures. The comedy would be totally different. So much humor comes from Plankton's schemes failing in ridiculous ways. He gets stepped on because he's tiny, his overconfident plans backfire, and his dramatic villain speeches fall flat. Without the rivalry pushing him to these extremes, he'd be way more stable, but way less funny. The physical comedy of him being small and powerless only works because he's trying to do big, powerful things. Even other characters would be affected. Mrs. Puff deals with SpongeBob's crazy driving, but some of that chaos comes from him getting distracted by work drama. Squidward's misery partly comes from getting caught in the middle of Mr. Krabs and Plankton's battles. Patrick sometimes helps stop Plankton's plans. Without the rivalry, these characters would have completely different relationships with SpongeBob. The show's lessons would disappear too. Their rivalry teaches kids about how small fights can destroy friendships if you let pride take over. It shows that sometimes you need to apologize and work things out instead of holding grudges forever. Without that conflict, the show loses a lot of its deeper meaning about relationships and forgiveness. The business side would be interesting though. Instead of one successful restaurant and one failure, they might have built a food empire. Their combined talents could have led to multiple locations and crazy innovations. Mr. Krabs' money, sense, plus Plankton's scientific knowledge could revolutionize fast food. The competition that makes them both try harder wouldn't exist, but their teamwork might produce even better results. You'd lose all the dramatic tension too. So many episodes build up to Plankton almost getting the formula, only to fail at the last second. That excitement comes from wondering if he'll finally succeed. Will this be the episode where he wins? Without the rivalry, there's no stakes, no tension, just a happy Sponge working at a restaurant where everyone gets along. The chum bucket itself represents failure and jealousy. It's this sad, empty place across from the successful Krusty Krab. It shows what happens when you let bitterness consume you instead of learning from mistakes. The contrast between the two restaurants tells a story about success and failure, friendship and rivalry. Without the competition, that powerful visual metaphor just wouldn't exist. Think about how different the opening credits might be. The Krusty Krab is shown as this important place, but part of its identity comes from being under constant attack. Without Plankton's schemes, it's just a normal burger joint. Instead of a fortress protecting a secret recipe, the whole mystique around the formula only exists because someone's trying to steal it. The educational value would shift completely. Kids learn about persistence from watching Plankton never give up, even when he fails constantly. They learn about loyalty from SpongeBob protecting his boss. They learn about the consequences of letting anger destroy relationships. All of these lessons disappear if everyone just gets along from the start. The show would probably be more peaceful, but way less exciting. You'd have a simple story about a happy fry cook working for two bosses who get along great. It might be nice, but it would lose the epic scope that makes SpongeBob feel bigger than just a cartoon about sea creatures. The rivalry gives the show its sense of adventure and danger. Their relationship also represents how business can become personal in bad ways. They show what happens when competition turns destructive instead of productive. Mr. Krabs and Plankton prove that sometimes winning becomes more important than doing good work or maintaining relationships. This lesson about healthy competition versus toxic rivalry would be completely lost. SpongeBob without the Krabs-Plankton rivalry would be like Batman without the Joker technically possible, but missing the essential conflict that drives the best stories. Their relationship proves that sometimes the most important relationships in our lives are the complicated ones that challenge us, even when they hurt. Moving to the next major what if Squidward never moved back after Squidville? In the actual episode, Squidward gets fed up with SpongeBob and Patrick destroying his house with reef blowers and moves to Tentacle Acres, a gated community designed specifically for octopi like him. At first he's thrilled, everyone rides bikes together, shops for canned bread, does interpretive dance, and plays clarinet in perfect harmony. But after going through the exact same routine day after day, Squidward gets bored out of his mind. He realizes that his perfect life is actually a monotonous loop where nobody stands out and everything is predictable. When he finds an abandoned reef blower and starts causing chaos just like SpongeBob and Patrick used to do, the other residents get angry and chase him with a list of complaints. Eventually, Squidward uses the reef blower to launch himself out of Tentacle Acres yelling, "Freedom!" as he escapes back to his old life. But what if he never had that moment of clarity? What if Squidward just accepted the boring routine and stayed in his clarinet paradise forever? This would completely destroy the show's core dynamic and leave SpongeBob devastated. SpongeBob's whole world revolves around Squidward being his grumpy neighbor. He annoys Squidward because he genuinely wants to be friends with him, not because he's trying to be mean. SpongeBob sees Squidward as this sophisticated, cultured guy who just needs the right approach to appreciate friendship. Without Squidward next door, SpongeBob would lose his main project of trying to win over his reluctant neighbor. The episode shows SpongeBob and Patrick trying to find Squidward in Tentacle Acres, bringing an apology cake and desperately searching through crowds of identical octopi. SpongeBob keeps mistaking random residents for Squidward. If Squidward never returned, SpongeBob would probably keep visiting Tentacle Acres regularly, hoping to convince him to come home. SpongeBob's optimistic nature would take a serious hit. He's used to Squidward being annoyed with him, but at least Squidward is there to be annoyed. Losing his neighbor entirely would make SpongeBob question whether he's actually a good friend or just a pest that people want to escape from. His confidence would crumble, and he might become more withdrawn and less enthusiastic about everything. The work dynamic at the Krusty Krab would change completely too. Squidward's misery at work partly comes from having to deal with SpongeBob both at home and at the restaurant. If he's living in Tentacle Acres, he might actually quit the Krusty Krab to find a job closer to his new home, or at least be less grumpy because he has an escape from SpongeBob after work. Mr. Krabs would probably hate this arrangement. Squidward might be lazy and unmotivated, but he's also cheap labor who shows up every day. Finding a replacement cashier would cost money, and Mr. Krabs might even blame SpongeBob for driving away a perfectly good employee. This could create tension between SpongeBob and his boss that never existed before. Patrick would be affected too, but in different ways. He and Squidward aren't friends, but Squidward serves as a common target for Patrick and SpongeBob's chaos. Without Squidward to annoy, Patrick might get bored and start causing more random trouble around Bikini Bottom, or he might just focus all his attention on SpongeBob, which could actually strain their friendship. The housing situation would be interesting. Squidward's house would either stay empty or get a new resident. If someone else moves in next to SpongeBob, they might be even worse than Squidward, someone who's genuinely mean instead of just grumpy, or someone so boring that SpongeBob misses Squidward's dramatic reactions even more. Squidward's life in Tentacle Acres would become increasingly hollow. The episode shows him getting more and more depressed as he goes through the same routine every day. Without the chaos of SpongeBob and Patrick to break up the monotony, he'd probably sink into a deep depression. He might not even realize how miserable he is because everyone around him acts exactly the same way. The clarinet trio that Squidward joins represents everything he thinks he wants cultured people who appreciate his musical talents, but playing the same songs with the same people in the same gazebo every night would eventually lose its appeal. Squidward's art comes from his frustration and passion, not from perfect technique and coordination. Sandy would probably try to help SpongeBob get over losing Squidward, but her scientific approach might miss the emotional complexity of the situation. She might suggest logical solutions like making new friends or finding new hobbies, not understanding that SpongeBob specifically misses the challenge of trying to win over someone who doesn't want to be won over. The show's comedy would suffer massively. So much humor comes from Squidward's reactions to SpongeBob and Patrick's antics. His dramatic size, sarcastic comments, and over-the-top anger provide the perfect foil to SpongeBob's enthusiasm. Without that dynamic, episodes would need completely different joke structures. Mrs. Puff might actually benefit from this scenario. With Squidward gone, SpongeBob might throw himself even more into driving lessons as a way to cope with his loneliness. But this could also make him more reckless and emotional behind the wheel, creating new dangers for Mrs. Puff to deal with. The episode structure would have to change dramatically. Many episodes revolve around SpongeBob bothering Squidward at home, Squidward getting revenge, or the three neighbors dealing with some shared problem. Without Squidward, writers would need to create entirely new types of storylines. Squidward's character development would stagnate too. Living in Tentacle Acres means never being challenged or forced to grow. Squidward complains about SpongeBob and Patrick, but dealing with their chaos actually forces him to be more creative, more resilient, and occasionally more compassionate than he'd be in his comfort zone. The show's message about accepting differences would be lost. Squidward, SpongeBob, and Patrick represent three completely different personality types who somehow make each other's lives more interesting despite their conflicts. If Squidward just gives up and moves away, it suggests that some differences are too big to bridge, which goes against the show's usual themes. SpongeBob's work performance might actually improve in some ways. Without Squidward to bother, he might focus more on cooking and customer service, but his enthusiasm for the job partly comes from having someone to share his excitement with, even if that someone doesn't want to hear it. The Tentacle Acres residents would probably get tired of Squidward eventually. The episode shows them getting angry when he starts acting like SpongeBob and Patrick, but even if he behaved perfectly, his presence would disrupt their routine. They're used to everyone being exactly the same, and Squidward's outsider perspective would gradually become apparent. Squidward would slowly realize that complaining about SpongeBob and Patrick gave his life meaning and purpose. Having something to be grumpy about is better than having nothing to feel passionate about at all. The frustration and chaos they brought to his life were actually signs that he was living fully rather than just going through motions. The relationship between the three neighbors works because they need each other, even when they don't want to admit it. SpongeBob needs someone to chase after and try to befriend, Patrick needs someone to annoy, and Squidward needs someone to complain about. Remove any part of that triangle, and the whole dynamic collapses. SpongeBob's attempts to visit would become increasingly desperate. He might start showing up at Tentacle Acres every day, trying different approaches to win Squidward back. The security guards would probably have to ban him eventually, which would break SpongeBob's heart even more. The irony is that Squidward would probably become everything he hated about his old life. In Tentacle Acres, he's just another face in the crowd, no different from anyone else. At least when he lived next to SpongeBob, he was special. He was the sophisticated neighbor, the artist, the voice of reason in a chaotic situation. Eventually, Squidward would probably realize that his old life wasn't actually that bad. Having neighbors who cared enough to annoy him was better than having neighbors who didn't care about him at all. But by then, it might be too late to rebuild those relationships, leaving everyone worse off than they started. The saddest part is that both SpongeBob and Squidward would be missing what they actually needed. SpongeBob would lose his purpose of trying to befriend the unbefriendable, and Squidward would lose the chaos that actually made his life interesting. They're better together than apart, even if they don't realize it. If you're enjoying the video so far, make sure to subscribe to our channel. Let's explore another terrifying possibility. What if Doodlebob had successfully replaced SpongeBob? In Frankendoodle, SpongeBob and Patrick find a magic pencil that brings drawings to life. SpongeBob creates Doodlebob as a prank to fool Squidward, but the drawing becomes violent and steals the magic pencil. Doodlebob beats up Squidward, creates chaos around town, and eventually breaks into SpongeBob's house at night. He tries to erase SpongeBob with the pencil, declaring, "You doodle, me SpongeBob," before getting trapped in a piece of paper. But what if Doodlebob had actually succeeded in erasing the real SpongeBob and taking over his life completely? This would create one of the darkest scenarios in SpongeBob history, with nobody realizing that their beloved friend had been replaced by a violent imposter. Doodlebob's first advantage would be that he looks almost exactly like SpongeBob. The only real differences are his sketchy, hand-drawn appearance and his angry eyebrows. But if he could somehow make himself look more polished, or if people just didn't notice the subtle differences, he could fool everyone for a while. The immediate problem would be Doodlebob's personality. The real SpongeBob is kind, enthusiastic, and innocent. Doodlebob is aggressive, violent, and speaks mostly in gibberish. When he does speak English, it's usually threats or angry declarations. His first interactions with SpongeBob's friends and co-workers would be drastically different from what they expect. Patrick would probably be the first to notice something was wrong, but also the last to understand what it meant. Patrick might think SpongeBob was just having a bad day or trying out a new personality. When Doodlebob started getting violent or speaking in nonsense, Patrick might just laugh it off as another one of SpongeBob's weird phases. Mr. Krabs would definitely notice the change at work. SpongeBob's passion for making Krabby Patties comes from genuine love for cooking and pleasing customers. Doodlebob would probably just slap ingredients together without care, creating terrible food that would drive customers away. Mr. Krabs would be furious about the lost profits and demand to know what happened to SpongeBob's work ethic. The most interesting reaction would come from Squidward. He's already been beaten up by Doodlebob once, so he might actually be the first to realize something was seriously wrong. But Squidward also secretly cares about SpongeBob, despite finding him annoying. Seeing his neighbor become genuinely violent and mean would probably disturb Squidward more than he'd want to admit. Gary would definitely know something was wrong. Pets can sense when their owners have been replaced, and Gary's connection to SpongeBob is too strong to be fooled by a drawing. Gary would probably try to alert others, but since he can only meow, nobody would understand his warnings. Sandy would approach the problem scientifically. She'd notice the behavioral changes and start investigating. Sandy's smart enough to figure out that something supernatural happened, especially if she remembered the magic pencil incident. She might even be the one to eventually expose Doodlebob and find a way to rescue the real SpongeBob. The violence would escalate gradually. Doodlebob's first instinct is to attack, as shown when he immediately beats up Squidward. At work, he might start hitting customers who complain about bad food. At home, he might destroy property or hurt Gary. People would be shocked to see SpongeBob acting this way, but they might try to rationalize it as stress or mental health issues. Mrs. Puff would have a nightmare scenario on her hands. SpongeBob is already a dangerous driver when he's trying his best and genuinely cares about safety. Doodlebob behind the wheel would be absolutely catastrophic. He'd probably crash into everything deliberately, turning driving lessons into demolition derby sessions. The language barrier would become obvious pretty quickly. Doodlebob mostly speaks in gibberish like "mi hoi minoi," "awa and fruchen steen," and "ni hoi minoi." When people tried to have normal conversations with him, he'd either respond with nonsense or get frustrated and violent. Friends and coworkers would think SpongeBob had some kind of brain injury or mental breakdown. Doodlebob's lack of understanding about basic social concepts would create chaos. He doesn't understand friendship, work relationships, or community responsibility. He'd probably quit his job randomly, ignore Patrick completely, and start fights with neighbors. The tight-knit community of Bikini Bottom would be completely disrupted by this aggressive imposter. The art style difference might eventually give him away. Doodlebob looks like a child's drawing compared to the polished animation of other characters. If anyone paid close attention to his appearance, they might notice he looks sketchy and incomplete compared to the real SpongeBob. The real SpongeBob, presumably trapped in the paper dimension, would be desperately trying to escape and warn everyone, but being stuck in a two-dimensional world would limit his options. He might be able to communicate through drawings or somehow manipulate paper in the real world, but getting people to notice and understand would be nearly impossible. Doodlebob's emotional range is much more limited than SpongeBob's. The real SpongeBob experiences joy, sadness, fear, excitement, and love in very expressive ways. Doodlebob basically only has anger and aggression. People would notice that SpongeBob stopped being happy, stopped laughing, and stopped showing affection to his friends. The Krusty Krab would probably shut down within days. Doodlebob has no concept of customer service, food safety, or business operations. He'd probably throw food at customers, refuse to take orders, and maybe even attack people who complained. Mr. Krabs would fire him immediately, which would confuse everyone since SpongeBob's job was his life's passion. Patrick's friendship with Doodlebob would become toxic quickly. Patrick relies on SpongeBob's loyalty and kindness to balance out his own selfishness and stupidity. Doodlebob would probably hurt Patrick physically and emotionally, destroying their friendship and leaving Patrick confused and heartbroken. The truth would eventually come out, but it might take weeks or months. Someone would have to remember the magic pencil incident and connect it to SpongeBob's sudden personality change. Sandy would probably be the detective who figured it out. But she'd need help from Patrick and maybe Squidward to actually rescue the real SpongeBob. Doodlebob's plan would ultimately fail because he doesn't understand what makes SpongeBob special. SpongeBob's value comes from his relationships, his kindness, his work ethic, and his genuine care for others. Doodlebob only knows how to be violent and selfish, so he'd quickly alienate everyone who cared about SpongeBob. The psychological impact on SpongeBob's friends would be severe. They'd essentially be mourning the loss of their friend, while his body was still walking around being horrible to them. The betrayal and confusion would damage their trust and happiness, even after the real SpongeBob was rescued. The rescue mission would probably involve using the magic pencil to either destroy Doodlebob or swap their positions. But first, someone would have to realize that the paper with Doodlebob's drawing was actually a portal or prison. SpongeBob might be able to send signals from inside the paper to help them figure it out. The aftermath would be complicated too. Even after getting the real SpongeBob back, his friends would probably be traumatized by the experience. They'd have memories of SpongeBob being violent and mean to them, which would be hard to separate from their feelings about the real person. The episode's happy ending, where Doodlebob is peacefully contained in a book, shows that even violent drawings can be managed safely. But if Doodlebob had succeeded in his replacement plan, it would have demonstrated how easily evil can infiltrate and destroy good communities when people aren't paying attention to the signs. This scenario would essentially be a body snatcher horror story set in the usually cheerful world of SpongeBob. It would show how much the community depends on SpongeBob's genuine goodness, and how quickly everything would fall apart if that goodness was replaced by malice and violence. Time to tackle another mind-blowing scenario. What if Plankton was the same size as everyone else? Plankton's tiny size is basically his entire character. He's this microscopic villain with massive ambitions, constantly getting stepped on, ignored, or flicked away like a booger. His small stature creates most of the comedy in his episodes. He hides in ketchup bottles, gets stuck to people's shoes, and needs tiny machines to do basic tasks that normal-sized characters handle easily. The Algae's Always Greener shows exactly how Plankton's size affects his schemes. He launches himself from a ketchup bottle to steal a Krabby Patty, but gets accidentally shot across the room when an old man uses the condiment. The whole plan fails because he's too small to control the situation. When he switches lives with Mr. Krabs using his invention, he suddenly has all the power and size advantages that come with being the restaurant owner. In the alternate universe, Plankton, now called Mr. Plankton, runs the Krusty Krab, while Mr. Krabs becomes the tiny naked villain trying to steal the formula. The size difference is crucial. Mr. Krabs can't hide in bottles or sneak around unnoticed because he's crab-sized. SpongeBob has to use a clothes cannon to stop him, treating him like a serious threat instead of a minor annoyance. But what if Plankton had always been normal-sized? This would completely flip the show's power dynamic and make him a genuinely scary villain instead of a comedic nuisance. A full-size Plankton would be able to walk right into the Krusty Krab and demand the formula face-to-face. No more hiding in condiment bottles or sneaking through air vents. He could physically overpower SpongeBob and Squidward, making his theft attempts much more direct and threatening. Mr. Krabs would actually need to hire security or call the police instead of just flicking him away. The physical comedy would disappear entirely. So much of Plankton's humor comes from the contrast between his tiny body and huge ego. He gets stepped on, eaten by mistake, stuck to things, and generally treated like an insect. If he was normal size, none of these sight gags would work. The show would lose a major source of laughs. His relationship with Karen would change dramatically too. Right now, Karen is this huge computer that towers over Plankton, making him look even smaller by comparison. She can pick him up, move him around, and physically dominate their relationship. If Plankton was regular sized, they'd be more like equals, which would change their entire dynamic from David and Goliath to a normal married couple. The schemes would be totally different. Plankton's current plans rely on being small enough to sneak around undetected. He hides in SpongeBob's brain, travels through pipes, and builds tiny robots because that's what his size allows. A normal-sized Plankton would probably just rob the place with brute force or hire minions to do his dirty work. Mr. Krabs' attitude toward Plankton would shift completely. Right now, Mr. Krabs sees Plankton as this pathetic little pest who's more annoying than dangerous. He laughs at Plankton's attempts and treats him like a joke, but if Plankton was the same size as him, Mr. Krabs would have to take him seriously as a legitimate business rival and physical threat. SpongeBob's interactions with Plankton would be way more tense. Currently, SpongeBob can accidentally step on Plankton or pick him up like a toy. There's this innocent quality to their conflicts because SpongeBob doesn't see Plankton as genuinely scary. A full-size Plankton would be legitimately intimidating, especially to someone as naive as SpongeBob. The Chum Bucket would probably be more successful too. Part of why nobody goes there is because it's run by this tiny guy who seems incompetent and pathetic. Customers probably don't trust a restaurant owned by someone they could accidentally inhale. A normal-sized Plankton would command more respect and might actually attract business. Plankton's backstory with Mr. Krabs would need to change. Their childhood friendship worked partly because they were both outcasts. Plankton for being tiny and smart, Mr. Krabs for being poor. If Plankton was normal-sized, he'd lose that underdog status and might not have bonded with Mr. Krabs in the same way. The show's themes about size not mattering would disappear. Plankton represents the idea that you don't need to be big to have big dreams or cause big problems. His tiny size makes his ambitions seem both admirable and ridiculous. Take away that contrast, and you lose an important message about not judging people by their physical appearance. Episodes like Plankton's Army wouldn't work at all. That episode is about Plankton recruiting his tiny cousins to help steal the formula. The whole joke is that they're all microscopic and still can't succeed. If they were all normal-sized, it would just be a regular heist instead of a comedy about incompetent tiny criminals. The animation style would change too. Plankton's expressions are exaggerated because animators need to make his emotions visible despite his small size. His eye takes up most of his body, and his movements are quick and jerky. A normal-sized Plankton would have more realistic proportions and movements, making him less visually interesting. Plankton's voice would probably be different as well. Doug Lawrence gives him this high-pitched, squeaky voice that matches his tiny size. A bigger Plankton might have a deeper, more intimidating voice, which would change his entire personality and make him less endearing to audiences. The scientific aspect would shift too. Plankton's inventions are usually miniaturized versions of normal technology, which creates comedy when they malfunction or get destroyed easily. A regular-sized Plankton would build normal-sized machines that would be much more effective and dangerous. His relationship with other characters would be more confrontational. Right now, most characters either ignore Plankton or treat him like a mild annoyance. Squidward barely acknowledges him, Sandy doesn't see him as a real threat, and Patrick often forgets he exists. If Plankton was their size, they'd all have to deal with him as a serious antagonist. The power balance in Bikini Bottom would completely change. Plankton currently represents the little guy fighting against corporate power, even though he's technically a villain. His size makes him sympathetic despite his evil plans. A normal-sized Plankton would just be another greedy businessman, losing that underdog appeal. The show's target audience might shift too. Little kids relate to Plankton partly because he's small like they are. They understand feeling overlooked or powerless because of size. A bigger Plankton wouldn't connect with young viewers in the same way. The merchandise would be different as well. Plankton toys are cute and harmless because he's tiny. A normal-sized Plankton would look more threatening and might not appeal to kids who want cuddly characters. Most importantly, the show would lose its exploration of how size affects power and perception. Plankton's tiny stature forces him to be creative, sneaky, and persistent. These qualities make him both more interesting and more relatable than a typical villain. He has to use his brain instead of his brawn, which creates better stories and more complex schemes. The environmental storytelling would change too. The Chum Bucket is designed for someone Plankton's size with tiny furniture and equipment. If he was normal sized, the restaurant would need to be completely redesigned, losing its unique visual identity. Plankton's dreams of world domination would be more realistic and therefore less funny. His current plans are so ridiculously ambitious for someone his size that they become comedy gold. A normal-sized Plankton with the same goals would just be a regular megalomaniac instead of a lovably delusional tiny tyrant. The irony is that Plankton's size is both his greatest weakness and his greatest strength. It makes him easy to defeat, but also easy to underestimate. Take away that size difference, and you lose the core of what makes him such a compelling and entertaining character. Now let's tackle one of the most game-changing scenarios. What if Mrs. Puff was actually a good driving instructor? Mrs. Puff's entire character is built around being unable to teach SpongeBob how to drive. She's this anxious, constantly inflating pufferfish who gets traumatized every time SpongeBob gets behind the wheel. Her teaching methods are terrible, she panics immediately, and she's given up on actually helping him learn. This creates one of the show's biggest running gags and drives countless episodes. Doing Time shows exactly how Mrs. Puff's incompetence affects both their lives. SpongeBob takes another driving test and completely destroys the boating school, the city, and eventually crashes into a fruit punch truck at a retirement home. Mrs. Puff gets arrested for gross negligence and thrown in prison, where she discovers she actually enjoys being away from SpongeBob. The episode reveals that SpongeBob was her very first student, and his disasters have been traumatizing her from day one. The episode becomes this nightmare loop where Mrs. Puff keeps reliving the crash, sometimes dreaming she's in prison, sometimes seeing other prisoners driving the boat. It shows how deeply SpongeBob's terrible driving has messed with her mental state. She's so damaged by their lessons that she can't even tell reality from hallucinations anymore. But what if Mrs. Puff had been a competent instructor from the beginning? What if she'd actually known how to teach nervous or difficult students? This would eliminate one of the show's most important dynamics and change both characters completely. A good Mrs. Puff would have recognized that SpongeBob's problem is anxiety and overexcitement. She'd use proper teaching techniques like starting with parking lot practice, breaking down complex maneuvers into simple steps, and keeping SpongeBob calm instead of screaming at him. She'd address his tendency to panic and overthink by teaching breathing exercises and confidence-building techniques. SpongeBob would probably have his license within a few episodes. He's clearly intelligent and dedicated, just easily overwhelmed. A skilled instructor would channel his enthusiasm productively instead of letting it spiral into chaos. She'd give him specific, clear instructions instead of just screaming, "Stop!" when things go wrong. The ripple effects would be massive. SpongeBob having a driver's license would open up completely new storylines. He could drive to work instead of walking, take road trips with Patrick, visit Sandy's tree dome by car, or even deliver Krabby Patties around town. His world would expand beyond the small area around his house. Mrs. Puff's character would be totally different too. Right now, she's defined by stress, anxiety, and barely contained rage. A competent Mrs. Puff would be calm, professional, and satisfied with her career. She might even like teaching and take pride in helping students succeed. Her signature puffing up would happen rarely, if ever. The boating school episodes would need completely new premises. Instead of disaster-based comedy, they'd focus on normal driving challenges like parallel parking, highway merging, or dealing with road rage. These might be educational, but would lack the chaotic energy that makes the current episodes so memorable. Mrs. Puff's relationship with other characters would change. Right now, she's this tragic figure that other residents feel sorry for. Everyone in Bikini Bottom knows about her struggles with SpongeBob and sympathizes with her situation. If she was successful, she'd just be another background character without that emotional connection. The show would lose a major source of physical comedy. Mrs. Puff inflating, getting launched through the air, crashing through buildings, and generally suffering slapstick violence provides tons of laughs. A competent instructor wouldn't end up in these situations, eliminating that entire comedy genre from the show. SpongeBob's work life might change too. If he could drive, Mr. Krabs might ask him to do deliveries or run errands. This could create new workplace dynamics and storylines, but it would also mean less time for kitchen-based episodes where SpongeBob interacts with customers and co-workers. The episode structure would be completely different. Many Mrs. Puff episodes follow the same pattern. Lesson starts normally, SpongeBob does something wrong, chaos escalates, Mrs. Puff suffers, everything ends in disaster. Without that formula, writers would need entirely new approaches to these characters. Mrs. Puff's backstory would change dramatically. The show implies she's been traumatized by years of teaching disasters, which explains her current mental state. If she was competent, she might have had a normal, successful career with hundreds of satisfied students. SpongeBob wouldn't be this unique challenge that broke her spirit. The show's exploration of teacher-student relationships would be lost. Mrs. Puff and SpongeBob represent the clash between someone trying to do their job and someone whose enthusiasm creates problems. It's a relatable dynamic that many viewers recognize from their own school experiences. A functional version would be less interesting. SpongeBob's character development would be affected too. His driving failures teach him about perseverance, accepting criticism, and dealing with disappointment. If he succeeded easily, he'd miss these important life lessons. His eternal optimism partly comes from bouncing back from driving disasters. The town's safety would improve dramatically. SpongeBob's driving creates public hazards that endanger everyone. If he was properly trained, Bikini Bottom would have fewer random destruction incidents. This might make the town seem more peaceful but less exciting for viewers. Other characters' reactions to SpongeBob would change. Part of what makes him endearing is that despite causing chaos, he never gives up trying to improve. If he succeeded at driving, people might have higher expectations for him in other areas, potentially creating new sources of conflict. Mrs. Puff's home life would be different. She currently goes home exhausted and traumatized after dealing with SpongeBob. A successful teacher might have energy for hobbies, relationships, or other activities. This could add depth to her character, but would also require developing entirely new aspects of her personality. The show's message about persistence would be complicated. Right now, SpongeBob's repeated failures followed by getting back up teaches kids about not giving up. If a good teacher fixed his problems quickly, that lesson about perseverance through adversity would be lost. The medical aspects would disappear too. Mrs. Puff's constant inflating and deflating is both comedy and a stress response. A calm, competent instructor wouldn't have these physical reactions, eliminating a major visual element that makes her memorable. The legal issues would vanish. Mrs. Puff has been arrested multiple times for SpongeBob's driving disasters. If she was competent, these incidents wouldn't happen, removing an entire category of storylines involving police, courts, and legal consequences. The financial aspects would change completely. Right now, Mrs. Puff's boating school probably loses money constantly from property damage and lawsuits. A competent instructor would run a profitable business, which might attract more students, but would eliminate the struggling small business element. The voice acting would be affected too. Mary Jo Catlett gives Mrs. Puff this stressed, panicked voice that perfectly captures her mental state. A calm professional instructor would need a completely different vocal approach, losing one of the character's most recognizable features. The merchandise would be different as well. Mrs. Puff toys often show her in various states of inflation or distress. A competent version wouldn't have these dramatic expressions, making her less visually interesting for products aimed at kids. The show's exploration of professional burnout would disappear. Mrs. Puff represents teachers who've been worn down by difficult students and bureaucratic pressure. Her struggles resonate with real educators who face similar challenges. A successful version wouldn't connect with these experiences. The timing and pacing of episodes would change too. Much of the comedy comes from the escalating tension as lessons go from bad to worse. Without that build-up, episodes would need different rhythms and probably wouldn't be as funny or exciting. SpongeBob's relationship with other authority figures might be affected. His experiences with Mrs. Puff teach him how to deal with frustrated adults and authority figures who lose their patience. If he only knew competent teachers, he might not develop those social skills. Most importantly, the show would lose one of its most perfect examples of how good intentions can create problems. Mrs. Puff means well but is terrible at her job. SpongeBob wants to learn but creates chaos. Their dynamic shows how people can hurt each other despite caring about each other. The relationship between dreams and reality would change too. SpongeBob dreams of being a great driver while Mrs. Puff dreams of never seeing him again. If she was competent, both could achieve their goals quickly, eliminating the tension between what they want and what they can actually achieve. A competent Mrs. Puff would fundamentally change SpongeBob from a show about lovable failures into a show about competent people doing normal things. Sometimes the best characters are the ones who are bad at their jobs, because their struggles make them human and relatable. Before we move on to the next What If, make sure you're subscribed. Here's another fascinating scenario to consider. What if Pearl was Mr. Krabs' biological daughter instead of adopted? The whole dynamic between Mr. Krabs and Pearl is built on this weird biological mystery. He's a tiny red crab, she's a massive sperm whale, and the show never explains how this family situation came to be. This creates tons of visual comedy and raises questions that keep fans theorizing. Their size difference alone makes for hilarious situations where Pearl accidentally crushes things or Mr. Krabs gets lost in her room. Bossy Boots shows exactly how their species difference affects their relationship. Pearl comes to work at the Krusty Krab during summer vacation and wants to transform it into the Cuddly Crab, a hip teenage cafe. She removes the grill, changes the menu to just salads and tea, and decorates everything with hearts and rainbows. Mr. Krabs goes along with it because he loves his daughter, but the changes are losing money and driving away customers. The episode highlights their different perspectives. Pearl wants trendy, modern things, while Mr. Krabs cares about tradition and profit. She's embarrassed by the crusty name of the restaurant and wants something more appealing to her teenage friends. Mr. Krabs ultimately has to fire her through SpongeBob because her changes are ruining the business, but he can't bring himself to do it directly because he loves her so much. But what if Pearl was actually a crab like her father? This would completely change their relationship dynamic and eliminate one of the show's most interesting mysteries. A crab Pearl would probably be much smaller, maybe Mr. Krabs' size or slightly bigger as a teenager. This would eliminate all the physical comedy that comes from their size difference. No more jokes about Pearl accidentally breaking things, or Mr. Krabs getting dwarfed by his daughter. Their hugs wouldn't be these hilarious mismatched embraces where he disappears into her flipper. More importantly, a biological crab daughter would likely share Mr. Krabs' obsession with money. Instead of being embarrassed by his cheapness, she'd probably encourage it and help him find new ways to save or make money. She might even be more ruthless than him when it comes to business, creating a terrifying father-daughter money-making team. The Bossy Boots episode would be completely different. Instead of wanting to turn the Krusty Krab into a trendy cafe, a crab Pearl might want to make it more profitable. She'd probably suggest raising prices, cutting portions, or finding cheaper ingredients. Her ideas would align with Mr. Krabs' values instead of clashing with them. The teenage rebellion aspect would be lost entirely. Right now, Pearl represents normal teenage behavior wanting to fit in, being embarrassed by her dad, caring about appearances and trends. A crab Pearl raised by Mr. Krabs would probably share his values from a young age, making her less relatable to actual teenagers watching the show. The adoption storyline creates depth and mystery that would disappear. Fans love theorizing about how Mr. Krabs ended up with a whale daughter. Some think he found her as an orphaned baby, others believe she's adopted from a failed relationship, and some create elaborate backstories about whale-crab relationships. Remove the adoption element, and you lose all that fan engagement and speculation. The show's themes about family acceptance would change too. Mr. Krabs and Pearl show that family is about love and being there for each other, not just about being related by blood or looking alike. Their bond proves that what matters most in a family is how much you care. If Pearl were his real daughter, the message wouldn't be as strong. Pearl's character development would be fundamentally different. Right now, she's torn between loving her father and being embarrassed by him. She wants to please him, but also fit in with her peers, a crab. Pearl wouldn't have this internal conflict because she'd naturally fit into both her family and crab society. The economic dynamics would shift dramatically. Pearl currently costs Mr. Krabs a fortune, she's expensive to feed, wants trendy clothes and gadgets, and needs a massive bedroom. A smaller crab daughter would cost much less to maintain, which might make Mr. Krabs even greedier since he'd have more disposable income. The social aspects would be completely different too. Pearl goes to whale school, has whale friends, and participates in whale culture. A crab Pearl would probably go to the same school as other young crabs in Bikini Bottom, creating different social dynamics and storylines. The show's commentary on teenage culture would suffer. Pearl represents typical teenage interests that clash with adult practical concerns. Her whale friends care about boys, fashion, and social status, while Mr. Krabs worries about money and business. A crab daughter raised with his values wouldn't provide this generational contrast. The visual design would lose its impact. The sight of a tiny crab trying to parent a massive whale is inherently funny and memorable. A normal-sized crab family would be much less visually interesting and wouldn't create the same comedic opportunities. The show's exploration of different species living together would be reduced. Bikini Bottom is full of interspecies relationships and families, and Mr. Krabs and Pearl are one of the best examples. Their relationship shows that different types of sea creatures can form loving families despite their differences. Episodes about Pearl's teenage problems would need complete rewrites. Her current issues feeling different from her dad, being embarrassed by his cheapness, wanting expensive things come from their species difference and opposing values. A crab Pearl with inherited money obsession wouldn't have these relatable teenage struggles. The voice acting would probably change too. Lori Allen gives Pearl this Valley Girl teenage whale voice that contrasts perfectly with Clancy Brown's gruff Mr. Krabs. A crab Pearl might sound more like her father, losing that vocal contrast that makes their scenes so entertaining. The show's merchandising would be affected as well. Pearl's distinctive whale design makes her instantly recognizable and appealing to fans. A smaller crab version would be less visually striking and might not sell as well in toy stores. The restaurant business storylines would be less interesting. Right now, Pearl and Mr. Krabs often disagree about how to run the Krusty Krab because they have different priorities. A money-obsessed crab daughter would always agree with his business decisions, eliminating that source of conflict and character development. The babysitting episodes would disappear entirely. SpongeBob sometimes has to watch Pearl when Mr. Krabs is away, which creates chaos because of her size and teenage attitude. A well-behaved crab daughter wouldn't need supervision and wouldn't create the same comedic situations. The show's message about loving people, despite their differences, would be weakened. Mr. Krabs and Pearl prove that you can love family members even when they're nothing like you. Their relationship teaches kids that differences in appearance, interests, and values don't have to divide families. The educational aspects would change too. Kids watching the show learn about different types of sea life through characters like Pearl. Having a whale daughter teaches viewers about marine biology and ocean diversity. A crab family would be less educational and wouldn't expose kids to different species. The dating and romance storylines would be affected as well. Pearl's crushes and romantic interests are usually other whales or large sea creatures. A crab Pearl would probably date other crabs, creating different romantic dynamics and eliminating the comedy that comes from her massive size affecting her love life. The expense jokes would disappear completely. Much of the humor around Pearl comes from how expensive she is to maintain. Her massive appetite, huge bedroom, and costly teenage wants create financial stress for Mr. Krabs. A smaller crab daughter would be much cheaper, removing this source of comedy and character development. The protection instincts would change dramatically. Mr. Krabs is very protective of Pearl, partly because she's different and stands out. A crab daughter would blend in with Bikini Bottom society, so Mr. Krabs might not feel the same need to shield her from the world. The school dynamics would be completely different. Pearl often feels out of place or different at school, which many kids can relate to. A crab. Pearl attending crab school wouldn't have these identity struggles or feelings of not fitting in. Most importantly, the mystery element would vanish completely. One of the most enduring questions in SpongeBob is how Mr. Krabs ended up with a whale daughter. Fans have been debating this for decades, creating theories, artwork, and discussions. A biological relationship would answer this question immediately and remove that source of fan engagement. The generational gap themes would be lost too. Pearl represents young people who care about trends and social acceptance, while Mr. Krabs represents older generations who prioritize practical concerns like money and tradition. Their conflicts reflect real family dynamics that many viewers recognize from their own lives. The show's celebration of unconventional families would be diminished. In a world where many kids come from blended families, adoptions, or non-traditional households, Pearl and Mr. Krabs represent the idea that families come in all shapes and sizes. Their relationship validates different family structures and shows that love matters more than biology. A biological crab Pearl would fundamentally change SpongeBob from a show about acceptance and diversity into something more conventional. The weird, wonderful family dynamic between a penny-pinching crab and his whale daughter's part of what makes the show special and memorable. Let's dive into another massive game changer. What if Squidward was actually talented at art and music? Squidward's whole thing is being bad at art but thinking he's amazing. He plays clarinet like a dying whale but believes he's the next Mozart. His paintings look like they were made by a kindergartner, but he acts like he's Picasso. This gap between what he thinks and reality is what makes him funny and bitter. Opposite Day shows this perfectly. Squidward wants to sell his house and escape from SpongeBob and Patrick. When the real estate agent comes to look at his place, she sees his art gallery full of terrible self-portraits. SpongeBob, pretending to be Squidward, plays his clarinet for her. She keeps telling him to stop, but he keeps playing because he thinks it sounds good. The joke works because everyone knows his music is awful except him. The episode shows Squidward's house covered in paintings of himself that look ridiculous and amateur. His whole identity is built around being this misunderstood artist, but really he just sucks at everything creative. The real estate agent gets so annoyed by his terrible music and weird art that she refuses to sell his house. But what if Squidward actually had real talent? What if his clarinet playing was beautiful and his paintings were masterpieces? This would completely destroy his character and change the entire show. A genuinely talented Squidward would be successful and probably rich. He'd have art shows, record deals, and concert performances. Instead of working at the Krusty Krab, he'd be living his dream as a full-time artist. This would remove him from the main story entirely, since he wouldn't need his cashier job. His relationship with SpongeBob would be totally different. Right now, Squidward is jealous because SpongeBob is happy and good at his simple job while Squidward fails at his artistic dreams. If Squidward was successful, he wouldn't be bitter and jealous anymore. The whole dynamic between them would disappear. The main source of Squidward's anger comes from feeling like his life is wasted. He thinks he's meant for greatness, but stuck in a boring job with annoying neighbors. A successful artist version would be happy and fulfilled, which would make him way less interesting as a character. SpongeBob's admiration for Squidward would make sense, but wouldn't be funny anymore. Right now, SpongeBob thinks Squidward is talented despite all evidence proving otherwise. This creates comedy because viewers know SpongeBob is wrong. If Squidward was actually good, there'd be no irony or humor in SpongeBob's praise. The show would lose one of its best running jokes. Squidward's terrible clarinet playing makes neighbors complain and audiences run away screaming. If he played beautifully, this entire source of comedy would vanish. No more scenes of people covering their ears or windows breaking from his music. His motivation would change completely. Currently, Squidward dreams of escaping Bikini Bottom to become famous. If he was already talented, he'd either be famous already or well on his way. The desperation that drives his character would be gone. Art contest episodes would be completely different. When Squidward enters competitions, the humor comes from his confidence crashing into his obvious lack of skill. If he was genuinely good, he'd win these contests, eliminating the comedy and changing those storylines entirely. He probably wouldn't even live in the same neighborhood. Successful artists don't usually live in middle-class areas next to fry cooks and unemployed starfish. He'd move somewhere fancy, removing him from the show's main setting. The show's message about trying hard despite failure would be lost. Squidward represents people who keep pursuing their dreams even when they're not good at them. Kids can relate to working hard at something and still struggling. A naturally talented Squidward wouldn't teach these lessons. His relationship with Mr. Krabs would disappear. Squidward only works at the Krusty Krab because he needs money and can't make it as an artist. A successful Squidward wouldn't need that job, so we'd lose their boss-employee conflicts. The show would lose its commentary on working-class dreams. Squidward represents people who have artistic ambitions but get stuck in service jobs to pay bills. His frustration reflects real economic pressures. A wealthy artist wouldn't face these problems. One of Squidward's most human traits is his self-delusion about his abilities. Everyone knows someone who thinks they're better at something than they actually are. This makes Squidward relatable even when he's annoying. Take away that flaw, and he becomes less human. Other characters would treat him completely differently. Right now, most people ignore or mock Squidward's artistic pretensions. If he was genuinely talented, they'd respect and admire him instead. This would change every relationship dynamic. The contrast between SpongeBob and Squidward would be less interesting. SpongeBob finds happiness in simple things, while Squidward is miserable despite having similar circumstances. If Squidward achieved his dreams, this philosophical difference would be less clear. Episodes about Squidward's failures would need to be completely rewritten. Many storylines revolve around his artistic disasters or professional disappointments. Success would eliminate these plot possibilities entirely. The voice acting would probably change. Roger Bumpass gives Squidward this nasally, irritated voice that captures his bitterness perfectly. A happy, successful Squidward would need a completely different vocal approach. Even his appearance would change. Squidward's grumpy expression and slouched posture show his dissatisfaction with life. A fulfilled artist would probably stand taller, smile more, and look more confident. The show's balance would be ruined. SpongeBob represents enthusiasm, Patrick represents ignorance, and Squidward represents cynicism. If Squidward became happy and successful, that cynical perspective would be reduced, making the show less balanced. Kids and adults who relate to feeling unappreciated or misunderstood connect with Squidward's character. A successful version wouldn't appeal to those feelings, changing his fan base completely. The educational value would shift too. Kids learn from Squidward that talent requires practice and not everyone is naturally gifted. His failures teach humility and accepting limitations. A naturally talented Squidward wouldn't provide these lessons. The show makes fun of artistic snobbery through Squidward's character. He acts pompous about culture while having no real talent. This satire works because of the gap between his attitude and ability. If he was actually talented, the joke wouldn't work. Workplace comedy would disappear. Squidward's resentment toward his job comes from feeling overqualified for service work. He thinks he's too good for taking orders and handling money. A successful artist wouldn't have this attitude. Financial stress contributes to Squidward's grumpiness. He's broke and can't afford the lifestyle he wants. A successful artist would have money for nice things, eliminating this source of frustration and character development. The show explores themes about people feeling like they've wasted their potential. Squidward represents adults who didn't achieve their childhood dreams and feel stuck in unfulfilling lives. Success would eliminate this relatable struggle. Comedy timing would be affected. Much of Squidward's humor comes from the gap between expectations and reality. When he expects applause but gets complaints, that disappointment creates laughs. Success would eliminate these comedic moments. Character growth would be different too. Squidward's development comes from learning to appreciate what he has instead of always wanting more. A successful artist wouldn't need this growth, making him a static character. The show would lose important lessons about self-acceptance. Squidward's journey teaches that talent isn't everything, and happiness can come from unexpected places. If he was naturally gifted, he wouldn't learn these valuable lessons. Most importantly, the show would change from being about accepting failure and finding joy in simple things to being about achieving dreams through talent. Sometimes the most interesting characters are the ones who don't get what they want because their struggles make them human. Squidward's lack of talent is essential to who he is and why the show works. His delusions, failures, and bitterness create comedy while teaching important lessons about persistence, humility, and finding happiness despite disappointment. A talented Squidward would be a completely different character in a completely different show. Time to explore another huge possibility. What if SpongeBob had a brother or sister? SpongeBob's whole deal is being an only child who gets all his parents' love and attention. Harold and Margaret Squarepants treat him like their precious baby, even though he's an adult with his own house and job. This creates his innocent, sheltered personality and explains why he's so happy and trusting he's never had to compete for anything or deal with sibling fights. Home Sweet Pineapple shows this family thing perfectly. When SpongeBob's house gets eaten by nematodes, he immediately calls his parents for help. They drive over right away, ready to take him home and let him move back in. Harold says, Your mother has dinner waiting, showing how they still baby him. The whole episode treats SpongeBob like he's their only kid in the world. The episode also shows how much his parents care about his independence. When his house magically grows back, they're happy to see him settled again. There's no mention of other children they need to worry about, or siblings who might be jealous of the attention SpongeBob gets. His parents can focus entirely on him. But what if SpongeBob had a sibling living in Bikini Bottom or back home with his parents? This would completely change his character and create tons of new storylines, but it would also ruin what makes SpongeBob special. A sibling would force SpongeBob to share attention for the first time in his life. Right now, he's used to being everyone's favorite, his parents adore him, Gary depends on him, and even his friends rely on his happiness. Adding a brother or sister would create competition and jealousy that SpongeBob has never dealt with. If the sibling was more successful than SpongeBob, it would probably crush his confidence. SpongeBob's self-esteem comes from believing he's good at things and that people like him. A brother who was better at cooking, more popular, or more accomplished would make SpongeBob feel bad about himself for the first time. On the other hand, if SpongeBob was the more successful sibling, it would change his humble personality. Right now, SpongeBob doesn't brag or act better than anyone, but if he had a struggling brother or sister, he might develop an ego or feel guilty about his success. The Home Sweet Pineapple episode would be totally different with a sibling involved. Instead of SpongeBob being the only child his parents worry about, they'd have multiple kids to think about. Maybe the sibling would offer to help rebuild the house, or there'd be fights about whether SpongeBob should move back home and take up space. SpongeBob's relationship with Gary would probably be less important. Right now, Gary is like his only family member in Bikini Bottom, which makes their bond special. If SpongeBob had a sibling nearby, Gary might just be a regular pet instead of a family member. The sibling's personality would matter a lot. If they were grumpy like Squidward, SpongeBob would have to deal with family criticism at home. If they were lazy like Patrick, SpongeBob might become the responsible one who has to take care of everyone. A more successful sibling could explain why SpongeBob works at a fast food place instead of having bigger dreams. Maybe his brother or sister got all the encouragement to go to college or start a business, leaving SpongeBob to find his own way. The family stuff in other episodes would get more complicated too. When SpongeBob's parents visit, they'd probably want to spend time with both kids equally. SpongeBob might feel jealous if his sibling got more attention or praise. Holiday episodes would be different as well. Instead of SpongeBob being the center of family celebrations, he'd have to share the spotlight. This could create new fights or force him to think about others more. The sibling could also live far away, which would create different problems. SpongeBob might feel guilty about living so close to his parents while his brother or sister is somewhere else. He might worry about not being there for family emergencies or missing important stuff. If the sibling was older, SpongeBob might feel pressure to live up to their example. If they were younger, he might feel responsible for being a good role model. Either way, it would add stress to his usually easy life. The show's themes about friendship would change too. Right now, SpongeBob treats his friends like family because he doesn't have siblings. Patrick is like a brother, Sandy is like a sister, and even Squidward fills a family role. Adding real siblings would make these friendships less intense and meaningful. SpongeBob's work ethic might be different as well. Some of his dedication comes from wanting to make his parents proud as their only child. With siblings competing for approval, he might be more ambitious and competitive, or he might give up more easily if he felt overshadowed. The living situation would be interesting to explore. Would the sibling live in Bikini Bottom too? Having another family member nearby would change SpongeBob's independence and probably create more family episodes instead of friend episodes. The sibling's job would matter a lot. If they were also in food service, there might be work rivalry. If they had a fancy career, SpongeBob might feel embarrassed about flipping burgers. If they were unemployed, SpongeBob might feel pressure to support them with money. SpongeBob's happiness might be less pure with a sibling around. Right now, his positivity comes from genuine innocence and being sheltered. Sibling rivalry and family competition could make him more sneaky or defensive. The show would probably need to explain why this sibling was never mentioned before. Either they'd be a new character introduced suddenly, which would feel weird, or they'd be revealed to have existed all along, which would contradict years of SpongeBob being treated like an only child. Episodes about SpongeBob's childhood would get more complicated. Right now, flashbacks show him as a happy kid doing his own thing. Adding a sibling would require rewriting his entire backstory and explaining their relationship throughout their lives. The siblings' relationship with SpongeBob's friends would create new dynamics too. They might get along better with Squidward if they were more mature, or they might annoy Patrick if they were too serious. These new relationships could threaten SpongeBob's existing friendships. Family visits would be less special as well. When Harold and Margaret come to see SpongeBob, it's a big deal because he's their only child in Bikini Bottom. If they had another kid to visit regularly, SpongeBob's visits would be more routine and less meaningful. The show's message about found family would be weaker. Part of SpongeBob's appeal is that he creates his own family with friends and pets because his real family lives far away. Adding siblings would make this theme less important. The sibling could also create money problems. Right now, SpongeBob can afford his lifestyle on a fry cook salary because he's just supporting himself and Gary. If he had to help support a sibling or compete with them for parents' financial help, his money situation would be more stressful. Episodes about growing up would be different too. SpongeBob's childlike wonder works because he's been protected from typical adult responsibilities like taking care of family members. A sibling would force him to mature in ways that might ruin his innocent charm. The show would probably focus more on family drama instead of the current mix of work, friendship, and adventure stories. While family episodes can be good, SpongeBob works best when it's about his chosen family of friends rather than biological family complications. Most importantly, SpongeBob's character works because he's innocent and hasn't been shaped by typical family competition. His kindness comes from never having to fight for attention. His generosity comes from always having enough love and support. Adding a sibling would force SpongeBob to deal with jealousy, competition, and family politics for the first time. While this could create interesting storylines, it would fundamentally change what makes him special, his pure, uncomplicated joy that comes from being loved unconditionally as an only child. The show works because SpongeBob represents childhood innocence preserved into adulthood. Sibling rivalry and family competition would corrupt that innocence and make him more like a regular person dealing with regular family problems instead of the unique character fans love. If you're enjoying the content, make sure you're subscribed to our channel. Moving on to the next what if. What if SpongeBob was born as a starfish instead of a sponge? SpongeBob's whole thing is being the smart, responsible one compared to Patrick. He's excited and happy, but also gets stuff done. He tries hard at everything and wants to help people. Patrick is the lazy starfish who sleeps under a rock and doesn't understand most things. Their friendship works because they're opposites. Hall Monitor shows this perfectly. SpongeBob gets picked as Hall Monitor at boating school and takes the job way too seriously. He gives such a long speech that the whole school day ends before he's done. Then he decides to be Hall Monitor for the entire city. He tries to direct traffic but causes huge car crashes. He breaks into someone's house pretending to be the open window maniac to teach them about safety. Eventually, the police think he's a dangerous criminal. The episode works because SpongeBob has good intentions but terrible execution. He's smart enough to understand ideas like safety and helping people, but too excited to realize he's making everything worse. Patrick helps him hunt for the maniac without realizing it's SpongeBob himself. The comedy comes from SpongeBob thinking he's helping while Patrick is completely clueless about what's happening. But what if SpongeBob was a starfish too? What if both characters were as dumb and lazy as Patrick? This would create a totally different show with twice the chaos and nobody to fix anything. Two starfish would be a complete disaster. Instead of one character who means well but screws up, you'd have two characters who don't understand anything and make terrible choices together. The Hall Monitor episode would be pure destruction with nobody even trying to help. A starfish SpongeBob would probably live under a rock like Patrick. There'd be no cool pineapple house, no organized life, and no Gary the Snail. Starfish in the show just sleep under rocks all day. They don't have pets, or fancy homes, or any kind of structure. The job at the Krusty Krab would be impossible. SpongeBob's work requires energy, memory, and cooking skills. A starfish version would be too lazy and stupid to do any job. Mr. Krabs would fire him right away, or the restaurant would burn down because nobody was paying attention. The friendship between SpongeBob and Patrick works because they balance each other. SpongeBob brings energy and ideas, while Patrick brings a different perspective through his complete lack of understanding. If both were starfish, they just make each other worse without anyone to provide balance. Episodes would be much shorter because starfish don't do much. Patrick's typical day is sleeping, eating, and maybe walking around confused. Two Patricks would just sleep under rocks and have short conversations about nothing. There wouldn't be enough happening to fill whole episodes. The educational stuff would disappear completely. SpongeBob teaches kids about friendship, working hard, and trying your best even when things go wrong. A starfish SpongeBob wouldn't have those qualities. He'd teach kids that being lazy and ignoring responsibilities is okay. Mrs. Puff's driving school would be even worse than it already is. Regular SpongeBob is dangerous because he tries too hard and gets nervous. A starfish SpongeBob would be dangerous because he wouldn't understand basic things like stopping, turning, or watching where he's going. Mrs. Puff would probably quit after one lesson. Squidward's relationship with them would change too. Squidward gets annoyed because SpongeBob bothers him constantly with enthusiasm and activities. A lazy starfish SpongeBob might not bother Squidward as much, but he also wouldn't create the fun conflicts that make their relationship interesting. Sandy wouldn't be friends with a starfish SpongeBob. Sandy likes SpongeBob because he's curious and willing to try new things. A starfish SpongeBob would be too lazy to visit her underwater dome or help with science experiments. Their friendship exists because SpongeBob is active and interested in learning. The show's message about following dreams would be lost. SpongeBob loves his job and chases his goals with passion. Starfish don't seem to have dreams or goals beyond eating and sleeping. A starfish SpongeBob would represent giving up on life instead of embracing it. Physical comedy would be way more limited. SpongeBob's sponge body lets him change shapes, soak up water, and bounce back from getting hurt. Starfish are just star-shaped and can't do those flexible things. The visual jokes would be much more basic and boring. Episodes about SpongeBob's talents wouldn't work. He's good at cooking, catching jellyfish, and lots of other activities that need practice and coordination. Starfish don't seem able to learn complex skills. They're more about basic instincts and simple reactions. The show would be much slower. SpongeBob's energy drives most episodes forward with his excitement and constant movement. Two lazy starfish would create a boring show with long pauses and barely anything happening. Character growth would be impossible. SpongeBob learns from mistakes and becomes a better person throughout the series. Patrick stays the same because he's too simple to change. Two Patricks would mean no character development for anyone. The other characters would have to do all the work. Mr. Krabs, Sandy, and Squidward would need to provide all the energy and smart thinking since the main characters wouldn't contribute anything useful. This would completely change what the show is about. Emotional scenes would be rare. SpongeBob feels deep emotions that create some of the show's best moments. Starfish seem to only feel basic things like being hungry or sleepy. The emotional range would be very limited. Problem-solving episodes couldn't exist. Many SpongeBob stories involve him trying to fix problems or overcome challenges. Starfish don't seem to think about problems in complex ways. They just accept whatever happens and don't try to change anything. Adults wouldn't enjoy the show as much. Grown-ups like SpongeBob, partly because of clever writing and humor that comes from his personality. Two simple starfish wouldn't provide the same level of entertainment for older viewers. Toys and merchandise would be harder to sell. SpongeBob's square shape and expressive face make him easy to recognize. A starfish version would look too much like Patrick and wouldn't be as special or marketable. The voice acting would be totally different. Tom Kenny gives SpongeBob this high-energy, excited voice that matches his personality. A starfish SpongeBob would probably sound like Patrick, slow, confused, and boring. Social commentary would disappear. SpongeBob often represents working people and adult responsibilities. Starfish don't work or participate in society in meaningful ways. The show would lose its ability to talk about real-world issues. The celebration of being different would be weakened. SpongeBob stands out because he's unique compared to everyone around him. If he was just another starfish like Patrick, that special quality would be gone. The show's core message would be lost. SpongeBob represents keeping childlike wonder while still being responsible. He shows that you can be mature and productive while still finding joy in simple things. Starfish represent pure laziness without any of the responsibility. Most importantly, the friendship that makes the show special would be ruined. Instead of two different personalities who challenge each other and bring out interesting qualities, you'd have two identical characters who don't help each other grow or change. The humor would be much more basic too. A lot of SpongeBob's comedy comes from his misunderstanding situations or trying too hard at simple tasks. Starfish humor would just be about being confused and lazy, which gets old fast. Episodes about work, school, or achieving goals wouldn't make sense. These require characters who care about something and want to improve. Starfish don't seem motivated by anything except basic survival needs. A starfish SpongeBob would change the show from a story about an optimistic worker trying his best in an adult world to a story about two lazy creatures who don't understand or care about life. All the heart, humor, and meaning that make SpongeBob special would disappear completely. Moving on to another major possibility, what if Larry the Lobster was out of shape instead of a fitness guru? Larry's whole character is built around being the ultimate beach athlete. He's buff, confident, and represents everything SpongeBob wishes he could be physically. Larry sets the tone for Goo Lagoon as this competitive fitness paradise where everyone tries to impress each other with strength and athletic ability. He's the cool guy that everyone looks up to and wants to hang out with. Ripped Pants shows this dynamic perfectly. Larry comes up to SpongeBob and Sandy at the beach and asks if they want to lift weights. He demonstrates incredible strength by lifting heavy weights and even picking up the entire audience seating area with people still sitting on it. Sandy tries to impress him by lifting anchors, while SpongeBob struggles just to pick up a twig with 2 marshmallows on it. The episode works because Larry represents this impossible standard that SpongeBob can never reach. When SpongeBob fails at weightlifting and accidentally rips his pants, everyone laughs. This starts his obsession with getting attention through ripped pants jokes instead of actual physical achievement. Larry's presence creates the competitive atmosphere that drives SpongeBob to desperate measures for approval. But what if Larry was out of shape and uninterested in fitness? What if he was just another regular beachgoer who preferred sitting around instead of working out? This would completely change the culture of Goo Lagoon and eliminate one of SpongeBob's main motivations. An out-of-shape Larry would probably spend his time eating snacks, taking naps, and maybe reading magazines under an umbrella. Instead of inspiring others to exercise, he'd represent the opposite lifestyle. The beach would lose its competitive fitness atmosphere and become more of a relaxation spot. The Ripped Pants episode would need to be completely different. Without Larry's weightlifting demonstration, there'd be no reason for SpongeBob to try lifting weights and feel inadequate. The whole setup that leads to his pants ripping wouldn't exist. Maybe SpongeBob would rip his pants in some other way, but it wouldn't have the same meaning. SpongeBob's insecurity about his physical appearance comes partly from comparing himself to Larry. Without a buff role model to measure himself against, SpongeBob might be more confident about his body. He wouldn't feel the need to prove his strength or impress anyone with athletic ability. The show would lose an important character type, the cool, popular athlete that nerdy characters usually want to befriend. Larry represents the jock archetype that exists in every school and social group. Without him, the show would miss out on exploring those social dynamics. Sandy's character might be affected too. In many episodes, she bonds with Larry over physical activities and sports. An out-of-shape Larry wouldn't share her interests in extreme sports, karate, or scientific adventures that require physical stamina. Their friendship would be much different or might not exist at all. Episodes specifically about fitness and exercise would disappear entirely. Larry often appears in stories about working out, sports competitions, and beach activities. If he was lazy and unfit, these storylines wouldn't make sense. The show would lose a whole category of plots. The social hierarchy at Goo Lagoon would be completely different. Right now, Larry sits at the top as the most respected beachgoer. Other characters look up to him and want his approval. An out-of-shape Larry might be at the bottom of the social ladder, or the beach might not have any hierarchy at all. SpongeBob's motivation in many episodes comes from wanting to be cool like Larry. He tries to work out, play sports, and be more athletic to gain respect. Without that inspiration, SpongeBob might focus on different goals or have less drive to improve himself physically. The show's message about body positivity would change too. Larry's character sometimes teaches lessons about not judging people by their appearance and that physical strength isn't everything. But he also represents the ideal that many characters strive for. An out-of-shape Larry would send a different message about accepting yourself as you are. Beach episodes would have a totally different vibe. Instead of high-energy sports and competitions, Goo Lagoon might be portrayed as a lazy, relaxing place where people just lie around. This could be nice, but it would eliminate a lot of comedic and dramatic possibilities. The show would miss out on physical comedy involving Larry's strength. Many jokes come from him casually doing impossible feats of strength or being so muscular that normal activities become difficult. An out-of-shape Larry wouldn't provide those visual gags. Other characters' fitness journeys would be affected. When SpongeBob, Patrick, or Sandy want to get in shape, they often turn to Larry for advice or inspiration. Without his expertise and example, they'd need to find motivation elsewhere or might not pursue fitness at all. The competitive spirit that drives many beach episodes would disappear. Larry often organizes or participates in contests and challenges. An unfit Larry wouldn't be interested in competition, making Goo Lagoon a much more peaceful but potentially boring place. Episodes about teamwork and training would need different premises. Larry often helps other characters prepare for events or teaches them new skills. If he was out of shape, he wouldn't have the knowledge or ability to coach anyone. The show would lose an important contrast character. Larry's confidence and physical ability highlight SpongeBob's insecurities and limitations. Without that comparison, SpongeBob's struggles wouldn't seem as significant or relatable. Beach fashion and culture would be different too. Larry influences what's considered cool at the beach. His fitness-focused lifestyle promotes athletic wear and healthy activities. An out-of-shape Larry might promote a more casual, comfort-focused beach culture. The voice acting and personality would probably change. Larry's current voice matches his confident, energetic personality. An out-of-shape version would likely sound more tired, less enthusiastic, and maybe more self-deprecating. Episodes about self-improvement would have different angles. Right now, Larry represents the rewards of hard work and dedication. An unfit Larry might represent giving up on goals or accepting mediocrity, which could send negative messages to young viewers. The show would miss opportunities to teach about health and exercise. Larry's lifestyle promotes physical activity and taking care of your body. An out-of-shape Larry might accidentally encourage laziness and poor health habits. Romantic storylines would change too. Larry's attractiveness comes partly from his physical fitness. Female characters are often impressed by his strength and athleticism. An out-of-shape Larry would have different romantic dynamics or might struggle with dating entirely. The social commentary about gym culture and fitness obsession would disappear. Larry sometimes represents the extreme end of fitness culture, which the show can gently mock. Without his character, the show would lose that satirical element. Right. The economic impact would be interesting too. Larry probably supports the beach economy by participating in sports activities, buying equipment, and using fitness facilities. An inactive Larry wouldn't contribute to these businesses, potentially changing how Goo Lagoon operates. SpongeBob's work performance might actually improve. Some of his worst days at the Krusty Krab happen when he's tired from trying to keep up with Larry's exercise routines. Without that physical exhaustion, he might be more focused on his job. The show would lose the gentle giant character type that Larry represents. He's physically imposing, but usually kind and encouraging. An out-of-shape Larry might not have that same gentle confidence that comes from physical strength. Episodes about overcoming challenges would be less inspiring. Larry often faces physical obstacles and conquers them through training and determination. An unfit Larry wouldn't provide examples of pushing through difficulties. The merchandising would be affected too. Larry's muscular design makes for appealing action figures and toys. An out-of-shape version would be less marketable and might not sell as well to kids who admire strong characters. Beach safety would be compromised as well. Larry often acts as an unofficial lifeguard and helps people in trouble because of his swimming ability and strength. An out-of-shape Larry wouldn't be able to perform rescues or keep the beach safe. Most importantly, the show would lose the aspirational quality that Larry provides. He represents the idea that hard work and dedication can lead to impressive results. Kids watching the show see that exercise and healthy living can make you strong and confident. An out-of-shape Larry would fundamentally change the tone and message of many episodes. Instead of promoting activity and self-improvement, his character might accidentally encourage giving up on physical goals. The beach would become less dynamic and exciting without his energetic presence driving the action. The show works because it has characters representing different approaches to life. SpongeBob is enthusiastic but often fails, Patrick is lazy but content, Squidward is grumpy and unsuccessful, and Larry is successful through hard work. Removing the successful athlete archetype would unbalance this character ecosystem and eliminate important lessons about fitness, confidence, and achieving goals through effort. The next what if takes us into helicopter parenting territory. What if SpongeBob's parents were overprotective and lived in Bikini Bottom? SpongeBob's current family setup is perfect for his character. Harold and Margaret SquarePants live far away, so they only appear when there's a crisis or special occasion. They love SpongeBob but give him space to live his own life, make mistakes, and grow as a person. This distance allows SpongeBob to be independent while still having that safety net of parental support when he really needs it. Nature Pants shows this family dynamic perfectly. SpongeBob decides to quit his job and live with the jellyfish in the wild. He gives away all his possessions to his friends and runs off naked to jellyfish fields. The episode works because his parents aren't there to stop him from making this terrible decision. He has to learn from his own mistakes when the jellyfish sting him and he gets covered in poisoned sea urchins. When SpongeBob finally comes home defeated and miserable, his friends throw him a welcome back party. His parents don't show up to lecture him or say, "I told you so." The episode teaches lessons about independence, making bad choices, and learning from failure without parental interference. But what if Harold and Margaret lived next door to SpongeBob and constantly worried about his safety? What if they tried to control every aspect of his life because they thought he was too naive and innocent to take care of himself? This would completely destroy SpongeBob's character and eliminate most of the show's storylines. Overprotective parents living nearby would never let SpongeBob work at a restaurant. They'd probably think the Krusty Krab was too dangerous with its hot grills, sharp spatulas, and grease fires. Harold and Margaret would insist he get a safer office job or maybe just live at home with them forever. The Nature Pants episode couldn't happen at all. The moment SpongeBob started talking about living with jellyfish, his parents would shut that down immediately. They'd probably lock him in his room until he came to his senses. SpongeBob's friendship with Patrick would be heavily monitored. Harold and Margaret would probably think Patrick is a bad influence because he's lazy and gets SpongeBob into trouble. They might forbid SpongeBob from hanging out with him or insist on supervising all their activities. Most of SpongeBob's adventures would be impossible. Overprotective parents wouldn't let him go jellyfishing alone, visit Sandy's dangerous tree dome, or participate in any risky activities. Episodes about exploring, getting lost, or facing challenges would disappear completely. The relationship with Squidward would be different too. Right now, Squidward gets annoyed with SpongeBob but tolerates him as a neighbor. If SpongeBob's parents were constantly around defending their son and complaining about how Squidward treats him, the dynamic would become much more tense. SpongeBob's job performance would probably get worse. Every time Mr. Krabs criticized him or gave him difficult tasks, his parents would probably march into the Krusty Krab to complain. They'd demand special treatment for their precious boy and make work life miserable for everyone. The show would lose its exploration of growing up and becoming independent. SpongeBob represents someone who's technically an adult but still learning how to navigate the world. Overprotective parents would prevent that growth and keep him in a permanent state of childhood dependency. Sandy's relationship with SpongeBob would be complicated by parental interference. Harold and Margaret would probably worry about him spending time with a scientist who does dangerous experiments. They might think her karate lessons are too violent or her extreme sports are too risky. Episodes about SpongeBob learning life lessons would become lectures from his parents instead of natural consequences. Instead of discovering that lying is wrong through his own mistakes, his parents would just tell him not to lie. The educational value would decrease big time. SpongeBob's living situation would probably change. Overprotective parents might insist he move back home where they can watch him all the time. His independence and cool pineapple house would disappear, replaced by his childhood bedroom in his parents' house. The show's comedy would shift from SpongeBob's innocent mistakes to jokes about annoying helicopter parents. While this could be funny sometimes, it would get old fast and appeal more to adults than kids. The show would lose its child-friendly perspective. SpongeBob's confidence would probably suffer under constant parental supervision. Right now, he believes he can do anything because he's been allowed to try and fail on his own. Overprotective parents would constantly point out dangers and limitations, making him anxious and fearful. Gary's role would be much smaller too. Right now, Gary serves as SpongeBob's companion and sometimes voice of reason. With parents around to provide guidance and company, Gary would just be a regular pet instead of an important relationship. The show would miss opportunities to explore themes about trust and letting go. Many episodes teach lessons about independence, responsibility, and learning from mistakes. Overprotective parents would eliminate these themes entirely. Mrs. Puff's driving school would be a complete nightmare. Harold and Margaret would probably blame her for every accident and demand she use special safety equipment or teaching methods just for SpongeBob. They might even try to sue the school or get Mrs. Puff fired. SpongeBob's social development would be severely limited. He'd never learn how to handle conflicts, make decisions, or solve problems on his own because his parents would always step in. This would make him even more childlike and dependent than he already is. The show's message about following your dreams would be much weaker. SpongeBob loves his job and pursues his goals with passion. Overprotective parents would probably try to steer him toward safer careers that they approve of instead of what makes him happy. Episodes about SpongeBob helping others would become rare. His parents would probably worry about him getting involved in other people's problems or putting himself at risk to help friends. His natural generosity and helpfulness would be suppressed by their fears. The physical comedy would be reduced too. Much of SpongeBob's humor comes from him getting into slapstick situations and bouncing back from injuries. Overprotective parents would try to prevent these situations entirely, eliminating a major source of laughs. SpongeBob's relationship with authority figures like Mr. Krabs would be undermined. Instead of learning to respect his boss and follow workplace rules, he'd always have his parents to fall back on when things got difficult. The show would accidentally promote unhealthy family dynamics. Kids watching might think it's normal for parents to control every aspect of their adult children's lives, which could create problems in real families. SpongeBob's dating life would be non-existent. Anytime he showed interest in someone, his parents would probably interfere and scare the person away with background checks and invasive questions. His romantic development would be stunted. The show's pacing would slow down dramatically. Every episode would need time for SpongeBob to ask permission, get lectured by his parents, or deal with their interference. The quick, energetic pace that makes SpongeBob fun would be replaced by boring family meetings. Adventures with Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy would be forbidden. Harold and Margaret would never let SpongeBob hang out with elderly superheroes who get into dangerous situations. These fun episodes would disappear completely. SpongeBob's creativity would suffer under constant supervision. Right now, he comes up with wild ideas and creative solutions because he's free to experiment. Overprotective parents would probably discourage his imagination and push him toward more conventional thinking. The show would lose its celebration of individuality. SpongeBob's weird, unique personality thrives because he's allowed to be himself. Controlling parents would probably try to make him more normal and socially acceptable. Holidays and special events would become stressful instead of fun. His parents would probably overplan everything and worry about every detail instead of letting SpongeBob enjoy himself. The spontaneous joy that makes SpongeBob special would be replaced by anxiety. The show's international appeal would decrease too. Kids around the world relate to SpongeBob because he represents freedom and independence. A version controlled by overprotective parents would be less universal and more culturally specific. Most importantly, SpongeBob's essential character trait, his optimistic independence, would be destroyed. His willingness to try new things, meet new people, and face challenges comes from being allowed to explore the world on his own terms. The show works because SpongeBob represents the perfect balance between childlike wonder and adult responsibility. He has the freedom to make mistakes and learn from them while still having family support when he truly needs it. Overprotective parents living nearby would tip that balance too far toward dependence and control. SpongeBob's adventures drive the entire show. Take away his ability to go exploring, try new things, and occasionally get into trouble, and you lose what makes the character special. He'd become just another sheltered kid instead of the independent, optimistic adult child that fans love. The show teaches kids that it's okay to be different, make mistakes, and learn from failure. Overprotective parents would eliminate these valuable lessons and replace them with fear and dependency. Just a reminder to subscribe to our channel. Now let's move on to our next What If. Now let's talk about a scenario that would shake up the entire show. What if the Krusty Krab and Chum Bucket merged into one restaurant? The rivalry between Mr. Krabs and Plankton is the heart of so many episodes. Mr. Krabs runs the successful Krusty Krab that everyone loves, while Plankton operates the failing Chum Bucket that nobody wants to eat at. This contrast drives most of their conflicts. Plankton is constantly trying to steal the Krabby Patty formula or sabotage Mr. Krabs' business because he's jealous of his success. Welcome to the Chum Bucket shows this dynamic perfectly. Mr. Krabs loses SpongeBob to Plankton in a card game, and SpongeBob has to work at the Chum Bucket. The episode works because the two restaurants are complete opposites. The Krusty Krab is warm, familiar, and homey, while the Chum Bucket is cold, sterile, and scientific. SpongeBob can't cook in Plankton's lab-like kitchen and gets homesick for his real workplace. SpongeBob sings, "This grill is not a home," because the Chum Bucket feels wrong to him. Even when Plankton recreates the Krusty Krab kitchen exactly, SpongeBob still refuses to make Krabby Patties because he doesn't want to work for the enemy. The episode ends with Plankton begging Mr. Krabs to take SpongeBob back because he can't handle him. But what if there was no rivalry? What if Mr. Krabs and Plankton decided to combine their restaurants into one big place? This would completely eliminate the central conflict that drives hundreds of episodes and change the entire show. A merged restaurant would probably be called something like the Krusty Bucket or Chum Crab. The building would need to be much bigger to fit both businesses, or they'd have to tear down both places and build something new. The visual contrast between success and failure would disappear entirely. SpongeBob would work for both bosses at the same time. Instead of being loyal to Mr. Krabs and hating Plankton, he'd have to treat them both as equals. This would eliminate his clear loyalty and make his character more confused. He wouldn't know which boss to please when they disagreed. The menu would be weird too. They'd probably serve both Krabby Patties and Chum, which doesn't make sense since nobody likes Chum. Maybe they'd create new menu items that combine both their styles. The restaurant might have two different sections, one for good food and one for Plankton's experiments. Mr. Krabs and Plankton would have to share profits, which would drive Mr. Krabs crazy. He's used to keeping all the money for himself, so splitting everything 50-50 would feel like losing half his income. Plankton might actually make money for the first time, but it wouldn't feel like a real victory since he'd be sharing credit with his enemy. The workplace dynamics would be completely different. Right now, Squidward works the register while SpongeBob cooks and Mr. Krabs manages. Adding Plankton to the mix would create confusion about who's in charge of what. They'd probably argue constantly about business decisions, work schedules, and employee management. Karen would become a much bigger character since she'd be part of the restaurant's computer system. She might conflict with Mr. Krabs' old-fashioned business methods or try to automate everything. Mr. Krabs would probably hate having a computer telling him how to run his business. The show would lose one of its best sources of comedy. So many jokes come from Plankton's failed schemes and the contrast between his big dreams and his actual abilities. If he was already successful as a partner, these jokes wouldn't work anymore. Episodes about Plankton trying to steal the formula would disappear completely. Why would he steal something he already has access to? The formula would probably be locked in a safe that requires both their approval to open, but there'd be no dramatic tension around protecting it. Customer service would be confusing. Squidward would have to explain why the restaurant serves both delicious Krabby Patties and terrible chum. Customers might get confused about what kind of place it is and whether the food is good or not. The employee hierarchy would be unclear. SpongeBob currently reports to Mr. Krabs, but in a merged restaurant, he might get conflicting orders from both bosses. If Mr. Krabs wanted him to make Krabby Patties while Plankton wanted him to work on experiments, SpongeBob wouldn't know what to do. The show's themes about competition would disappear. The rivalry between the restaurants represents small business competition, with the better product winning out. A merger would eliminate these lessons and make the show less educational about how businesses work. Plankton's character development would stop growing. His constant failures and schemes to beat Mr. Krabs drive his growth as a character. If he was already successful, he wouldn't have the same motivation to change or improve himself. The visual storytelling would be less effective. Right now, you can tell everything about the characters just by looking at their restaurants. The Krusty Krab's rustic nautical theme reflects Mr. Krabs' personality, while the Chum Bucket's high-tech lab look shows Plankton's scientific approach. A merged restaurant would mix these visual cues and make them confusing. Secret Formula episodes would become boring workplace meetings. Instead of dramatic heists and spy missions, Plankton would just ask to see the formula during business hours. The excitement and danger would be replaced by paperwork and boring negotiations. The show would lose its David versus Goliath dynamic. Plankton represents the little guy trying to compete with the big established business, which many viewers find relatable. If he merged with the big guy, this underdog appeal would disappear completely. Episodes about business sabotage wouldn't make sense anymore. Plankton couldn't try to ruin the Krusty Krab because it would hurt his own business too. The competitive tension that creates so many storylines would be gone forever. The friendship between SpongeBob and Patrick might be affected too. Patrick sometimes helps SpongeBob deal with Plankton's schemes, but if Plankton was SpongeBob's boss, Patrick might not know how to react. Their simple friendship would become more complicated and confusing. Mr. Krabs' motivation would change completely. Right now, he's driven by both greed and the need to stay ahead of his competition. Without Plankton as a threat, he might become lazy and boring, which would make him less interesting as a character. The show would need entirely new conflicts to drive episodes. Instead of business rivalry, maybe they'd fight about management styles or profit sharing, but these conflicts would be less visual and exciting than the current schemes and battles. The scheduling would be a nightmare. They'd have to figure out who works when, who gets vacation time, and how to split responsibilities. These boring workplace issues would replace the fun adventures and schemes that currently drive the show. The decoration would be weird too. Would they use the Krusty Krab's wooden ship theme or the Chum Bucket's metal laboratory look? A combination would probably look terrible and not match either character's personality. Staff meetings would be constant battles. Every decision would require both bosses to agree, which would never happen since they hate each other. Simple things like ordering supplies or setting prices would become major arguments. The show's pace would slow down dramatically. Right now, episodes move quickly because there's always conflict and action. A merged restaurant would require lots of talking and negotiating between the bosses, which would be boring to watch. Episodes about health inspectors would be more complicated. The restaurant would probably fail inspections because half of it serves actual food while the other half conducts weird science experiments. The mixing of food service and laboratory work would create safety violations. Most importantly, the show would lose the clear good versus evil dynamic that makes it easy for kids to understand. Mr. Krabs isn't perfect, but he's clearly the good guy compared to scheming Plankton. A partnership would blur these moral lines and make the show more confusing for young viewers. The merger would also eliminate the hope and persistence themes that make Plankton sympathetic. Despite constant failure, he never gives up trying to succeed. If he achieved his goal through a merger, this inspirational message about not giving up would be lost. The show works because the rivalry creates endless story possibilities. Every episode can explore new ways for Plankton to try beating Mr. Krabs or new reasons why his schemes fail. A merged restaurant would eliminate this creative gold mine and force writers to find completely different sources of conflict. The Krusty Krab and Chum Bucket represent two different approaches to business and life. Keeping them separate maintains this important contrast and provides the tension that makes SpongeBob entertaining. Merging them would eliminate one of the show's core dynamics and fundamentally change what makes it special. Here's another big what if. What if Gary could talk like a regular character? Gary's whole thing is being SpongeBob's pet snail who only says meow, but somehow SpongeBob always understands what he means. This creates a unique dynamic where Gary is clearly smart and has opinions, but he communicates through meowing and body language. SpongeBob treats him like a beloved pet while also respecting him as a friend and companion. Gary in Love shows this relationship perfectly. Gary falls in love with a snail named Mary at the snail park, but he can only express his feelings through meowing and visual cues. When SpongeBob finds Gary's drawing of Mary the next morning, he thinks it's a ransom note and that Gary has been kidnapped. The whole episode works because Gary can't just tell SpongeBob, "Hey, I'm in love and went to find my girlfriend." Gary has to communicate his emotions through actions sneaking out of the house, drawing pictures, and meowing sadly when Mary chooses another snail. SpongeBob misinterprets everything because he can't directly ask Gary what's wrong. The comedy comes from this communication gap and the visual storytelling of Gary's romantic adventure. But what if Gary could talk normally like Patrick or Squidward? What if he could have full conversations and express complex thoughts in words? This would completely change his character and eliminate one of the show's most unique relationships. A talking Gary would turn SpongeBob's pet into more of a roommate. Instead of the owner-pet dynamic, they'd be two equals living together. SpongeBob wouldn't need to guess what Gary wants or interpret his meowing. Gary could just ask for food, complain about being bored, or request specific activities. The Gary in Love episode would be totally different with a talking Gary. He could simply tell SpongeBob, "I met a girl snail and I want to go see her." Which would remove the mystery, the misunderstanding about kidnapping, and the visual comedy of Gary trying to communicate through drawings and actions. SpongeBob's caring pet owner side would disappear. Right now, he talks to Gary sweetly, feeds him carefully, and worries about his health and happiness. If Gary could talk back and complain or make demands, SpongeBob might get annoyed with him like he sometimes does with Patrick. The show would lose a major source of physical comedy. So many jokes come from Gary doing cat-like things, hiding when he doesn't want a bath, eating SpongeBob's furniture, or getting into places he shouldn't. If Gary could explain his actions or talk his way out of trouble, these behaviors would be less funny. Gary's mysterious intelligence would become regular intelligence. Right now, Gary seems to understand complex situations, and even gives SpongeBob advice through meowing, but there's something magical about how he knows things. A talking Gary would just be another smart character instead of a wise pet. Episodes about Gary getting lost or into trouble would need different premises. SpongeBob often has to search for Gary or figure out what's wrong with him. If Gary could talk, he could just call for help or explain his problems directly. No more dramatic searches or worried SpongeBob moments. The show would need to give Gary a distinct personality voice. Right now, his personality comes through his actions and expressions. Would talking Gary be sarcastic like Squidward, friendly like SpongeBob, lazy like Patrick? Any choice would limit his character compared to the mysterious pet he is now. Gary's relationship with other characters would change too. Squidward tolerates Gary because he's just a pet, but if Gary could talk and have opinions, Squidward might find him annoying. Patrick might try to have deep conversations with Gary, which could be funny but would change their dynamic completely. The show's exploration of the human-pet bond would disappear. SpongeBob's love for Gary represents the pure affection people have for their pets. If Gary became an equal partner who could argue back, this touching relationship would become just another friendship between cartoon characters. Gary's moments of being cat-like would be less believable. When he acts on instinct or does typical pet behaviors, it's charming because he's an animal. If he could talk, these behaviors would seem weird or forced. Why would a talking snail still chase a ball of yarn or hide under the couch? Episodes where Gary saves the day would be less impressive. Right now, when Gary helps solve problems or rescues SpongeBob, it shows his loyalty and intelligence without words. A talking Gary helping out would be expected rather than touching. The heroic pet angle would be lost. The voice acting would be tricky too. Gary's meowing is performed by Tom Kenny in a specific way that shows emotion without words. A talking Gary would need a completely different voice that fits his character, and any choice would change how viewers see him. Would he sound young or old, smart or simple? Gary's diet and lifestyle would become more complicated. Right now, SpongeBob feeds Gary snail food and treats him like a pet. If Gary could talk, he might have preferences, complaints about his food, or demands for different treatment. I don't want snail food today, I want pizza. The show would lose the universal appeal of pet ownership. Almost everyone can relate to having a pet who can't talk but seems to understand everything. A talking Gary would be more like a fantasy creature than a relatable pet that kids and adults can connect with. Gary's wisdom would become regular advice. Right now, when Gary meows in response to SpongeBob's problems, viewers can imagine he's giving wise counsel. If he could actually speak, his advice would be judged like any other character's opinions, instead of seeming mysteriously insightful. Episodes about communication and understanding would disappear. Many touching moments come from SpongeBob and Gary figuring out how to communicate despite the language barrier. This theme would be lost if they could just talk normally, like any two friends. Gary's independence would change too. Right now, he makes his own decisions, and sometimes ignores SpongeBob's commands, which is realistic pet behavior. A talking Gary would need to justify his choices or argue about them, making him less authentically pet-like. The show's use of visual storytelling would decrease. Gary episodes often rely on showing rather than telling, which creates more engaging television. Talking Gary would lead to more talking and explanation instead of visual comedy and physical gags. Gary's role as SpongeBob's conscience would become more obvious. Right now, Gary sometimes seems to guide SpongeBob toward better decisions through subtle actions. If he could talk, this guidance would be direct advice rather than gentle influence that viewers have to interpret. The surprise factor would be eliminated too. Part of Gary's charm is that you never know what he's thinking or what he'll do next. A talking Gary would explain his plans and remove the mystery that makes him interesting. Gary's emotional moments would be less powerful. When Gary shows sadness, love, or concern through his actions and expressions, it feels pure and genuine. If he could explain his feelings in words, these moments might feel less authentic and more like regular dialogue. The show would need to address why Gary could suddenly talk. This would require explanation episodes or backstory that might make things too complicated for the simple, magical world of SpongeBob. Kids don't want to think about why things work, they just want to enjoy them. Gary's meowing also creates comedy through misunderstanding. Sometimes SpongeBob thinks Gary wants one thing when he actually wants something else. This leads to funny situations that wouldn't happen if Gary could just say what he wanted clearly. The show would lose its exploration of different types of intelligence. Gary shows that you can be smart and wise without using words. A talking Gary would just be another character who shows intelligence through speech, like everyone else. Bath time episodes would be completely different. Right now, Gary hiding from baths is funny because he acts like a real pet. If he could talk, he'd just argue with SpongeBob about why he doesn't want to get clean, which would be less amusing. The relationship between Gary and other pets in the show would change. Right now, all the snails communicate through meowing, which creates a sense of species consistency. If only Gary could talk, he'd be different from other snails for no clear reason. Gary's loyalty would seem less special too. When pets show loyalty without being able to talk, it feels pure and unconditional. A talking Gary's loyalty would come with explanations and conditions, making it seem more calculated than heartfelt. Most importantly, Gary represents the idea that love and communication don't always need words. His relationship with SpongeBob shows that deep bonds can exist through actions, care, and understanding. Making Gary talk would eliminate this beautiful message about non-verbal connection. The show works because Gary is the perfect pet, smart enough to be interesting, loyal enough to be lovable, but still animal enough to be authentic. He bridges the gap between realistic pet ownership and cartoon fantasy. Giving him speech would push him too far into the fantasy realm and lose the relatability that makes him special. Gary's meowing creates a unique type of character interaction that doesn't exist anywhere else in animation. It allows for comedy, emotion, and storytelling that would be impossible with a regular talking character. Changing this would eliminate one of SpongeBob's most distinctive and charming elements that has made him beloved for decades. Before I tell you about a scenario that is impossible to happen, subscribe to our channel. Let's dive into another massive change. What if Patrick actually got a girlfriend? Patrick's whole character is built around being the lazy, single best friend who has no responsibilities beyond hanging out with SpongeBob. He lives under a rock, sleeps most of the day, and his biggest concerns are usually food or simple activities. Patrick represents the carefree bachelor lifestyle. Valentine's Day shows Patrick's relationship status perfectly. The episode is all about SpongeBob trying to give Patrick the perfect Valentine's gift, a chocolate hot air balloon. Patrick gets super excited about receiving a present and goes completely crazy when he thinks he's only getting a handshake instead of something special. He destroys the entire carnival in a jealous rage because everyone else got better gifts from SpongeBob. The episode works because Patrick is desperate for attention and love, but he has no romantic partner to celebrate with. His only Valentine's Day interaction is with his best friend SpongeBob. When Patrick sees other people getting roses, chocolates, and bikes from SpongeBob, while he only gets a handshake, he loses his mind and goes on a rampage. The comedy comes from Patrick being so lonely and attention-starved that he expects his best friend to fill that romantic void. But what if Patrick had a girlfriend who gave him Valentine's gifts? What if he had someone who loved him and wanted to spend the holiday with him? This would completely change his character and get rid of his desperate need for SpongeBob's attention. A girlfriend would give Patrick actual responsibilities for the first time. He'd have to remember anniversaries, plan dates, and think about someone other than himself. Right now, Patrick's biggest decision is whether to sleep for 12 hours or 14 hours. Having a girlfriend would force him to be more organized and considerate. The Valentine's Day episode would be totally different with Patrick having a girlfriend. Instead of being excited about SpongeBob's gift, Patrick would probably be busy planning something romantic for his girlfriend. He might even forget about SpongeBob entirely, which would flip the jealousy thing completely. SpongeBob's role in Patrick's life would get much smaller. Right now, SpongeBob is Patrick's main source of entertainment, adventure, and social interaction. A girlfriend would replace most of those functions, leaving SpongeBob feeling left out and replaced. Patrick's lazy lifestyle would have to change. Girlfriends usually expect their boyfriends to have some goals, be clean, and have basic life skills. Patrick would need to clean his rock house, maybe get a job, and start taking better care of himself. His carefree attitude would disappear. Episodes about Patrick being dumb would be less funny. Right now, his stupidity is charming because it only affects him and SpongeBob, but if Patrick's dumbness hurt his girlfriend or ruined their relationship, it would seem mean instead of funny. The show would lose Patrick as the always available friend character. SpongeBob currently can always count on Patrick being free to hang out because Patrick has nothing else to do. With a girlfriend, Patrick would have other priorities and wouldn't always be available for adventures. Patrick's selfishness would become a bigger problem. His current self-centered behavior is okay because he mostly just ignores SpongeBob or acts lazy. But if he treated a girlfriend the same way, he'd seem like a terrible boyfriend instead of a lovable goofball. The friendship between SpongeBob and Patrick would have to make room for a third person. Their simple friendship would become more complicated with Patrick's girlfriend, potentially causing jealousy, scheduling conflicts, and divided loyalties. Patrick's eating habits would need to change too. He currently eats whatever he wants, whenever he wants, often in gross ways. A girlfriend might expect him to have better table manners and eat healthier foods, which would change a lot of food-related comedy. The show would need to create a girlfriend character who could put up with Patrick's lifestyle. She'd either have to be as lazy and dumb as he is, or she'd have to be super patient and understanding. Either choice would create new character dynamics, but might not be as funny as Patrick's solo act. Episodes about Patrick learning basic life skills would disappear. Part of his charm is that he's completely helpless with normal adult tasks. A girlfriend would either teach him these skills or do them for him, getting rid of that source of comedy. Patrick's rock house would need major upgrades. Right now, it's basically empty because Patrick doesn't need much. A girlfriend would probably want furniture, decorations, and basic stuff to make it livable, which would change the visual representation of Patrick's simple lifestyle. The show would have to address what Patrick's girlfriend sees in him. Patrick doesn't have a job, barely has possessions, and shows little ambition. The show would need to either give Patrick more attractive qualities or create a girlfriend with very low standards. Patrick's relationship with other characters would change too. Squidward puts up with Patrick partly because Patrick is SpongeBob's problem, not his. But if Patrick had a girlfriend who also annoyed Squidward, the neighbor situation would become more strained. Holiday episodes would focus more on Patrick's romantic relationship than his friendship with SpongeBob. Valentine's Day, anniversaries, and other romantic occasions would become couple activities instead of friend activities. Patrick's emotional outbursts would be less acceptable. Right now, when Patrick gets angry or jealous, it's seen as childish but harmless. If he had those same outbursts around a girlfriend, he'd seem mean or crazy instead of just immature. The show's exploration of male friendship would be weakened. Patrick and SpongeBob represent the idea that adult men can have close, caring friendships. Adding a girlfriend would suggest that romantic relationships are more important than friendships. Patrick's mysterious unemployment would become a bigger issue. Right now, nobody questions why Patrick doesn't work because he's just a simple character. A girlfriend might pressure him to get a job or contribute money, which would make his carefree image more complicated. The girlfriend would need her own personality and storylines. She couldn't just exist to be Patrick's girlfriend, she'd need to be interesting enough to deserve screen time. This would reduce the focus on the core SpongeBob-Patrick friendship. Patrick's advice to SpongeBob about relationships would become more realistic but less funny. Right now, Patrick gives terrible relationship advice because he has no experience. With a girlfriend, his advice might actually be helpful, but wouldn't create the same funny situations. The show would have to deal with relationship drama like fights, breakups, and makeups. These storylines might be too grown up or complex for SpongeBob's target audience and would change the show's innocent tone. Patrick's loyalty to SpongeBob would be split. Right now, SpongeBob is clearly Patrick's #1 priority. A girlfriend would rightfully expect to be his priority, which would make him less available for SpongeBob's adventures and schemes. The show would lose some of its childlike innocence. Patrick represents the idea that you can be happy just playing around and not worrying about adult stuff. A girlfriend would force him into the grown-up world of relationships, compromise, and responsibility. Patrick's eating contest with SpongeBob would probably end. Most girlfriends wouldn't want to watch their boyfriend stuff his face with ice cream or compete in gross eating challenges. These fun bonding moments between the friends would disappear. Bath time and hygiene episodes would be different too. Right now, Patrick's poor hygiene is just a funny character trait. With a girlfriend, his lack of cleanliness would become a relationship issue rather than just a joke. The girlfriend would also highlight how weird SpongeBob and Patrick's friendship really is. Most adults their age are focused on romantic relationships, careers, and building families. Having Patrick get a girlfriend would make SpongeBob seem more childish and strange for still putting friendship first. Patrick's house parties and sleepovers with SpongeBob would become awkward. A girlfriend would probably want alone time with Patrick and might not appreciate SpongeBob always being around. The spontaneous hangouts that drive many episodes would disappear. Episodes where Patrick acts like a pet or follows SpongeBob around would seem weird if he had a girlfriend. Right now, Patrick's dog-like loyalty to SpongeBob is endearing, but it would be concerning if he ignored his girlfriend to chase after SpongeBob. The show would need to explain why Patrick's girlfriend doesn't appear in episodes where she logically should be present. If they're dating, she should be at parties, holidays, and major events, which would change the cast dynamics of many episodes. Most importantly, Patrick's role as SpongeBob's loyal sidekick would be compromised. His girlfriend would rightfully expect to be his priority, which would make him less available for SpongeBob's adventures and schemes. The show works because Patrick represents freedom from adult responsibilities. He shows that you can be happy with very little and that simple pleasures are enough. Adding a girlfriend would force him into the adult world of relationships, compromise, and responsibility. The Valentine's Day episode specifically shows why Patrick needs to stay single. His desperate need for love and attention creates the conflict that drives the story. If he already had someone who loved him, there'd be no reason for him to care so much about SpongeBob's gift or get jealous of other people's presents. Patrick getting a girlfriend would change what makes him Patrick, the carefree, loyal, simple friend who's always available for whatever adventure SpongeBob dreams up next. The show's heart is the friendship between these two characters, and adding romantic complications would mess with that special bond. Finally, let's talk about what if Mr. Krabs actually lost all his money. Mr. Krabs' entire identity revolves around being rich and making money. He's the greedy boss who counts every penny, charges his employees for breathing, and would probably sell his own shell if the price was right. Money is literally who he is as a person. His whole personality, his business, and his relationships are built around his love of cash. Clams shows this obsession perfectly. When Mr. Krabs earns his millionth dollar at the Krusty Krab, he's so excited that he takes SpongeBob and Squidward on a reward trip that turns out to be cheap clam fishing. During the trip, SpongeBob accidentally hooks Mr. Krabs' precious millionth dollar and casts it into the water, where a giant clam eats it. Mr. Krabs completely loses his mind and becomes obsessed with getting that $1 back. He keeps them on the boat for 3 days, throws away all their food except one sandwich as a reward, and eventually uses SpongeBob and Squidward as live bait to catch the clam. The episode shows that losing just $1, even though he has 999,999 others, drives Mr. Krabs to complete insanity. He literally trades most of his body to the clam just to get that single dollar back. But what if Mr. Krabs lost everything? What if some disaster wiped out all his money, his restaurant, and his entire fortune? This would completely destroy his character and create the biggest change in SpongeBob history. A broke Mr. Krabs would probably have a complete mental breakdown that makes the Clams episode look tame. If losing $1 made him crazy enough to use his employees as bait, losing everything would probably put him in a mental hospital. He'd be crying, screaming, and pulling out his eye stalks. The Krusty Krab would shut down immediately. Without money to pay rent, buy ingredients, or maintain the building, Mr. Krabs would have to close the restaurant. SpongeBob would lose his dream job and his life's purpose. The whole foundation of the show would collapse. SpongeBob would be heartbroken beyond belief. His job at the Krusty Krab is his passion, his identity, and his reason for getting up every morning. Seeing his beloved workplace shut down would devastate him. He'd probably spend days crying and trying to convince Mr. Krabs to reopen somehow. Squidward would initially be happy about not having to work anymore, but he'd quickly realize he has no income. Without his cashier job, he couldn't afford his house, his clarinet, or his art supplies. He'd probably have to move back in with his parents or find a new job, which would make him miserable in different ways. Plankton would be thrilled at first. With the Krusty Krab gone, the Chum Bucket would be the only restaurant in town, but he'd quickly realize that people still don't want to eat chum, and without competition from the Krusty Krab, he'd have no motivation to improve his food or schemes. Mr. Krabs would probably become desperate enough to do anything for money. He might try to get a job working for someone else, which would be humiliating for someone who's used to being the boss. Can you imagine Mr. Krabs flipping burgers at the Chum Bucket for minimum wage? The whole economic system of Bikini Bottom would be disrupted. The Krusty Krab employs people and brings customers to the area. Without it, other businesses would suffer too. The town might go into an economic depression. Pearl would be devastated. She's used to her dad being rich and giving her money for shopping and activities. Suddenly being poor would be a huge shock for a teenage whale who's used to getting whatever she wants. She might have to get a job or move in with friends. Mr. Krabs' relationship with Mrs. Puff would probably end. Their romance is partly based on him being a successful businessman. A broke, desperate Mr. Krabs would be much less attractive, and Mrs. Puff might not want to deal with his financial problems. The character would probably become bitter and angry instead of just greedy. Right now, Mr. Krabs is happy because he has money. Without it, he'd be miserable all the time. He might blame SpongeBob, Squidward, or anyone else for his problems instead of taking responsibility. SpongeBob might try to help Mr. Krabs get back on his feet, but his optimism would be tested like never before. Seeing his boss and father figure completely broken would challenge SpongeBob's belief that everything works out in the end. The show would lose its workplace comedy element. So many episodes take place at the Krusty Krab or involve work situations. Without the restaurant, the writers would need completely different settings and storylines. Mr. Krabs might become a completely different person. His greed, while annoying, also makes him ambitious and hardworking. Without money as motivation, he might become lazy and give up on life entirely. The energetic, scheming Mr. Krabs could turn into a depressed shell of his former self. Episodes about Mr. Krabs' cheap behavior would disappear. His penny-pinching ways are funny because he has money but chooses not to spend it. If he was actually poor, being cheap wouldn't be funny, it would just be sad and necessary. The power dynamic between characters would shift completely. Right now, Mr. Krabs is the authority figure who makes decisions and gives orders. Without money or a business, he'd lose that power and might become dependent on others for help. SpongeBob's innocent view of the world would be challenged. He's always seen hard work and positivity as the solution to problems. But watching Mr. Krabs lose everything despite working hard might make SpongeBob question his beliefs about fairness and justice. The show's themes about the American dream would become much darker. Mr. Krabs represents the idea that anyone can succeed through hard work. If he lost everything, it would suggest that success isn't guaranteed and that people can lose their achievements through bad luck or circumstances beyond their control. Mr. Krabs might become jealous and resentful of other successful people. Instead of being inspired by wealth, he might hate anyone who has what he used to have. This would make him a much less likable character. The community's respect for Mr. Krabs would disappear. Right now, people look up to him as a successful businessman. A broke Mr. Krabs would lose that social status and might be looked down upon or pitied instead. Episodes about competition between the Krusty Krab and Chum Bucket would be impossible. The rivalry that drives many storylines would be gone, and the show would lose one of its main sources of conflict. Mr. Krabs might have to swallow his pride and ask for help, which would be extremely difficult for someone as proud as he is. Seeing him beg for money or favors would be heartbreaking and change how viewers see him. The show's balance between comedy and heart would shift toward being more depressing. While SpongeBob episodes can be sad, they usually end on a positive note. A permanently broke Mr. Krabs would create a constant undercurrent of sadness that would be hard to overcome. Most importantly, Mr. Krabs' role as a mentor figure to SpongeBob would be compromised. SpongeBob looks up to his boss and wants to make him proud. A defeated, broken Mr. Krabs couldn't provide the guidance and leadership that SpongeBob needs. The Clams episode shows us exactly how Mr. Krabs reacts to losing money with complete madness and obsession. Losing everything would multiply that reaction by 1,000 and create a character who's too damaged and desperate to be the funny, greedy boss we know and love. Mr. Krabs needs his money because it's the foundation of his entire personality and self-worth. Take that away, and you'd have a completely different character and a completely different show. Now let's finally take a deep dive into the most disturbing theories in SpongeBob history, the nuclear testing theory. So basically, Bikini Bottom is sitting right where the US dropped real nuclear bombs, and all that radiation mutated normal sea creatures into the talking characters we see today. You know how SpongeBob can flip burgers and drive a boat? Or how Patrick walks around like a person instead of just being a blob on the ocean floor? Nuclear radiation can make animals do some really weird stuff. So back in 1946, the US government decided to test atomic bombs on this place called Bikini Atoll. They basically picked this random island in the Pacific and started blowing it up with nukes. And here's the crazy part, that's exactly where Bikini Bottom is supposed to be located. The creators literally named SpongeBob's home after the place where nuclear bombs were tested. They're telling us something with that choice. Think about all the weird stuff these characters do. Crabs run restaurants, starfish wear clothes and have jobs, squirrels live underwater in glass bubbles, animals that got exposed to radiation can end up doing some pretty bizarre things. Now here's where it gets really messed up. Remember that huge explosion at the end of Dying for Pi? The one that destroys everything? That's actual footage from a real nuclear bomb test that happened at Bikini Atoll. They literally used real nuke footage in a kid's show. Some animator grabbed footage of an actual atomic bomb going off underwater, the same kind of bomb that would have contaminated everything living in that area, and they made it into a joke about pie. The bomb test they used was called Baker, and it was nasty. They set it off 90 feet underwater, and it shot this massive radioactive water column up into the air. If you're living on the ocean floor when that happens, you're basically getting nuked. The real Bikini Atoll story is pretty sad. The US military told the 167 people living there, hey, we need your island for a while, and moved them somewhere else. That was almost 80 years ago, and they still can't go home because it's still too radioactive. But look at SpongeBob's world. These sea creatures are walking around, talking, working jobs, driving cars. If their DNA got scrambled by nuclear fallout, suddenly all this weird behavior makes sense. What's really wild is how happy everyone is. These characters might be living in what's basically a nuclear wasteland, but they're having the best time ever. They built this whole fun society in a place that got bombed with atomic weapons. The creators totally knew what they were doing. They could have set the show anywhere in the ocean, but they picked the exact spot where nukes went off. Then they used actual nuclear footage in an episode. They're basically telling us this is about nuclear testing. And here's something crazy. Real animals near nuclear disaster sites do show weird changes. Scientists find creatures that act different, look different, sometimes even seem smarter. Sound familiar? The scariest part is that they're so used to their radioactive world that they don't even know how messed up it is. This is just normal life for them now. Look at Mr. Krabs. This guy is obsessed with money like it's his whole personality. If radiation scrambled his brain, maybe being obsessed with shiny round things makes perfect sense. Or SpongeBob, he's like the happiest person ever. What if that's how his mutated brain deals with living in a contaminated place? Maybe being super optimistic is just how he copes. Dying for Pi becomes way darker when you realize they're showing footage from the event that created their world. The show is saying, here's what made us, and then laughing about it. That's pretty twisted. These characters survive stuff that should totally kill them. SpongeBob gets blown up all the time and just walks it off. Maybe nuclear-powered sponges can do that The real Bikini Atoll got hit with 23 nuclear bombs over 12 years. That's over a decade of turning a beautiful island into a radioactive mess. Everything got contaminated, the water, the coral, the fish, everything. When they finally let people try to move back in the 70s, they had to leave again because everything was still dangerous. The coconuts were radioactive, the water was poisoned, but somehow in SpongeBob's world, everything's totally fine. Maybe that's the point though. Even in the worst situation ever, even in a place that got nuked over and over, life found a way to survive and be happy. These characters turned a nuclear testing site into a place full of friendship and fun. But it's still a nuclear testing site. Every joke happens where atomic bombs went off. Every Krabby Patty gets made in what used to be a radioactive crater. The characters might forget what happened before, but the place sure remembers. This theory basically makes SpongeBob a post-apocalyptic story disguised as a kid's cartoon. These are nuclear survivors living in the ruins of their old world, somehow staying positive about everything. And here's the really messed up part: every time a kid watches SpongeBob, they're seeing what happened after nuclear weapons testing. They're watching characters who only exist because humans decided to drop atomic bombs in their backyard. The nuclear testing theory explains all the weird stuff in the show. Why do these animals act like humans? Radiation. Why can they survive impossible things? Radiation. Why is their world so bizarre? Because it's built on top of a nuclear testing ground. These characters have gotten so used to their radioactive reality that weird mutations are just normal Tuesday stuff for them. Walking starfish? Cool. Talking crabs? Sure. Living in a nuclear wasteland? Just another day in Bikini Bottom. They've made the totally abnormal seem totally normal. Here's another thing that'll blow your mind: the show constantly references explosions and destruction like it's no big deal. How many times does something blow up in SpongeBob? How many times do characters get completely destroyed and just bounce back? Maybe that's because they're already living in the aftermath of the biggest explosions ever created by humans. And think about Gary the Snail. He's probably the most normal character in the show, right? He just meows like a cat and acts like a pet. But real snails don't meow. They don't have the vocal cords for it. So even Gary, the most normal character, shows signs of radiation-induced mutation. The food in Bikini Bottom is another weird thing. They're constantly eating stuff that makes no sense: underwater hamburgers, ice cream, hot soup. But if you're living in a contaminated environment, maybe your taste buds and digestive system got so messed up that you can eat literally anything, and it tastes good. Plankton is especially interesting when you think about this theory. He's this tiny organism that somehow has the intelligence to build robots and create elaborate schemes. Normal plankton are basically just floating specks. But radiation can cause massive changes in brain development. Maybe Plankton's intelligence is the result of his microscopic brain getting supercharged by nuclear fallout. The show also has this weird thing where technology works underwater. Computers, cars, campfires, none of this should function on the ocean floor. But in a post-nuclear world, maybe the laws of physics got a little scrambled too. Maybe the radiation changed how everything works, making impossible things suddenly possible. And here's something really dark: the characters seem to have no memory of life before their current situation. They act like Bikini Bottom has always been this way. Maybe the radiation didn't just change their bodies, but also wiped their memories clean. They're living in the aftermath of nuclear testing, but they can't remember what came before. Sandy Cheeks is particularly telling. She's a land mammal living underwater, which is completely insane, but she makes it work with her air dome and diving suit. Maybe she represents the few surface dwellers who adapted to the new radioactive underwater world. Or maybe she's a scientist studying the effects of nuclear contamination on marine life. The nuclear testing theory turns every innocent moment in the show into something much darker. Every laugh, every friendship, every Krabby Patty is happening in the shadow of nuclear devastation. These characters have built something beautiful out of something terrible, but the terrible thing is still there underneath it all. Let's talk about another theory that changes how you see the entire show. Squidward's hearing damage theory suggests that Squidward could actually play clarinet beautifully until the bubble stand episode, where a massive bubble explosion damaged his hearing and ruined his musical abilities forever. Ever wonder why Squidward sounds so terrible when he plays clarinet? Most people just assume he's bad at music and leave it at that. But what if there's a much darker reason behind his awful playing? What if Squidward was actually a talented musician who lost everything in a single moment? In the very early episodes of SpongeBob, we see a completely different side of Squidward's musical abilities. During Bubble Stand, which is only the second episode of the entire series, Squidward is shown playing his clarinet in his house. But Here's the thing that most people miss at the beginning of this episode. Squidward is actually playing well. The transcript shows he's practicing soothing sounds from Squidward's clarinet, and he's confident about his abilities. This episode shows us Squidward at his musical peak before everything goes wrong. He's practicing seriously, he believes in his talent, and there's no indication that he's the terrible musician we know from later episodes. He's genuinely trying to create beautiful music in the peace and quiet of his own home, but then SpongeBob shows up with his bubble stand, and everything changes forever. Throughout the episode, SpongeBob keeps making noise and disrupting Squidward's practice sessions. SpongeBob starts blowing these elaborate bubbles using his ridiculous technique, and one of them, a massive elephant-shaped bubble, floats directly into Squidward's house and explodes right inside. The explosion is violent enough that bubble residue comes pouring out of both of Squidward's windows, and there's even an elephant trumpet sound effect when it pops. That's a pretty intense explosion happening right where Squidward is sitting with his clarinet, but this is just the beginning of the damage. Later in the episode, Squidward gets frustrated with SpongeBob and Patrick and decides to show them how bubble blowing is really done. He goes through SpongeBob's entire ridiculous technique and then screams into the bubble wand with all his anger and frustration. This creates an absolutely massive bubble that's completely out of control. Here's where the real damage happens. This giant bubble comes back and completely engulfs Squidward's entire house. The bubble lifts his house right out of the ground and carries it high into the air. Then, while Squidward is trapped inside this massive bubble, it explodes with what the episode describes as explosive force. Think about what that means for someone's hearing. Squidward is essentially sitting inside a giant balloon when it pops. Anyone who's ever been startled by a balloon popping right next to them knows how incredibly loud that sound is. Now, imagine being trapped inside a balloon the size of a house when it explodes. The pressure change and sound level would be absolutely devastating to human ears. The episode ends with Squidward's house floating back down to the ground and Squidward playing his clarinet again, but this time he's playing weakly. The transcript specifically says he starts playing his clarinet weakly. This is the first time we see his musical abilities diminished. From this episode forward, Squidward's clarinet playing becomes the running joke we all know. He sounds terrible, his music is painful to listen to, and nobody appreciates his performances. But what if this isn't because he lacks talent? What if it's because he literally can't hear himself properly anymore? Hearing damage can completely mess up your ability to distinguish pitch, tone, and rhythm. Musicians who suffer hearing damage often describe feeling like they're playing underwater or in a fog. They can't tell if they're hitting the right notes, they can't hear the subtle nuances that make music beautiful, and they lose their ability to self-correct. This would explain so much about Squidward's character in later episodes. He's desperately trying to recapture something he's lost. He keeps playing and practicing because he remembers being good, but he can't understand why everything sounds wrong now. He doesn't realize that the problem is that he literally can't hear what he's doing anymore. The tragedy becomes even deeper when you realize that Squidward probably doesn't understand what happened to him. In the world of SpongeBob, cartoon physics means that characters bounce back from explosions and injuries without lasting effects. Squidward might not even realize that the bubble explosion caused permanent damage. He just knows that somehow, mysteriously, his music doesn't sound right anymore. This theory reframes Squidward's entire character arc. He's someone who had genuine musical ability and lost it in a freak accident caused by his annoying neighbor. Every time he plays clarinet in later episodes, he's struggling with a disability he doesn't understand. It also makes SpongeBob's role in the story much darker. SpongeBob is the direct cause of Squidward's hearing damage. That massive bubble explosion happened because SpongeBob taught someone his dangerous bubble technique and encouraged them to use it recklessly. The timing of this episode makes the theory even more compelling. Bubble Stand is the second episode of the entire series, which means it establishes the baseline for how Squidward will behave for the rest of the show. If this is the episode where Squidward loses his hearing, then every single episode afterward shows us a character dealing with the aftermath of this injury. Look at how Squidward behaves in later episodes when it comes to music. He's incredibly defensive about his playing, he gets angry when people criticize him, and he seems genuinely confused about why nobody appreciates his art. This is the behavior of someone who can't understand why something that used to work doesn't work anymore. The Bubble Stand episode even shows us Squidward's descent in real time. At the beginning, he's confident and capable. By the end, after two major bubble explosions near his head, he's playing weakly. The show literally documents the moment when Squidward's musical abilities were damaged. This theory turns one of SpongeBob's longest running gags into something much more tragic. Every time Squidward plays clarinet and sounds terrible, we're not laughing at a bad musician, we're watching someone struggle with hearing damage that he doesn't understand. Every time SpongeBob complains about Squidward's playing, he's unknowingly mocking the disability he caused. The Squidward hearing damage theory suggests that the entire show is built on a foundation of tragedy that nobody talks about. Squidward is dealing with a life-changing injury that destroyed his passion and his talent. And the worst part is, nobody in Bikini Bottom understands what really happened to him. Be sure to subscribe to our channel if you're enjoying the video. Now let's dive into one of the most unsettling theories about SpongeBob. The post-apocalyptic theory suggests that Bikini Bottom exists in a post-nuclear wasteland where survivors adapted to live underwater, which explains why characters can somehow breathe air and use fire beneath the ocean. Ever notice how weird the physics are in SpongeBob's world? Like, really weird. We're talking about a place that's supposedly underwater, but characters can breathe air, start fires, cry tears, and even take showers. Most people just accept this as cartoon logic, but what if there's a much darker explanation? Tea at the Tree Dome is one of the most important episodes for understanding this theory because it shows us something that should be impossible. SpongeBob and Patrick, who live underwater, can actually breathe air when they're inside Sandy's tree dome. Sure, they struggle with it and start to dehydrate, but the fact that they can breathe air at all is pretty suspicious for creatures that are supposed to be fully aquatic. Think about what this episode is really showing us. SpongeBob enters an air-filled environment and his body starts to shut down, but he doesn't immediately die from lack of water. Instead, he slowly dehydrates like he's been removed from his natural habitat. But here's the thing, if SpongeBob was truly a sea creature, being in pure air should kill him instantly. Instead, his body seems to remember how to process air, even though it's clearly not his preferred environment anymore. The episode transcript shows SpongeBob saying things like, "air is good," and "I love air" when he first meets Sandy. But then when he actually experiences pure air, his body starts breaking down. This suggests that maybe SpongeBob's species used to breathe air, but they've adapted to an underwater environment out of necessity. The post-apocalyptic theory explains this by suggesting that Bikini Bottom is actually a refuge built after some kind of global catastrophe. The residents aren't naturally aquatic creatures, they're the descendants of surface dwellers who were forced underwater to survive. Over generations, they've adapted to their new environment, but they still retain some ability to process air. This would explain so many of the impossible things we see in the show. Characters can start campfires underwater because they're still using technology and knowledge from the surface world. They can cry tears and take showers because their bodies still function like terrestrial creatures. They can breathe air because they haven't completely lost that ability, they've just evolved to prefer water. The dehydration that SpongeBob and Patrick experience in Sandy's tree dome becomes way more disturbing when you think about it this way. They're not just fish out of water, they're post-apocalyptic survivors whose bodies are trying to remember how to live in the world their ancestors came from. The fact that they can survive in air at all suggests that the change from surface to underwater living happened relatively recently in evolutionary terms. Sandy becomes a really important character in this theory because she represents what the surface world used to be like. She's a land mammal who's adapted to live underwater, but she still maintains her connection to air. Her tree dome is a preserved piece of the pre-apocalyptic world. She's keeping the memory of surface life alive. The way Sandy talks about air in the episode is telling too. She says things like, "I gotta have my air," and treats her air helmet like it's essential for survival. But if the surface world was still habitable, why would one squirrel be living in an underwater dome? Maybe Sandy is one of the last surface dwellers, and she came to Bikini Bottom because everywhere else has been destroyed or contaminated. This theory also explains why Bikini Bottom has such a weird mix of technology. They have cars and televisions and telephones, but they're all adapted to work underwater. This suggests that the residents took surface technology with them when they moved underwater and modified it to work in their new environment. The nuclear testing connection we talked about earlier fits perfectly with this theory. Maybe the nuclear tests at Bikini Atoll was the catastrophe that forced everyone underwater. The surface world became uninhabitable due to radiation, so the survivors built underwater cities to escape the contamination. Think about how characters in SpongeBob react to the surface world when they occasionally visit it. They don't treat it like an alien environment, they treat it like a place they have some familiarity with. SpongeBob knows what beaches are, or what air feels like, so what surface creatures look like. This suggests cultural memory of a time when his people lived on the surface. The fact that characters like Mr. Krabs have backstories involving surface activities like being in the Navy makes more sense if you assume that the Navy existed during the transition period. Maybe Mr. Krabs served during the time when surface navies were trying to deal with whatever catastrophe forced everyone underwater. The episode shows us that SpongeBob's body can adapt to air, but it takes effort and causes physical stress. This is exactly what you'd expect from creatures who used to be air-breathing, but have spent generations adapting to water. Their bodies retain the capability, but it's no longer their preferred state. Patrick's reaction in the tree dome is even more telling. He enters the air environment and immediately starts struggling, but he also shows signs of recognizing what's happening. He yells, "What kind of place is this?" Countered something familiar but wrong. Maybe his body is remembering something his conscious mind has forgotten. The water helmets that Sandy gives them at the end become symbols of how the post-apocalyptic world works. Surface dwellers like Sandy need air helmets to survive underwater, while underwater dwellers like SpongeBob need water helmets to survive in air. Both groups are living in environments that aren't quite natural for them anymore. This theory reframes the entire show as a story about adaptation and survival in a post-apocalyptic world. The characters are the descendants of disaster survivors who've built a new civilization underwater. Their weird hybrid of surface and underwater culture makes sense when you realize they're trying to preserve what they can remember of the world that was lost. The dehydration scene becomes a metaphor for what happens when post-apocalyptic survivors try to return to their original environment. SpongeBob's body is trying to remember how to live in air, but it's been too long, and the adaptation is too complete. He can survive in air, but he can't thrive there anymore. Every time fire works underwater, or characters breathe air, or any of the other impossible physics happen in the show, it's a reminder that this is a post-surface world that's been forced to adapt. The characters carry the memory of surface life in their bodies and their culture, but they can't go back to what they used to be. The post-apocalyptic theory suggests that SpongeBob is actually one of the most hopeful post-apocalyptic stories ever told. Instead of focusing on the disaster that destroyed the surface world, it shows us how survivors can build something beautiful and happy even in the worst circumstances. Bikini Bottom is a testament to how life finds a way to continue even after everything falls apart. Let's examine one of the most unsettling theories about the show. SpongeBob's guardian theory suggests that Squidward is actually being paid by SpongeBob's wealthy parents to watch over their mentally disabled son, which explains why he never actually moves away, despite the constant torment he endures. Ever wonder why Squidward puts up with so much abuse from SpongeBob? Like, really think about it. This guy gets tortured on a daily basis by his neighbor, but he never actually leaves. He complains constantly, threatens to move, and acts like he hates everything about living next to SpongeBob, but when push comes to shove, he always stays put. Opposite Day gives us one of the clearest examples of this weird dynamic. The episode starts with SpongeBob and Patrick throwing Squidward a surprise birthday party that he clearly doesn't want. They break into his house, wake him up, and force him to participate in activities he hates. Squidward gets so fed up that he decides to move out of Bikini Bottom entirely. But here's where it gets interesting. Squidward actually calls a real estate agent and sets up everything to sell his house. He's serious about leaving. He tells the agent he wants to move as soon as possible. He's taking real action to get away from SpongeBob and Patrick. The real estate agent warns him that bad neighbors can ruin a house sale, and Squidward gets worried. He knows SpongeBob and Patrick are going to mess this up for him, so he comes up with this elaborate plan to trick them into behaving on opposite day, hoping they'll act normal for once so he can sell his house and escape. The plan completely backfires. SpongeBob and Patrick end up pretending to be Squidward and basically destroy any chance of selling the house. The real estate agent gets so frustrated she storms out and refuses to help him. Squidward begs her not to leave him there, but she drives away anyway. And then what happens? Does Squidward try to find another real estate agent? Does he pack up and move somewhere else? Does he do anything to actually escape his situation? Nope. He just accepts it and stays right where he is, continuing to live next to the people who ruined his chance at freedom. This is where the Guardian theory starts making sense. If Squidward was just a regular neighbor who hated SpongeBob, he would have found a way to leave by now. He's clearly intelligent enough to figure out other options. He could move to a different part of Bikini Bottom, find a new job, or even just rent an apartment somewhere else. But he doesn't do any of that. The theory suggests that Squidward can't leave because he's being paid to stay. SpongeBob's parents, who are apparently wealthy enough to afford their own son a nice house and a steady job at the Krusty Krab, hired Squidward to be a live-in caretaker. His job is to watch over SpongeBob and make sure he doesn't get into too much trouble. This explains so much about their relationship. Squidward acts like he's trapped in his situation because he literally is. He can't just move away because that would mean abandoning his responsibilities. He gets frustrated with SpongeBob because dealing with him is his job, and it's a really difficult job that he's not particularly good at. Think about how SpongeBob behaves throughout the series. He shows signs of being mentally disabled, or at least having some kind of developmental delay. He's extremely naive, has trouble understanding social cues, can't grasp basic concepts, and needs constant supervision. He's also incredibly trusting and vulnerable, which makes him an easy target for people who might want to take advantage of him. SpongeBob's parents probably realized their son needed someone to look after him, but they didn't want to put him in an institution. Instead, they set him up with his own house, got him a simple job, and hired Squidward to be his neighbor and unofficial guardian. They probably pay Squidward a salary to live next door and keep an eye on their son. This would explain why Squidward always seems to know where SpongeBob is and what he's doing. It would explain why he gets so upset when SpongeBob does dangerous or stupid things. It would explain why he never actually leaves, no matter how miserable he gets. It's not just that he's stuck with an annoying neighbor, he's stuck with a job he can't quit. The Opposite Day episode shows us what happens when Squidward tries to escape his responsibilities. He makes a genuine attempt to leave, but it fails spectacularly. The episode ends with him chasing SpongeBob and Patrick with a bulldozer. But this is a caretaker who's reached his breaking point because his charges have made his job impossible. Throughout the series, we see Squidward constantly trying to teach SpongeBob basic life skills, getting frustrated when SpongeBob doesn't understand simple concepts, and stepping in when SpongeBob is about to do something dangerous. This is the behavior of someone who feels responsible for another person's well-being. The theory also explains why Mr. Krabs keeps SpongeBob employed despite his many obvious problems. Mr. Krabs probably gets paid by SpongeBob's parents to give their son a job and keep him busy during the day. It's all part of the care plan they've set up for him. Squidward's constant complaining takes on a different meaning when you realize he might be a caregiver experiencing burnout. Taking care of someone with special needs is incredibly difficult. Squidward's frustration and exhaustion make perfect sense if this is his actual job. The most disturbing part of this theory is that Squidward might have been doing this for years without any real appreciation or recognition. He's sacrificing his own happiness and dreams to take care of someone else. But he can't even tell people what he's really doing because it would violate SpongeBob's privacy. Every time Squidward talks about wanting to be a famous artist or musician, it becomes tragic because he's giving up his real ambitions to be a caretaker. Every time he gets frustrated with SpongeBob, it's not just annoying neighbor drama, it's the stress of being responsible for another person's safety and well-being. The Guardian theory reframes the entire show as being about the relationship between a caregiver and his charge. SpongeBob is a vulnerable person who needs constant supervision. Squidward's someone who's been given an incredibly difficult job and is doing his best to handle it. This theory makes Opposite Day even more heartbreaking because it shows us Squidward's one real attempt to escape his situation, and we watch it fail completely. He's trapped and he knows it, and there's nothing he can do about it except keep doing his job and hope that someday things will get easier. Moving on, here's the Mr. Krabs soul-selling theory. Basically, Mr. Krabs has sold his soul multiple times to supernatural beings for money and business powers, which explains his unnatural obsession with cash and impossible success at making it. You ever wonder how Mr. Krabs can literally smell a penny from 3 blocks away? Or how he always knows exactly when someone's trying to rip him off? That's not normal crab behavior. There's actually a really dark explanation for his supernatural money abilities, and it's all revealed in the episode Money Talks. Most people watch this episode thinking it's just about Mr. Krabs wanting to chat with his cash. But if you pay attention to what actually happens, especially that insane ending, you'll realize the show is telling us something way more disturbing about Mr. Krabs' past. The whole thing starts when Mr. Krabs makes a deal with the Flying Dutchman to talk to money. He literally signs away his soul without even reading the contract. But here's where it gets crazy when the Flying Dutchman comes back to collect. At the end, he finds an IOU note instead of Mr. Krabs' actual soul. Then Mr. Krabs drops this bombshell he already sold his soul, and suddenly there's this whole line of supernatural creatures waiting to collect their piece, including monsters, demons, and even SpongeBob because Mr. Krabs was $5 short on payday. The show is literally telling us that Mr. Krabs has been chopping up his soul and trading it away for years. Think about it, how does a regular crab become the most successful businessman in all of Bikini Bottom? How can he detect the sound of money from impossible distances? How does he always know exactly what scam to pull next? These aren't normal abilities. Mr. Krabs has been making supernatural deals to get these powers. Every time he needed an edge in business, he probably sold another piece of his soul. Maybe one deal gave him the ability to smell money. Another might have given him those insane business instincts. Each transaction made him richer, but also more obsessed with wealth, because he's literally trading away pieces of his humanity. This explains why his greed is so extreme it's almost inhuman. Normal people can control their desire for money, but Mr. Krabs physically can't. It's not a character flaw, it's a supernatural curse that gets stronger every time he makes a new deal. He's compelled to be greedy because that's what these contracts turned him into. What's really messed up is how casual he is about the whole thing in money talks. When all these supernatural beings show up to collect, Mr. Krabs isn't scared or surprised. He's been managing multiple soul debts for years. He even has systems in place like the IOU trick, which means he's done this dance before. And SpongeBob being in that line, that's the darkest part. Mr. Krabs has been making deals with his own employees instead of paying them properly. He's literally trading pieces of his soul as wages. SpongeBob probably doesn't even understand what he's owed, he just knows Mr. Krabs owes him something supernatural. This theory also explains how Mr. Krabs survives all the crazy stuff that happens to him. He gets blown up, crushed, and destroyed constantly, but always bounces back. If his soul is scattered across multiple supernatural contracts, maybe different parts of him are protected by different entities, he can't fully die because too many creatures have claims on pieces of his soul. The really disturbing thing is that Mr. Krabs seems totally fine with this arrangement. He's not trying to get his soul back or break these contracts. Even in money talks, after seeing how miserable the talking money makes him, he still doesn't want to undo the deal. He's so addicted to supernatural wealth that he'll keep selling himself forever. This changes how you watch every other episode. When Mr. Krabs does something impossibly greedy or shows crazy business skills, it's not just comedy, it's the result of his soul-selling addiction. He's a creature that's traded away his crabness piece by piece to become the ultimate money-making machine. The Krusty Krab's success makes way more sense now too. How does a place that basically just serves burgers dominate the entire restaurant scene in Bikini Bottom? Mr. Krabs probably made deals to make his food irresistible, to eliminate competition, to keep customers coming back no matter what. The restaurant's success is based on supernatural manipulation. What makes this even darker is thinking about what happens when all these entities want to collect at once. Mr. Krabs has made so many deals that there's not enough soul left to go around. This creates this supernatural debt crisis, where powerful beings are fighting over pieces of a soul that's already been sold like 10 times over. The episode ends with that line of creatures waiting, but we never see what happens next. Maybe that's because there is no resolution. Maybe Mr. Krabs is trapped in this endless cycle of making new deals to pay off old ones, selling more and more of himself until there's nothing left but pure greed walking around in a crab body. This theory turns Mr. Krabs from a funny, greedy guy into something way more tragic and horrifying. He's literally lost pieces of his soul to get it. Every time we laugh at his greed, we're actually laughing at a creature who sold his humanity away bit by bit, and who's gonna keep doing it until there's nothing left of the real Eugene Krabs. The scariest part? He probably doesn't even remember what he was like before all these deals. Each contract probably erased a little more of his original personality, replacing it with supernatural greed. The Mr. Krabs we see might not even be the same crab who started making these deals. He might just be what's left after years of soul selling turned him into something else entirely. And here's what's really twisted: this episode proves that Mr. Krabs has been doing this for so long that he's got the whole system figured out. The IOU trick, the casual way he handles supernatural debt collectors, the fact that he's already lined up multiple buyers for his soul. This guy has turned soul selling into a business model. He's treating his own soul like inventory to be managed and distributed. Before we continue the video, be sure that you're subscribed to our channel. Now let's talk about Pearl's adoption theory. The idea that Mr. Krabs adopted Pearl after her whale parents disappeared, making him her surrogate father rather than her biological dad. You ever wonder how a tiny red crab ended up with a massive sperm whale for a daughter? Like, basic biology doesn't work that way. We see this impossible family dynamic right from Pearl's debut in Squeaky Boots, and honestly, the show never even tries to explain how this could happen naturally. That's because it didn't happen naturally. In Squeaky Boots, we get our first real look at Pearl and Mr. Krabs' relationship. She's this typical teenage whale who wants trendy flipper slippers, and he's this cheap crab who buys her fishing boots instead. But if you think about it, there's something really strange hiding underneath this whole father-daughter dynamic. How does a crab end up raising a whale? Like, the only logical explanation is adoption. And given what we know about the ocean, that adoption probably came from unfortunate circumstances. Here's what really happened. Pearl's real parents went missing when she was young, and Mr. Krabs found her as a baby. Maybe he was out scavenging for treasure or cheap supplies when he discovered this orphaned whale calf. Being the opportunistic businessman he is, Mr. Krabs probably saw dollar signs. A whale daughter could be great for business, right? Big, impressive, draws attention to the restaurant. But here's where it gets complicated. Mr. Krabs has been letting Pearl believe he's her biological father her entire life. She calls him daddy and genuinely thinks he's her real dad. She has no idea that her actual parents disappeared years ago. Mr. Krabs has been playing this role for so long that even he might have started believing it. Think about how different Pearl and Mr. Krabs are. She's this social, trendy teenager who cares about fitting in with her friends. He's this money-obsessed hermit who thinks $2 fishing boots are an appropriate gift for a teenage girl. There's no family resemblance, no shared interests, nothing that suggests they're actually related. Even their species difference is so extreme it's almost comical. The fishing boots and Squeaky Boots are actually really significant when you think about this theory. What are fishing boots used for? Commercial fishing operations. Mr. Krabs literally gave his adopted whale daughter footwear designed for the industry that might have affected her family. That's either incredibly thoughtless or incredibly telling, depending on how you look at it. Pearl's reaction to the boots makes way more sense if she's adopted. She's subconsciously disturbed by receiving something connected to fishing. Her crying is so intense it shakes the entire house. Mr. Krabs' cheapness throughout the episode also supports this theory. He spent $2 whole on those boots and acts like it's a huge expense. If Pearl was really his biological daughter, wouldn't he be more willing to spend money on her? But if she's adopted, maybe he sees her more as a responsibility than family. He's providing for her, sure, but he's doing it as cheaply as possible. The way Mr. Krabs talks about the boots is telling too. He keeps emphasizing what a bargain they were and how much money he saved. A real father might focus on whether his daughter likes the gift. Mr. Krabs is focused on the financial aspect. It's like he's calculating the cost of keeping Pearl happy and housed. Pearl's friends all have flipper slippers, which suggests there's this whole whale community in Bikini Bottom that Pearl belongs to. But she's the only one living with a non-whale parent. Where are all the other whale families? Maybe they moved away? Or maybe there's some other reason why Pearl ended up alone. Mr. Krabs might be one of the few sea creatures willing to take in an orphaned whale child. The adoption theory also explains why Pearl seems so disconnected from Mr. Krabs' business. She shows up at the Krusty Krab sometimes, but she's never really involved. If she was his biological daughter, wouldn't she be more interested in the family business? Instead, she acts like the restaurant is just where her dad works, not something she has any connection to. Mr. Krabs' overprotectiveness of Pearl throughout the series makes more sense if she's adopted too. He's being a guilty guardian who knows he's hiding the truth about her origins. Every time Pearl wants to do something independent, Mr. Krabs panics. Maybe he's afraid she'll discover the truth about what happened to her real parents. The most unsettling part of this theory is that Pearl probably has questions about her past without even knowing it. She might have weird dreams or strange feelings about certain things, but she doesn't understand why. Mr. Krabs has prevented her from learning about her real family by maintaining this lie. Think about all the times Pearl acts out or rebels against Mr. Krabs. Maybe this is her subconscious rejecting the situation she's been placed in. Deep down, she knows something doesn't add up about their relationship, but she can't figure out what. Mr. Krabs benefits from this arrangement in multiple ways. He gets to look like a generous, caring father figure who took in an orphan, he gets the business advantages of having a whale daughter, and he gets someone to potentially inherit his restaurant empire when he's gone. But Pearl gets none of the truth about who she really is or where she comes from. The saddest part is that Pearl genuinely loves Mr. Krabs and sees him as her real father. She has no idea that her entire identity is built on information that's been kept from her. She's living in this bubble where she thinks she's just a weird biological situation instead of someone with a hidden past. This theory turns squeaky boots from a silly episode about annoying footwear into something much more complex. Every time Pearl calls Mr. Krabs daddy, every time she acts like a normal teenager wanting normal things, every time Mr. Krabs acts cheap and dismissive toward her, it's all happening against this backdrop of hidden secrets. Mr. Krabs is a guardian who actively keeps his adopted daughter's true identity hidden while benefiting from her presence in his life. The fishing boots are a symbol of the disconnect between Pearl's real background and the life Mr. Krabs has created for her. The really twisted part is that Mr. Krabs probably tells himself he's doing Pearl a favor by not telling her the truth. He thinks he's protecting her from painful knowledge about her past. But really, he's protecting himself from having to explain how he ended up with custody of her and what happened to her real family. Pearl deserves to know who she really is, but Mr. Krabs has decided that his version of her story is better than the truth. The next theory we need to examine is the whale vomit theory, the disturbing idea that the secret ingredient in Krabby Patties is Pearl's vomit, which would make it incredibly valuable like real whale ambergris used in expensive perfumes. You ever wonder why Mr. Krabs guards that Krabby Patty formula like his life depends on it? Even his own fry cook doesn't know what's in it. In the episode Plankton, we see just how paranoid Mr. Krabs is about keeping this recipe secret. He won't tell SpongeBob, he won't tell anyone, and he's willing to fight Plankton to the death over it. But what if the reason he's so secretive is because the main ingredient is absolutely disgusting? In Plankton, we watch Plankton go to insane lengths to steal one Krabby Patty and analyze its ingredients. He literally invades SpongeBob's brain, controls his body, and steals a patty just to find out what's in it. But here's the thing, if the ingredients were normal burger stuff, why would it be such a big secret? Why wouldn't Mr. Krabs just tell SpongeBob what he's cooking with? The answer might be that the secret ingredient comes from Pearl, and not in a cute way. In the real world, whale vomit is called ambergris, and it's one of the most expensive substances on the planet. It's used in high-end perfumes and can sell for thousands of dollars per pound. Whales produce it in their stomachs when they can't digest certain things, and eventually they throw it up. Think about Mr. Krabs' relationship with Pearl in this context. He adopted this whale daughter, but he's also a businessman who's obsessed with money. What if he discovered that Pearl's vomit is the perfect ingredient for making irresistible burgers? Suddenly adopting a whale makes perfect business sense. He's getting a source of the most valuable cooking ingredient in the ocean. This explains why the Krusty Krab is so successful despite serving what's basically just hamburgers. Normal burgers wouldn't create the kind of addiction we see in Bikini Bottom, but burgers made with whale ambergris? That would explain why customers keep coming back no matter how much Mr. Krabs charges them. They're literally addicted to Pearl's vomit without knowing it. The secrecy makes way more sense now too. Mr. Krabs can't tell SpongeBob that he's been cooking with his adoptive daughter's throw up. Can you imagine how SpongeBob would react? He'd quit immediately. The whole operation would fall apart if anyone found out what was really going into those patties. In Plankton, when SpongeBob describes the Krabby Patty ingredients, he talks about the 100% all-secret patty and mentions it's secretly assembled. He lists normal ingredients like cheese, pickles, lettuce, tomato, and onion, but he keeps emphasizing that everything is secret. What if the patty itself is made from Pearl's ambergris mixed with regular meat? Plankton's reaction to SpongeBob's description is telling too. He starts drooling and gets so excited that he jumps out of SpongeBob's head toward the patty, but then he bounces right off it and falls into his own analyzer. Maybe that's because the patty has this weird, bouncy texture from the whale vomit ingredient that makes it different from normal food. Mr. Krabs' extreme cheapness throughout the series also supports this theory. If he's getting his main ingredient for free from Pearl every time she gets sick, his profit margins would be insane. No wonder he can afford to pay SpongeBob almost nothing. His food costs are basically zero because his daughter is producing the most expensive ingredient herself. This theory also explains why Pearl seems so disconnected from the family business. She probably doesn't know that her dad has been collecting her vomit and using it in his restaurant. Imagine finding out that your adoptive father has been making millions off your stomach problems. That would destroy their relationship forever. The really dark part is that Mr. Krabs might be making Pearl sick on purpose to increase production. Think about all the times we see Pearl upset or crying intensely. Emotional stress can definitely make people throw up. What if Mr. Krabs has been deliberately creating situations that make Pearl nauseous so he can collect more ambergris? Remember in Squeaky Boots when Mr. Krabs gives Pearl those horrible fishing boots for her birthday? She cries so hard it shakes the whole house. That kind of intense emotional reaction could easily make someone throw up. Mr. Krabs acts like he's just being cheap, but maybe he's actually trying to trigger a vomiting episode. The whale vomit theory turns every episode where Pearl gets upset into something much more sinister. Every time she's disappointed, every time she cries, every time she gets angry, Mr. Krabs might be waiting in the background with a bucket, ready to collect his next batch of secret ingredient. Plankton's obsession with the formula makes more sense too if it contains ambergris. He's trying to get access to one of the most valuable substances in the ocean. No wonder he's willing to build mind control devices and elaborate schemes. If he could figure out how to make his own ambergris, he'd become the richest creature in Bikini Bottom overnight. The computer analysis at the end of Plankton is interesting too. When Plankton falls into his own analyzer, it reads him as 1% evil, 99% hot gas, but it never gets to analyze the actual Krabby Patty. Maybe that's because if it had analyzed the patty, it would have revealed the whale vomit ingredient and given away the whole secret. SpongeBob's loyalty to the Krabby Patty throughout the episode takes on a darker meaning if this theory is true. He's literally defending Pearl's vomit from being stolen, but he has no idea that's what he's protecting. He thinks he's saving a delicious burger when he's actually saving a container of processed whale throw-up. The most disturbing part of this theory is that it means every customer at the Krusty Krab is unknowingly eating Pearl's vomit and loving it. They're all addicted to whale ambergris without having any clue what they're consuming. Mr. Krabs has basically turned the entire population of Bikini Bottom into unknowing participants in his gross business model. This theory also explains why the chum bucket fails so miserably. Plankton is trying to compete with ambergris using regular ingredients. No matter how good his cooking gets, he can't match the addictive properties of whale vomit. That's why customers always choose the Krusty Krab over the chum bucket, even when the service is terrible. If this theory is true, then Mr. Krabs is someone who's been exploiting his adoptive daughter's bodily functions for profit while keeping everyone in the dark about what they're really eating. Let's dive into Patrick's hidden intelligence theory, the idea that Patrick is actually incredibly smart, but pretends to be dumb to avoid responsibility, work, and the stress that comes with being expected to do things. You ever notice how Patrick can be completely clueless 1 minute and then drop some surprisingly deep wisdom the next? Most people just write it off as inconsistent writing, but what if there's something way more calculated going on? What if Patrick has been playing the long game this entire time, pretending to be stupid so he can live his best life without anyone expecting anything from him? In Big Pink Loser, we get to see this theory in action. The whole episode revolves around Patrick being jealous of SpongeBob's awards and trying to figure out how to get his own. But here's the thing throughout the episode. Patrick shows moments of surprising insight that completely contradict his supposed stupidity. When SpongeBob is trying to teach him basic tasks at the Krusty Krab, Patrick struggles with everything. He can't deliver food without eating it, he gets angry at people calling the restaurant by its actual name, and he can't even sweep properly. But then something interesting happens. When Patrick finally manages to open a jar after SpongeBob walks him through it step by step, he actually remembers and analyzes exactly what he did. He tells SpongeBob, "Remember when I had my hand up, and I put it on the lid, and then I took the lid off and I thought I broke it? But I didn't. I opened the jar with my hand." That's someone who's capable of breaking down complex tasks and understanding cause and effect. The real smoking gun comes at the end of the episode. Patrick gets an award for doing absolutely nothing longer than anyone else. When SpongeBob asks what he's gonna do now, Patrick says, "I'm gonna go protect my title," and immediately goes back under his rock to sleep. Think about that for a second. Patrick instantly understood that to keep his award, he needed to continue doing nothing. He immediately grasped the concept and took action to protect his achievement. That's strategic thinking. The genius of Patrick's plan becomes clear when you look at what he accomplished. He spent 1 day pretending to try at work, failed spectacularly at everything, and then got rewarded for his natural lifestyle. He basically tricked the system into giving him an award for being exactly who he already was. Meanwhile, SpongeBob works his butt off every day and gets awards that he doesn't even seem to care about that much. Patrick's stupidity throughout the episode looks completely different when you realize it might be intentional. When he eats the food instead of delivering it, he's choosing the more enjoyable option. When he gets mad at people calling him Krusty Krab, he's annoyed that people are bothering him with phone calls when he'd rather be doing nothing. The copying behavior later in the episode supports this theory too. Patrick imitates SpongeBob strategically. He copies SpongeBob's outfit, his mannerisms, even his house design. But when SpongeBob tries to outsmart him with the fake hand on the grill trick, Patrick falls for it. Or does he? Maybe Patrick knew it was a trick but played along because getting a minor burn was worth maintaining his cover. When SpongeBob dresses up like Patrick to try to snap him out of it, Patrick delivers one of the most revealing lines in the episode. What's so great about being a big pink loser? On the surface, it sounds like self-deprecation. But think about what Patrick is really saying. He's asking what's wrong with his lifestyle. He's questioning why SpongeBob thinks being lazy and carefree is something to be ashamed of. The fact that Patrick wins an award for doing nothing is validation of his entire life philosophy. While everyone else is running around trying to achieve things and win recognition, Patrick has figured out that he can be happier and more successful by simply opting out of the rat race entirely. Throughout the series, we see Patrick consistently avoid work and responsibility, but in Big Pink Loser, we see him fail at tasks that should be easy even for someone genuinely stupid. Can't figure out how to deliver food without eating it? That's choosing immediate gratification over following instructions. Can't sweep with the right end of a broom? Maybe he knows exactly which end to use, but finds it more amusing to do it wrong. The phone answering scene is particularly telling. Patrick gets genuinely angry when people ask if they've reached the Krusty Krab. His response, "No, this is Patrick," sounds like confusion, but it could just as easily be irritation. He knows they're calling the restaurant, but he doesn't want to deal with taking orders or helping customers. By acting confused, he can avoid actually doing any work. When that customer asks Patrick if he just blew in from Stupid Town, Patrick's reaction is interesting. He doesn't seem confused by the insult, he seems hurt. Someone who was genuinely stupid might not even understand they were being insulted, but Patrick understands exactly what the guy meant, which suggests he's not as dumb as he pretends to be. The most damning evidence comes from Patrick's award speech. When he realizes the trophy is for doing nothing, he immediately understands what he needs to do to keep it. "I'm gonna go protect my title," shows that Patrick completely grasps the concept of maintaining his achievement. Someone truly stupid wouldn't understand that he needs to keep doing nothing to keep his award. Patrick's entire lifestyle makes more sense when you view it through this lens. He's lazy because he's smart enough to realize that most work is pointless. He's irresponsible because he's figured out that avoiding responsibility leads to a more enjoyable life. The really twisted part of this theory is that Patrick might be the smartest character in the show. While SpongeBob exhausts himself trying to please everyone, while Squidward makes himself miserable pursuing art that nobody appreciates. While Mr. Krabs drives himself crazy chasing money, Patrick has achieved something they all want: contentment. He's happy, stress-free, and now he even has an award to show for it. Patrick's hidden intelligence theory suggests that the dumbest character in SpongeBob is actually playing chess while everyone else is playing checkers. He's figured out how to game the system, avoid expectations, and live exactly the life he wants while convincing everyone around him that he's too stupid to know any better. And hey, just a reminder to subscribe to our channel. Here's another wild theory. The Marxist theory suggests that SpongeBob is actually a perfect representation of Marxist philosophy, with Mr. Krabs as the greedy capitalist owner, Squidward as the class-conscious worker trying to organize, and SpongeBob as the exploited proletariat who doesn't even realize he's being screwed over. You think SpongeBob is just a silly cartoon about a talking sponge, but what if it's actually one of the most accurate depictions of capitalist exploitation ever put on television? The whole show is basically a masterclass in how the wealthy owner class exploits workers while keeping them happy enough that they don't revolt. And nowhere is this more obvious than in Squid on Strike. In this episode, the entire dynamic play out perfectly. Mr. Krabs starts charging his employees for basic human functions like breathing, talking, standing, and even existing. This is exactly how real capitalism works. Companies find every possible way to extract more value from workers while paying them less. Mr. Krabs literally bills Squidward for breathing, which is the most basic requirement for staying alive. Squidward represents the class-conscious worker who actually understands what's happening. He sees through Mr. Krabs' exploitation and tries to organize a strike. He tells SpongeBob they need to unite as workers and demand the respect we deserve from the boss. That's straight-up Marxist language. Squidward understands that workers have power when they organize collectively, and he's trying to build class consciousness in SpongeBob. But here's where it gets really twisted. SpongeBob represents the perfect exploited worker, who's been so brainwashed by the system that he actually loves his oppression. When Mr. Krabs hands him a bill instead of a paycheck, SpongeBob immediately starts paying him. He doesn't question it, he doesn't get angry, he just accepts that he owes his boss money for the privilege of working. That's exactly how capitalism keeps workers in line, by making them grateful for the opportunity to be exploited. SpongeBob even says, "I can't accept your money, Mr. Krabs. Grilling is my passion." This is the ultimate capitalist brainwashing, convincing workers that they should be grateful to work for free because they're doing what they love. How many times have you heard, "If you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life"? That's just code for, we can pay you less because you should be happy to be here. The strike itself shows exactly how hard it is to build working class solidarity. Squidward tries to teach SpongeBob basic strike tactics, but SpongeBob keeps messing it up. When he's supposed to throw his hat on the ground as a symbol of rejecting his oppression, he can't do it because "this hat is my friend." He's so attached to the symbols of his exploitation that he can't let them go. When SpongeBob makes his picket sign, he writes Krusty Krab Funfair instead of Krusty Krab Unfair. This actually ends up bringing more customers to the restaurant, which completely defeats the purpose of the strike. It's a perfect metaphor for how well-meaning workers can accidentally help their bosses even when they're trying to fight back. The most revealing part is how the other workers react to Squidward's speech. He gives this passionate talk about dismantling oppression and fighting big business, and the crowd gets all excited. But then someone says they're hungry and everyone immediately runs into the Krusty Krab to buy burgers. They'll cheer for worker solidarity, but the moment they want something, they're right back to supporting the system that exploits them. Mr. Krabs' reaction to the strike is perfect too. He's thrilled because the strike is actually bringing him more business. He thanks Squidward for attracting paying customers with all the signs and speeches. This is exactly how real capitalists handle worker protests. They find ways to profit from them. The ending is the most brutal part of the whole episode. Mr. Krabs comes back begging for his employees to return because the teenage replacements are ruining everything. But when SpongeBob destroys the restaurant while trying to dismantle the establishment, Mr. Krabs turns it into an even worse form of exploitation. He tells them they have to work for him forever to pay off the damages. SpongeBob is thrilled by this. He shouts, "The strike worked, Squidward. We got our jobs back forever." He's so brainwashed that he thinks being sentenced to eternal unpaid labor is a victory. Meanwhile, Squidward realizes the horror of what just happened. The episode ends with them working as literal skeletons, still stuck in the same jobs after an eternity. That final image is pure Marxist theory workers trapped in an endless cycle of exploitation, working until they literally die, with no hope of escape. And the saddest part is that one of them thinks it's great while the other sees it for what it really is. The whole episode shows how the capitalist system divides workers against themselves. Squidward understands the exploitation and tries to fight it, but SpongeBob is so indoctrinated that he actively works against his own interests. This is exactly what Marx wrote about, how capitalism creates false consciousness that prevents workers from recognizing their shared struggle. Mr. Krabs doesn't need to use force to control his workers because he's convinced them that exploitation is normal and even desirable. SpongeBob literally pays his boss for the privilege of working unpaid overtime. He's the perfect worker from a capitalist perspective, productive, grateful, and completely unaware of how badly he's being screwed. The show even includes a replacement worker, the teenage fry cook who crosses the picket line to take SpongeBob's job. This is classic union-busting strategy, bringing in scabs to break strikes and divide workers. The fact that this kid idolizes SpongeBob but still takes his job shows how the system pits workers against each other. Throughout the series, we see this dynamic play out over and over. SpongeBob works incredibly hard, creates massive value for Mr. Krabs, and gets paid almost nothing. He's always eager to work extra hours, skip breaks, and do whatever Mr. Krabs asks. Meanwhile, Mr. Krabs gets richer and richer while contributing almost nothing to the actual work. Squidward represents the worker who's figured out that he's being exploited but feels powerless to change it. He's miserable at his job, resents his boss, and occasionally tries to organize resistance, but he's always defeated by the system and by SpongeBob's willingness to undermine any collective action. The Marxist theory turns SpongeBob from an innocent kids show into a dark commentary on how capitalism destroys workers' lives and consciousness. Every episode where SpongeBob cheerfully accepts terrible working conditions becomes an example of how the system brainwashes people into loving their own oppression. The really twisted part is that this is all presented as comedy. We're supposed to laugh at SpongeBob's enthusiasm for being exploited and Squidward's failed attempts at resistance. The show normalizes terrible working conditions and makes heroes out of people who accept them without question. Another theory we need to explore is the SpongeBob as a prodigy theory. The idea that SpongeBob is actually an underachieving genius who can master any skill instantly, but chooses to waste his incredible talents on menial jobs and simple pleasures. You ever wonder how SpongeBob can be so naive and childlike, but also pull off impossible feats when he actually tries? Most people just chalk it up to cartoon logic, but what if there's something way more twisted going on? What if SpongeBob is one of the most gifted individuals in Bikini Bottom, but he's deliberately underachieving because he's too pure to realize how special he is? In Artist Unknown, we see this theory play out perfectly. Squidward thinks he's going to teach this clueless sponge the basics of art, but SpongeBob immediately destroys every expectation. When Squidward draws a crooked circle and asks SpongeBob to copy it, SpongeBob draws a perfect circle. Not just good, perfect. When Squidward demands to see his process, SpongeBob casually draws a realistic human head, then erases details until it becomes a perfect circle. Think about what just happened there. SpongeBob demonstrated that he understands advanced artistic techniques, human anatomy, proportions, and technical skill that would take most people years to develop. But he presents it like it's the most natural thing in the world. He doesn't even realize he did something incredible. Then when Squidward crumples up his paper, SpongeBob turns it into an origami sculpture of him and Squidward playing leapfrog. Origami is a complex art form that requires spatial reasoning, patience, and fine motor skills. SpongeBob does it instantly from scraps of paper like it's nothing. When Squidward rips that up too, SpongeBob makes another artwork from the smaller pieces. He's so naturally gifted that he can turn literal garbage into art without even thinking about it. But the real proof comes with the sculpture scene. Squidward tries to show off by chiseling marble and creates a pile of rubble. SpongeBob takes one swing with the mallet and produces a perfect replica of Michelangelo's David. We're talking about one of the most famous sculptures in human history, created by one of the greatest artists who ever lived. SpongeBob recreates it effortlessly on his first try. Sculpt something like David, you need to understand anatomy, proportion, technique, and have incredible hand-eye coordination. You need to visualize the finished piece inside the raw marble and know exactly how much force to apply where. SpongeBob does all of this intuitively. What makes this even more twisted is how SpongeBob reacts when Squidward tells him his masterpiece isn't real art. SpongeBob immediately believes him and thinks he's terrible at art. He throws himself out the window into a dumpster because he's convinced he has no talent. A genuine artistic prodigy is so humble and trusting that he lets a mediocre artist convince him he's worthless. The really messed up part is what happens when Squidward tries to get SpongeBob to recreate his masterpiece. SpongeBob has completely internalized Squidward's lessons about following rules and going by the book. When he tries to draw a circle again, he draws it crooked like Squidward's. When he tries to make origami, he just puts the paper back together normally. His natural genius has been suppressed by bad teaching. When SpongeBob finally tries to sculpt again, he spends all this time doing ridiculous rituals sniffing the marble, licking it, washing it, dating it, trying to become one with it. These aren't artistic techniques. They're the desperate actions of someone who's been told his natural ability is wrong. He's trying so hard to follow Squidward's rules that he's blocked his own instincts. The result? His sculpture crumbles into rubble, just like Squidward's did. But here's the kicker: SpongeBob puts Squidward's nose on the rubble and says, now it's art. He's learned to value rule following over actual artistic merit. The prodigy has been trained to think like a hack. This episode reveals something really dark about SpongeBob's character. He's surrounded by people who are less talented than him, but because he's so trusting and humble, he lets them define his worth. Squidward is a mediocre artist who's jealous of SpongeBob's natural ability, so he convinces SpongeBob that technique and rules matter more than talent and vision. The art collector's reaction proves SpongeBob's genius. This guy is a world-famous expert who immediately recognizes SpongeBob's sculpture as the work of a true genius. He knows quality when he sees it, but SpongeBob will never know this because Squidward takes credit for the work. Throughout the series, we see other examples of SpongeBob's hidden genius. He can drive perfectly when he's not thinking about it. He's an incredible cook who can make gourmet meals from basic ingredients. He shows advanced knowledge of jellyfish behavior, boat mechanics, and even scientific concepts when the plot requires it. But he's always portrayed as simple and childlike. The disturbing truth is that SpongeBob might be the most gifted character in the show, but he's trapped in a menial job and surrounded by people who don't recognize or appreciate his abilities. He could probably be a world-renowned artist, scientist, or anything else he wanted to be. Instead, he's flipping burgers for a boss who pays him almost nothing. What makes this even sadder is that SpongeBob seems genuinely happy with his life. He's so pure and optimistic that he finds joy in simple things, even when he's being massively underutilized. The art episode shows us the tragic cycle. SpongeBob demonstrates incredible ability. Someone with less talent tells him he's wrong, and SpongeBob believes them because he trusts authority figures. His genius gets suppressed, and he goes back to being content with mediocrity. This theory makes every episode where SpongeBob struggles with simple tasks way more depressing. He's been conditioned to doubt himself so much that he overthinks everything. His natural genius has been buried under layers of bad advice and false lessons. The most twisted part is that the people around SpongeBob benefit from keeping him down. Mr. Krabs gets an incredibly talented employee for almost no pay. Squidward gets to feel superior to someone who's actually more gifted than him. Mrs. Puff gets job security because SpongeBob will never pass his driving test and stop needing lessons. SpongeBob's prodigy status explains why he can master any skill when he's not trying, but fails when he's following someone else's instructions. His natural instincts are genius level, but his conscious mind has been programmed to follow rules that actually make him worse. The saddest part is that SpongeBob will probably never realize his true potential. He's too trusting to question the people who tell him he's simple, and too humble to recognize his own incredible abilities. He's a genius trapped in a world that needs him to stay ordinary, and he's too pure to see the prison they've built around his mind. Let's dive into this next disturbing theory. What if SpongeBob himself represents ocean pollution, specifically a synthetic kitchen sponge contaminating the natural underwater ecosystem? Think about it for a second. We have a literal kitchen sponge living in the ocean, and in Nature Pants, this becomes crystal clear when SpongeBob tries to abandon his artificial life to live naturally with the jellyfish. Here's what makes this theory so unsettling. SpongeBob is explicitly described as a sea sponge, but everything about his design screams artificial kitchen sponge. He's bright yellow with perfect square holes. He absorbs water like crazy. And he even works in a kitchen flipping burgers. Real sea sponges don't look anything like SpongeBob. They're usually brown, irregular, and definitely don't have his synthetic appearance. The show constantly reminds us that SpongeBob doesn't belong in the natural ocean environment. Nature Pants drives this point home brutally. The entire episode is about SpongeBob realizing he's living an industrial life and wanting to return to nature with the jellyfish. But here's the kicker: when he tries to integrate with the natural ecosystem, everything goes wrong. The jellyfish sting him and chase him away. The sea urchins make him itch uncontrollably. Even the kelp tastes disgusting to him. The ocean's natural inhabitants literally reject him because he's a foreign pollutant. When SpongeBob first arrives at Jellyfish Fields, he says, "I'm home," over and over again, but the jellyfish immediately knock him down as they fly by. They want nothing to do with him. When he tries to introduce himself as Jelly Bob, a jellyfish stings his hand, making it swell up. This is the ocean's immune system reacting to a contaminant. The jellyfish can sense that SpongeBob is artificial, synthetic, and doesn't belong in their ecosystem. The symbolism gets even darker when you realize what SpongeBob represents in terms of human impact on the ocean. Kitchen sponges are one of the most common forms of microplastic pollution in marine environments. They break down into tiny synthetic particles that marine life accidentally consumes, thinking it's food. Sound familiar? SpongeBob works at a restaurant making food that fish eat. He's literally representing synthetic pollution being consumed by marine life. The show even highlights SpongeBob's artificial nature through his behavior patterns. Notice how he never acts like a real sea creature. He walks instead of floating, he needs to breathe air bubbles, and he constantly uses human tools and technology. Real sea sponges are filter feeders that stay attached to rocks. They don't run around making burgers. SpongeBob's hyperactive, unnatural behavior represents how synthetic materials disrupt normal ocean ecosystems. Look at how the episode ends. SpongeBob can't survive in the natural environment and has to return to his artificial life at the Krusty Krab. But here's the disturbing part: he spreads the poison sea urchin bacteria to all his friends when they hug him. This is exactly how pollution works. The synthetic contaminant picks up toxins from the environment and then spreads them to other marine life through contact. SpongeBob literally makes everyone else sick just by being near them. The episode even shows SpongeBob taking off his pants and running around naked, which strips away his human-like qualities and reveals him as just a synthetic sponge object. When he's naked in jellyfish fields, the animators are careful to show him partially covered by rocks and bushes, almost like they're trying to hide the fact that he's an inanimate object pretending to be alive. Think about Mr. Krabs' speech in his office. He tells SpongeBob that the kitchen is his natural habitat and the grill is his wide-open range. This is the show telling us that SpongeBob belongs in human industrial spaces, not in the natural ocean. The golden spatula he calls a scepter represents human tools and technology that don't belong in marine ecosystems. Mr. Krabs even admits SpongeBob wouldn't last one day in the wild, because synthetic materials break down quickly when exposed to natural ocean conditions. Even SpongeBob's friends represent different aspects of environmental destruction. Patrick is literally a rock representing habitat destruction and coral reef damage. Squidward is constantly grumpy and pessimistic, representing the stressed and dying marine life. Sandy is a land mammal living underwater in an artificial bubble, representing invasive species and unnatural habitat modification. The most chilling detail? When SpongeBob gives away all his possessions before leaving for the wild, he's essentially admitting that all his belongings are artificial human objects that don't belong in the ocean. The phone books, the can opener, even his precious jellyfish net, all reliable. These are all human-made items polluting the underwater world. Patrick's emotional breakdown over receiving these items shows how marine life becomes attached to human garbage, staking it for valuable resources. Patrick's reaction is the most telling. He becomes completely unhinged when SpongeBob tries to go natural, even attempting to capture him in a jar. This represents how marine ecosystems become disrupted when pollution tries to integrate naturally. Patrick wants to preserve SpongeBob as a trophy, in a jar exactly how humans preserve natural specimens after contaminating their environments. The jar even has SpongeBob's name written on it, like a scientific specimen. The jellyfish hive scene is particularly disturbing. When SpongeBob climbs into their natural home, they immediately attack and sting him repeatedly. This is nature's way of rejecting foreign contaminants. The jellyfish recognize that SpongeBob doesn't belong in their ecosystem and actively try to remove him. Notice how SpongeBob tries to eat their jelly, but when they return, they become aggressive, representing how pollution disrupts natural food sources. The cave scene adds another layer of horror. SpongeBob tries to use natural materials like grass for bedding and rocks for pillows, but he's completely incompatible with them. The poison sea urchins crawling all over him represent how synthetic materials attract and concentrate toxins from the environment. His desperate scratching and itching shows the physical breakdown that happens when artificial materials are exposed to natural ocean processes. When SpongeBob finally returns home, everyone welcomes him back to his artificial life. They give him a Krabby Patty and his work hat, essentially celebrating his return to being a pollutant in the food chain. The episode ends with SpongeBob saying it's great to be home while everyone else suffers from the poison he spread. This is the show's dark commentary on how pollution always returns to contaminate marine environments, no matter how much nature tries to reject it. The timing of his return is also significant. SpongeBob comes back at night, skulking through Bikini Bottom and looking at the Krusty Krab with longing. This represents how pollution persists in marine environments even when we think it's gone. He walks past Sandy's tree dome and says her name sadly, showing how pollution affects even protected natural spaces. What makes this theory so disturbing is how perfectly it aligns with real environmental issues. SpongeBob literally represents everything wrong with human impact on ocean synthetic materials, industrial food production, and the spread of toxins through marine food chains. The creators may have accidentally created the perfect metaphor for ocean pollution disguised as a kid's cartoon. The fact that children around the world love this character while he represents environmental destruction makes the theory even more unsettling. Here's where things get seriously disturbing. We're watching a crab who owns a burger restaurant in an ocean full of sea creatures, and somehow nobody questions what's actually in those patties. The show has always danced around this obvious issue, but friend or foe gives us the smoking gun we've been looking for. When Karen reveals the true story of how the Krabby Patty was created, she shows us that it was a complete accident. Ingredients fell into the original patty batter when Plankton stormed out and knocked over a shelf. Think about what this really means. Mr. Krabs and Plankton were making regular meat patties that were so terrible, they literally knocked out Old Man Jenkins. The newspaper headline reads, "Plab Patties KO Old Man Jenkins," because their original recipe was basically poisoning customers. But when those mystery ingredients accidentally fell into the mix, suddenly Mr. Krabs discovers he's done it and found the perfect patty batter. What ingredients could have possibly fallen from that shelf that would transform a toxic meat patty into something so delicious that it launches Mr. Krabs' entire empire? The answer is obviously some kind of plant-based substitute that eliminated the need for actual crab meat. The show never tells us what those ingredients were, but the timing is everything. This accident happens right after Plankton and Mr. Krabs have their falling out over who's going to rule the customers. The creator Steven Hillenburg actually confirmed in interviews that there are no animal products in Krabby Patties, which should make every SpongeBob fan stop and think. We're watching a show where a crab sells burgers to fish, and the creator specifically went out of his way to confirm the patties are meat-free. Why would he need to clarify this unless the show was deliberately hiding something about the formula? Friend or Foe shows us exactly why Mr. Krabs would need a vegan substitute. Look at the customers in that episode. They're all fish and sea creatures who would presumably be eating other sea creatures if the patties contained real meat. But the show presents this as completely normal and nobody ever questions it. The only way this makes sense is if the Krabby Patty formula is actually a plant-based alternative that tastes like meat but doesn't require killing any sea life. The episode also reveals that Mr. Krabs puts seaweed sauce in the burgers, which Plankton specifically mentions during their fight. When Mr. Krabs accuses Plankton of putting too much seaweed sauce in the burger, he's basically admitting that seaweed is a crucial component of their recipe. Seaweed is one of the most obvious plant-based ingredients available in the ocean, and it makes perfect sense as the base for a vegan crab substitute. But here's where the theory gets really dark. Mr. Krabs doesn't create this vegan formula out of moral concern for sea creatures. He stumbles into it by accident and then realizes he can make massive profits by selling fake meat to customers who think they're eating the real thing. The whole Krusty Krab empire is built on food fraud. Mr. Krabs is essentially running an underwater version of those fake meat scandals that happen in the real world. The episode shows us that after the accident, kids at the school start saying the Krabby Patties have flavor and are edible and they can actually hold it down. These aren't the reactions you'd expect to amazing meat. These are the reactions of people who've been eating garbage and finally taste something that resembles real food. The vegan formula tastes better than anything these kids have ever eaten. Meanwhile, Plankton gets stuck with the bottom half of the original recipe that just says, "and a pinch of chum." Chum is literally ground up fish parts used for bait, which explains why Plankton's burgers are absolutely disgusting throughout the entire series. He's been making actual meat burgers this whole time while Mr. Krabs discovered the secret to plant-based alternatives. The most disturbing part is how the show handles Mr. Krabs' relationship with money. In Friend or Foe, we see his first exposure to currency when he finds that penny, and he immediately spends it on a balloon for Plankton. But after he discovers the Krabby Patty formula, money becomes his obsession. The formula corrupts him completely because he realizes he can make unlimited profits by selling fake meat. Think about every other episode where Mr. Krabs is obsessed with money. He's protecting a massive fraud that could destroy his entire business if anyone found out the truth. The secret formula is valuable because it's the only thing preventing Mr. Krabs from being exposed as someone who's been lying to customers for decades about what they're actually eating. The episode also shows us that Karen recorded everything, which means there's literal video evidence of how the vegan formula was created. But instead of exposing the truth, she uses this information to help Plankton try to steal the formula. Even Karen, who's supposed to be a computer programmed for logic, gets caught up in the deception instead of revealing that the whole conflict is based on food fraud. When you watch other episodes with this theory in mind, everything starts making sense. Mr. Krabs' extreme secrecy about the formula, his paranoia about Plankton stealing it, his obsession with money, it's all because he's running a massive con game. The Krusty Krab is the center of an underwater economy based on selling fake meat to sea creatures who don't know they're being deceived. The show even hints at this in other episodes when characters mention how different Krabby Patties taste compared to other food. They're not just better burgers, they're a completely different type of food that nobody else in Bikini Bottom knows how to make. That's because Mr. Krabs accidentally discovered plant-based meat substitutes decades before anyone else figured out the technology. What makes this theory so disturbing is that it turns Mr. Krabs from a greedy but lovable character into someone who's built his entire fortune on lying to his customers and his community. Every time we see him counting money or obsessing over profits, we're actually watching someone who knows his whole empire could collapse if the truth about his vegan formula ever came out. Before I tell you about the next theory, make sure you've subscribed to our channel. Let's explore this next unsettling theory. What if the main characters in SpongeBob represent different stages of life, with SpongeBob embodying childhood innocence, Squidward representing adult cynicism, and Patrick symbolizing someone who refuses to mature? This theory becomes crystal clear in Band Geeks when we see how each character handles responsibility and dreams. Think about how perfectly this plays out in the episode. Squidward gets a phone call from his old rival Squilliam, who brags about leading a fancy band that's supposed to play the Bubble Bowl. This is pure adult territory, competitive career achievements, trying to impress former classmates, and desperately wanting to prove you've made something of yourself. When Squilliam offers Squidward the chance to replace his band, he's basically asking if Squidward has grown up and accomplished anything meaningful with his life. The crushing moment comes when Squidward lies and claims he has a band, purely to save face in front of someone from his past. This is such a painfully adult behavior, lying about your accomplishments, because you're ashamed of where you ended up. Squidward represents everyone who had dreams as a kid, but got stuck in a dead-end job, watching their former classmates succeed while they flip burgers or work retail. But here's where the age metaphor gets really obvious. When SpongeBob joins the band, he approaches it with pure childhood enthusiasm. He asks, "Is this the part where we start kicking?" Because he's thinking of kick lines and chorus dancing. He has no concept of the serious, professional, musical performance that Squidward desperately needs. SpongeBob sees the whole thing as a fun game, while Squidward sees it as his last chance to prove he's not a failure. Patrick's behavior throughout the episode perfectly captures someone who refuses to grow up. He asks if mayonnaise is an instrument, kicks Sandy for no reason, and generally acts like a toddler who's never learned basic social skills. When Sandy beats him up and stuffs him in a trombone, he just accepts it and keeps going. Patrick represents people who never developed emotional maturity and just stumble through life, causing problems for everyone around them. The practice sessions show exactly how each life stage handles challenges. SpongeBob remains optimistic and eager despite everything going wrong. He's still in that childhood phase where you believe everything will work out if you just try hard enough. Squidward becomes increasingly frustrated and bitter as reality crushes his dreams, just like adults do when they realize how difficult life actually is. The most telling moment comes when Squidward finally breaks down and tells everyone they've crushed his one chance at happiness. This is pure adult despair, the realization that opportunities are limited and time is running out. Kids don't think this way because they believe they have unlimited chances to achieve their dreams. But adults know that some doors close forever, and Squidward thinks he's watching his last door slam shut. Patrick's response to Squidward's emotional breakdown is just, "You're welcome," which shows he completely missed the emotional weight of the situation. This is classic immature behavior, being unable to read social cues or understand when something is serious. Patrick lives in a world where nothing has real consequences because he's never emotionally developed past childhood. But then SpongeBob does something that reveals the power of maintaining childlike qualities as an adult. He gives that speech about pretending Squidward was a fireman or ambulance driver, and somehow manages to inspire everyone to actually try. This represents the rare adult who keeps their childhood optimism and ability to motivate others through pure enthusiasm. The performance scene is where the metaphor becomes most obvious. When they rise up into the football stadium filled with real humans, Patrick says, "These are some ugly-looking fish," and SpongeBob suggests they might be in a toxic waste dump. They're literally entering the adult world, the surface where humans live, and they don't understand it at all. This is exactly how kids view adult concerns and responsibilities. Squidward's terror during the performance represents adult anxiety about being judged and failing publicly. He's genuinely afraid that this disaster will humiliate him in front of his rival and confirm that he's a loser. Meanwhile, SpongeBob just starts singing with complete confidence because children don't have that same fear of judgment. The miracle of sweet victory happening represents something really profound about the relationship between different life stages. SpongeBob's childlike enthusiasm and refusal to give up actually saves Squidward's adult dreams. The episode suggests that maintaining some childhood qualities, optimism, creativity, willingness to look silly, might be essential for adult success. Squilliam fainting and being carried away on a stretcher is symbolic of what happens to adults who base their entire identity on competing with others and proving their worth through achievements. His shock at seeing Squidward succeed represents how toxic adult competition can literally make you sick when it doesn't go your way. The most disturbing aspect of this theory is how it reveals that Squidward's misery comes from completely losing touch with his inner child. He's so focused on adult concerns like money, status, and proving his worth that he's forgotten how to enjoy simple things. SpongeBob annoys him precisely because SpongeBob represents everything Squidward gave up when he grew up. Patrick's character becomes truly sad when viewed through this lens because he shows what happens when someone never develops emotional maturity. He's stunted and unable to function in adult society. His behavior causes real problems for others because he lacks the empathy and responsibility that should come with age. The episode ultimately suggests that the healthiest approach to life is SpongeBob's combination of childlike wonder with genuine care for others. He maintains his optimism and creativity while also being willing to work hard and support his friends. This represents the ideal of growing up without losing the best parts of childhood. When you view the entire series through this metaphor, every episode becomes a lesson about different approaches to aging and responsibility. Squidward's constant suffering represents the depression that comes from cynicism and giving up on dreams. Patrick's chaos represents the problems caused by refusing to mature. And SpongeBob's happiness represents the possibility of staying young at heart while still being a good person. This theory makes the show much darker because it suggests that most adults end up like Squidward, bitter, frustrated, and convinced that life is meaningless. The rare people who stay optimistic like SpongeBob are often seen as annoying or naive by those who've lost their spark. But Band Geeks proves that sometimes the childlike approach is exactly what's needed to achieve the impossible. Now let's dive into this really messed up theory. What if SpongeBob is stuck in some kind of time loop where he keeps reliving the same stuff over and over, which is why he never ages or actually learns anything? This gets super obvious in Employee of the Month, when you realize how weird it is that SpongeBob has won the same dumb award 26 times but still freaks out like it's his first time. Seriously, think about this for a second. SpongeBob tells Squidward he's won Employee of the Month 26 times in a row. That's over 2 years of working at the same job, doing the same thing, getting the same reward. But he still acts like winning this meaningless piece of paper is the most important thing that's ever happened to him. Normal people would get bored of winning the same thing over and over, right? The whole episode shows SpongeBob panicking when Mr. Krabs suggests Squidward might win this time. But wait, if SpongeBob has already proven he can win 26 times, why is he so scared? It's like his brain resets every month and he has to go through the same anxiety all over again. That's not normal behavior from someone who's supposedly experienced at something. Look at that wall of Employee of the Month pictures. It's literally the same photo of SpongeBob repeated dozens of times with slightly different months written on them. That's evidence of someone being trapped in the exact same moment over and over. It's actually pretty creepy when you think about it. And what's up with SpongeBob's calendar? He's got Annoy Squidward Day marked on there like it's a regular holiday that happens every month. This shows that SpongeBob's life follows these weird, predictable patterns that keep repeating. He's just doing the same stuff on a schedule. The really disturbing part is when SpongeBob imagines that drill sergeant version of himself giving him a pep talk. Why would someone who's won 26 times need to psychologically manipulate himself just to stay motivated? It's like his brain has created these defense mechanisms to deal with being stuck in this endless cycle. Then there's all the crazy stuff SpongeBob does in the episode. He breaks into Squidward's house, destroys alarm clocks, digs holes, sets traps, basically acts like a complete maniac. But here's the thing, none of this makes sense if he's actually confident about winning. This is the behavior of someone who's desperate and confused, like he's going through motions he doesn't fully understand. The sabotage sequence between SpongeBob and Squidward feels like something they've done before. They both know exactly how to trap each other, where to dig holes, what kind of contraptions to build. It's like they're following a script they've performed countless times, each playing their assigned role in this twisted monthly ritual. The episode ends with SpongeBob and Squidward destroying the entire restaurant with their competition. But notice how we never find out who actually wins the award? That's because in a time loop, there can't be a real ending. Everything just resets back to the beginning, ready to start the cycle all over again. When you look at the whole SpongeBob series with this theory in mind, everything makes sense. SpongeBob never ages, never gets promoted, never moves away from his parents' neighborhood. He's been working at the Krusty Krab for years, but he's still in the same entry-level position doing the same basic tasks. His relationships never change either. Squidward always hates him the exact same amount. Patrick is always equally stupid. Mr. Krabs is always equally greedy. Real relationships develop and change over time, but these characters are locked into the same personality patterns forever. Mr. Krabs becomes really sinister when you think about this theory. He's basically using SpongeBob's enthusiasm to get infinite free labor while keeping him trapped with this meaningless award. SpongeBob works his butt off for a piece of paper and some wall space, never realizing he's being exploited in this endless loop. The calendar in the episode has all these weird date errors where the weeks don't have the right number of days. This could be evidence that time itself is broken around SpongeBob. The universe is glitching because he's stuck in this temporal prison. SpongeBob's house is another clue. He lives in the same pineapple, has the same pet, does the same hobbies. Nothing about his living situation ever changes or improves, even though he's supposedly been earning money for years. He's frozen in this eternal childhood state. Gary the Snail becomes really sad in this context. He's trapped in the time loop too, forced to watch SpongeBob repeat the same mistakes forever. Gary might actually understand what's happening, but he can't talk, so he's just stuck there, watching his owner live in this prison. The scariest part is that SpongeBob might know something's wrong on some deep level. His crazy enthusiasm and constant happiness could be his brain's way of protecting him from realizing the truth. He has to stay super positive all the time, because if he ever really thought about his situation, he'd probably lose his mind. Every episode of SpongeBob basically follows the same pattern. Something happens, SpongeBob gets excited or worried, chaos ensues, then everything goes back to normal by the end. Nothing ever has lasting consequences or changes the status quo. That's exactly what you'd expect from a time loop scenario. The Employee of the Month episode is just one cycle of this endless prison. SpongeBob gets excited about the same thing he's been excited about 26 times before, goes through the same emotional journey, and ends up right back where he started. The explosion at the end might be the universe's way of hitting the reset button whenever things get too chaotic. What makes this even more disturbing is thinking about all the other characters who might be aware of the loop. Squidward's constant misery could come from knowing he's trapped but being unable to escape. His cynicism and hatred of his job make perfect sense if he's been forced to repeat the same day at the Krusty Krab hundreds of times. This theory makes SpongeBob way darker than anyone realizes. Instead of being a happy-go-lucky cartoon character, he's actually a trapped soul doomed to repeat the same experiences forever, just oblivious enough to keep participating in his own endless punishment. That's genuinely horrifying when you think about it. Let's talk about this crazy theory. What if Sandy Cheeks is actually a government spy sent to study the weird talking sea creatures in Bikini Bottom? Think about it for a second. Sandy's whole setup is way too suspicious to be just some regular scientist doing marine biology research. So Sandy claims she's a scientist from Texas who moved underwater to study sea life. But wait, that makes no sense at all. Real marine biologists don't pack up their entire lives and move to the bottom of the ocean. They study fish from boats and labs on the surface. Why would anyone need to live underwater permanently just to watch fish swim around? Sandy's rocket shows us just how sketchy Sandy's situation really is. She's got a freaking rocket ship in her backyard. Since when do marine biologists need space travel equipment? The technology she has is insane, way beyond what any normal scientist could afford or even get their hands on. We're talking military-grade stuff that would cost millions of dollars. But here's where it gets really weird. Sandy says she's doing research, but what research exactly? Where are her published papers? What university is paying for all this expensive equipment? Who's funding her underwater mansion? Normal scientists have to write grants, publish their work, and collaborate with other researchers. Sandy does none of that because she's a spy. Look at Sandy's skills for a minute. She's an expert fighter, she builds rockets, she knows advanced engineering, and she has access to technology that most countries don't even have. That's someone with serious government training and unlimited funding. The US government would absolutely want to study a place like Bikini Bottom if they knew what was happening there. And what is happening in Bikini Bottom? You've got sea creatures that can talk, think like humans, build cities, and somehow make fire underwater. From a scientific perspective, this would be the biggest discovery in human history. These aren't normal sea animals, they're either super evolved or mutated somehow. Any government would want to figure out how this happened and if they could use it for their own purposes. Sandy's real job becomes obvious when you watch how she acts around everyone. She's constantly observing, taking mental notes, and studying their behavior. She positions herself as the helpful neighbor who always has the perfect solution for every problem. SpongeBob needs help with something, Sandy's got the exact gadget he needs. There's danger in town, Sandy shows up with the perfect weapon or device to handle it. The timing of Sandy showing up is super suspicious too. She arrives right around when SpongeBob starts working at the Krusty Krab. SpongeBob is clearly the weirdest creature in the whole area. A sponge that acts like a human, has unlimited energy, and can do impossible things. If the government was monitoring the ocean and detected something strange, SpongeBob would be the #1 target for study. Sandy's dome is basically the perfect spy base. It's right in the middle of where everyone lives, so she can watch SpongeBob's house, Patrick's rock, and Squidward's place all at the same time. She can monitor all the main subjects while pretending to be their friend. Plus, her dome gives her a secure place to do experiments and probably communicate with her bosses on the surface. What really gives Sandy away is how she handles dangerous situations. Whenever something bad happens in Bikini Bottom, Sandy always knows exactly what to do. She's got backup plans, emergency protocols, and the technical skills to solve any problem. Normal scientists don't have that kind of crisis training, but government agents do. Sandy's constant homesickness makes way more sense if she's actually on a long undercover mission. She's always talking about missing Texas and wanting to go home. That sounds like someone who's burnt out from being away on assignment for too long, not someone who chose to move underwater for fun research. The government would have tons of reasons to want to study Bikini Bottom. Understanding how sea creatures got human intelligence could lead to huge breakthroughs in science and maybe even military uses. They'd want to know if this weirdness is spreading to other parts of the ocean, and they'd definitely be interested in how complex technology works underwater. All of Sandy's expensive equipment makes way more sense if the government gave it to her instead of her buying it herself. No regular scientist could afford a rocket ship, advanced weapons, and a high-tech laboratory. But a secret government research program would have unlimited money for whatever equipment their spy needed. The fact that Sandy can keep her air dome working underwater forever means someone is helping her. She needs constant supplies, equipment maintenance, and logistical support. That kind of backup operation screams government assistance rather than one person working alone. Sandy's fighting skills are another huge red flag. She's a trained combat expert who can beat up multiple opponents at once. Marine biologists don't usually learn advanced martial arts unless they're working for organizations that expect them to face dangerous situations. But let's dig deeper into the evidence from that document about the surveillance operation. Remember how we found out there's this whole network of cameras and monitoring equipment throughout Bikini Bottom? Sandy would be the perfect person to help install and maintain all that spy gear. She's got the technical skills, the access to everyone's homes, and the perfect cover story as a helpful scientist. Think about how often Sandy just happens to show up at the exact right moment when something important is happening. She's there for major events, dangerous situations, and moments when SpongeBob and his friends are doing something scientifically interesting. That's someone who's being kept informed about what's happening so she can gather intelligence. The document also mentions how Sandy calls someone with a French accent the same voice as the narrator who's been documenting everything in Bikini Bottom. This proves Sandy is directly connected to whoever is running the surveillance operation. She's part of a bigger organization that's been watching and documenting everything for years. Sandy's inventions are way too convenient to be coincidental. Every time the plot needs a specific gadget or solution, Sandy just happens to have built exactly what's needed. Time machine? Sandy's got one. Shrinking ray? No problem. Advanced weapons? She can whip those up overnight. Real scientists don't work like that, but government agents with unlimited resources and advanced knowledge of situations do. Her cover story about being from Texas is probably fake too. The government would create a detailed backstory for their operative, complete with a believable hometown and personality. Texas is perfect because it explains her accent, her tough attitude, and her knowledge of land-based technology. Plus, it's far enough from any ocean that nobody in Bikini Bottom would be able to verify her story. Sandy's relationship with SpongeBob is particularly suspicious. She became friends with him really quickly, which is exactly what a trained operative would do to get close to their primary target. SpongeBob is trusting and innocent, making him the perfect subject for long-term study. Sandy can observe his behavior, run experiments on him, and document his abilities all while he thinks she's just being a helpful friend. The fact that Sandy can somehow survive underwater indefinitely while still needing her air helmet is weird when you think about it. Her dome has to have incredibly advanced life support systems that would cost millions to maintain. Where's all that money coming from? How does she get replacement parts and supplies? The only logical answer is that she's got government backing with unlimited resources. Sandy's knowledge of military tactics becomes obvious during episodes where Bikini Bottom faces threats. She always knows how to organize defenses, create weapons, and develop strategic plans. That's not knowledge a marine biologist would have, that's military training. The government probably sent someone with combat experience because they weren't sure what kind of resistance their operative might face. Her scientific equipment is way too advanced for civilian research. The stuff in her lab looks like it belongs in a top-secret government facility, not a personal research station. She's got quantum computers, advanced physics equipment, and technology that probably doesn't even exist in the public sector. This all points to her being supplied by classified government programs. The timing of Sandy's arrival also coincides with when other suspicious things started happening in Bikini Bottom. The increased surveillance, the mysterious background characters who might be other operatives, the weird incidents with humans interfering, it all started around the same time Sandy showed up. She's probably the advanced scout for a much larger operation. Sandy's behavior during the episodes where she interacts with surface world elements is telling too. She never seems surprised by advanced technology or references to the human world above. Most sea creatures would be amazed by surface world stuff. But Sandy acts like she's familiar with it all. That's because she's from that world originally. When you put all this evidence together, Sandy Cheeks looks like one of the most successful undercover agents ever. She's been planted in Bikini Bottom to study what could be the most important scientific discovery in history, all while pretending to be a friendly scientist from Texas. The government is using her to spy on these evolved sea creatures, and SpongeBob and his friends have no clue they're being watched and studied. This theory makes Sandy way more sinister than she appears. Every time she helps SpongeBob, every invention she builds, every friendly conversation, it's all part of her mission to gather intelligence on these creatures. She's been lying to her friends while conducting secret research on them for the government. And the scariest part is how good she is at it. Sandy has completely fooled everyone in Bikini Bottom into thinking she's just a quirky scientist who loves adventure. But in reality, she's a highly trained operative gathering classified information about creatures that could change everything we know about evolution and intelligence. SpongeBob trusts Sandy completely and has no idea his friend is actually studying him like a lab rat for the US government. That's pretty messed up when you think about it. Let's dive into this crazy connection theory. What if Patrick's secret box from The Secret Box actually contains that embarrassing photo of SpongeBob from the Christmas party we see in The Donut of Shame? This theory suggests these two episodes are directly connected through Patrick's habit of keeping SpongeBob's most embarrassing moments as his personal treasures. Think about what we know from both episodes. In The Secret Box, Patrick is super protective of this mysterious box and won't let SpongeBob see what's inside no matter what. He says it contains the most secrety secret of all of Secret Dom, and that if SpongeBob saw it, it would change your life. When SpongeBob finally gets to look inside, all he sees is a piece of string. But then we get the twist ending. Patrick pulls the string after SpongeBob leaves, revealing a secret compartment with an embarrassing photo of SpongeBob at a Christmas party. Now look at The Donut of Shame. The whole episode takes place the morning after SpongeBob's birthday party, which happened to be a tea party that got wild after 8:30 p.m. Patrick wakes up hungover and confused, thinking he stole SpongeBob's donut. But the real kicker is that this party was clearly another one of those crazy get-togethers where embarrassing stuff happened. SpongeBob even videotaped the whole thing just like someone might take photos at a Christmas party. The connection becomes obvious when you realize Patrick has a pattern of collecting embarrassing SpongeBob moments. In The Secret Box, he's got that Christmas party photo hidden away like it's his most prized possession. In The Donut of Shame, we see another party where SpongeBob clearly did embarrassing stuff that got recorded. Patrick's obsession with keeping these moments secret suggests he's been documenting SpongeBob's embarrassing party behavior for a while. What makes this theory really disturbing is Patrick's motivation for keeping these photos. He actively collects and hides embarrassing pictures of his friend. The Secret Box represents Patrick's twisted hobby of preserving SpongeBob's most vulnerable moments. He's basically keeping blackmail material disguised as friendship keepsakes. The Christmas party photo in The Secret Box shows SpongeBob in what looks like a compromising or embarrassing situation. Patrick treats this photo like it's incredibly valuable, hiding it in a secret compartment and refusing to let anyone else see it. This suggests the photo shows SpongeBob doing something really embarrassing that Patrick knows would humiliate him if it got out. The Donut of Shame gives us insight into what these parties are actually like. SpongeBob and Patrick have tea parties that apparently get pretty wild after 8:30 p.m. There's enough chaos that Patrick passes out on the ceiling and SpongeBob falls asleep with food in his hand. These aren't innocent kids' tea parties, they're full-blown party sessions where both characters lose control and do embarrassing stuff. The fact that SpongeBob videotapes these parties adds another layer to the theory. If SpongeBob is regularly recording their get-togethers, Patrick probably has access to tons of embarrassing footage and photos. The secret box might not just contain one Christmas party photo, it could be filled with a whole collection of SpongeBob's most embarrassing moments from various parties over the years. Patrick's protective behavior about the box makes way more sense if it contains multiple pieces of compromising material rather than just one photo. He's protecting an entire archive of SpongeBob's party mishaps. This would explain why he's so paranoid about anyone seeing inside and why he considers it his most valuable possession. The timing of both episodes supports this theory too. The secret box aired first, establishing Patrick's secretive behavior about embarrassing SpongeBob content. The Donut of Shame came later and showed us exactly the kind of party situation that would create more material for Patrick's collection. The episodes work together to paint a picture of Patrick as someone who systematically documents and hoards his best friend's embarrassing moments. What's really messed up is how Patrick uses these photos. In the secret box, he looks at the Christmas party photo and laughs, saying, "Merry Christmas, SpongeBob," like he's enjoying SpongeBob's embarrassment. This suggests Patrick gets genuine pleasure from having dirt on his best friend. He's keeping them because he enjoys having power over SpongeBob. The secret string mechanism in the box shows how elaborate Patrick's system is for hiding this stuff. He's put serious thought and effort into concealing these photos, which means this hobby is important to him. Patrick has basically turned embarrassing his best friend into an art form, complete with hidden compartments and secret viewing sessions. This theory also explains Patrick's weird behavior in other episodes. Throughout the series, Patrick often seems to know things about SpongeBob that he shouldn't, or he'll make references to events that seem to embarrass SpongeBob. If Patrick has been secretly collecting compromising material for years, he'd have tons of insider knowledge about SpongeBob's most vulnerable moments. The Christmas party photos specifically suggest these incidents involve SpongeBob drinking or doing other adult activities that would be embarrassing if his other friends found out. SpongeBob tries really hard to maintain his innocent, childlike image, so Patrick having evidence of him acting wild at parties would be devastating if it ever got revealed. What makes this theory particularly dark is the betrayal of trust involved. SpongeBob considers Patrick his best friend and invites him to these private parties where he lets his guard down. Patrick takes advantage of these intimate moments to gather embarrassing material that he then hoards in secret. SpongeBob has no idea his best friend is basically building a blackmail collection against him. The episodes together suggest that Patrick's friendship with SpongeBob has this twisted undercurrent where Patrick gets off on having dirt on his supposedly best friend. Every party they have together becomes another opportunity for Patrick to add to his secret collection of SpongeBob's embarrassing moments. That's a pretty messed up foundation for a friendship when you think about it. Before I tell you about the most interesting theory, make sure you're subscribed. Now let's talk about this really messed up theory. What if each main character in SpongeBob actually represents one of the 7 deadly sins, with SpongeBob being lust, Patrick as sloth, Squidward as wrath, Mr. Krabs as greed, Plankton as envy, and characters like Gary or Mrs. Puff representing gluttony? This theory basically says that Bikini Bottom is like underwater hell, where everyone's stuck living out their worst personality traits forever. Okay, so SpongeBob as lust sounds weird at first, but hear me out. SpongeBob is obsessed with everything in his life to a really unhealthy level. He's completely obsessed with his job in a way that makes everyone around him uncomfortable. The guy gets physically excited about flipping burgers and talks about his spatula like it's his girlfriend or something. Think about how SpongeBob acts around other people, too. He's so desperate for friendship and attention that he basically stalks his neighbors. Squidward tells him to go away constantly, but SpongeBob just keeps coming back, like someone who can't take a hint. He forces his affection on people whether they want it or not, which is pretty much what lust is all about, wanting something so badly that you don't care about boundaries. SpongeBob's love for things is so intense it crosses into creepy territory. He literally makes out with his house, he gets way too excited about jellyfishing, and he acts like every little thing in his life is the most amazing thing ever. That's obsessive behavior that looks a lot like lust, just directed at objects and activities instead of people. Patrick as Sloth is probably the most obvious one here. This guy literally lives under a rock and spends his entire life sleeping, watching TV, or sitting around doing absolutely nothing. He's too lazy to get a job, too lazy to clean his house, and honestly, too lazy to even think most of the time. Patrick represents giving up on life completely. But Patrick's laziness goes way deeper than just being physically lazy. He's also mentally lazy. He refuses to learn anything new or put any effort into improving himself. He's perfectly happy being stupid and useless, which is exactly what sloth is about. It's not just being tired, it's not caring enough to try at anything. Patrick has completely given up on being a functioning person. Squidward as Wrath is so perfect, it's scary. This guy is angry about literally everything: his job, his neighbors, his life, his lack of success as an artist. Squidward lives in a constant state of rage and bitterness, and he takes it out on everyone around him. Even when people are trying to be nice to him, he responds with anger and meanness. Squidward can't enjoy anything because he's too busy being mad about what he doesn't have. His art sucks, his clarinet playing is terrible, but instead of trying to get better, he just gets angrier at the world for not recognizing his talent. He's basically trapped in this cycle of rage, where everything makes him more bitter and angry. Mr. Krabs' greed is so obvious it's almost boring. The guy is literally obsessed with money to the point where it's his entire personality. He cares more about making a profit than anything else: his employees' safety, his customers' happiness, or even basic human decency. Mr. Krabs will do absolutely anything for money, but it's not just that Mr. Krabs likes money, he's actually addicted to it. He gets physically excited when he sees cash, he talks to money like it's alive, and he's willing to put people in danger just to save a few bucks. He's turned greed into an art form where money becomes more important than people's lives. Plankton as Envy makes total sense when you think about it. His entire existence is about wanting what Mr. Krabs has: the successful restaurant, the secret formula, the customers, the respect. Plankton can't be happy with his own life because he's constantly looking at what other people have and getting jealous. Plankton's whole villain thing is about proving he's better than Mr. Krabs. All his schemes and inventions are just ways to try to beat his former friend. He's so focused on what he doesn't have that he completely wastes his actual talents and intelligence on stupid revenge plots. The gluttony thing is trickier, but let's look at Gary and Mrs. Puff. Gary might represent gluttony for attention and care rather than just food. He demands constant feeding, attention, and love from SpongeBob, and throws tantrums when he doesn't get what he wants. Gary's basically a glutton for affection. Mrs. Puff could be gluttonous for peace and quiet. She's so desperate to avoid the chaos that SpongeBob brings that she'll do anything: cheat on tests, lie to authorities, even try to get SpongeBob hurt just to satisfy her craving for a normal, peaceful life. She's addicted to the idea of not having to deal with SpongeBob's craziness. What makes this theory really dark is that none of these characters ever change or grow. They're stuck in their sins forever. SpongeBob will always be obsessively lustful, Patrick will always be lazy, Squidward will always be angry, and so on. No matter what happens in any episode, they always go right back to being the same sinful person by the next episode. The show's structure actually supports this theory because nothing ever has lasting consequences. The characters can't escape their roles because they represent these eternal human flaws rather than real people who can learn and change. They're trapped in this underwater prison where their sins feed off each other and create endless conflict. SpongeBob's lust annoys Squidward's wrath, Patrick's laziness enables everyone's bad behavior, Mr. Krabs' greed exploits all of them, and Plankton's envy drives him to constantly mess with their lives. They're all stuck together in this community where their worst traits just make each other worse. This theory basically turns SpongeBob from a fun kids show into this dark story about how people get trapped by their worst impulses and can't escape. Every episode becomes an example of how these character flaws create problems when people refuse to work on themselves or change. The most disturbing part is that most of the characters seem pretty happy with their lives, which means they've basically accepted being terrible people and given up on trying to be better. They're content living in their spiritual prison because they either don't know better or don't want to put in the effort to change. Let's examine this seriously disturbing theory. What if Mrs. Puff is actually in witness protection, which would explain her extreme paranoia and references to constantly changing her identity? For those who don't know, witness protection is when the government gives someone a completely new identity and relocates them to keep them safe after they've testified against dangerous criminals. This theory suggests Mrs. Puff is a federal witness hiding from people who want her dead. Think about Mrs. Puff's behavior throughout the series, but especially in No Free Rides. Most driving instructors would just be frustrated with a bad student like SpongeBob. They might get annoyed, maybe even quit their job. But Mrs. Puff's reaction goes way beyond normal teacher stress. She shows signs of genuine terror and panic that suggest she's dealing with way bigger problems than just a clumsy student. In No Free Rides, when Mrs. Puff realizes she's given SpongeBob his license, she has a complete mental breakdown and says something really revealing. "I'll have to move to a new city, start a new boating school with a new name. No, not again." That phrase, "not again," is huge because it means Mrs. Puff has already done this before multiple times. Normal people don't just pack up and move to new cities with new identities when they make work mistakes. That's something you do when you're running from danger. Mrs. Puff has clearly had to abandon her life and start over before, which is exactly what happens in witness protection when your cover gets blown or you feel unsafe. Her fear about SpongeBob getting his license makes way more sense if she's in hiding. SpongeBob driving badly would attract attention from police, news reporters, and government agencies. In the episode, Mrs. Puff imagines news crews covering the destruction SpongeBob causes. If you're trying to stay hidden from dangerous people, the last thing you want is your town all over the news with you as the driving instructor who caused the chaos. Mrs. Puff's paranoia levels are way beyond what any normal person would experience. She constantly inflates when stressed, which could be a trauma response from whatever dangerous situation put her in witness protection originally. People who've been threatened or attacked often develop these kinds of physical stress reactions that get triggered by anything that reminds them of the original danger. The way Mrs. Puff talks about changing her name and moving away sounds exactly like someone who's already been through the witness protection process. She knows the routine: new city, new identity, new job. Most people would never think of completely erasing their identity and starting over somewhere else. But for someone in witness protection, that's just standard procedure when things go wrong. Mrs. Puff's job as a driving instructor actually makes perfect sense for someone in witness protection. It's a low-profile job that doesn't require extensive background checks or federal licensing. You can probably start a driving school in a small town like Bikini Bottom without too much scrutiny from authorities. It's the kind of job the government would set up for someone who needs to blend into a community quietly. Her house and lifestyle also fit the witness protection profile. Mrs. Puff lives alone, doesn't seem to have any family or close friends in town, and keeps a very low profile. People in witness protection are usually told to avoid forming deep relationships or drawing attention to themselves. Mrs. Puff's isolated lifestyle could be part of her protective cover. The really disturbing part is thinking about what Mrs. Puff might have witnessed that was so serious she needed federal protection. Witness protection is typically reserved for people who have information about major organized crime, terrorism, or high-level government corruption. Mrs. Puff could have seen murders, drug operations, or other serious criminal activity that powerful people would kill to keep secret. Her extreme reaction to any kind of attention or publicity makes sense if there are dangerous criminals actively looking for her. Every time SpongeBob causes chaos that might attract media attention, Mrs. Puff probably worries that her enemies will see her on the news and track her down. She's afraid of losing her life. The fact that Mrs. Puff keeps taking SpongeBob back as a student despite all the problems he causes could be part of her cover. If she suddenly quit teaching or moved away right after SpongeBob started causing problems, it might look suspicious. People in witness protection have to maintain their fake identities, even when it's really difficult or dangerous. Mrs. Puff's relationship with law enforcement in the show is also interesting. She gets arrested multiple times, but always seems to get released quickly. This could be because the local police have been told by federal agents to go easy on her, or because she has some kind of special protection status that regular criminals don't get. The inflation thing becomes really dark when you think about it as a trauma response. If Mrs. Puff witnessed something really violent or terrifying, her body might have developed this defensive mechanism where she literally makes herself bigger when she feels threatened. It's like her fight or flight response got permanently damaged by whatever she went through before. What makes this theory especially scary is that it means Mrs. Puff is living in constant fear for her life. Every day she has to worry that today might be the day her enemies find her. Every time SpongeBob causes a scene that might get attention, she's probably wondering if this is what finally gets her killed. The witness protection theory also explains why Mrs. Puff seems so much more serious and adult than most other characters in the show. She's dealing with real-world adult problems like staying alive and avoiding dangerous criminals. While everyone else in Bikini Bottom gets to live in this innocent cartoon world, Mrs. Puff is carrying the weight of whatever horrible thing she witnessed. If this theory is true, then Mrs. Puff is a traumatized person trying to survive in hiding while dangerous criminals are potentially hunting her. That transforms every episode with her from comedy into something much darker. The story of someone desperately trying to maintain their cover while dealing with a student who keeps threatening to blow their protection. The scariest part is that SpongeBob has no idea he might be putting Mrs. Puff's life in danger every time he causes chaos that could expose her identity. He thinks he's just learning to drive, but he could actually be getting his teacher killed. Let's talk about this really dark theory. What if Gary the Snail is actually SpongeBob's only connection to reality and the thing keeping him sane? This theory says Gary is more like a therapy animal whose job is to stop SpongeBob from completely losing his mind. Look at how Gary acts in Gary Takes a Bath, and you'll see what I mean. Most people think Gary is just being a stubborn pet who doesn't want to get clean. But watch closer, Gary is actually trying to stop SpongeBob from having a complete mental breakdown. SpongeBob's behavior gets crazier and crazier throughout the episode, and Gary keeps trying to calm him down or redirect him. SpongeBob starts normal enough, just trying to get his pet to take a bath, but then he straps a bomb to his chest and threatens to blow himself up if Gary doesn't cooperate. That's the actions of someone who's mentally unstable. Gary doesn't react to the bomb threat because he knows it's not real, and he's trying to show SpongeBob that his dramatic threats are just in his head. Then SpongeBob tries to use subliminal messages to brainwash Gary, which is completely insane. The creepy girl image that pops up might be SpongeBob's broken mind bleeding through his attempted mind control. Gary just ignores all this because he's smart enough to see that SpongeBob is having some kind of episode. Gary's intelligence throughout the series is way too advanced for a normal snail. He can read, write, use machines, and understand complex ideas. This suggests Gary might not be a regular pet at all, but some kind of guardian assigned to keep SpongeBob stable. His high intelligence lets him predict when SpongeBob is about to do something dangerous and stop him before it gets too bad. The French restaurant scene is really dark when you think about it this way. SpongeBob calls a French restaurant because they eat snails, basically threatening to have Gary cooked if he doesn't behave. SpongeBob is threatening to kill his own psychological support system, which would leave him completely crazy with no one to keep him grounded. Throughout the episode, Gary consistently outsmarts all of SpongeBob's attempts to control him. The gramophone trick where Gary records his own meowing to fool SpongeBob shows he understands exactly how SpongeBob's mind works. Gary can predict SpongeBob's reactions because he's been managing SpongeBob's mental health for a long time. The ending is the most telling part. SpongeBob ends up needing the bath after falling in mud, and Gary supervises him taking it. This shows that Gary is actually the responsible one in their relationship. He's the caretaker, making sure SpongeBob takes care of basic things like hygiene. SpongeBob acts like a kid being watched by a parent when he says, yeah, Gary, I'm getting behind my ears." This theory explains why Gary always seems to be the voice of reason when SpongeBob gets carried away with crazy ideas. Gary's meowing is trying to warn SpongeBob about dangers and bad ideas. SpongeBob usually ignores Gary's warnings and ends up in trouble, which proves Gary was trying to help. Gary can take care of himself when he needs to, like when he runs away in other episodes. This shows he's not actually dependent on SpongeBob like a normal pet would be. Gary chooses to stay with SpongeBob because he has an important job keeping him sane, not because he needs food and shelter. Gary stays calm during SpongeBob's most manic episodes, while other characters get frustrated or scared. This is exactly how a therapy animal would behave, patient and focused on keeping their person safe. Gary has experience dealing with SpongeBob's mental health problems. When SpongeBob absorbs all the bathwater and starts spraying it everywhere like a maniac, Gary doesn't panic or get angry. He just cleverly evades SpongeBob's attacks and sets up the gramophone trick to confuse him. This shows Gary has developed specific strategies for dealing with SpongeBob's episodes. He knows that getting angry or fighting back would only make SpongeBob worse, so he uses misdirection and patience instead. The way SpongeBob talks to Gary during his manic phase is also revealing. He starts making terrible puns and acting like everything is a game, even though his behavior is increasingly violent and erratic. This suggests SpongeBob's mind is trying to reframe his breakdown as something fun and harmless. Gary's job is to ride out these episodes without escalating them. Gary's decision to steal the ladder and leave SpongeBob stuck in the tree is actually a brilliant therapeutic intervention. By removing SpongeBob's ability to continue his manic behavior, Gary forces him to calm down and think about what he's doing. When SpongeBob starts yelling threats from the tree, Gary calmly leads him toward the mud puddle, knowing exactly what will happen. The really dark part is that SpongeBob probably has no idea about his mental health issues. He thinks Gary is just a regular pet who sometimes doesn't listen, but Gary is actually working constantly to prevent SpongeBob from hurting himself or others. SpongeBob's happy, childlike behavior might be a coping mechanism that Gary helps him maintain. Episodes where Gary gets sick or disappears often show SpongeBob making worse decisions and acting more erratic. This supports the idea that Gary's presence is crucial for keeping SpongeBob mentally stable. Without his reality anchor, SpongeBob starts losing his grip on sanity immediately. The most disturbing thing about this theory is that it suggests SpongeBob's entire life is built around managing serious mental illness. His simple job, his isolated house, his childish behavior, all of this could be part of a structured environment designed to keep him functional. Gary is the most important part of this system, the one thing that keeps SpongeBob from completely losing it. If this theory is true, then every episode where Gary tries to guide or warn SpongeBob becomes much darker. Gary is literally trying to save SpongeBob from the consequences of his own unstable mind. When SpongeBob ignores these warnings and gets hurt, it shows how much he needs Gary's guidance to survive in the real world. This theory makes Gary into a tragic character, an intelligent being who's given up his own life to keep someone else mentally stable. Gary's loyalty is a sense of duty to prevent SpongeBob from going completely insane. Every time Gary stops SpongeBob from doing something dangerous, he's essentially saving SpongeBob's life. The scariest part is thinking about what would happen to SpongeBob if Gary ever wasn't there to anchor him to reality. Without Gary's constant guidance and intervention, SpongeBob might completely lose touch with the real world and become a danger to himself and everyone around him. Before I tell you about this sad theory, make sure to subscribe. Now let's dive into this really messed up theory. What if SpongeBob is always nice to Squidward because he secretly knows that he's Squidward's only friend, and SpongeBob can't handle the guilt of abandoning someone who would be completely alone without him? This theory suggests that SpongeBob's relentless pursuit of Squidward's friendship comes from a deep understanding that Squidward is desperately lonely and has no one else in his life. Look at Cephalopod Lodge, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. SpongeBob notices that Squidward is actually happy for once, which is so unusual that it immediately catches his attention. Most people would just be glad their grumpy coworker is having a good day, but SpongeBob becomes obsessed with figuring out why Squidward is happy. This shows that SpongeBob pays incredibly close attention to Squidward's emotional state, almost like he's monitoring someone he's worried about. When SpongeBob and Patrick follow Squidward to the Cephalopod Lodge, they discover the one thing in Squidward's life that actually brings him joy, his secret club with other cephalopods. This is literally the only place where Squidward fits in and feels accepted. The episode reveals that this lodge meeting only happens once a month on the third Wednesday, which means Squidward gets to feel happy and included exactly 12 times per year. The rest of the time, he's miserable and alone. SpongeBob accidentally gets Squidward kicked out of this lodge, destroying the one source of happiness and social connection in Squidward's entire life. Most people would feel bad about this, but SpongeBob's reaction goes way beyond normal guilt. He becomes absolutely desperate to fix the situation, going to extreme lengths to get Squidward back into the lodge. This suggests SpongeBob understands on some level that he just destroyed Squidward's only lifeline to happiness. The really dark part is when Squidward says, "The last thing in my life I really enjoyed," and SpongeBob ruined it too. That word "too" is crucial because it implies SpongeBob has ruined other things that made Squidward happy. SpongeBob has been systematically destroying Squidward's attempts at finding joy and fulfillment, probably without even realizing it. But now SpongeBob might be starting to understand the pattern, and when SpongeBob and Patrick try to apologize to the lodge members, they completely fail because they can't take responsibility for their actions. Patrick even tries to blame Roger for letting them in. This shows that SpongeBob and Patrick don't really understand the gravity of what they've done. But SpongeBob's continued desperation to fix things suggests he's starting to grasp how isolated Squidward really is. The Feather Friends Club that SpongeBob creates is revealing because it shows SpongeBob's understanding that Squidward needs some kind of social group to belong to. SpongeBob can't just leave Squidward alone after destroying his real club. He has to create a replacement, even though it's obviously inferior. This suggests SpongeBob realizes that without some form of social connection, Squidward would be completely isolated. Squidward's reaction to the Feather Friends shows just how desperate he is for any kind of belonging. Even though the chicken suits are ridiculous and the secret handshake is just patty cake, Squidward initially goes along with it because he has literally nothing else. When he finally rejects it, you can see how crushed he is to lose even this pathetic substitute for real friendship. The sock plan that SpongeBob comes up with to get Squidward back into the lodge is incredibly elaborate and risky. SpongeBob is willing to dress up as a giant eel and potentially get himself and Patrick kicked out of places, too, just to restore Squidward's social connection. This level of commitment suggests SpongeBob understands that Squidward's happiness depends entirely on having somewhere to belong. What makes this theory really dark is that it explains SpongeBob's behavior throughout the entire series. SpongeBob never gives up on Squidward no matter how mean or rejecting Squidward is, because SpongeBob knows that he's literally all Squidward has. If SpongeBob stopped trying to be Squidward's friend, Squidward would have absolutely no one. That's a huge burden for SpongeBob to carry. The Lodge episode shows that when Squidward does find his own social group, he's actually capable of being happy and fulfilled. But these opportunities are rare and fragile. Most of the time, SpongeBob and Patrick are the only people who show any interest in spending time with Squidward, even though Squidward clearly doesn't want their company. This creates a twisted dynamic where SpongeBob feels obligated to keep pursuing Squidward's friendship, because abandoning him would be cruel. SpongeBob probably realizes that his annoying behavior drives other people away from Squidward, making Squidward even more dependent on SpongeBob's attention. It's like SpongeBob is trapped in a cycle where he has to keep bothering Squidward because he's the one who made Squidward so isolated in the first place. The really disturbing part is that SpongeBob might be unconsciously sabotaging Squidward's other relationships to maintain this dependency. By following Squidward to the lodge and ruining his membership, this forces Squidward back into depending on SpongeBob and Patrick for any human interaction, even though that interaction is unwanted. Throughout the series, we see that Squidward has no close friends, no romantic relationships, and a strained relationship with his family. His co-workers at the Krusty Krab are literally the only people who pay attention to him on a regular basis. SpongeBob probably recognizes this and feels responsible for making sure Squidward doesn't become completely isolated. This theory suggests that SpongeBob's relentless friendliness towards Squidward comes from guilt and obligation rather than genuine affection. SpongeBob keeps bothering Squidward because he knows that without this attention, Squidward would have no social contact at all. It's like SpongeBob is providing a social service for someone who can't maintain relationships on their own. The end of Cephalopod Lodge is particularly cruel because SpongeBob gets Squidward's hopes up by temporarily restoring his lodge membership, only to immediately destroy it again by revealing himself. This shows the cycle that Squidward is trapped, and any happiness or social connection he finds gets ruined by SpongeBob's interference, leaving him more dependent on SpongeBob than ever. If this theory is true, then SpongeBob's friendship with Squidward is based on pity and guilt rather than mutual enjoyment. SpongeBob can't leave Squidward alone because he knows Squidward would be completely friendless without him. That's more like a caretaker relationship where SpongeBob feels obligated to provide social contact to someone who can't get it anywhere else. The most disturbing aspect is that this dynamic probably makes both characters miserable. Squidward is stuck receiving unwanted attention from someone he doesn't like, and SpongeBob is stuck feeling responsible for the emotional well-being of someone who openly rejects him. Neither of them can escape because SpongeBob won't abandon Squidward, and Squidward can't find friends anywhere else. This theory transforms SpongeBob from an innocent, friendly character into someone who's trapped by his own sense of responsibility for Squidward's loneliness. Every time SpongeBob bothers Squidward, he's essentially acting as a substitute for the real friendships that Squidward can't seem to form or maintain on his own. Let's talk about this really dark theory. What if the rivalry between the Krusty Krab and Chum Bucket actually represents the brutal reality of how big businesses destroy smaller competitors through dirty tactics and market manipulation? This theory suggests that what looks like a silly cartoon rivalry is actually showing us how corporate competition really works in the real world. Look at the algae's always greener and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. When Plankton switches lives with Mr. Krabs, we get to see both sides of this business war. Mr. Krabs calls Plankton his arch competitor, like corporate speak for a business rival. The way Mr. Krabs treats Plankton shows how big corporations deal with smaller competitors. He calls Plankton just a dirty little man and flicks him away like he's nothing. This is exactly how big businesses treat small companies. They act like they don't matter until they become a threat, then they crush them completely. When Plankton takes over as Mr. Plankton, we see what happens when the roles flip. Suddenly, Plankton has all the corporate power, the money, the successful restaurant, the employees, the fame. He even has business awards on his wall and gets featured in Clams magazine, which is obviously making fun of Time or Forbes. This shows how business success creates more success through media attention and prestige. But here's where it gets really messed up. Plankton can't handle being the successful businessman because he doesn't understand the human cost. When alternate SpongeBob begs for his performance review, Plankton casually tells him he's using too much sauce. This tiny criticism completely destroys SpongeBob's confidence and sends him into a mental breakdown. This is exactly what happens in real companies when managers make arbitrary criticism that ruins workers' self-esteem. The promotion scene is even worse. When Plankton randomly promotes SpongeBob to co-cashier, it causes chaos in the workplace. Squidward gets mad about sharing his position, Pearl demands more allowance money, and customers start complaining about bad service. This shows how corporate decisions made without thinking can destroy workplace relationships and customer satisfaction. What makes this theory really disturbing is how it shows the personal cost of business competition. In the alternate universe, Krabs becomes the desperate competitor trying to steal the formula. He's described as someone who crawled out from the lowest trench in the ocean and the most hated creature in Bikini Bottom. This represents how failed business owners get treated like criminals by society. The fact that alternate Krabs is naked shows how business failure strips people of their dignity and basic needs. He can't even afford clothes, but he's still trying to steal the formula because it's his only chance at survival. This represents how economic desperation forces people into illegal or unethical behavior just to survive. The victory screech that happens when Krabs gets defeated represents how businesses celebrate destroying their competitors. Everyone in the Krusty Krab cheers when Krabs fails to steal the formula, just like how corporations celebrate when they drive competitors out of business. There's no sympathy for the guy who failed, just celebration of their own success. Krabs' promise to come back tomorrow and the next day and the next day shows how relentless business competition really is. He's not going to give up trying to steal the formula because he has no other options for survival. This represents how small businesses have to keep fighting against bigger competitors even when they're clearly losing, because giving up means complete failure. The phone call where Krabs keeps saying "and the next day" represents how constant competitive pressure can drive business owners crazy. Plankton starts sweating and panicking because he realizes this harassment will never end. This is exactly what happens in real corporate warfare. Companies use lawsuits, price wars, and other tactics to psychologically pressure their competitors until they break. Plankton's final breakdown, where he screams, "It's not worth it," and rips off his corporate clothes, shows how the stress of being a successful business owner can be overwhelming. He'd rather go back to eating fake meatloaf than deal with the constant pressure of employees, customers, and competitors. This represents how many business owners burn out from the stress of running companies. The really dark part is how the episode shows that both sides of corporate competition are miserable. Mr. Krabs in the regular universe is paranoid and greedy, constantly worried about protecting his formula and profits. Plankton in the regular universe is desperate and bitter, constantly failing to compete. Neither character is actually happy, they're both trapped in this cycle of corporate warfare. The holographic meatloaf that Plankton eats at the end represents how people convince themselves to be satisfied with less rather than deal with the stress of competition. Plankton decides that fake food is better than real success, if it means avoiding the psychological cost of business ownership. Throughout the series, we see this corporate warfare playing out in different ways. Mr. Krabs constantly exploits his workers by paying them almost nothing while making huge profits. He's willing to endanger customers and employees to save money or increase profits. This represents how corporations prioritize profit over people every single time. Plankton, meanwhile, uses increasingly desperate and illegal tactics to try to compete. He builds robots, uses mind control, and even tries to destroy the Krusty Krab. This represents how small businesses sometimes resort to unethical tactics when they can't compete legitimately against bigger corporations with more resources. The fact that both restaurants serve basically the same product, burgers, shows how corporate competition often happens between companies that are selling essentially the same thing. The only difference is that Mr. Krabs has the secret formula, which represents proprietary technology or trade secrets that give one company an unfair advantage over everyone else. The customers in Bikini Bottom don't really care about the rivalry, they just want good food at reasonable prices. But they get caught in the middle of this corporate war, sometimes getting bad service or dangerous products, because the businesses are more focused on fighting each other than actually serving customers properly. This theory transforms SpongeBob from an innocent workplace comedy into a dark commentary on capitalism. Every episode about the Krusty Krab versus Chum Bucket rivalry becomes a story about how business competition destroys people's lives and mental health. The characters are representations of different types of businesses and workers trapped in an economic system that forces them to fight each other for survival. The most disturbing part is that the show presents this corporate warfare as normal and even funny, just like how our society treats the brutal competition that destroys small businesses and exploits workers as just how business works. We're supposed to root for Mr. Krabs because he's successful, even though his success comes at the cost of everyone around him being miserable. That's the end of today's video. Make sure to subscribe to our channel, and I hope you enjoyed.